And like I said in Abuja, I have my record of service. My father has his record of service. My grandfather has a record of service. We cannot be intimidated by somebody because you're president or you're a governor, and we cannot tell you that you're wrong. We've chosen different paths. And I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, if I'd gone into politics, at least given the people that have succeeded in becoming president in Nigeria, I could have been president. Or I could be governor. So that I choose not to go into politics does not make me a subordinate human being. And this is what we all have to learn as Nigerians. We take too much rubbish. And we're all too afraid, too much in our comfort zones. And by the time these guys finish with us, our children will not have a nation. And this is the real challenge that we face. How do we stand up? How do we retrieve our nation? How do we go back to that vision that we had? How do we give our children the opportunities that we have had? And even better. And this is the question that each of us must take with us. And the only way to do it is, if you're not in politics, you must hold those in politics to account. It's not a comfortable situation to be in, but believe me, when people are incompetent and they don't like you, you wear their dislike as a badge of honor. You can't be comfortable. You can't be normal in a dysfunctional environment. So we must get outside our comfort zone, and that is the only way we'll change this country. And for the young people, do not fear. This is your country, this is your future. Take hold of it, work for it, build it. Don't let anyone tell you to run away because you have a degree. Go to England, go to America, go to France. This is your country, you're coming back here. So let's work to build one for you, and you help us build this country for you. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us on this special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. And today we have a special guest, Dr. Wumi Akintide. For those who do not know him, Dr. Wumi Akintide was a principal assistant secretary in the Nigerian Civil Service when Governor Yakubu Gowon set up a special task force on student financing that comprised of Obafemi Awolowo, Shehu Shagari, Shettima Ali Monguno, and many others. He became a secretary to the task force and started a friendship with Obafemi Awolowo. So we're going to welcome Dr. Wumi Akintide. He will join us today for the whole episode of the show. Welcome. Wumi, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me in Rudolph.
All right. So today we are going to start with, this is 90 Minutes Africa. So we start with talking about what's going on in Africa. And I wanted to get your view on the situation in Niger Republic. What do you think is going on?
Well, the situation in Niger is so unfortunate that it's happening at a time that Nigeria is very much in distress. But I've been studying the situation myself from here. And one of the first impressions I want to correct here is that President Tinubu, the first thing that President Tinubu wanted to do was to declare war on Niger, on the coupists in Niger. I don't think that is correct. And if it is the same Tinubu that I knew that declaring war would not be his first option. The first option would be to tackle the problem through diplomacy. It's some diplomats who are very good in the business to go and talk to the coup leaders. And that was what he did, as we later found out. He first sent one top diplomat who I know very well. After him Then he sent a delegation of Abdul Salam Abubakar, who was a former president, and the Sultan of Sokoto, Abubakar. He could not have sent a more powerful delegation than that. And they went. But for some reason, they were not received. So in short, what I'm saying was that President Tinubu took the right steps. Not everything that he does that the whole world will know about, but he did take the right step. Now talking about the situation, I think we are back to normalcy now. The first impression was that the coup leaders are very, very reluctant to talk to anybody. But now, from what we are seeing, it appears they are ready to talk. And in fact, they offer regret and apologies to the Sultan of Sokoto and General Abubakar. So I believe that we are back in good shape right now. And they are giving diplomacy the first chance. If diplomacy then becomes totally impossible and unworkable, then they can talk about confrontation. But right now, I think we are back to the normal step, where we should be all along.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. The leader of the coup, he announced today, I think yesterday, that he will stay in power for 3 years, that there will be a transition to civilian rule in 3 years. What is your take?
Left to me alone, I've never led a coup, and I'm not a soldier, but I am going as a historian by experience, previous experience. Once upon a time, we reached such a situation in Nigeria, and that was the situation that brought Abdul Salam Abubakar and my good friend, Rear Admiral Ohai Makahigbe, and they took over, but they announced taking over that it's not going to last more than a year, and they kept their promise. So for the coup leaders to be now giving us a timetable that, well, they want to stay for 3 years, I think that is just for negotiating. It's all right. By the time they negotiate and sit and talk about it, they might agree on something much less. But personally, I thought that 3 years was too long. After all, the normal in a democracy, when you are appointed the president to serve only 4 years. So if they are going to stay for 3 years, it's like they are trying to normalize their situation. But for negotiating point, I think they are offering 3 years. By the time they negotiate, they might come to 1 year or less. But I personally feel that 3 years is too long. Number one, for an illegal government, because every coup is an illegal government. There are ways to do things. But when you resort to a coup, you know that that is power by force. And now that we reach the situation where we are talking, where the two sides are talking, I think it's better to negotiate on the 3 years they have offered. It's nice that they have offered 3 years now, but we can negotiate that and get something out of it. So I think 3 years was too long. At most, longest ever, maybe 1 year. And that is because I put myself in their position too. They know that if they have to be driven from power like that, it's a bad omen for them. It means that, in fact, it might very well end their career in the military. Usually, because when you stage a coup and it fails, the repercussions are very serious and great. I say that because my first posting in the Nigerian Civil Service was in the Ministry of Defense, where I served as Assistant Secretary in charge of Army. In fact, the chairman that I served with at that time, the chairman of the recruitment panel for senior officers, turned out to be the same Muritala Mohammed, who later became a head of state. So I believe I've just been lucky to be posted to places which is very important and where I could gain a lot of experience. So I know what I'm talking about when I say that 3 years appears too long. I don't know, but that's my opinion. I think 1 year or something less might be good enough. That's my view on that.
I know that you served under General Gowon.
I did.
Yeah, and Gowon stayed how long in power?
Over 8 years. Just slightly over 8 years, yes.
Okay. So what is different in the way it was when Gowon took over compared to now?
Okay, that's a very good question. We cannot precisely compare the situation of General Gowon, what happened to General Gowon, and what is happening in Nigeria right now. As a matter of fact, General Gowon did not even participate in the coup. He went to Sandhurst on a training course, and he finished that training course and came back to Lagos and was put in an hotel awaiting posting where he would serve when the coup took place. So by the time the coup took place, in fact, General Murtala Mohammed and some of his top officers actually participated in that coup. But General Gowon did not participate in the coup. General Gowon was just lucky to be at the right place at the right time. And what actually happened was that because of the nature of that coup, because it was a revenge coup, it occurred, the first coup occurred on January 15, 1966. And this one occurred, the second coup was on July 29, which was supposed to be a revenge coup. And because of that, the Southerners felt that they lost too much in the first coup. And because most of the people killed were from the South, even though the Southerners died, was killed, but the Southerners felt cheated, and they were not going to cooperate with the new coup leaders. And so, in order to appease them, they then decided that if they were going to put another Muslim as head of state, it was going to be difficult. And that was why they quickly fell back on this Lieutenant Colonel who has just returned from training and who happens to be a Christian. In fact, his father was a catechist in Pankin. Everybody knew that. They thought that might appeal to the Southerners, and it worked. So they offered Yakubu Gowon to be the head of state, and that was what settled the whole problem, because it would have been a great problem at that point. So, but because Yakubu Gowon was a Christian and was very, very liked, because he was a gentleman, was a good man, I think he became, at 32 or thereabout. He became head of state at 32. Was a good man. So that was why General Gowon became head of state. So, but what I'm saying is that the situation right now in Nigeria is not compatible, to me, to the situation that is happening. I mean, what happened in Nigeria at that time when Gowon became the head of state is not exactly the same situation that happened this time around, although there were a few similarities, because the head of the Brigade of Guards in Nigeria, who happened to be Joseph Garba, who happened to have come from Pankin, the same town with General Yakubu Gowon, was the one who led that coup. Was the one who led. I hope I'm getting it. Yes. So the man who led the coup in Niger too, I understand, was Bozum, the president that was removed, that he was his man, but he was the one who led the coup and torpedoed the man and got him arrested. So there were some similarities, but it's not exactly the same. So what I'm saying is that the situation in Nigeria is not exactly the same situation like we had when General Gowon became head of state.
Thank you so much. We are going to go into details with what's happening in Nigeria, what happened in the past, and get your take. But before we do that, let me ask you about one more question about Niger. The people that planned the coup, and it's not just in Niger, in Burkina Faso and Mali, they are complaining about the structure of their country and the relationship with the colonial rulers, the French, that they want a break from that. That is what motivated them to plan a coup, that they want to be independent of France. What do you think about that reason for the coup? Do you think it's legitimate that they want Africa to be free from the colonial powers?
Well, the coup leaders have to say something. That's wishful thinking. I mean, what they are saying that they wanted Niger to be more free, and it's the same excuse they were using at the Burkina Faso and in Mali. My point is that I feel that the civilians who also do that. It's not only the military. In fact, the military are not even cut out to handle such negotiations because they were not trained to do that. A lot of people make the mistake. They say that soldiers, because of their training, are the people who can run government. That's false. That's not true. I mean, when I was the head of the manpower training in Nigeria, I had an opportunity to move closely with Sandhurst, which is the major training academy for soldiers in the UK. It is true that most soldiers, when they are in training, they are taught leadership. They take leadership courses. Leadership courses is just to make sure that when they are in a crisis situation, they will know what to do. But that does not call them out to be leaders and be leaders of government and be premier and be president or any of that. That was only an excuse that they were using to justify the coup. If they had any grounds against that, I think the civilians are better cut out to do it. And in my own position, military coup is not a good thing because the military coup is a dictatorship. I mean, if you're already having a democracy, why go for dictatorship? Dictatorship is even worse. I remember I was in my final year in 1966 when the coup occurred. The first coup occurred on January 15, 1966. And I was a student, the student at the University of Ife, which was then at the campus at Ibadan, next door to the University of Ibadan. We all trooped out, joining a protest and welcoming the military. And we were all dancing. We were so happy. Yes, the military have come. We want all the Sadana has been killed, Akintola has been killed, and yes, that they were doing the right thing. And I remember my British professor, who was the dean of the Faculty of History. As we were dancing around the campus, the man felt so sorry for us that he was shaking his head. And I happened to know him very well, and he was very close to me. So I said, I went to him later. I said, I saw that you are not even happy with us. We were doing something. We had a new government. Who can help us? He said, he said, you don't know what you are talking about. He said, the step that Nigeria has just taken by putting military men, we will live to regret it forever. He said, because we are replacing liberal government, democracy, with dictatorship, and we are rejoicing about it. He said, we will regret it for the rest of our life. And that statement has proved to be true. We thought that the military would just come, clean up the house, and leave. Now, and they promised they would leave on time. But that leaving on time became a promise they could not keep. The military was in power in Nigeria for 38 years. 38 years. So these people who are asking for 3 years now, you better be careful. 3 years will soon become 40 years before you know it. So my suggestion would be that, well, they've staged the coup and they are lucky that nobody got killed. It's a bloodless coup. Maybe we can negotiate something, maybe about another 6 months, just to save face. And then we'll find a way to deploy them, and then we return to civilian rule in Niger, which is better because a civilian rule is better than dictatorship. It's better than any military rule anywhere. That would be my idea about that. That would be my suggestion.
All right. I know there are a lot of people who are waiting to talk to you, so I will get through a few more questions and then we go to the audience. What is your take about Nigeria? How Tinubu emerged as the president of Nigeria?
Well, the situation in Nigeria, things were very bad before Tinubu came. Even right now, nobody is even sure. As long as the case still remains in the tribunal, we don't know what is happening. Nobody knows whether Tinubu is going to survive, whether it's going to be driven away and they're going to do another election. Nobody knows that. So why the situation is like that? For anybody to come out and start criticizing Tinubu, I think it's too early. Tinubu has only been in government now for 77 days, or give or take, for 85 days. In 85 days, what took almost more than 8 years to spoil, you cannot repair within 85 days. So those people, I understand, because people are suffering in Nigeria. I understand their pains, and I know why they are complaining. But we have to be rational and reasonable about it. It's too early. You cannot correct what has been damaged for 8 years. You cannot correct it in just 2 months. It's not possible. It's not possible. But I don't like the situation in Nigeria. In fact, I thank God that I'm not even there right now. I am here. But I have people there. My people are there. My family is there. And I love my country. I am praying that everything will get back to normal in Nigeria so that we can have peace. Because Nigeria is a potentially great country. It's really blessed country. We have everything we could ever ask for. God actually blessed us. In fact, God blessed Nigeria more than Israel, the state of Israel, because I was there. I was in the state of Israel. If it was God's chosen people and the elect of God, the topography of where their country is situated does not even justify that. It's all arid region, desert, and so on. But these people, the people there, have managed to turn the place to an oasis. And they were supposed to be living under very hard conditions, but they have turned into a great country, one of the leading countries of the world. In fact, I was reading something before I came on your show. A new underground railway system has just been created in a few of the urban centers of the state of Israel. It was ultra-modern underground train system. Now, Israel was supposed to be a very, very poor country. But because the Jews, who were supposed to be religious, who were supposed to be chosen by God, they have worked so hard. They don't say because we are the elect of God and the chosen people of God, relax. They work harder than any other group on earth. I was there. I went to all the places. I was in Jerusalem. I was in Tel Aviv when I was in government. So I had an opportunity, and then I went on pilgrimage many, many years later in 2019. What I found was really great. So my point is, Nigeria, we have a problem. The problem has to be solved. And I believe that President Tinubu could solve the problem. But when he announced that the subsidy was going to be lifted, has been cancelled, well, before making that announcement, he should have taken steps to create palliatives, to make it easier, a little bit easier on people. And in any case, that was not so much his fault too. The petrol marketers too are to be blamed for this thing. As soon as he made that announcement, Nigerians, they knew that the pain that they were causing the people, but they still went ahead to do it because they just want to make profit. That's not good enough. So when we talk about a good country, we are not just talking about the head of state. We are not just talking about the leaders. We are also talking about the followership. The followership to also be considerate and don't rush things like they are doing now. Because when they are now selling petrol for over 600 naira per liter, that is unbearable. That is too much. You want to kill the people? That's just too much. I think President Tinubu has to find something to do to really relax some of the pains of the people. So my idea is that Tinubu is taking the right steps, but people expect results to come so quickly that they become so impatient that they cannot wait. And if we are not careful, in fact, I listened to President Obasanjo. He was talking somewhere yesterday, and he said that Nigeria was living on a keg of gunpowder, which may explode at any time. That is true. If nothing is done to alleviate the problems that Nigerians are going through now, in fact, Nigeria may degenerate to Niger too, you know. So that's what we are saying. We are going to find a way to really do something. Now, President Tinubu has done something. Now he has released funds, which is going to all the 36 states of Nigeria. All right, my prayer is that some of the people supposed to manage the funds will not divert it to their own private pocket. They will let it reach where it is supposed to go. Because it's one thing for you to vote money, it's another thing for the people who are supposed to manage the money to manage it properly. They may not do it. So that's where we are. But I think President Tinubu, given what he inherited from the last government, I think he's trying his best, and we should give him more time to be able to correct the mistake. But because we don't want what happened in Nigeria to happen in Nigeria. Military dictatorship is a no-no. It's a no-no. Because a bad civilian government is still much better than a military government. That is my view.
All right. You recently wrote an essay you called "The Hypocrisy of General Overseer Tunde Bakare." You were reacting to his State of the Union address that he gave in his church. And one of the things you wrote in that essay was, this is a line: "Come on, Nigeria, give a Yoruba man a chance to also rule Nigeria, or let us go our separate ways." What do you mean by that?
Yes, what I mean is what you have just read to me. I wrote that article you are talking about because Pastor Tunde Bakare was one of the few Nigerian pastors that I respect. I respect him very, very much. But the guy started disappointing me when he did a few things. Now, number one, I was there. I watched the program when he announced to his congregation, telling them that, well, number one, he goes to that congregation to be talking politics all the time. I disagree with that. A church is a church, and there's a separation of power. A church is not a politics. If you want to play politics, go and join politics. But he has turned his congregation of later saints, and he called them later saints. But they're not talking about religion there. Most of the time, the guy is talking about politics. He's talking about the state of the nation. What does the state of the nation have to do in a church? I disagree with that, but that is what he chose to do. And he went to his congregation and told them. That was long before the election was held. He said God had told him that he's going to be the next president of Nigeria. He's going to be the successor to President Buhari and became the 16th president of Nigeria. Now, the same man who is saying that, who had that announced to the whole world that they should expect him as the next president of Nigeria, is now complaining about the man who said Emilokon. He said that he should not have said Emilokon. What can be worse than Emilokon when you told the whole world that God, the God that we serve, had told you, and we thought that you were a serious pastor. I thought he was a very serious pastor. I used to believe in him. And you are telling me that, well, God has told you, and I was expecting that to play out at the convention in Abuja, the primary convention in Abuja of the APC. The man did not get one single vote. He did not get one single vote. And Tinubu, whatever you may say about him, whatever may be his faults, got over 1,000. I think 1,238 or 1,230 something. And the second man got 238. I think that was Ochibaji was somebody like that. So it now proved that what Pastor Tunde Bakare was saying, he was like the fake pastor. I thought he was a serious pastor. He's a lawyer, very brilliant, very eloquent. In fact, he's very, very persuasive. But on that occasion, he disappointed you. He disappointed me. I don't know whether he disappointed you. He disappointed me personally. And it was that disappointment that I was trying to play out, that played out in my article on him. What I was saying was that, and I made the point that you just mentioned, that why is it the Yoruba men are the greatest enemy of the Yorubas? Why? We have Nigeria is resting on 3 tripods: the Yoruba, the Igbos, and the Hausa Fulani. Now,
Dr. We can't see you very well. Just position. Okay, good. Okay, good.
Yes. 3 tripods I was talking about: Hausa, Yoruba, Hausa Fulani, Yoruba, and Igbo. Most of all these people do support their people. It's only the Yorubas that are notorious for not supporting our people. Why? Why should it be like that? And I give you an example. For example, Awolowo was a great man. He was a great premier of the West. But he had a very difficult man, a bad man, called Adegoke Adelabu. Adegoke Adelabu would have stopped him because the way he was going, he was the greatest thorn in his flesh at the time. Not only that, Obasanjo, in fact, even before Adegoke Adelabu, I remember Herbert Macaulay, who was the leader of the Nigerian National Movement, which was the first political party, you can say, even though they don't call it a party at the time. When he was sick and was not feeling good, and he wanted somebody to take over from him, he did the right thing. He looked at all Nigerians who could take over his position, and he found the best person at that time to be Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was not even in Nigeria. He was in Ghana, but he had made a name for himself as a Pan-Africanist. And so Herbert Macaulay decided to invite him to be the one to take over from him. There are Yoruba people who were there, like Oba Akintide, the Odemo of Ichala. They were very active in the national movement. He didn't think of them. He did the right thing. He thought that Nnamdi Azikiwe was better equipped and better prepared to be his successor, and he picked him. Now, the other tribes, I'm talking about the Hausa Fulani and the Igbos, they won't do that. I'm sorry, because I know you are Igbo, Rudolph. I know you are Igbo, but you are a very dispassionate Igbo. You are totally detribalized. So I can say this before you. Now, only Yoruba people are known to do that all the time. So I talk about Herbert Macaulay, I talk about Adegoke Adelabu, and I talk about Obasanjo. Obasanjo was the greatest enemy of Awolowo. He didn't want Awolowo to be anything. He made sure that Awolowo did not become president. In fact, he told the nation that the best man doesn't have to win. He knew the best man was Awolowo. And so he was trying to prepare the mind of the people that he was not going to support Awolowo. And he put Shehu Shagari there and so on. Because I was there, I was in government when all that happened. Not only that, what of Abiola, MKO Abiola? Obasanjo was the greatest enemy of MKO Abiola. He said he was not the Messiah that the Nigerians were looking for. So, in other words, Obasanjo was the only Messiah that he could recognize. So, I guess the question I was raising was that why is it that the Yorubas never loved themselves? Why? And then came Pastor Tunde Bakare. He wanted to be more Roman Catholic than the Pope. Now saying that, in fact, he was saying things that could even invite the military to come and strike in Nigeria. I think that was not fair. So I just got infuriated, and I felt that, my opinion may not be the most popular opinion, but at least I have the freedom to express it. So that was why I decided to write that article. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. In the article, one more thing you wrote was that Nigeria, that's the next paragraph, Nigeria did not become another Singapore or Indonesia because the Hausa Fulani in a gang up with the Igbos will not let Obafemi Awolowo rule Nigeria despite his amazing record of performance in the defunct Western region. Can you explain that more?
Yes, I can explain that because I was in a delegation, Nigerian delegation, one time to Singapore. That was when Lee Kuan Yew was there. In fact, I never knew that Lee Kuan Yew ever came across Awolowo. But I later learned that Lee Kuan Yew was a classmate of Awolowo, and they did some courses together at the London School of Economics in London. So Lee Kuan Yew and Awolowo they had a few things in common. I think while they were studying in England, they both decided to transfer, what we call the transfer of technology. Some of the things that they learned in England, they wanted to go back to their country and repeat it. And the two of them, out of so many other leaders of Africa, I think you can add Kwame Nkrumah to that list too. And some of the independent leaders of Africa who studied in England. But I know the three of them. Kwame Nkrumah, after leaving, I think, Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, went to Manchester and was for many years in England. And it was from England that he returned to Ghana. He wanted to do everything that was good in England. He wanted to transfer that something to his own country. The same thing with Obafemi Awolowo, and the same thing with Lee Kuan Yew. Now, I was saying that Lee Kuan Yew was allowed to rise to leadership in Singapore. Awolowo tried over and over again, but he was never allowed to rise there. And that was because the Hausa Fulani and the Igbos, because that is the order, they both conspired, ganged up against him, and made it impossible. So the only thing he could become was leader of opposition. And even when he became leader of opposition, he took it, hoping that in the next election, the opposition might be able to win. But that became impossible. Now, the question I ask myself is that when you have three people contesting to be president, you have Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ogbuefi Nnamdi Azikiwe, you have Obafemi Awolowo, and you have Shehu Shagari contesting to be president. And that presidency went to Shehu Shagari. There has to be something wrong with that country. I am not saying because I know Shehu Shagari. Shehu Shagari was quite a decent man. But when you talk in terms of education and experience in government, I don't think he had anything near close to what Nnamdi Azikiwe and Obafemi Awolowo had. But he had one thing, his state of origin, where he came from. And that was what happened to rise to power.
But Dr. Wumi, did he win the election? That election, Shehu Shagari?
Shehu Shagari won. Yes, he won.
So what's wrong with that? If he won the election, because people voted for him.
Well, he won the election, but you want to win fairly. We were talking about, that was the time they were talking about 2/3 majority. Now, there was a case, Awolowo took his case to court. Now, what I'm saying, I believe that Shehu Shagari actually won, because democracy is a game of numbers. He won very, very with minor something. He won that election.
Why are you complaining that they didn't let Awolowo win?
I'm not complaining that they didn't. I was not complaining that they didn't let Awolowo win. Yeah, I'm complaining that Awolowo, they did not allow the court process to run its course. If Obasanjo had allowed the court process to run its course and the court had pronounced that
I thought the court did. I thought it went all the way to the Supreme Court.
Before he went to the Supreme Court with Showemo, but Showemo actually confessed to the people that his hands were tied. It was reported. So Obasanjo had some interest. And Obasanjo was building a reservoir of goodwill with the North, which he later tapped into to make him become president after Murtala Mohammed. Obasanjo is a very clever man. He had some presidential ambition, and he knew there was no way he could ever get that ambition fulfilled unless he sided with the North. And he was right. The same thing. It was the same trick now that Tinubu did his homework, and he saw that there is no way he could win without having the Northerners on his side. So he decided to plan in such a way, and that was his reason for picking a Muslim ticket. But for the Muslim ticket, If he had not picked the Muslim ticket, it would have been difficult. The Northerners would have rejected him. And today, Atiku Abubakar would have been president. Yeah, and a number of things happened. Maybe we can talk about that as we go on in this interview. But what I was saying was that I believe, because I was in government at the time, I believe that Shehu Shagari actually won. He won narrowly at the time. But apart from his winning, it was clear that Obasanjo was the head of the military government at the time, wanted Shehu Shagari to be the winner. I happen to know Shehu Shagari very closely too when I served on the committee that you were talking about, where you made your introduction. He's a gentleman. He's good. But what I'm saying is that in a situation, I mean, take for instance, Tafawa Balewa was the first prime minister of Nigeria. At the time, Nnamdi Azikiwe wanted to be prime minister. Obafemi Awolowo wanted to be prime minister. But the prime minister chief went to the least qualified among them. He was a grade 2 teacher. He went for some training course in England and he came back. Although he's a good man too, I'm not criticizing him, but out of the 3 people that competed to be prime minister of Nigeria at that time, if I was in charge, I would have picked either Nnamdi Azikiwe or Obafemi Awolowo, but that did not happen. And but in spite of his grade 2 teacher, I think he was one of the best leaders, prime ministers Nigeria had. Well, I mean, we have to make do with what we have. You might wish for the best, but if the best doesn't come, then you have to live with what you have. So that is the situation. My position is that the Southeasterners and the Southwest, because of their education, their advantage in education, ought to have played a more dominant role in governance of Nigeria than they did. And that was one of the reasons that Nigeria is so backward today. That is my own personal view. I could be wrong, but that's my view, and I stand by it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Wumi. We are going to take a little break. When we come back, we are going to let the audience join us and talk to you too. So let's take a break.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
you sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. President, so long.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television.
Record of service. My grandfather's record of service. We cannot be intimidated by somebody because you're president or you're a governor, and we cannot tell you that you're wrong. We've chosen different paths. And I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, if I'd gone into politics, at least given the people that have succeeded in becoming president in Nigeria, I could have been president. Or I could be governor. So that I choose not to go into politics does not make me a subordinate human being. And this is what we all have to learn as Nigerians. We take too much rubbish. And we're all too afraid, too much in our comfort zones. And by the time these guys finish with us, our children will not have a nation. And this is the real challenge that we face. How do we stand up? How do we retrieve our nation? How do we go back to that vision that we had? How do we give our children the opportunities that we have had? And even better. And this is the question that each of us must take with us. And the only way to do it is, if you're not in politics, you must hold those in politics to account. It's not a comfortable situation to be in, but believe me, when people are incompetent and they don't like you, you wear their dislike as a badge of honor. You can't be comfortable. You can't be normal in a dysfunctional environment. So we must get outside our comfort zone, and that is only will change this country. And for the young people, do not fear. This is your country. This is your future. Take hold of it. Work for it. Build it. Don't let anyone tell you to run away because you have a degree. Go to England, go to America, go to France. This is your country. You're coming back here. So let's work to build one for you. And you help us build this country for you. Thank you very much. And like I said in Abuja,
all right, welcome back to the show. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, welcome back to the show.
The picture is not showing yet.
Yeah, hold on. I moved at a different location in the hotel, and so I think
It's Lamido Sanusi that is still on the line.
Yeah, I'm trying to remove it, but it's hold on.
Yes, I'm back now.
You're back. Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much for staying. So we're going to now let our audience member join us, and we give them a chance to ask you a question and a comment. And when I bring you on, please go straight to your question, and then we will take as many as possible. So Alexi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Damages, and welcome everyone else. And Dr. Akintide,
Akintide,
yes,
Akintide.
Akintide. All right. The young, strong man has come. Akintide. Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir.
We missed you for all this time. I know you used to come up on Dr. Damage's, Sahara Reporters in the past. And you look strong. We thank God for life. Yes. Now, your narrative, I could follow from my own experience as a child. I grew up in Lagos. I have some ideas of things that happened. The way you put them seem to be a little bit favor your group that you represent. And I'm saying that carefully because I have Yoruba friends that are very dear to me, that I'm still connected, and I know how they see things happening in Nigeria. You didn't want to talk about the process that put Tinubu where he is now. And that is the problem that came up. Even the person that most Nigerians believe won the election, you have not mentioned him in any significant way as someone who was potentially to become the next president. And in the process also, you seem to have, even if the judiciary seem to have, somehow, it seems to me that you would rather say that the person who should have that position, you didn't say it, but it's implied, should be Atiku. There was no time you mentioned Obi in the whole thing that you said today. Now, that tells me it puts you in a particular position that I now want to ask you, were you not in Nigeria, or rather not being there, but were you not aware that Obi pulled so much of Nigerians from all directions of the nation that most Nigerians believe that he is the one that won that election, but that the one who they put there now is not the one who won it. Do you have any doubt that Obi was very much a potential winner of that, even before the election took place? And now you are talking about winning, favoring Tinubu without mentioning Obi. And by the way, I don't even have interest in any of those, and even the election in Nigeria, because I've seen enough to know that you cannot rely on all the mago going on in Nigeria for anything. There's a lot of ojoro that goes on. And the solution to Nigeria problem is nothing near what many of you are saying. We'll do this, Nigeria will be great, potentially this and all that. Yes, in Europe, there are many countries that have come out of a similar having this or not having that, and they are small countries, and they have come to stay today and respected as nations.
Okay, let's round up so that we get as many questions as possible.
Oh, okay, so what I'm saying here is you seem to have avoided what may have come up to be the potential truth that is being expected from the judiciary. Why?
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, I like the civility of your question. You are a gentleman.
Thank you.
You are a gentleman indeed. You are looking at somebody who would have voted for Peter Obi if I was voting in that election. And I've said it in all of my articles. There was no way in the world I would have voted for Tinubu because Tinubu was representing APC. And APC, as at the time the election was held, was a total disaster, as far as I'm concerned. There was no way in the world, and those who know me very well, I have so many Igbo friends. Rudy has to happen to be one of them. My vote would have gone to Peter Obi. But you raised one point again. You said I did not even mention Peter Obi in my response. The reason why I didn't mention Peter Obi was that even though I was going to vote for him, I was convinced, given the constitution that we have and all the provisions in it, that even if Peter Obi has won that election, there was no way he would have been able to govern. From the look of things, if you look at it very objectively, I'm not just looking at somebody just winning and not being able to do what he has to do. Most of what he was promising could never have been possible, but he was decidedly the best man. If I have to choose between Peter Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu, my choice, my clear choice without any iota of doubt, is Peter Obi. Because he was speaking the language. But the constitution that was going to put him in power, that he was going to operate to be able to govern, it would have been an impossibility, given what we know today. So that was the reason, even though I knew that he got 6 million votes, which was a miracle, really. And that 6 million, I know how it came about. You see, it's not just the Southeasterners, the Igbos alone that voted for him. Nigeria were tired of APC and they were rebelling against them, and rightly so. Now, but Peter Obi was lucky in one thing, because when Tinubu chose Muslim and Muslim ticket, the Christians in the South, many of whom would have voted for Tinubu, they rebelled against him and they put their vote for Peter Obi. That was how Peter Obi was able to do very well. My only consolation prize for Peter Obi was that I knew that he was talking the language. He was saying the correct thing. And he was the most competent and the best to win that election. But I knew if he had won, he would not be able to go, given what the position that we have today. In fact, we would have been saying a different thing. In fact, they could easily have impeached him if he had won. So that was my reason for not emphasizing that. And I knew that even Peter Obi was responsible for Tinubu winning. And I will tell you how. I went to Nigeria for a different business during the election time. I went to fight for my dividends, some of the dividends that I bought. That was what took me to Nigeria, but it happened to be around the election time. And so I was in Nigeria when the whole thing happened. There is no way in the world that Tinubu would have won if PDP had not, PDP broke down completely. And so when Atiku was saying that they wanted to be president, what are you doing? Do you have any common sense at all? When the whole party was breaking up on your head and you did nothing about it. When you allow a man like Peter Obi to have cause to leave you and form and join Labour Party, I knew the man had failed. I would never have voted for Atiku. Never in my life. So the party that he was heading, Kwankwaso Nkano left, Peter Obi left, then Wike Obi, the governor of Wike of Rivers State, took 5 solid governors with him. They rebelled. They said they were not going to vote for him. Oh, surely, if all those people have voted together in one party, Atiku would have been president today. So Atiku is not president only because the PDP fronted. That was what happened. So I respect everything you have said. In fact, you and me, I think we're of the same opinion. There may be some divergent views, but we share a few things in common. Tomorrow, I am still for Obi, but my vote alone cannot put Obi to be president of Nigeria. So that is my explanation.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wumi. Let's go to Declan. Declan, welcome to the show.
Dr. Wumi, how are you?
Yeah. Oh my God, that's Declan. I'm so happy to see you. Are you still there?
I am in Kenya. I told you that I told Rudolph that I would not miss tonight when I saw you were there.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
As Lexi rightly said, you still look robust and healthy despite your age.
Thank you.
So I'm so happy to see you.
Thank you.
So Dr. Wumi, I have two questions for you.
Okay.
The first one, which I think is the easiest, is so when you were describing your thoughts on Tinubu and the myriad of challenges that is obviously posing to him.
Yes.
Where is your threshold in terms of whether he is going to be able to manage these challenges? At what point do you say, "Oh, this guy is a waste, and we need to discard him"? So what will that be for you? And then the second thing is, and this is a harder question, you said that if you were voting in Nigeria, you would vote for Peter Obi.
Definitely.
Which I understand, and I was following. But why, Dr. Wumi, would you not vote for Omoyele Sowore? Why Obi over Sowore? Those are my two questions.
Oh, Declan, you are such a wonderful man. I'm glad, I'm lucky to meet you, and I never thought I would see you in this program. So you asked a very simple question. You asked, the first question is, what is going to be the fallout point? What is going to be the fallout point when I will say, enough is enough? I'm done with Tinubu. Yes, we are fast getting there. The point at which I will be able to say that I want to hear from the tribunal first. And when the tribunal makes their announcement, I want to hear from the Supreme Court, because I know it will go to the Supreme Court. Because it's a moot point for us to be discussing that right now until we hear the verdict of the tribunal. So that would be my answer to that question for you. Now, the second question about our man, Sowore. So I knew Sowore was actually contesting. He was one of the candidates. But Sowore leading a little party like that had no chance. And I'm not going to waste my vote. I'm not going to waste my support. I met Sowore once before the election. And I said, hey, you're a good man. You are so good that I even volunteered to come and work for you free of charge, to come and be with you, because I knew you were doing the right thing. And the kind of people you gather together at Sahara, including you, Declan, and Rudy, and Adeola, and so many of them, Adeola Fayem. Now, and some of our colleagues from Swahili, Lusaka, so many of them. One was from Ghana. In fact, he got very good people to work with him. But Sowore has a problem. Sowore, I said, if you want to run in Nigeria, you should go back to your state. Run for either senator. If you don't want to be a House of Assembly man, run for senator, or run for a member of the National House of Assembly, and then take it from there. But you cannot just come from America because you're American, go there and so on. You ought to know the situation. For you to be able to solve a problem, you have to understand the problem. To me, I don't think Sowore, given that excuse, fully understood the situation in Nigeria. So, for me, he was a non-candidate for me. I thought, even though I loved him, it was more or less my boss. I made him my boss because I went to him. I said, yes, I will work for you free of charge because you are doing the right thing. But so that will be my reply to you. Why I did not even think of Sowore. I was thinking about Peter Obi. Peter Obi gave me something I could believe in. That was why I went for Peter Obi. And if the election were repeated tomorrow, I will be the first one to cast my vote for Peter Obi. Yes, because he was the best man. And we are looking for a situation where the best man in Nigeria will be the one getting it. I was reading something very, very warm news today in Ghana. I think it was the University of Legon. They were doing their graduation ceremony. And in Nigeria, from Jigawa or some of these states in the north, the name is Nathaniel Kudu. The man got out of about 12 awards that were made. in medicine. The man got them, all of them. Now, if Ghana was following the example of Nigeria and was going by quota, because Nigeria always goes by quota, I cannot understand when you go to a football match, you send your best first 11 to go and play that soccer. But in Nigeria, they will send the worst. All because they wanted to satisfy quota. Giga must be represented. Ebonyi must be represented. Imo must be represented. If you are not competent enough to join the team, don't go. Let that slot go to the best man who can win, not somebody. So Ghana is a little bit ahead of Nigeria in that. And that is why they are able to fight corruption. They have redeemed their country. Their country is in a better shape than Nigeria today. So I guess I answered your question. Showore was not even in the contest in my mindset, in my own mindset at all, because it didn't start where he ought to have started. That was my problem.
So just let me understand. Sorry, Rudolph. So Dr. Wumi, you said that you will that break point or that threshold point for you with Tinubu is what the court says. Is that correct?
Yes. What the court says. The tribunal first. When the tribunal announces their results, and I know that.
I don't think Dr. Wumi, I don't think anybody here thinks that the court will not uphold Tinubu's victory, whether it was stolen or not.
You think it
would be profound if all of a sudden Tinubu lost the court case when he's been president of Nigeria for that many months?
Okay, all right.
Why then would we? This is me putting you under pressure, Doctor, just because I know you have some very interesting thoughts. Why are we giving more credit to the possibility of Tinubu being okay based off of the Supreme Court ruling, rather than Showore, who didn't start in any political office? Both of them are according to your explanation, they're operating in different spheres. Yes. Tinubu's like, okay, well, if the Supreme Court rules a certain way, then my opinion's a certain thing. But then Showore didn't follow the right procedure. National Assembly, senator, governor, which I understand where you're coming from. So why is the Supreme Court ruling so important when we think that Tinubu will be victorious?
Well, that's a good question, but the Supreme Court and the tribunal were actually set there for a purpose. I want that purpose to play out completely, because they put the tribunal there because they knew that there will be people, there will be voters who are not satisfied with what was announced. And then if the tribunal say, give a comment, I don't agree with you that simply because this man has been there for a few months, that the tribunal would then decide to, okay, let him stay. That's not how the court is supposed to work. The court is supposed to look at the merit of the case. If they feel that he didn't become president through the right channel, and if they find so many faults in it, I know that they are doing that will cause some problem, because Tinubu has some support too. But I still give it to the court, the system, the judiciary. And that's why the judiciary is separate. Under separation of powers, the judiciary is an important arm of government. They ought not to be taking dictation from anybody. They should look at the case dispassionately and take their decision. So I still believe, maybe you don't believe that, but I still believe that given that prison, that we should allow the court process to play out fully. I like Showore, but Showore is a hothead. He's a hothead. And in any case, they have to be a hothead to do what he's doing. Showore will fight you in a minute. If you don't toe his line, if he's saying something, he's a young boy. He's going to grow. He's going to have more experience. Maybe the time is not right for Showore. His time will come. because we are moving gradually. Nigeria is moving gradually. When our generation is gone, and we have generation of Nigerians trained abroad, and we have new generation in this computer age, some of the things that our generation used to accept, the new generation will not accept it. That might be the time for people like Owore to have a chance. But right now, with the kind of people in power are voting, I don't see a way out for Owore. That is my candid opinion. I love him. I still love him just like I love all of you and the class. I love all of you. But I want to tell you the truth as I know it. So that is my point.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wumi. Let's go to Omo Yoruba Nimi, the former Olumide. Olumide, go ahead.
Yeah, Rodolph, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and good afternoon, sir, Dr. Wumi.
Good afternoon, sir.
We appreciate all that you've been saying, but I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
What one is I know you must have followed the noise for the last 3 to 4 years about Yoruba Nation agitation, and it's kind of died down now because the elites who were leading it before kind of we later realized that they were using it for politics and just trying to gain support for Tinubu to get to power. But they've kind of raised that consciousness in us, and we don't want it to die because we believe that majority of us, especially those of us in diaspora and the young ones, and some people back home believe that is the only way out of not that we don't believe in Nigeria, but that is the only way out for the Yoruba people, especially when we look back to what Paavo achieved in the 60s with the Western region, and things have kind of declined along that line, and things are not getting better. And we believe that it is high time, because we are not on the same thinking level with some part of the country, and they're kind of slowing us down. And especially with things improving, technology and everything going on, it's difficult to convince the young one to think otherwise, because they are thinking that some people are kind of holding them down. So in line of that, what do you think of that Yoruba self-determination, having our own country to be able to achieve that dream? Not because we don't believe in one Nigeria, but because we believe that things will never get better the way they are currently constituted. Which leads me to the second question. The way things are currently constituted in Nigeria, we believe it's been set up for failure, and only for a few people to benefit from it. Do you believe that a national conference of the indigenous people of that country should come together and form a new document, a new constitution that will reflect the wishes and the aspiration of the people? Because like you said before, that the military government is always an illegal government. And handing us that constitution that we operate on right now, we believe, most of us believe that constitution is not the wish of the people. So what do you think in that light? I mean, it's just a way of saying, what do you think is the way out for that country right now?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your deference to me. You and I were in the same position. I like the Yoruba nation, the idea of the Yoruba nation. I like it and I support it. And I know the people pushing it. Professor Banji Akintide is my godfather. Really, I went to study history because of Professor Banji Akintide. I was to study law. But he was the only historian that I saw in my own neck of the woods in Nigeria who read history and made something out of it. So that was one of the reasons I wanted to study history. I would have studied law, and I regret it tomorrow that I didn't study law. But the Yoruba nation was the way to go. But the people were, the Hausa Fulani too, were very wise people. They know what they are doing. If they don't know what they are doing, they would not have been able to rule Nigeria since 1914. They knew that the Yoruba nation idea was gathering momentum, and they knew that it might go somewhere. So what did they do? They quickly agreed, not all of them, but majority of them agreed that the presidency has to go to the south. And not just going to the south, they pick a Yoruba man to be to be the man. And by doing that, they actually neutralize some of the reasons we would have given for wanting to break away. Now, but if we look at the things, the way things are going, I am perplexed about what is going on in Nigeria. My brother, I will share something, one news to you, and I will share it with Rudy. You know,
Sir, I'm not old
somebody.
enough. Sorry, sir. I'm not old enough to be your brother, sir. I'm your son, sir.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Whichever one, I will take that and run with it. Now, you know that up till now, if Nigeria is going to break, it will crash out of its own weight. I will tell you how it will happen. You know, up till now, one pressman came out, and I saw it in the social media, who said he was there on February 19, 2017, when Buhari died and was taken to Saudi Arabia to be buried. He said he was there. Not only that he was there, he named the people who were there. He said the Sultan of Sokoto, Abubakar, was there, whom I know very well. He was a brigadier general. I was in the Ministry of Defense. I knew him very well. He said he was there. He said Rufai was there. And he mentioned that the wife of Buhari was also there. Now, that runs totally in conflict with everything that I believe. Why did I say that? I was AS Army when Buhari was major. He was major in the military, acting lieutenant colonel. So I knew this man, and I knew that the man that handed over to Tinubu is Buhari. How did I know that? In fact, because I used to work in the United Nations at one point. So I knew if you want to meet people at the United Nations, I knew where to stand. So when I heard that the man was buried, and one of my cousins, Frank Bello, in England, was the first to write it and said, Buhari is dead. I'm buried in something. I told him, I said, I won't believe you until I find out for myself. So I went to the United Nations. I'm retired now. I went to the United Nations. I stood at a point at the meeting when the members who were coming in will have to pass through. And what I was doing was to wave at him and to see whether the man will recognize me. If it was Jubril from Sudan, that is now the new president of America, if I waved to him because I worked there from the 1970s, how would he know me? So that was my purpose for going there. So I stood where the guy could see me. And as he was passing by, I waved my hand to him. He stayed for a few minutes to talk to me before leaving. So I said, oh my goodness. I called Frank Bello. I said, I have gone there. It's Buhari. It's not Jubril. Don't tell me that. Okay. But this pressman came and announced that he was there when he was buried. And some people are still believing that. Now, if that, because that shook my confidence again. I said, but I saw this man. He said he was going to publish a paper. He gave his name, Moro, I think it's Boris Moro, was the name that he gave. I wrote it down. And he said he's ready to go to jail because he was there when he was buried. Now, the point I'm making is that if that is really true, if Buhari was actually dead and buried, and we are still here pretending that none of that happened, and if the Hausa Fulani were able to cover it up, I will be one of the first to support that Nigeria to go their separate ways. Arewa to go, Biafra to go, Odua to go. That will be my position. But my point, the point I want to tell you is that what the social media is causing, the problem that the social media is causing in the world today, everybody just comes up and publish anything, even if it was a total lie, and they confuse people. They are causing so much confusion that you don't know what to follow anymore. In fact, one time here, I heard that President Biden, whom I know very well too, because I'm a consultant for the Democratic Party, President Biden was put out as saying that Nigeria is a crazy country. That that was the only country where they voted for a dead man, a man who had been dead for 6 years. That was a lie too. I later discovered it was a lie. Because Biden could never have said that. But they put his picture there and his mouth was moving. It was photo trick. So what the social media is going to do to the world, if government does not rise up and do something about it, create a legislation to address some of the problems that are coming, I think we have something coming in the world. Now, you know I'm an old man. I've forgotten your second question. Your second question, can you just...
The second question was about that the fact that the way out for Nigeria, we know that as currently constituted,
yes,
the document they're operating on is not fair to everybody.
Okay.
It was handed over to us by the military, and there were some things in there that we now found out later that is detrimental to our development. And it's not fair, especially to the indigenous people. The owners, the people indigenous to that country, should we not come together to sit down on a round table and fashion out a workable document that will guide the country?
I get your point. If we have a good government, if we have a good president who knows what he's doing, the time will come for that. This constitution we are currently running has too many faults. It's moribund, as far as I'm concerned. You are right. I think if we get a good president, a good and strong president who knows his way out, I think that is something, that is a problem we ought to address. I agree with you 100%.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Let me skip MJ. I'll go to Ovie because he has to leave. But please just ask one question so that we may have a chance for second round of questioning for everybody and those who are in the backstage. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dameji. Good afternoon, sir. Dr.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for your wealth of experience and the fact that you are ready to share with us. We appreciate that. I have one question, two in one. I'll keep it short.
Okay.
Based on your experience and what you have, being in the scheme of things since in the 60s to today, you know one or two things that the public don't know. And correct me if I'm wrong, that the Nigerian that we have today can be largely credited to your generation. Whatever the Nigeria that he is today can be credited to your generation. So my question now is, what is the politics that led to the constitution that we have today? Because I heard you saying that even if Obi are one, he will not be able to govern based on the constitution. That tells me that the constitution is not balanced. So what is the politics that led to that constitution? And two, why two-party system? Why party democracy? Why are we following the American system? What is the politics again that led to this kind of democracy that we are practicing?
Okay. Let me quickly address that. You said what is happening to Nigeria today should be attributed to our generation. I reject that. It cannot be. If you are talking about my generation, I served in the public service of Nigeria. At a time, I can only mention the people with whom I worked. At a time that Sule Katagun from the north was the chairman of the Civil Service Commission. Sir Manua, one of the first Nigerians to qualify as a medical doctor, was his deputy. I worked in the Civil Service Commission for some time. So I knew both of them closely. They were the best you could ever think of. That's number one. Now, I work with the permanent secretary, 6 permanent secretaries, who today are regarded as the 6 musketeers. It started with Alison Ayuda. I don't know whether he's still alive or dead. Alison Ayuda was one of them. Philip Asiodu was one of them. Alison Ayuda was for Minister of Economic Planning. Philip Asiodu was for Industry. And then you have Eme Ebong. You have Festus Awoni, the Aro of Nopa. You have Ahmed Joda. I see one other person. Triple A. In fact, there are 2 of them. You have Abdulaziz Atta, the son of the Atta of Igbilaland, Ohinoi, the Atta of Igbilaland. And you have another AAA, who is Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji. He's a Sokoto prince. Akia is still alive, but they said he has lost his vision now. Now, these are the people that I work with. And then there's one other person who later became secretary for government. I'm talking about Samuel Oluyemi Falai, who went to Igbobi College, from Igbobi College to Government College Ibadan, from Government College to University of Ibadan. And he later went to Yale for his MBA. Those are the kind of people that I work with. They are the best. In fact, they gave Nigeria the best civil service you could ever think of. But so it is not my generation that you should attribute what is happening in Nigeria today. Nigeria is no longer the country that we used to have. I'm sorry to say, no longer the country. This was not the way it was supposed to be. Because when I was in the service, these were the people who trained me. In fact, I met Jordan. He was only a journalist with a diploma in journalism. He was my permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. He made me what I became today. In fact, when we go to a meeting, I was secretary to the National Council on Establishment, on Education. When we go to a meeting, if we finish our meeting at 12 midnight, the guy wants to read the minutes of the meeting at 6 a.m. the following morning. So whether I like it or not, by the time we get in the plane to return to Lagos, I must give him the draft. He must be reading the draft. So as soon as we drop off the plane, he would have corrected whatever correction I wanted to make. And by the time we get to the ministry, I ask my secretary to type it, and the thing is ready for circulation. I still operate with that standard. Today, I carried it to America. When I got to America, I was a director, Salvation Army children, Salvation Army children for Salvation Army services for children and families. I was director of that place. All the things I learned from Nigeria were the things that I used, and I was able to fit in perfectly. So it's not right to say that all that is wrong with Nigeria today should be blamed or attributed to our generation. I reject that squarely. That's number one. Number two, can you remind me? I'm getting old.
What is the politics that led to the constitution that we have today? As you said, it's not working.
Okay, thank you. The constitution we have today is a fraud. You can call it a fraud, really, to be very frank. Because some people just sat down there. In fact, I wrote in all of my articles that the American constitution that we plagiarize. You know how to plagiarism when you have an essay given to you. Instead of you writing the essay by yourself, you find somebody who's good and you copy it verbatim and present it. And your professor who's reading it won't know that you just plagiarized, and he will think that you have done a good job. That was exactly what we did. The Constitution, in fact, the American Constitution is not right for us at all. Number one, is too expensive and too corruption laden. And we're a very corrupt society. It gives room for too much corruption. It's not a thing we should have embraced at all. But some people, and the military were the people who did it. They were interested. In fact, that's part of the thing I blame Abdul Salam, Abubakar, and all of that. And my friend, my good friend, Rear Admiral Ukaima Kakibe, I told him, he came here, he was very close to me before he died. I told him, I said, you people kill Nigeria. You just went and got a plagiarized article, constitution, and you adopted it, and you gave it to Nigeria. Now we are having problems. Can you imagine Akpabio, who is Senate president today, announcing that people are going on vacation, annual vacation, and is going to dole out some money that they're going to use to enjoy themselves for their vacation at the time that Nigerians are dying of penury? Can you imagine that? But it's happening. It's happening. So the Constitution is part of our greatest problem. And until we get together to rewrite it, we are going to continue to have problems. Even Tinubu, I know Tinubu wanted to register his name in the Guinness Book of Records. Tinubu has his own problem here and there. You don't even know his name now. Tinubu was Ogunlere, Amada Ogunlere, who became Ahmed Bola Tinubu. All right? We knew how he became Ahmed Bola Tinubu. And I knew the time that he went to Chicago State University, because I was in America then, too. And he was a great friend to some of my friends at Mobile, Nigeria, where he worked. I can mention the name to you, Pius Akinyelure from Idore. That's a friend of mine. He was his boss at Mobile. There's Solomon Owodune from Okeagbe. He was his friend. There is one Tony Obe from Akure who happened to come from the same place with me. They all know him. There is Bode Fadache from Ondo. There is Mr. Sawyer. All these people are my friends. I used to visit them. So I knew Tinubu went to Chicago State University. I don't know what course he did there, but he went to there because I went to see my friend and I knew him. So those people who are saying he's not qualified, he didn't go to school, that is rubbish. I didn't go to the university with him, but I knew that he was a student at Chicago State University. And I knew that he worked there at Mobile with all these people that I've mentioned. So if Tinubu is going to operate on this constitution, he's not going to succeed as much as we expect him. Even if he wanted to leave the devil and his work and be a good man for once. Because a lot of people are complaining, but he was the kind of man who knows where the bodies are buried. We need a person like that to be able to lead and so on. But if he's going to operate on this very terrible constitution, there's going to be a problem. So I agree with you that we should have another summit. But we cannot be talking about a summit now when we are buying petrol for $6.19 per liter. That is dead. That's killing us. We ought to do something about that before we start to address some of the major problems afflicting Nigeria. That will be my answer to you, sir.
All right, thank you
very much, sir.
That's it, Dr. Mi. Before we go to Mr. James, let me follow up on some of the things you said. You mentioned that it's not your generation that failed Nigeria. But some people believe that even though the first coup was a mistake, that it was your generation of permanent secretaries like Philip Asiodu and all those that convinced Gowon when he came back to abandon what was the Aburi Accord. Will you address that?
Yes, sir. Because I knew everything about it. I used to work with a gentleman named Festus Adesonye, who later became the Ochemawe of Ondo. Bright man. Went to Cambridge and became the secretary of the cabinet. I was very close to him. So I knew it was true that some permanent secretaries, not all of them, out of these people had an opinion and expressed it to the head of state. Now don't let them, these people, sometimes when people advise you, the advice you take, more often than not, is what you expect them to tell you. A lot of people only want to hear, they only want to hear what they want, they themselves are planned to hear. So it's not just they are advisors. Somebody can advise you. Somebody, if you agree to be head of state, somebody advise you to go and kill your mother. Are you going to kill your mother? Or somebody advise you to put your hand in the fire. You're not going to do it. So it's easy because you can blame. The lawyer say it's easy to tell lies against somebody who has been dead. So that they are saying, Rudy, that they are saying that it was those permanent secretaries who advised them to do that. That was bullshit. That's BS, really. Really big BS. They were the best. I still stand by it that they did everything possible to make Nigeria better. But when the military boys, I blame the military boys, all these IBB, Was it the permanent secretary who advised IBB to go and kill Delegiwa with the letter mob? A lot of people will argue and say this. I am telling you what I know. As a matter of fact, I was in the system, and I am old enough. The next thing I'm expecting now is death, because all my colleagues, they are dying here and there. I ask you, who is this? He's dead. Who is dead? Why am I going to be different? So it is very likely that I'm even next. I know that. So, but before I die, everything that I know, I am going to share with the young ones, just in case it might help you make the country a better country. And if you cannot reform Nigeria, let everybody go his own way. Let Biafra go, let Odua go, and let Arewa go. And we can be in a confederal system and still work together.
Dr. Wumi, another follow-up. I'm sorry, guys. I'll give you the chance. I just want him to address it. Since you knew Bola Tinubu when he was at Chicago State University, and you knew he was there and all these stories, so why is he stopping Atiku and everybody else from getting the university to release the official documents that he failed when he was coming into the Chicago State University? What's difficult in if we come to you now and say, Dr. Wumi, you said you went to Cambridge University, we want to see the university to release the documents. Won't you say to the university, let them see it? Why would you stop them from seeing it? Why is
you are correct. That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was a Lubo. I didn't know. I thought it was a jam plant. When somebody told me that this one is this is cocaine, I said, what? I thought that it was amala. I would have used it for amala and cook it. I didn't know. And now it was true that people were talking about that. They say a whole lot of things. And why would somebody not raise that alarm? for somebody who came from such a low background, from Iragbiji in Osun State, very poor parentage, and worked himself to wealth like he now has. In fact, I understand that they went to Osogbo one time and told the Oba of Osogbo that he could buy the whole of Osun State and pay their salary. Now, for him to be able to say that, people are going to start guessing, how did he make the money? And one of the ways to make money quickly is selling drugs. So a lot of people who are saying that he was a drug baron and so on, I cannot testify to that because I don't even know drug. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was a Lubo, period. Until somebody told me there's something. So sometimes when they want to give me a Lubo to give to some of my cousins and family members, yeah, I run away from it. I said, look, no, I won't take this because I don't know. I cannot eat it. I cannot test it. So you have to take it back. So I don't know about the drug issue, but it's rampant. People talk about it. And I guess the tribunal and the court, they have people, they spend millions on investigating this matter. They ought to be able to investigate it. If they don't investigate it, I'm sorry, I cannot defend them. That's part of the weakness of the system that we're talking about. So I don't know, but I know he did go to Chicago State University. I know because my friend is dead now. Toyobe was the one who took me and him. He might have forgotten now. He took him, we went to eat in a local restaurant in Chicago, in the Windy City. So I didn't follow him to Chicago State University, but I knew that he was a student there. I won't lie to you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Mr. James. Mr. James, you're next.
Why not allow Akubudike speak? Because it's in Nigeria. Because of internet connection problems. After him, I can have my opinion.
All right. So let's.
Yes, he actually said that his connection may get bad as.
Okay. Chinyo Nonyerem, can you go ahead and speak, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and greetings, panelists. So, Dr. Wumi, my question is: you said you worked under General Yakubu Gowon. So, what do you have to say about the 15th January 1966 coup? Do you really think it's an Igbo coup? Because it is generally believed both in Southwest and the whole of North in Nigeria that it is an Igbo coup. And on a personal note, I think that particular notion or idea is pseudo in nature and shrouded in lies. So what do you think? Do you really believe that the 15th January 1966 coup is an Igbo coup? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Well, I've heard the rumor that you hear that it was an Igbo coup. I can only tell you what I know, that the people thought it was an Igbo coup because the Igbo majors, it was the coup of the majors. And most of the majors bear Igbo names. And that's why and in any case, when you have Chukwuma Nzegu, a man who I love so much, because he's a hothead, but he was a patriot. He knew that the whole thing was messy, and he wanted to change it. So he participated in the coup. And Chukwuma Nzegu, if you know him as I knew him, is not a man to be set aside on anything. If he appears in any committee or any panel, he's going to be a leader there. That is the way he was wired by his creator. And the same thing with Emmanuel Ifeajuna. Emmanuel Ifeajuna, a lot of people don't even know that Ifeajuna is not even an Igbo name. I don't know whether it's an Igbo name, but once you see Ifeajuna, Kejiani, Chukwuemeka, Odumegu, they just conclude that they are Igbos. So that wrong impression was created because most of the majors who led that coup, who took the major part in his success, were all Igbos. In fact, Chukwuma Osegu was the one who led the one to go and get the the king of them all, Saddam Bello, for somebody to attempt to go and attack Saddam Bello in his own home. That's not a joke. And this guy volunteered that was the role he was going to play. And he succeeded in doing it. So a lot of people thought that it was an Igbo coup. That's what they say. In fact, I guess I don't have an opinion on that. I won't lie to you. I don't have an opinion on that. I don't want to have an opinion on that, because when I have an opinion on that, you will quote me that even Dr. Akintide said it was an Igbo coup. Most of the people who participated in that coup were Igbo by name. And that was why Nigerians thought it was an Igbo coup. And it was a coup that I myself, if I had gone to the military, because I had a choice to go to the military after finishing the university in 1966, I was the first Nigerian to get the British Canadian Legion Scholarship for children of ex-servicemen in Nigeria, because my father went to fought in the Second World War. He was only a sergeant, and then he came back. I was born before my father came back, so I never knew my father until he came back from the army. And so I was raised by my grandfather. That is Deji, and I think Rudy Okonko know about this. Deji Afunbiowo Adechida the first, 1897 to 1957. That was my grandfather. He was the one who raised me, he and my grandmother. I never knew my father until my father came back in 1946 after the demobilization. The war ended in 1945. My father returned to Nigeria in 1946. That was when I ever met my father. So, and I was living in the palace. I thought I was a prince. I thought I was a prince, really. In fact, my name, my first name was Hitler Adechida. Hitler Adechida. So when my father came, the first thing that he said was to raise alarm. How did you people come? Naming my first son, Hitler, of all names that could be given to a child. That was the name they gave to me. And I was bearing it with the pride until later, as I grew up, I discovered that Hitler is a bad man. So I went back to my parents and I said, why? I never saw another Hitler, only me. Why Hitler? And then they explained to me that Hitler, they thought that Hitler was a hero who took the whole world in a war and almost defeated them. Therefore, he's a hero, he's an lucky man. So they thought that when the baby was born and the father was fighting in that war, it is nice to give the name of Hitler to the son. That was how I became Hitler. But I got it changed. I said, no, I'm not going to bear that name. And I'm sure it was the right decision on my part. Because if my name was Hitler, America would never have given me visa to come here. I would never, most of the nice positions where I served, nobody would have allowed me to serve in it. So it was just by luck. So I returned to the same thing. When the British Canadian Legion Scholarship came, they decided to give to 4 countries in Africa: Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Gambia. The one scholarship that went to Nigeria in 1963 came to me. I was the one who got it. And how did I get it? I got it because when they had the interview, they first of all had the interview in the region, in the Western region. I took part in it. They picked me to go to Federal. And it was held at Caseway in Ikoyi, presided over by an Hausa man. So when we did that interview, when I was leaving Akure, I've never visited Lagos before. It was my first time of going to Lagos. My father had to give me to somebody to take me there. So I went there. But before I left home, my father said, a wise man. My father said, this interview that you are going for, you may get there and they will ask you, prove to us that you are actually the son of a civil service, of a military man. He said, what would I say? I said, I would tell them that you serve in the military. I knew when you came back, he said, it's not enough. He said, take the 4 medals that I won and my military number, 36388. You see here, it's hanging on my wall here in my house here. My father in full uniform with the number. So my father gave me the medals and the number, and I took it with me. Behold, and Behold, you know that was the last question they asked all of us. 15 of us. We were sitting in a row. And they said, okay, we've almost finished the interview. We now want each and every one of us to prove that really your father actually went to the military in the Second World War. I couldn't believe it. All the others, they couldn't produce anything. I just opened my portfolio. I said, my portfolio. I opened it and I brought my something. I gave it to the chairman of the panel. When he read it, he said, yes. He said, thank you. We've taken a decision. I was the one who got that scholarship in Nigeria. And that was scholarship took me through my University of Ife for 3 years. That was why. And when I left the place, that was the foundation to all the education that I have. Simply because my father was wise enough to give me his number. Because up to that point, we all answered questions very well. But when they asked, did your father really go? If your father go to the Second World War, prove it to us. And that was how I got him. So, in fact, anytime I talk about this thing, I get very emotional because, okay. All right.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wumi. This is a wonderful conversation. I like how it's going. This is the Dr. Wumi that I used to know as Sahara. There's a question here for you, Dr. Wumi. I should ask you if you have written your autobiography, which I know that you did. Maybe you can mention it when you answer the next question from Mr. James. Mr. James, you're next.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Please, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you clearly.
Cool. You are somebody I owe a lot of gratitude because I benefited from your free education program from primary school to university level. I owe you gratitude, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever you see Ebenezer Babatokwe, tell him I owe him gratitude.
Okay, I will.
Okay, good. Right.
Your question.
Yes, my question. Please, just kindly permit me to disagree with you as a mark of respect. I need your permission to disagree with you.
Yes, feel free to do that.
Thank you, sir. Now, you seem not to like what happened in Niger from what you said in your opening speech. I think I hold a contrary opinion.
Okay.
Let me start with Nigeria. I want to read some projects executed during your time and during the military dispensation.
Okay.
Port Harcourt Refinery, a new plant was added to it in 1989. Warri Refinery was opened November 3rd, 1978.
Yes.
Kaduna Refinery, 1988. National Stadium, Lagos, was renovated in 1972. It was built in 1961. National Arts Theatre Igomo, where they held First Act 77, was constructed in 1976. Third Mainland Bridge, 1990. Alaja Steel Complex, 1982. Ogorode Power Station, that Sapele Power Station, was commissioned by Obasanjo. Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mill, April 30, 1983. Murtala Mohammed Airport, that's the international wing, not the BOAC wing, was 15 April 1979. Ascom Badagry, 1973. University of Benin, 1970. Katsina Steel Rolling Mill, 1970. Jos Steel Rolling Mill. Jos University, 1975. Murtala Mohammed. Uniport, 1977. Unical, 1975. National Museum, Benin, August 10, 1973. The city of Abuja, Port Harcourt International Airport, Shiroro Dam, Lagos Ibadan Expressway, Mobolaji Johnson Estate, the list is unending. These are accomplishments of military dispensation. And this took place between 1999, if I'm not mistaken, between 1978 to 1999, most of the things I read. Whereas from 1999 to 2003, what has what's it called, politicians done? Because these two periods, from 1999 to 2023, is 24 years. And the military spent 21 years. Now, let me relate it to what is happening in Niger. Now, in Niger, when they got their independence, or even before, long before independence, 65 of their foreign reserve must be kept in French treasury, plus another 20%, which they call financial liability, which is 85% or so of their money must be kept in French reserve. Now, if the remaining 15% is not enough, they have to borrow at commercial rate their own money from French reserve. Now, and not only that, any mineral that is found in any French country must be mined by a French company. And so many other things. So you see, this is colonialism, pure and simple. Now, let me cite a minor example of what happened to me in Senegal. I live in the Gambia. I went there to replace, for certain purposes. So I seized the opportunity to replace my glasses. That was about 10 years ago. Now, I went to an optician. The optician examined me, did everything, and asked me to come back in 2 weeks' time. There's noise. And asked me to come back in 2 weeks' time. I told him, no, I live in the Gambia. I cannot come back in 2 weeks' time. Then they said they cannot dispense it now because by law, these glasses should be dispensed in France. Then they have to send it to them before I come to pay for it. So this shows the extent of colonialism these people have been going through, to the extent that a seventh world producer of uranium has no electricity. It is Nigeria supplying them electricity. The civilians have been eating and drinking with the Frenchmen since independence. What have they done? We've seen what the military did for us in Nigeria. And the Nigerian politicians are unable to manage all these projects I've mentioned. All these projects I've mentioned, they are all moribund. So of what use is civilian dispensation?
Yes. Okay.
I'm sorry, sir, for disagreeing with you.
No. You reserve the right to disagree with me.
No.
You are totally covered to disagree with me.
Yeah, you've done a lot for me, so I should not disagree with you.
No. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You should disagree. You should disagree with me, my brother. Now, what I'm telling you is that you started on a wrong premise.
Okay.
Your wrong premise was the fact that you said that from the way I talk, it appears I didn't like the coup in Niger. I like it too. Let me tell you.
I owe you an apology.
Yes, for all the reasons you have stated, which are facts. In fact, you are such a research student because you went to all great lengths to mention all of this, and you are 100% right. So you are correct. But I wasn't against them. What I am saying is that all these things that you said the military could do, civilians too could do it. After all, look at a man like Kwame Nkrumah. He was a civilian. He never spent a day in the military. Look at a man like Sekou Touré of Guinea. He was Kaunda. He was the same thing, Sylvanus Olympia. These are civilians. Everything that you ascribe to all this military could be done by civilians if we have the right people with the right mindset in place. So what I'm saying is that you are right. You and I, you thought you disagree with me. No. We are holding the same position. So what I'm saying is that now that the military took over, in fact, this military, in fact, I give them credit. I give them credit on one basis. Because everything we are talking about now, if they have already murdered Bozum, we won't be saying all of this. They made it so bloodless. Nobody was killed. And the man was held in detention as well. That's why we have something to negotiate. If the man is already dead, what are we talking about? We have nothing to talk about. So, you are right. But another point I wanted to mention is that all these foundational things you have mentioned, refinery built in this year, this is the Alaja Steel Complex, rolling mills, and all of that. Now, it's one thing for you to build. If you have ever been to America or the UK, you know that they have something you call maintenance culture. It's not even enough to build an edifice. If you cannot maintain it, it will run down and crash and die. That's exactly what happened. the person who built it may not be the person to maintain it. Every time I travel on American road, I still drive all over the place because I enjoy driving. I drive at my age. I drive because the road is good. And I see that every day, 24 hours. Rudolph Okonkwo will tell you, 24 hours, and Declan will confirm this. 24 hours, they are doing road construction, maintaining it. The road is not bad before they start maintaining it. That was the problem. It was the problem of those who were to maintain some of these edifices that didn't do their work. That's why we got to where we are. So we have to be building.
Wumi, tell them your car in New York. I know you know your car. What is
Yes,
your
Mike. Oh yes,
them.
I drive a Lexus. It was given to me by my son. My son is a medical doctor. He gave me bought that car.
He gave that to you.
He bought that car for me, and I decided, because in gratitude to him, I decided one number to give it. I said, no, I'm not going to give it any number. This is what I want to give it. I want to use it to encourage my other children to want to follow the example of the child who bought me this Lexus, brand new Lexus. The registration number is Onje Oma 1. The food from my son, number 1. What he's telling the rest of my children is that you will have to be the Onje Oma number 2 or 3. You can say that I'm canvassing for some food from my son. Yes, because I did my work. I did what I have to do to train them, and God allowed them to be somebody in life. And now they are plowing back. So my son bought that car for me, and I love the car. In fact, there is no kind of car that I've not ridden in my life. Mercedes, all this and so on. When I was in government, I rode the best car. But this Lexus, oh my God, if anybody touch it on the road, I will kill that person. Because that was the greatest something I ever received as a kickback for what I did for my children. One of them bought me that car, and I'm still riding it. It's so popular, everybody knows about the car in New York. The police printing 101 here. They've taught me so many times. They said, we stop you. I said, what did I do? They said, we stop you because of the number of your car. What is it? What does it mean? And then I would tell them, I said, that's food from my son. Food from your son? Yes. How did that happen? I said, my son bought it for me. And then they will pray for me. Police will pray for me and let me go. So maybe you came to know about that car. It's so popular in New York. Everybody knows it. Onje Oma 1. Even people I don't know. Onje Oma 1. They okay. So that was my story. And I'm happy to tell it.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And it will also interest you to know that from primary school to university level, I never paid 1 naira for my school fees.
That's great. I'm glad you me too.
Absolutely free.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I owe you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rudy. I've forgotten your question. I told you I'm old. What was your question? I want the question you asked.
Long may you live, sir.
Thank you, sir. Rudy.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. I think you covered most of the questions that he asked. Let's go to Henry. Henry, welcome to the show. And before you, Henry, let me just tell Tony Nadi, if you can listen to us, please turn on your camera, then we can bring you on, and then you can ask a question. I know you're in Nigeria. But Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, sir, Dr. Wumi. Thank you for the wonderful lecture you're giving us here. Everything, wonderful analysis you're giving us here. What I wanted to say, in the situation we have now in Nigeria, do you think Tinubu is capable to move Nigeria forward? Because the situation now in Nigeria is too. I mean, things are not working in Nigeria. Do you think Tinubu is capable to move Nigeria forward? Okay. And one short question: if Nigeria is a country that is working, do you think after all these baggages about Tinubu, the government will soon allow him to contest to the presidential election? If Tinubu is to be like in America, Canada, or UK, do you think somebody like Tinubu will contest to the election? Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir. You ask if Tinubu. Now, my only concern about Tinubu, for example, we had a man, General Buhari, for 8 years, who took 30 years looking to become civilian president. He finally got it in 8 years. You would have thought that somebody who was preparing to be president for 30 years would have had all of his papers prepared, ready to govern. Look at where we are now today. Now, if Buhari, who has 30 years to prepare for it, and 80 years to actually perform, was not run out of town. Now we want to run somebody who has only stayed there for only 2 months or 3 months. I think that would be grossly unfair. So my point is that Tinubu has his own baggage, like the rest of us. Like the rest of us. I mean, look at all the people who have ruled us. Obasanjo too has a lot of baggage. So is IBB. In fact, Sonia Abacha, worst. The only fair person. And people are talking about him too, Abdul Salam Abubakar. People are saying something about him, but he didn't stay there long. And I respect him. He said he was going to stay for just 1 year. And he fulfilled his promise and left. So what we are saying is that just to be fair, the way things are going now, and if he doesn't do something quickly about it, it's going to be a problem. So my point is that Bola Tinubu, for him to even get the position, I give him credit. I give him credit for that. He knew the situation in Nigeria. He was not even supposed to win that election. Never. He could not have won because APC was a disaster. But the man who knew what to do, and the whole thing fell apart, and you have a man who got only 8 million votes, which is about 11% of the total number of registered voters in Nigeria. Is that fair? Is that something to talk about? And if we remove him and we put Atiku or Peter Obi, they got 6 million plus. Now we are saying, we know that it might be by crook and hooks, but we are saying that somebody who got less than 8% should be president of Nigeria. So we cannot go forward or move backwards. It's the situation we have reached. So my position is that, number one, I want to give the tribunal their chance to look through whatever they are doing. We know that they are corrupt judges and all of that. In any case, they are the people we have. We put them there. Let it play out. And if it plays out, I am sure that Tinubu is going to seek appeal, make appeal to the Supreme Court. And when it's going to the Supreme Court, we will hear whatever they have to say. Then it is after that I will know, because I don't want to waste my time talking about it. If, for instance, if the tribunal says, yes, he's president, or if the Supreme Court says, oh, well, there'll be too much problem in Nigeria, they can call a crisis and they confirm him. Why are we wasting time? Even if I tell you a recommendation now, it will be cast aside. It won't matter after that. So I guess what you are saying, we all agree that Nigeria is in a mess right now. But the mess did not start with a matter of contributing to it. It did not start with him. Because if anything is wrong with the country, you blame the head of state. Now, instead of discussing about the situation of Nigeria, what we're discussing is whether Buhari died and was buried in Saudi Arabia. I mean, look at that. That's what we're discussing now. And Jubrila from Sudan was the one who was president. If that was proved to be true, then everybody should go his own separate ways. There is no purpose for Nigeria to remain one after that, if they can prove it. But I'm not sure they can prove it. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Wumi. Let's go to Tony. Tony is in Nigeria. Tony, your question, please.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, everybody. I've listened. Thank you, and the guests.
Thank you, sir.
I speak from the fold of the platform we call Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Just to let you know the kind of things that built up to what became Ninas. I'm sure you know Prince Bankole Oki.
I know him. Yeah.
The one that was permanent secretary in the Ministry of Defense that carved out the Air Force from the Nigerian Army. Did you work under him?
No, I didn't work under him. I worked
because
under...
he was.
Yeah.
Bankole Oki.
Yes, it was
there,
long after I've left the place. I worked under Damchida and Yusuf Gobi as permanent secretary.
Okay. In the kind of foundational problem that Nigeria has to resolve now, the Lancaster House discussions, including Enohoro, the people that joined them after, including Bankole Oki, and the ones that went to war when it became war after July of 67.
1967 to 1970. Yeah.
67. All of them, including Ojukwu himself, including Enohoro that was a classmate with the British Prime Minister of the time. They were all involved in the process we initiated to get to the foundation of that thing that has become constitution that will never work. And right now, we have arrived at a juncture where if we do not find the courage to speak the truth, because in all of what have been narrated from the beginning of the program, I did not hear the role of the British in what became independence that saw Awolowo going to prison. It is now Igbo and Caliphate North that did it. I did not hear the role of the British in how Gowon emerged in place of Murtala Muhammad.
They were fundamental to it. Yeah.
Yes. There's a broadcast retitled Nigeria, the Pyramid of Evil. Nigeria, the Pyramid of Evil, where we identified what the British was doing in the background. There's nothing the French had done in these Francophone countries that the British did not do even worse. And so our campaign, and which we were hoping to find a few more statesmen that will see, that will agree with us that we cannot continue to build on a foundation of fraud. I heard you say that the Constitution of Nigeria is a fraud.
It is.
I'm sure you heard that there's a suit in court saying that that Constitution is a fraud upon which Nigeria cannot, continue to rest, and that if we can find common ground to agree on a new union agreement, which is what Constitution is. I happen to be a lawyer. I happen to be the lawyer that filed that suit in 2007 after we had held a meeting of the owners of Nigeria. Ethnic Yoruba came as Yoruba, Ijo came as Ijo, Ogoni came as Ogoni, Fulani came as Fulani. Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation. Syed Abubakar was part of the Fulani. So it wasn't a casual meeting of a few friends in some corner. And so, having done all of that, and looking back at what went wrong that led us to Aburi, and then we had 2 years of bringing everybody to come to agree. And some people continue to construct Nigeria and its democracy on the basis of that constitution. Imagine on a construction site in which 100 people were supposed to be building an edifice, and you have more than 75 of those people saying, no, this construction cannot continue on this architecture because it puts us in the basement. It dispenses death to us instead of life. It puts everything upside down. That's what we have now. And so when they were going to election, we pleaded with them, can we agree that we need to do like South Africa did with apartheid constitution? Because these are all impositions. Our sovereignty have been hijacked. And so the Tinubu, that if there's any good thing to be, if there's anything to be shared from government, I probably will get earlier than most people, whatever Tinubu will give out. He was in Nadeko. And he was also a facilitator to the Pronaco that held that conference of the nationalities. But we're saying it is not any one of us from whichever part that is going to solve this problem for just being there. It has to be acknowledging what the problem is, that we have a distorted arrangement with a heavy foreign influence, with a local agent called the Fulani. The same thing as you saw in Niger and the other places. Now Niger will soon overtake us because at least the coup leaders who are indigenous people have now come to the question of discussing their union. That's what Nigeria needs to do now. There's nothing Tinubu is going to do that constitution will not destroy, no matter how well-intentioned it is. And so I was hoping that those who are witness to what went wrong should have been at the forefront in telling the others that we can't continue to build on this rickety foundation. I am one of those who will do whatever it takes to take down that construction of unitary Nigeria. We have been very careful so that it doesn't take so much of human collateral damage. But what they are doing in telling us that we can't question that constitution. There's also another broadcast entitled a rejoinder to the class of 66. I want people to take note because they are soon going to hear what they will not believe happening inside Nigeria. This Nigeria of unitary arrangement is not our project. If people like me, a lawyer of 31 years, by the way, Akiyelure, I was in the oil industry. You mentioned Akiyelure. If people like me, who have dealt with solar turbines, dealt with all those big companies that Nigeria want to go to bring now to come and do all kinds of things for them, the owners of those companies still talk to us. And so you go to say, oh, World Bank approved. Tinubu knows where to find them.
Tony, can you can you round up?
The simple thing, yes, I've actually made those two broadcasts, Nigeria, the pyramid of evil, and a rejoinder to the class of 66. If we go back to them, even now, we may be able to follow what will happen through the next few months in Nigeria. The election were already declared inconclusive. Well, the whole world knows it's inconclusive as it is, and we declared the period an interregnum. We are not quarreling with those in government house. Those exercising power in the kind of process we have seen are doing so without authority. Unless that matter is resolved, they are running a very, very big risk of thinking that they are speaking on my behalf from that government house. I think we'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay,
right,
thank you very much, sir. You've been a lawyer for 31 years. I cannot be that because that's something I aspire to, but which I could never get now. So you are talking from experience. There's nothing you have said that I can disagree with. But one point I wanted to remind you was that at the La Casa conference, I was in government. At the La Casa conference, the issue was raised by Obafemi Awolowo as the only lawyer like you there. He said, okay, we agree that Nigeria should become independent by October 1st, 1960. But let us put a clause, a provision there that if everything that we agree upon today in London, if any of the tripods making up Nigeria disagree with any provision, if it is no longer working for them, let's write a provision that will make them be able to secede and leave. Guess who shut down the proposition? It was Nnamdi Azikiwe and Asadana Bello. At that time, they said Awolowo was it was not patriotic. Why should they do that? Nothing is going to happen. If they have added that provision, it would have been easy for us to actually either for Biafra to go away, and for Odua to go away if they don't like what is happening. Everything you have described here is wrong. Fraud. It is a fraud. But I want to point out that it's not only in Nigeria that government run on a fraud. Look at America, where we live here. There's something called the Electoral College. That's another fraud. Big fraud. How can 570 handpicked electors, handpicked, they were not elected. They were the one given the power to choose the president. So if about 150 to 200 million Americans voted for a president and somebody won the popular vote, that popular vote will be cast aside. It is the verdict of only 570 electors of the Electoral College that will be the one to vote. So if whoever out of them that is able to get 270 becomes the president. Can you imagine that in a democracy? Is that a democracy? That's not a democracy. That's more than a dictatorship. 570 to replace the vote of 150 to 200 million. That is something I've started writing about, and nobody has written back to say that what you are saying is wrong. So it's not only in Nigeria that we have all this perverted way of reasoning. Even America, as great as it is, they are running. In fact, it's the only election. The election of other senators, legislators is one man, one vote. But when it comes to appointing the most powerful man in the world, the president of America, it has to be done by only 570 electors. Can you imagine that? So when you are talking about fraud, it's not only in Nigeria. Although the Nigerian situation is even worse. It's fraud all over. Corruption is eating deep into the fabric of our nation. And we need to do something about it. But one thing I can assure you, our generation, your generation may accept it. But I'm not so sure the generation of our children, our sons, our daughters will be able to accept it. It might take a little while, but it's coming down. So everything you have said, I totally agree with. Completely. We are on the same boat. In fact, we are in the same boat. We're in the same boat. Only God can bail us out. But we will get out of it. But it may not. Your generation may see it, but me, I'm not so sure if my generation will see it. But it is coming, for sure.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Declan just for him to explain the American Electoral College. I don't think maybe I'm misunderstanding. Declan, do you think it's a fraud?
It is a fraud.
No, Dr. Wumi. I want Declan to explain. He's the American.
I don't think the Electoral College is a fraud, which to be honest, Rudolph, puts me at odds with a lot of my contemporaries, right? People who are of my age, who think that we need significant electoral reform. I think that it is important that we have an election system, especially with a country as big as the U.S. Nigeria is also an enormous country. I think that we need to make sure that we have a president who is representative of the whole country and not just the coasts, meaning New York and Florida and California.
I knew that's what you are going to say, Declan. I have a reply for that. Okay.
No, go ahead. But that's my opinion. Okay.
Right.
And just a little bit of context. I come from a very strange state in the U.S. Yes. I come from the state of Maine, where we have 4 electoral college votes, which New York City has more electoral college votes than my entire state. Yes. And Maine is the only state where it splits electoral college votes based off of population decisions. Okay. So what we would call in the U.S. pejoratively, Maine is a flyover state, a state that does not count. But I think that all these states need to have some kind of say, and that we California and New York, despite me being a very liberal and progressive, I think that that's how it is. But I know Wumi's got some thoughts.
I've got some thoughts about that. Now, you are the only excuse to justify the Electoral College is because you want all parts of America to be represented. And in fact, when America was fighting for independence, their dictum was that no representation without participation. I understand that. When you are talking about participation, it's already guaranteed. Let me tell you, Montana and Vermont, those are the 2 smallest states in America. But the 2, as small as they are, both in population and in landmass, they both have 2 senators in the U.S. Senate. That is representation. Now, to now extend that and say that, okay, because we needed full representation, the vote of 150 to 200 million people to be set aside for the verdict of 570 handpicked electors. Now, by the time they started this electoral college, what the founding fathers told us was that electing a president was such an important move that should not be left in the hands of stark illiterates who cannot read or write. That's a very valid point. I can understand that. That the decision has to be taken by those who are knowledgeable, who understand what they are voting for. That makes sense. But in today's America, where literacy rate is almost 100%, if not, it's 99.999. Everybody can read and write. Look at the lady in Florida, Robbie Freeman, and the daughter. And those are very poor people, but they know enough to be able to come before the tribunal. They know enough to be able to go to the jury. They know enough to be able to go to the parliament and talk and explain themselves. So the point that we should not leave the selection of a president to ignoramus people who don't know a thing can no longer be sustained. It can no longer be sustained. So when you replace the vote of 150 to 200 million people, and you subvert it and say it will be replaced with the vote of 570, I have a lot of problem with that. And there are so many lawyers among us here. If you are going to tell the truth, how can 570, the decision of 570, be taking over the decision of 150 to 200 million? It doesn't make sense. Not in America where we study. I went to university here in America. I went to university in the UK. In fact, I went to the university in UK just to add the name to my resume. I attended a diploma course at the Center for Management in Cambridge University. All I did that was to add it to my resume. I went to the Royal Institute of Public Administration. I studied there before coming to America. And when I came to America, then I went to the State University of Connecticut. And then from there, I went to the Yeshiva Jewish University of New York, where I studied clinical psychology. Now, I went to all of these places, and I knew, I studied here. I understand the system. It's not fair, it's a fraud. I call it again a fraud. Sooner or later, people are not talking about it now, but sooner or later, they are going to change. I agree with your decline. I agree with your proposition that representation is very critical in a democracy. That if you are not represented, then you are not participating. But when we have two senators representing Vermont and Montana, the tiniest state in America, and they have the same number of senators with New York, with California, with Florida, with Illinois, with New Jersey, it doesn't make sense. You can allow that for them to be represented by two senators. But the decision to pick a president ought not to be left with only 570 people. However clever, let the whole 570 be PhD. They can all get PhD or doctors in philosophy. They can all be Albert Einstein or Socrates. I think it's wrong. It's wrong. It's fatally wrong. So I'm only quoting that. I'm only quoting that.
Here's my counter for that. And I think my counter for that, and I think that it applies meaningfully to Nigeria. The United States is not a normal-sized country in terms of population, in terms of its geography and its spread of land and all of that. It's an enormous country, right? It's one of the top 3 countries in terms of population.
With four weather times.
How does one govern a country like the United States or China or Russia or Nigeria or Brazil? It's tremendously difficult. And so I think that the US's approach, which I'm not saying is perfect, but which I agree with, even though I would come from a minority perspective, from in terms of where I come from, in finding a truly kind of Republican or Federalist approach to finding the head of state. I think that that's a good approach. It's imperfect. I think Nigeria, of course, with its constitution, with, having X% of X number of states needing to vote in a certain way in order to validate that presidency. I think these things are really important to make sure that we have the right degree of participation and support. And if that doesn't happen, then we've got all sorts of other ways to try to make that work. That's my perspective, because these are big countries we're talking about.
That's very good, Declan. That's very good. I agree with that to some extent. But what I'm saying is that if Nigeria, what America has done, Nigeria as big as it is, if we have done an election and the people voted, and then we say, all right, all these people voted is okay, but there are some privileged people, only 570 or 200 of them, whose decision will be the final ruling. They are going to kill people on the street. It's going to be a problem, really big problem, because who are these 570? What is their qualification? Are they God? What is their qualification? Where university did they go to? What qualification did they have? And we can agree to disagree on this, and we can disagree to agree. So you are my boss at Sahara. I have the greatest respect for you on that. You are the first wife that anything you tell me, I believe. But we have a very honest disagreement on this, and it's fine because we are not robots.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the people who are waiting to have a chance to talk to our guests. So we go to Splendor. You are next. After Splendor, Tony Pansat. I didn't forget Okija and Scribe. All right. So go straight to your question, Splendor, so that we can round up. We can have a second round of questioning.
Dr. Rudolph, good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to our Baba, Dr. Wumi Akintide. Daddy, thank you for coming aboard to share some of your perspectives.
Thank you, sir.
I think it has been very, very educating, and we've learned a lot from that. But I just want to take you back from the beginning when you started. You made mention of Yorubas not supporting Yorubas and stuff like that. That didn't really go down well with me. I don't think you, as an elderly man, based on our culture, I want to say you were lying. I don't want to disagree with you, but I let me look at it from other opinion based perspective.
Good.
I think I'm not a Yoruba man per se. I'm from Edo State. There is this affinity in so many ways in our culture and stuff like that. But I believe that to say that the Yoruba don't support Yorubas is not something that is concrete. It's not concrete. It's not concrete.
I give examples. I did give examples.
Yeah. You gave example, but when you say Yorubas, it's as if you are putting everybody in a single basket, and I don't think that is concrete. I think the Yorubas, to some extent, have a culture that I know because I grew up in the Southwest, a culture of saying, let us do what is right.
Okay.
Notwithstanding who is involved.
Okay, that's good. That's good enough for me. I like that.
So I think the Yoruba culture is mostly premise on that, to say it doesn't matter who is involved, but let us do what is right. I think it's on that basis that you see some political disagreements, maybe with some people, like the Awolowo and stuff like that. That is one. Then another one I want to bring you to is this. You mentioned Awolowo and stuff like that. I wanted to ask you, were you aware, or do you want to share light on the policies that were pursued by Awolowo during his time? Because during Awolowo as the premier of Western region, we were also under Awolowo. And Awolowo didn't really treat us very well. I'll give you an example. I think it would be right for us to know the truth, because the really reason why Nigeria is where it is today is because we've not seen someone who is bold enough to say this is the truth. And I will always tell people, the day Nigerians decide to tell themselves the truth, two things will happen. It's either we begin to build a Nigeria of our own desire that will give us our respite, or we begin to see a Nigeria that will break into pieces.
Yeah.
Because the truth will be so bitter, and it will also be very sweet.
You are great, man. You are so good. Even to disagree with you, because you touch all of the basics. Now, in fact, the creation of the Midwest from Nigeria, because it was the first state to be created. Awolowo had always asked for Nigeria, for more states in Nigeria. They would not believe it until they decided to do it. And they thought they should start with Awolowo's territory. That was how Midwest got carved out as a state. And you made the point now, if the Midwesterners thought that they were being treated fairly, maybe they would not have canvassed to go away on their own, to be a state on their own. But they did. So the point that you made that Awolowo did not treat your own part of Nigeria fairly, I cannot oppose that. That is sustained. It's possible. But one thing I know is that Obafemi Awolowo, I work with him, is one practical politician who knows that you can never satisfy the whole world. That even when you do good, some people can still pick holes with that. He told me and the reason why he told me that, when I got posted as the secretary to the panel that he was chairman of, I got so close to him that I was able to ask him a few questions, and I will share it with you today. You know, when I graduated from University of Ife, all I wanted to be was to be like one of my brother-in-laws. The name is one Victor Adegoroye. Some of you might have heard about him before. He was permanent secretary in the Ministry of Trade, but he was first of all an ambassador. Every time that I was dating my wife at that time, and usually I sometimes meet her. I met him in the house of my mother-in-law. And when he came on that occasion, I saw that he was always riding a car with a flag flying on that car. And when he comes out, everybody will start saying, "Your Excellency, Your Excellency." Now, here was a bushman who just entered the university from Akure. And I saw somebody there, everybody, "Your Excellency, Your Excellency." I didn't know why they were calling him His Excellency. And I knew the meaning of excellency means that somebody who is so good and perfect. So one day, when we were together, I just felt comfortable enough to ask him. I said, "Why is everybody calling you His Excellency and you don't reject it? They say Your Excellency and you answer. Why is that?" He laughed. He said they were calling him His Excellency not because I said, "Are you that excellent?" No. He said it was not because he was excellent. He said because he worked in the foreign affairs and he was an ambassador. That's why they were calling him, and that's why he's flying a car with a flag. Oh, I was satisfied with that answer. You know, poor boy. As soon as I left the place, I was still dating my wife. We were not married at that time. I told myself, I went to my father, I said, "I met somebody, His Excellency." He said he was ambassador. I told him that I wanted to be an ambassador like him so that people could call me Your Excellency. That was what I wanted. But it was in ignorance. So he told me, he said, "What course are you doing?" I said, "I am a history major." I said, "Yeah, well, that's good enough." He said, "But it would be nice if you can go add international relations to your course." He said that will even make it better. It will guarantee you a slot in the foreign service after you finish. Okay. So I went to my father. I told my father, I said, "I have seen the position I want to be. I want to be an ambassador so that people will call me, they call me His Excellency too." So my father said, "What did he say?" He said, "I must change. I was doing single honors, history. I must change to combined honors, history and international relations." I said, "But I could do it, but can you help me through your cousin?" My father has a distant cousin at the University of Ife then. It happened to be the Professor Samuel Adepoju Aluko from Ode, because my father was related to Ode. The mother of my father came from Ode. So that was why they were related there. So he said, "Well, if you want to change, maybe Adepoju can help you." So my father gave me a note to one headmaster, Inyo. He was headmaster of St. Market's primary school at Ilara. He said, I should tell Inyo to tell Adekoju that he would like to see him in Akure. So I went to Ilara, delivered the message to Mr. Inyo, the headmaster of St. Market's School, Ilara, and Mr. Inyo sent for Mr. Adekoju Aluko to come. And he came. He came to Akure. And my father told him, he's dead now. My father told him that your brother, that's me, once he's saying something that he wanted to become His Excellency. He doesn't know what it means. Can you help him so that he can change his course at the university to what he wanted? Professor Luko said, that is no problem. You see, in the first year, it can be changed. So it was through Professor Luko that I got my course, my major change to combined honors, history and international relations, all because I wanted to become an ambassador. I thought once I had that, I would be all right. So I did history as my major and my subordinate subject as international relations, and I finished at IFE, 66. Now,
okay, Baba. Sorry to butt in. When you mentioned that Ileife, you know, I don't know if you want. I will ask you these questions, these two questions, then I will go because there are other people also waiting to ask questions.
Okay.
I wasn't there when Awolowo was. I wasn't born then. When Awolowo was the premier. Yeah, but flipping.
You should have listened to me because I nearly concluded before you stopped me.
Let me listen to you, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So I got my course change. And as soon as I finished, I contacted Victor Adegoyi. I said, I'll finish you. And so on. He said, I applied to the Civil Service Commission to be Foreign Affairs Officer. And I applied. I was selected. I passed the interview. All of a sudden, I was hoping they gave us the date that you should start your job on 3rd of January, 1968. And I started broadcasting to all my friends. I said, yes, in another 2 weeks, I'm going to be called His Excellency because they've already taken me. All of a sudden, I got a letter in the mail from the Civil Service Commission, from the Foreign Affairs Office, telling me that because Nigeria was fighting a civil war, the Biafra War, that they have decided that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to suspend, put on hold all the people they have appointed and send them to the Home Service because Nigeria cannot be fighting a war and then be sending opening missions abroad. I read it. I cried. I wept. I said, oh my goodness, what is this? So I started finding out who did this. Who did this to me? Like Rudy Okonko used to say, who did this to us? I started finding out when I found out, they told me it was Obafemi Awolowo as Minister of Finance, who told Okoya Rico, who was the foreign minister at that time. He told General Yakubu Gowon, they might be watching this program. And he said that it makes no sense to be opening missions. Therefore, the people you have appointed, send them to the Home Service. That was why they wrote me that letter. So from that point, I hated Obafemi Awolowo. I didn't want to hear that name at all. So when I was posted as secretary to the panel, that he was the boss, one day I got close to him. I said, excuse me, sir, you know I didn't like you. He said, what did he do to me? I said, you are the one who stopped me. I was going to become an ambassador. I hear that you are the one who advised Yakubu Gowon to put it on hold. I'll be glad if Yakubu Gowon is watching this program. And then they stopped me. I was already I got my letter. I thought I was going to go to Poland and be an ambassador somewhere, and I'll be riding car to Akure, carrying a flag. Now this man just came from nowhere, from Kenya, and stopped the whole thing. Awolowo was laughed. He said, he didn't know me from Adam. He said it was a policy. So he explained to me that it was not directed towards me. In my kindergarten mindset, I thought Awolowo did me wrong. He didn't do me anything. So he explained to me. I said that was why I ended up going to the Ministry of Defense. I didn't know my going to the Ministry of Defense was going to be luck for me too. Because when I got there, all the important people in the military, I know all of them. So that is the situation that I was saying. A lot of things that happen to us is just everybody has his own destiny from God. Who you are going to be, what journey you are going to travel is already predetermined. And you have to work towards it because if God wishes it, it will come to pass. Yeah.
Okay, Baba. I wanted to,
Splendor,
sir.
you have to wait. We have to go to other people. I'm sorry. We may have a chance to ask another question when we go around the next time. But we'll have to go to other person, somebody else. Tony, Tone, you're next. Unmute yourself, Tone.
Yes, I have done so. Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph. Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Wumi Akintide. Yeah, I've been listening to you, sir, and it's like you've educated me. But two things. That's why I came on. I wanted to come on later, but I just came in early to correct one information that you dropped here, which it's incorrect. You said that somebody made allusion to the Igbo coup that they called in the 66 coup as an Igbo coup, and you mentioned some name and you mentioned Emmanuel Ifajuna. I'd like to politely tender my rebuttal on that, sir. Ifajuna is a proper Igbo man.
Who's that?
Emmanuel.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was a Benin man. I thought it was.
No, no. Okay. Actually, he's a relative, my mom's cousin.
Oh, okay. That's
so
good.
He actually he's one of my inspirations to have gotten involved with the military many years ago. Okay. So
okay.
He is. So I know you're a historian, and I think one of the biggest problem that we have today is history being taken out, and I think it's the person or the persons that did that was for mischievous reasons, because I strongly believe that if you do not know where you're coming from, you will not know where you're
going to. Exactly.
You know, right. And I'm happy that you addressed the issue of Jubil or not Jubil, because I thought that was the biggest bullshit, and that is one of the reasons why, as a proudly Igbo man from Onitsha, right, I do not subscribe to IPOB. IPOB, yes, I understand what they are saying, but their approach and their thinking, they love false narratives and gossips and all that. I don't subscribe to that. I like facts. Okay, that's that apart. Now back to Bola Tinubu. Many years ago, whilst I was living in Lagos with my late uncle was a close associate of Bola Tinubu back in the days of his SDP. SDP days. And he used to come around the house. He was living in Oregon back then. He used to come around the house sometimes, ask for my uncle. And if my uncle was alive today, maybe he'll be part of his team today. Now, we talked about going back to his days in university. Yes, I believe you that you may have seen him in university, but that a man is within the university campus does not mean that he's a student. It could just be hanging. It could just be hanging out there, and it doesn't still add up that if you went to that university, even if you were dropped out, I mean, be gracious and honorable enough to say, "Hey, I didn't finish for one reason or the other," and all that. Could that be the reason why he's hiding? Why would I present a fake certificate if I went to a certain university? And another thing is, nobody knows his age. The daughter, we've established how old the daughter is. Did he have his daughter at the age of 9 or 10? So it's all these narratives around the man that that got me to conclude that the man is a fraud. He's not meant to be there.
Okay,
he needs to be kicked out. And if he has to take force, in my opinion, maybe my opinion is a bit draconian thinking about it, but I think he needs to be kicked out.
Okay. All right, you are entitled. You are entitled to that. Number one, let me apologize to you. I thought Ifeanyi was Bende, really, the old Midwest. I apologize for it. I didn't know that it was an Igbo name. But that adds to my point that because most of the people who were involved in that coup they all bear Igbo names. That was why many people associated the coup as an Igbo coup. That one is clear. Now you went to the other point. We agree on it. you and me agree on it. The reason why I said I couldn't vote for him, was part of the point you have raised. Like you said, somebody might be hanging around in the university. That does not make that person a student. I cannot fault you for that. That's correct. But that's all I told you what I knew. Then the final point that you made, that you think it should be disqualified because even his name, which is your identity, there is a problem with it. I have a problem with that.
No, I didn't say I didn't say that I think he'll be disqualified because the matter is in court. I don't know how the judges will interpret it. It's all in their hands. We're all speculating. We all have we all have our personal speculation as to what will happen. I don't know. I'm keeping an open mind. When we get to that bridge, we cross that bridge.
Okay.
But,
all right. I'm fine with that too. We are in the same position. We hold the same position. I like your position. But what I'm saying is that because you raised one point now, you said if you are judging by the age of his daughter, definitely he could not have made a baby at 2 years or 5 years old or 10-year-old. He couldn't do it. I know some people, I know Hannah in the Bible, and it's a miraculous something, but it's not right now. It doesn't happen that often right now. So I have some problem with that too. So we're in the same boat on that.
Lastly, sir, as a seasoned historian, I would like you to use your good offices to see if history can be restored back in schools, because I think it's very, very important. I think it's our heritage. We've got a very rich heritage. A lot of youngsters that are in their 20s, their early 30s, do not even know where we're coming from. So a lot of our elders that are mischievous sort of passed down very incorrect. I'll call it incorrect. I'm just trying to be polite. Very incorrect narrative to suit their manifesto to the younger ones, and they take that and run with it. So it's important that we will be able to go to a source and say, hey, if someone is lying to you, say, no, sir, respectfully, this is what the history is. And the same thing with the North, because the Northerners, the problem with the North is most of the Northerners are not, they just hear from their elders, from the word of mouth. They don't actually know the history. That 1966 coup was more or less a revolution. Ifeanyi never saw himself as a tribalist, and by the way, he saw even himself as more of a Northerner than an Easterner. So he purely struck because he thought things weren't going well the way Nigeria was meant to be going at the time.
Okay,
all right.
Hold on, Dr. Wumi, hold on. Okay, Tone, thank you so much. Let's move quickly so that we can get other people to comment. Let me say, while you are answering that question, can you also address the issue that those that planned the coup we had wanted to free Awolowo? So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. First of all, about the history that you talk about, you know, there's a governor in America, for all his sophistication, with apologies to the clan here, Governor Ronald DeSantis wants to ban the study of history in Florida, one of the biggest states in America, all because he doesn't want anything written by the minorities, the blacks. He doesn't want them to know the history. And that's a tragedy, really. That man will never be president. He can try his best. He can try his best. So, but I'm joining a team of historians led by this Professor Banji Akitoye. to really write and to say that those who are advocating for history to be taken out of the curriculum of Nigeria are crazy. They are insane. Because if you don't know where you are going, where you are coming from, it makes it that much difficult for you to know where you are going to. I agree with you 100% on that. Now, Rudy, you said the coup plotters were planning. Part of their plan when they were making the plot was to go and release Obafemi Awolowo to be president of Nigeria for a few years and to set us on the right path. Awolowo confirmed that to me, that he too was told that they heard about it.
That was the reason why my mom's cousin Ifajina was executed by Ojukwu.
Yes.
And yeah, that was
because he disagreed with Ojukwu.
Yes. Yeah. That was why they executed him.
He said that was part of the plan. He said he heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
The man was very frank with me. And then this takes me to the point raised by, which I forgot why you were raising it, Rudy. You said, was I thinking of writing my own biography? Yes, the biography I wrote was that of my grandfather, without whom I would not have made it. Because I didn't have a father to begin with for the first few years of my life. But he was the father figure in my life. And he did certain things for me that I believe I'm still enjoying it today. I wrote about it. A lot of people laugh about it. They think it's a lie. There's something called Isoye. Isoye in Yoruba language. It's a memory aid. It's a contraction. When you have that contraction ingrained in you, you can remember, you may not remember what happened yesterday, but you remember what happened 50 years ago. That is exactly what is happening to me. Most of what we are discussing here today, things that happened more than 50 years ago, if you ask me. I'm going to repeat it word for word. My great father, he knew how to make that potion. And I knew that when I was young, they did that potion for me. I don't know, they usually make it with a cock. Cock, and they said the cock in the morning. When cock wakes up in the morning, once he flaps his wings, they said he will remember what happened yesterday. So that was the explanation my grandmother gave to me. He said when he wanted me to eat that something, they did it, they cook it, and they wanted me to eat it. And I said, what is it about? My mother said it's safe, eat it. And I ate it. And up to today, if you ask me what happened, I may not remember what happened yesterday or 2 days ago. You ask me what happened 50 years ago, I will just count it. So I believe that it all depends on what you believe. A lot of people will dismiss it and say it's all rubbish, it's nothing. But I believe that it's still working for me. So because that man had a part to play in my life, I decided to write his biography first. I'm just now putting together the materials to write my own biography. The one I did, which you probably read, Rudolph, was The Lion King, the biography of my grandfather. That was the one that I did. So I'm currently writing, if God gives me the life to be able to finish it, and it will be there. I have a lot to tell Nigeria to share with young ones. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Pansat, you are next.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let me join the chorus in those welcoming Dr. Wumi Akintide. Just looking at it, you see that he's maintaining his youthfulness and his vitality. And we thank God for all that. So I summarized in the comment section earlier what I understood you to be saying. But before I go to that summary, I was looking for Declan. He's not here because I just wanted him to know, obviously, that the Electoral College is just an indirect way for electors to pick the president and vice president. It's still democratic. It meets the threshold of democracy, right? Because it's each state assigned a certain number of votes. So I believe it's 538.
It's 570.
Okay. And then the bigger the state, then the more people they have to have there. On the screen, I have a summary of what I understood you to be saying. It's not poignant, there's room on each side, but pretty much that's the flavor of what I understood to be saying. A lot of why these things are very important is that when the plebiscite, the hoi polloi, the small guys like us are in forums talking, a lot of this stuff is what divides us, believe it or not. A lot of this kind of the history and imprecision, the foibles of certain historical figures in the ethnic groups, right? Just the eccentricity of certain individual could just divide the Nigerians. It could be ascribed to the Igbos that they commit coups, for example, right? So I want you to take a look at that because I will then make my points on those. You have been on point on most of these issues. I used to read your article back in the day, and I was one of those who criticized the length of your articles. It used to be quite long.
You are right.
And of course, that's a compliment to you because for somebody like me, I appreciated that because there are many issues there, and you dealt with it in one article, albeit under one headline. On the issue of Showere, I don't think that Rudolph makes it very clear here that he used to work with Showere at the Clan and so many others. So during the campaign, he was in an awkward position to where he couldn't say support a good candidate who you yourself have made very clear here that Peter Obi is who you would have voted for.
Yes.
And right. And then that you vote for again if something happens in the future.
Yes.
So to clarify that and just make it abundantly clear, Peter Obi would have been the best candidate for this election cycle and would have helped bring Nigeria forward, in your opinion, right?
Yes, that's what I believe.
Thank you, sir. And then you work with Showere and you don't like where his entry point was. If he's just jumping to the presidency, in your opinion, he would have done better if he started, let's say, in the local council.
Yes.
House
no,
members,
local council is too low.
Too low, okay.
At least National Assembly or Senator.
Okay, that's where you place
it. Just like Peter Obi started. Peter Obi was governor before of Anambra.
Right. Okay. So that's my position as well. I like Showere, and I believe that. Now, I also come here and I remind you of that some others like Akintide, I'm sure you're familiar with that name.
Akintide, that's my friend. That's another guru. That's a juggernaut. I like him too.
All right, awesome. So he came here and he used to work with Dr. Damages and Showere, and he was asked pointedly, would Showere make a very good president? And in his opinion, no was the answer in that case. All right, so it's a little lower threshold. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. He's a great activist, our brother, and we love him. And he sacrificed a lot, by the way. Let me just put that. But now let me go to a little history right now. In your opinion, let's say in 2015, when Buhari had just somehow finagled his way into the presidency, right? You were talking about an article by Balarabe Musa. I don't know if you're familiar with that name.
I'm familiar. I know him. I know them.
Okay, very good. So, is it your opinion that Buhari? Now, in one of those articles, he was saying that Buhari's war on corruption was not going to last.
Yes.
Right. That was his prediction, which go ahead.
It proved to be right.
He proved to be right. Were you in support of that?
Yes, let me tell you about Buhari. Because I knew Buhari, and it's not, Buhari deceived the whole of Nigeria, so to speak. Because when I was AS Army in the Ministry of Defense, Army headquarters, if you ask the consensus of the military men to name one incorruptible officer that you can trust, the name that will come up is always Buhari. And that was why he got posted and became governor of Northeastern State, which has now been divided into about 5 or 6 states. the whole of the Northeast, because everybody thought he was an honest man. And I read some of his files because he was in the military. Because of the popularity like that, I went to do my own research. I was hoping at that time that maybe one day I might be able to, as a historian, write about things like that. So I went to specially study him. And I saw why people believed in him as a very honest and incorruptible man. And so that was my impression of him. Even by 2015, that was all I could remember about him. And I was one of the people who wrote and said, he's an honest man.
All right, sir. Thank you. I that's what I wanted to start with. So,
yeah. But I'm not of the same opinion anymore. Now,
I understand. And that, by the way, I commend you for that. You're a very honest person, and you admit to it, right? So, but what I was thinking was that in that Sahara Reporter organization, right?
Yes.
I thought it was an orchestrated effort to take that power from Jonathan and give it to Buhari, because now the reason I would say why I think so, but let me first give you a chance to say yes or no. Where would you say 2014, 2015, that the Sahara reporters, people like Rudolph here, the clan here, Showore especially, was the opinion that Jonathan is so corrupt that we should wrest that power from Jonathan and give it to Buhari?
I thought that was a gang up.
You thought so?
I thought so. I thought that was a gang up. And I was part of the gang up at the time. I felt that Jonathan was damn too corrupt. I didn't know that the worst was still coming. I didn't know. I thought it was the worst.
Yeah, okay.
But now we now have the king of all corruption now.
That's right. Okay, now the only reason why I keep interrupting and trying to move along is that I just know, looking at the furrow in Rudolph's face, he's going to try to interrupt me here very soon. So what I'm, that admission, what you just said right there is very, very important to our entire effort going forward, because I was one of those that was accusing Showore. I was all over the place saying that Showore helped push this man. But what I think is faulty is to say nobody knew who Buhari was, because that is not true.
He kept that close to his chest. He kept that close to his chest.
Yeah, we know in the 1983 that he committed a coup d'etat. We know that. Historically, that is a known phenomenon. He cannot hide that. People in the Southeast do not vote for Buhari all times that he has run for office. We know who Buhari is because he did a lot of wrong things. He ruled by decree.
I have a correction to make on that one, because I have more information. Maybe you have. You say the 1983 coup.
Yeah.
Buhari was not involved in it. You know what happened? As a matter of fact, the first person in 1983 that was considered by the coup plotters, and I knew this from inside story, the first person that was considered to be the head of state was Obasanjo again. This Obasanjo we're talking about. Obasanjo has ingratiated himself with the Northerners, the powerful power brokers of the North, that if anything were to happen, is the only Southerner officer that they really trust. They trusted him. And that was because during the time he delivered on Shagari, because, they allowed him to succeed Murtala Muhammad after Murtala Muhammad was actually dethroned by Dimka. I was in comment. I knew most of these things. So they wanted to give it to Obasanjo. But Obasanjo, as another Yoruba man, because sometimes Obasanjo is a typical Yoruba man, is a maverick, is an enigma. Obasanjo rejected. Obasanjo said, no, the Yorubaness in me will not allow me to do this. I was the one who handed over government to Shagari. It would be wrong for me to be the one to take over power from him. Therefore, I reject it. It was after I injected it that they decided to look for who again could they trust in the north.
I see.
And the name that was on the lip of everybody was that of Buhari. That was why they were. Buhari did not take part in the coup. No.
Okay.
They largely persuaded to take it, and he took it.
Pansat,
I believe. Yeah.
Pansat,
Yes,
hold
sir.
on. Okay,
Yes,
please
sir.
hold on. I will let you continue, but let me let Declan to respond to Wumi. I don't think when Wumi said there was a gang up against Jonathan, that he was talking about a gang up at Sahara. Declan,
No,
I know
not the Sahara. No.
Okay, because that's the impression that I think Pansat was giving.
No.
That's the impression I got, and I believe it. By the way,
hold on, Pansat, hold on.
Whether
Pansat, hold on. Declan was the editor, I believe. Declan,
Yeah.
you were the editor of Sahara at that point, so maybe you can shed more light to this.
Yeah, no. So look, it's what Pansat asked.
Declan, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
I could hear him. I could hear him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. No. So look, what Pansat asked is a really good question, and it's a fair question. When we consider everything that has transpired in Nigeria since 2015, and the perception that Sahara Reporters was, and I'm not saying that Pansat said this or that Wumi said this, but that it was a gang up on Jonathan. And I'll be succinct as I answer this but it is a super interesting question, and ultimately I think that there will become a time when people need to write a book, and this will need to somehow be included in what transpired. I know that as a fact, from an editorial perspective, from a fairness perspective, that Buhari got as fair shake as anybody else on Sahara Reporters platform. Look, Sahara Reporters is a unique platform. It's not like Nairaland, right? And it's not like Reuters. And there's no question that on Sahara Reporters, people get run down, right? If you are caught misbehaving, if you are caught stealing, abusing, violating human rights, whatever, for the duration that I was there, you would be run down. And the problem...
Yeah, hold on.
Was,
Declan, hold on.
One second. Just let me land.
Before you go, first of all...
No, hold on.
Declan, hold on. All right? What you were saying...
The perception that...
would you hold on?
That might not be what it is.
Declan, hold...
No, Pansat, can you hold on? I called him to speak, so hold on, Pansat, and let him finish. Go ahead.
I'm not a defensive guy. I just want to really articulate the genuine perspective. So the idea of the platform was to make sure that if you were caught doing something you shouldn't do, you were toast. You would be named and shamed. And that was incredible, right? That was incredible. Now, the duration that I was there, not just myself, but Rudolph and others, for the election, just amplified the whole perspective, the whole dynamic. If we look at one of the most critical points of that election, it was what everybody kind of knows as Akitigate. And I don't for a moment think that I would detract from kind of the team effort, but the election violations that took place in Ekiti State, in Akitigate, I was very much involved in exposing these politicians who were all PDP in what transpired. So
okay, let me respond to what I wanted to say, because it's not like I'm disagreeing with you, Declan, but
because I haven't landed, so I know you
I know, but hold on. What I'm saying is that what you were doing at Sahara Reporters, one of the things you were doing is what you just described, but there's something else more sinister that you were doing, right?
No.
Let me tell you what it is, and that is with certain ethnic groups, right?
No.
You were will you mute this guy? Mute him so I could finish my point. Let me land. Let me land. Yeah, let me land because you know exactly what I'm trying to point out. What I'm trying to point out is that with certain ethnic groups and women, right?
No.
What you were doing? Can I land? Right? You were actually punishing unorthodoxy. You were punishing anything that's unconventional with your own.
No.
Let me land.
You don't know unconventional.
If I may add here, he should give proofs of this because for me, I believe we can be scientific.
Just
say by this time, this article was published and it had this thing and it behaved like this.
I will start with Ngozi. You have no idea what I was involved with, what other people were involved with. This is of course false. I'm sorry that I'm raising my voice. But what you're saying is absurd. It's false.
All right. Pansat, let me say this. Pansat, listen. If you want to, you want to lay out several accusations that it will be difficult to go back and try to deal with them. So if you want to say that one thing, let him respond to that. Not keep.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that he has this flair, like he's beyond criticism or something. If I'm trying to criticize him. Right? I'm trying to criticize him, so he has to hear the criticism.
Choose one topic and say.
I'll choose Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, okay? Yeah, there's 151 articles negative about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, right? With one neutral. Google it. I'm still on the. You Google it, Rudolph. So
okay. Thank you, Pansat. Hold on. Let him respond.
I haven't landed, but let me land it. I just mentioned the article. He knows that.
Okay.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala then went on to be repudiated, but the United Nations and the world bodies repudiated Sahara Reporter's efforts to tarnish her image and to ruin her character. 151 articles with one neutral, right? Aside from that, hold on. What we're talking about on Jonathan, right?
Please, Pansat, hold on. You said that the United Nations repudiated Sahara Reporters. Where? How?
Well, with her appointments, not just the United Nations.
Okay. I want to make it clear so that I understand what you're saying. So
right afterwards,
hold on.
Heading world bodies now.
Hold on. Okay, Declan, can you respond to that?
I don't know what the accusation is, Rudolph.
The accusation is that you wrote 151 negative articles on a woman such as Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Okay.
Right? And then you doubled it up with Dora Akunyili. Even when she was in hospital bed with her hair shaven as a cancer patient, you did that, right? You did that, right?
100% I did that.
Okay. And then you showed her in the hospital with cancer treatment, right?
That's true.
And you accused her of all kinds of things, and you know it was not
accused
true.
her of what?
Everything in the world. Corruption.
No, I didn't accuse her of. Sorry, she was not accused of genocide in China. So what was she accused of? Why don't you unpack that? What was she accused of?
What I'm saying is that your articles
what was she accused of?
were negative.
What was she? Yeah, of course, there's a lot to be negative. She was the former minister of petroleum during a time in which the central
she was
bank
not that. You got it mixed up. I'm talking about Dora Akunyili, not Desiani, not Desiani. If you be quiet, you're gonna be able to hear what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm not saying Desiani. I'm saying Dora Akunyili of NAFDAC, right? Not the one you did on Desiani as well. Former petroleum minister, you had her ruined, right? So now, what I'm saying to you, right, is this: the main thing we're talking about is that in 2014 and 2015, I'm sorry that our guest is not here because he's an honest guy who was in there. It is my opinion, from evidence, that you did a concerted effort, right?
What are you reading from? What are the notes you're reading from? It looks
I'm
like
talking from the top of my head.
Is this true?
Yeah. So you moved us from frying pan to fire, right? Sahara Reporters. You moved us from frying pan to fire.
Pansat, right? Hold on. Pansat, hold on. Let me say this. Of course, not even in defense of. I'm not speaking for Declan, who was editor, or in defense of Sahara. But I would like, being that I was associated with Sahara, and I would like, Pansat, if what the study you did or whatever thing you did about Ngozi Konjiwala in terms of negative stories, can you pick another person and show us the difference in the stories that are negative or positive? Because I don't know of Sahara as a platform that writes positive story about anybody. Sahara gets the story when something bad is happening and they publish it. So so if there is anybody you can tell me now that Sahara was publishing positive stories about, while the rest of the people are getting negative stories. But for the time being, let me say this before I think I like this conversation between Pansat and Declan, if Declan has time. But Wumi is back here with us, and he's the guest today. And maybe one day we'll make Declan guest, and then we'll have this conversation. But let's finish with the
Okay, that sounds fair.
Yeah, and then get other people to also have opportunity to answer questions or ask questions to Wumi. So Pansa, finish up with Wumi, and then I will go to Okija, who also is joined us. So Okija, and then I think all eyes on judiciary and Austin and everybody else. So go ahead.
I'll conclude by saying, Dr. Akintide, I'm just going to conclude by saying I appreciate your honesty and your politics. You did say before you got interrupted here that I think you knocked Obasanjo on something, but overall, I think you have respect for Obasanjo in the sense that I believe you think he's one of those head of states that came and confessed and asked for forgiveness. As a matter of fact, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, you believe that if Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire, Emperor Jean Bokassa, that's CAR, Central African Republic, and people like Muammar Gaddafi had done the same thing, that their situation would have been better off. You do give Obasanjo that credit.
Yes, yes.
All right, sir. All right, thank you. I'll sit back and listen to the rest of your story, of your presentation here. I hope, because of the recalcitrant youth we have today, especially from the Southwest, I want you to be having a moral clarity, right, for their benefit. Somebody like myself, when you talk, if you wink, I know what you're saying, right? I know you're a good guy. You believe in true and false. But when you're talking, please try to make it very clear to these kids. They're wayward kids. When you say that Peter Obi was the best candidate that we had in this election, I want you to emphasize it for them. They don't want to listen. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear the truth. They think when somebody like myself say it, I'm saying it because I'm from the Igbo ethnic group, right? I don't know how else to put it. But when you try to say a few of these things, that the Igbo coup, quote unquote, was not really, it might have been Igbo in name, but it's not an Igbo coup. It's just that at that time, the actors who were prominent in the military were probably from the Igbo race, and Igbo goes from Kaduna. You could have somebody in Kaduna and there's an Igbo name. You go to South, and they're indistinguishable actually from the Igbos, aside from the name, in food, culture, anthropology, and whatever. So, but even though it doesn't mean anything, but please try to speak in moral clarity. So these wayward people, there's a bunch of them on this comment section here that I'm gonna go join in a minute here, so they could get it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. You know, I'm here when I was invited by Rudolph. I'm here to tell you the truth as I know it. Now, Obasanjo is an enigma. it's an enigma on his own, in the sense that, you know, I wrote an article recently saying that the art of Obasanjo that people are talking about, you know, he nearly missed becoming the Secretary General of the whole United Nations by a whisker, because I was there. I knew, in fact, but for IBB, because IBB, he knew he was running. If IBB was 100% with him, he would have been Secretary General of the United Nations. And there was something that he missed because he was running against Kofi Annan. Kofi Annan was a graduate of Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And because he attended that university, that was what gave him an edge why the Americans rooted for him. Otherwise, Obasanjo was on the way to becoming Secretary General of the United Nations. And if he had become Secretary General, he would have rated himself as being the king of the world. That guy is something else. Obasanjo is something else. You could hate him, but there's something about him that you cannot dispute. Maybe it's his destiny or what? I don't know. Even the Yorubas, they don't even accept it. They say it's an Igbo man. It's this and that. It's not a lie. This fellow knows what he wants. He knows how to kiss ass when it is necessary, and he knows how to really get whatever he wanted. So he played into the card of the Hausa Fulani. He's the only southern leader that Hausa Fulani will go to anywhere. They supported him. They knew that he was trustworthy. And he was able to play that out when Murtala Muhammad died in a coup. And he so much placed himself, he was so selfless that the Hausa Fulani oligarchy thought they could trust him to give him the power. And they made him to promise. He promised them that he will not rock the boat. And rocking the boat was to take power configuration from the Hausa Fulani. He said he was not going to do that. And he kept his promise. Kept it to the letter with how he actually supported Shagari. And even when it was time for him, that the soldiers even wanted him to take over from Shagari, he refused. He went overseas. He traveled overseas at the time. And that was the point, because they couldn't delay. They had to offer the thing to Buhari. And that was how Buhari became head of state. The first time Buhari was head of state in 1983, it was not so much because he was part of the coup. He was not. He was not at all.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Wumi. Let me just announce that if it's okay with Declan, if it's okay with that, we can bring him as the guest on Sunday next week. And Pansat, you can come and continue that conversation. Maybe we can talk about Sahara and get more.
I will be the guest, and he could come and talk about it. When Declan and I, first of all, Declan, if you're going to learn African culture, you have to respect your elder. I could be your dad, right?
No.
I'll be the guest, and he'll answer the question.
What I've learned about Africa is that they call no fool. And so it doesn't matter if you're older or younger. If you're talking nonsense, then you get shamed. So I don't know what your age is.
That's Sahara reporters. That's old people don't talk nonsense.
Nice little beats on and a TV behind you, but no one cares what your age is, my friend. What they care is the nonsense.
I'll see you on Sunday. See you on Sunday. I'll be the guest, and you.
So let me, Pansat, if the conversation is about the inner workings of Sahara, if that's what you want to have a conversation on, so Declan will be the guest. You can be part of. Okay, I can make you part of the guest and have that.
I don't care what you're talking about. When Declan and I show up, I'll be the star. All right, I'll be the star, and he'll be the one asking the question.
All right. Thank you. So
I'll see you on Sunday. Thank you very much, sir, for coming, Doc, and I'll sit back and listen to the rest of your 10 here.
All right.
I'll see you on Sunday, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Pansat. But Pansat, I will need your number if you're going to be a guest. There's a process that we have to go through, so I'll need to talk to you. Let me just also say that I'll go to you, Okija, to come and come and you can talk to Dr. Wumi. But because I'm going back to New York today, I told you guys I'm in Boston, and it's about time for me to take off. I'll show his wedding. He will anchor the program. A show will be around to anchor the program, and then Scribe or Kija. I have people who anchor the program while I make my way back to New York. But let's go to Okija. Okija, your question for Dr. Wumi.
Dr. Akintide, welcome. Thank you for coming. Dr. Rudolph, thank you. I
There's a misconception I want to correct because people always say it Hausa Fulani that they ruled Nigeria. From my calculation, Hausa Fulani they've ruled Nigeria for 18 years out of 63 years. That's Shagari 4 years, Abdul Salam 1 year, Yaradua 3, Buhari 8 plus 2. So it's about 18 years. So if you want to blame the problem with Nigeria, we shouldn't blame all the Hausa Fulani. That's one. Tone was asking you a question. And he said something about someone being a student. Someone coming to school doesn't mean that this person is a student. So it's probably that we know that schools in US, especially like tertiary schools, institutions. That's where people sell drugs. Probably Tinubu was there to sell drugs. But I want to ask you something, Doctor. Do you think that you and Tinubu, the same? Like you said, you met him. Do you think that two of you are the same age? You are, the same age.
I would think when I met him at that time, we don't ask about people's age.
Yeah.
But I thought we were closer in age than he's admitting now. I think we are closer in age. That was just opinion, because it depends on the way you carry yourself and your physical health. Some people look older than their age. A lot of my friends, like Rudolph, they think that I'm looking younger than my age. I don't feel it, but I really do exercise to keep fit and be okay. And God has been kind to me. That's what I would say. But I thought we were closer in the age than Tinubu has admitted. That's my own personal opinion.
Yeah, because for public record, you are 79, about 79.
Well, that's another thing. That's true. That was true, and I will explain how that happened.
Yeah,
I don't want to explain. I don't want to go into that, but I will explain. Yes, but a lot of people, for example, when I was born, there was nobody in my family who was around when I was born to take note and write it down. A lot of people, they just guess. They say, okay, when were you born? Oh, you were born in Ogun Okuta. When did the war take place? And then they will guess. A lot of us are like that. So that was what happened. But I was particularly lucky that later I was born with somebody on the same date. The same day, we were 15 minutes apart. And that was where that mistake came from. Later, when I heard that I was born the same day, I went to her and said, who told you that you were born the same day? And the woman was still alive. I went there to see her. And I asked who was the doctor. We were the first set of children to be born at the Akure maternity at that time. So they mentioned the doctor. I went into the computer looking for information if I could find a British doctor named Dr. Robinson. I met him before he died. I went to look for him. I wanted the confirmation. Yeah. So that was where that came about. But it's not something I want to discuss in this forum. But that's correct.
Yeah. So we from what you said, Tinubu is not 70 years or 71. He should be at least 76 or 80. 85.
I don't know. I don't know. But you see, when you are talking about this Tinubu is one enigma of a story. Now, does it not even look ridiculous that somebody you appointed as a senator and then as a governor for so many years, that is only now that you are questioning it that he wanted to be president? All these ones should have been raised at that point. If you are good enough to be governor and good enough to be senator, surely you must be good enough to be president. Why not? It's a crazy society where they are raising this point. This was the point that would have been raised a long time ago. You allow the man to become everything that anyone could become. And he has a right to believe that, okay, I've been governor, I've been senator, the next thing it will be president. And in Nigeria, people don't want to leave office. They don't want to leave office. That's why most of the people in the parliament today, in the Nigerian Senate, they are all retired people. They don't want to leave. When they are governor, they are already planning how to become senator. And when they are in the House of Assembly, they are planning to go to the National Assembly. when they are councillor, they are planning to become the next governor. It's a crazy society. And that's because of poverty. People want to remain in control all over the time. If you put 10 Nigerians down, 9 out of 10 Nigerians are guilty of what we are saying. It's not Tinubu alone. Not Tinubu alone. So if we single out Tinubu and without blaming him, we are blaming ourselves. That's the way I look at it. I might be wrong, but that's my view of it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Austin, you're next.
Wait a minute, no. I'm next.
Okay, sorry, it's Pansat.
Oh, okay, not Pansat. Oh, Pansat already.
No, it's me.
Okay, man of prestige. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, man of prestige.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. What's his name? Dr. Fumi. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you very much for us having you here today. You have an impeccable pedigree, so we are very honored to be speaking with you here today. It's very pleasure speaking with you. Thank you, sir. Having said that, my question has to be, I'm not going to elongate my question because it seems rude of, you have given people opportunity here, to be going to the rabbit hole instead of answering the question, straight, because there's a lot of people here. This is just my personal opinion. We should have come and answered, ask the man a question, in respect of him for coming here. So let me go to my question. So my question has to do about the difference between the military and the democratic government we have. Because what I have noticed in this democratic we have, they have perpetuate what I call institutional coup. This is how they came to power and stay there forever. So being in Nigeria for a long time with your pedigree and everything, you know about the military, you know about the democracy that we are so much practicing right now. Can you tell me what's the economical benefit we have derived from this so-called democracy? Because in my own opinion, I'm talking about economy, let's be straight, I like democracy, that's where I'm coming from. I'm not here talking for military rule or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But I want you to tell me what's the economical benefit we have derived from this so-called democracy, because in my own opinion, there's no difference. I mean, we are doing good or doing bad under the military rule. We are still doing bad right now, if not worse, under this democracy. So there's no benefit I've seen from it. But being you with that pedigree and being here for a long time, can you, enumerate on my question, please? Thank you, sir.
Well, if you are talking about the difference between democracy and
economical.
Well, they all go together. I mean, you can't separate one from the other. Democracy is about the two systems have their own weaknesses. They have their own pros and cons. But the pros for democracy is the more than the pros for dictatorship. Because dictatorship, you are talking about one man rule. In fact, everything we are talking about.
I want you to go straight to my question. I mean, economical benefit. What has Nigeria benefit economical? No, forget about freedom of speech and all that kind of things.
Okay.
Because we are not better right now than we were, under the military rule. That's my point. Economical. Nigeria is suffering right now. The same they are suffering before, better. Before.
Yeah, yes, I will agree with that. In fact, as a matter of fact, if you are talking about pure economics, I think we are even better under the military. Why? Okay. Because decision making under the military is not as tortuous and as difficult as this. One man just says, I want Niger Bridge built. And it is built. Because all the other people, all the other men, they say yes. In fact, it's at zombie. You have to obey the first command. That's it. So because of that, it is easy to take decision. It is easy to get things done. So in that sense, because when you are not able to take decision on time and act on it, it slows down. It affects the economy. That's about the only thing I can add. Because taking decision in a democracy, it has to pass through so many processes. There's going to be so many delays. I mean, for example, look at the situation we have in America today. If Donald Trump were to be in any of the other countries where they have military coup, by now the man would have been executed. I mean, you stage a coup and it failed. Finish. You go nowhere because it has been proved. But now they say it, and even the man who said the coup is now negotiating when the trial will take place. Where? Where would that happen? It's now saying that, okay, I want it in 4 years. And by 4 years, the statute of limitations would have set in to wipe out the whole thing. Now, it's only in America you can do that. So even America itself, where we are, they have their own weaknesses. The system in America is not perfect either. It's not perfect at all. I see so many situations that need to be worked on. And it's playing out now. That somebody staged a coup, got all his people and so on, and the guy is just dribbling the whole country. And still threatening people. If you come after me, I'm going to come after you. Can you do that under a military regime? The day they catch him, if it's not a bosom of Niger, he's gone.
All right, Dr. Wumi, thank you so much. And Sho is here. He will help to anchor the program for the rest of the day. I have to catch my ride back to New York. Dr. Wumi, thank you, and we will bring you back in not too long because there are so many things we have not covered. Declan, thank you so much, and Mr. Sho. Please continue the conversation. All the other panelists, man of procedure, I appreciate all of you. Austin, I'll be listening on while I'm in the car on our way back.
Does it mean that I can go now, or you still need me?
No, hang in. If you have time, you can hang on there.
I'm done.
You're done. You're done. Okay, all right. Okay, if you're
Please,
done,
I have a question.
let the people who are in the panel here.
If you have a few questions, I will take a few questions.
Yeah, take from Austin and
because
then
I didn't know it would last this long.
Austin, KJ, I know, and all eyes on judiciary. Then you can then go. But I appreciate your time today and everybody watching us. I will see you guys.
I'm the first person that will damage now.
Oh, who? I don't
I'm
see.
the next after man of prestige.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, all right. So he will figure out. Show is here. Show we handle. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys next time.
All right, Dr. Wumi Akintide Yes, sir. I'll take over from now. So we'll take questions from the three gentlemen who haven't asked questions. Tone already spoke to you, so we'll go to Niger Man, as we know him, but his name is now always on judiciary. So please ask your question.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir, for us and for standing for us, for all the good you have done. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your coming. Sir, just a quick one, because you have been here for a long time. Let me just make it short and relieve the rest. With the way the policies of this Tinubu administration is going, because you said you know him very well from the Chicago.
I know him.
With the way all the policy are made, the Naira, the fuel, the cabinet, the ministerial list, what do you see? What do you see, General? Are we going forward or backward?
What I would say is that it's going to get worse before it gets better. The chickens are coming home to roost right now. Because we had 8 years of we had 8 years of roughness. What I'm saying is that it cannot make any correction within 2-3 months. It's not possible. But we cannot wait forever, like you said, because the people are suffering. And if this suffering is too much, that's why Obasanjo is talking about Nigeria sitting on a keg of gunpowder. I cannot agree more. That's correct.
Yeah. 40% of our youth is unemployed,
which is terrible.
Inflation is 24.7 or something. 40% of youth are not employed. Something else is going to happen. I wonder how people still wake and sleep in that country with that kind of situation.
When I read it yesterday, I know it's a time for trouble. It's a great time for trouble. But one way or the other, they will find a way around it. I mean, we are talking about a nation. A nation, where you are talking about the nation, is just you are not talking about the individual. Well, it's going to get worse before it gets better. That's all I can say.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Augustine.
So I'll just go straight. It's nice to hear from you, Dr. Wumi.
Thank you.
Now, I had this question. First, I would like to talk from a cultural point of view, as a Yoruba man, as an Igbo man, as an Hausa person, or for a Fulani person.
Are you four things rolled together? Your
No,
house?
I'm just saying that you should answer from that direction of ethnicity.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Why is it that if someone criticizes his elder brother, or maybe you tell somebody, your elder, that, for example, this thing you have done is wrong, especially your tribal person, you are seen as a saboteur? That's the first thing I wanted to ask.
That's that is human nature. It's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. It's human nature. In fact, nobody likes criticism. Once you criticize, for example, I have lived long enough to know that criticism is part of life. You ought to be able to accommodate it. If you cannot accommodate it, it's like leadership. If you cannot follow, it's not likely that you will be able to lead. You have to be able to follow before you are able to lead. A lot of people don't want to follow. They only want to lead. There's going to be a problem with that because that is against the law of nature. Yeah.
So the second part I wanted to ask is that you have rubbed shoulders with the former politicians, past and present.
Yes.
Why do you think these leaders don't want us to know the history, especially what you guys saw in the 1960s?
Because the history is reckless. It's dirty. It's dirty. All right, for example, like a man like Awolowo, for instance, if he was still alive, he won't hate history because while he was in power, he did something that people are still remembering today. I met a lot of people who said they would never have known the 4 walls of a school. But for Awolowo, free education. In fact, I was the first set of Awolowo free education. You can't believe it. Look at me. I'm an old man. I was the first set because 1955, when it started, I was in primary 6. So for my final year in the primary school, I didn't have to pay school fees, even though my father was able to pay it. I mean, pay my fees and be able to do all of that. But I was a beneficiary because it started in 1955. And in 1955, I was in my final year in primary school. It was 1956 that I got into secondary school.
So the point I'm trying to make here is that some days ago, I went to one of the states in the United States here. Okay. And I had to go for a boat ride. These people had to take us to historic sites. There is this prison somewhere in San Francisco where the most dangerous criminals were taken place on an island. We had to go there, look at everything.
The maximum security prison. Yeah.
Yes, they gave us the detail. They even showed us how the white men executed people who came from abroad. When I heard all this, I felt so bad. But yet I knew the history and that people wanted to talk about it so that somebody can say, okay, we are sorry, and they can move on.
Exactly.
But a situation now in Nigeria, we don't even want to talk about it, is where there is a problem. Some of these white men, they did not even some, they did worse. Because when I heard the history, I felt so bad in my spirit.
No,
my point is now, as us young people,
yes,
no matter how you want to run, a man cannot run away from his buttocks, even though his buttocks is behind him.
But
so in that case, it therefore means that there must be a way for us to talk this out so that posterity will find a way to move ahead. Yes. Why I'm saying so is because the election created a divide. I'll tell you the truth. There are some people I knew who were dating Igbo or Yoruba people, and after the election, the relationship scattered.
Yes.
I'm no longer interested anymore. You are not interested. So there must be a way for us to talk about what happened there and what we need to do to make it better. So how does some of us, the young people, find a way to know these things and talk about it so that we can make our nation better?
It's simple. It's simple. The people said history should be taken out of the curriculum of Nigeria. They are blind and short-sighted. When you have people with eyes, with vision, they will restore it and they will start to know it. That's why we want a good government. I don't know of any president who is right-thinking mind who will say that history should be taken off the curriculum so that people will not know what happened, what they did, and so on. It will be brought back. Simple. It will be brought back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, sorry, 1 minute, please. Show. History is back because before Buhari left, they signed it back before Buhari left. So history is back. Yeah.
Thanks for that information. KJ, your question, please. That will be the final one. And I would ask Baba something before he leaves. I will use the Omoluabi privilege to ask my own question before he leaves. But KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Wumi.
I had to jump in, having come in from church, just to listen to your comments. I'm just full of praises. That's all I'm going to say. People like you and few others there are the ones who are keeping the Nigerian spirit running. Most of what you said was what exactly some of the things that my late father told me, in terms of history and all that. So I truly appreciate your honesty and your straightforwardness in telling these stories. I also hope that as you will capture some of these things in books, so that people who are coming behind will have the opportunity. Those who are seeking the truth, because it's not everyone in Nigeria who wants to know the truth.
But the problems are, I like what you are saying. Government is going to find a way to address it. We don't have a reading culture. Every time I go to the public library here, I see an 85-year-old still flipping books in the library. I said, what is this guy doing there? So I asked the woman, I said, what are you doing? He looked at me too and asked, what am I doing too? I said, I came to check some facts here. You see, we don't have a reading culture. And that is a huge disadvantage for us. But someday, as we begin to reimplant and keep people interested, for example, in America here, you have public library everywhere. I have it near my house here. I am always going there to check some of my facts and so on, to be sure. So not having a reading culture is a big problem for us. In fact, you can write all of these books, nobody reads it. They don't read it. Only very few people of our leaders. For example, Buhari doesn't read at all. And that is so was Shagari too. So when Shagari was in power, all he had to do was to rely on one or two permanent secretaries that he trusts. And one of those permanent secretaries was Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji, the Sokoto prince. He went to London School of Economics. He's very, very bright. Very, very bright. That was his think tank at that time. So anything that Buhari is doing, go and find out. It was Abubakar Alhaji that is doing it, and so on. He only if Abubakar says he wants somebody appointed, that is the person that will be appointed, and he will do his own work and give all the nitty-gritty. But the president himself doesn't read. And so was Buhari. Buhari is even worse. And he had an excuse because he was too sickly, too sick. That guy was sick, even though he got healed later and was able to do, but he was sick. Most of the time he was in hospital. Yeah, it's horrible. Those are part of the question we are going to ask. Why is it the sick people that are always getting to be president? Why? Somebody has to ask that question. And I happen to be one. When I was in the service, it was like I was a rebel too. Nobody would like you because if you speak the truth too much, nobody would like you. But I took it from my father, and there's no way I cannot change. I'm too old to change. That's who I am. That was the way I'm wired by my God. And that's the way I'm going to die. I know that. I tell it like I know it. I'm not perfect. I tell it like I know it. And I think it's good to do that. So when I get a forum like this to share some of my thoughts and share it with honesty, I want to do it. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I'll just ask my question. Like I said, I will use my moderator/Omoluabi privilege to ask you a question.
You are.
I'm familiar with some of the works of Baba Awolowo, what he did. I grew up in Ibadan. When he died in 1987, his house, Okebola, we went there, bought the souvenirs. Yes. He's somebody who is loved and revered among Yoruba people and across Nigeria, in most quarters.
Because of what he did.
Yes. And Awolowo had his mentees, his proteges, his generals. Ajashin in Old Ondo. We had Bola Ige in Ibadan. I'm from Ogun State, but I was born in Oyo State, so I refer to Ibadan a lot.
Bola Ige
in Oyo State. Bishop Obanjo was in Ogun State. Jack Conde was in Lagos. There was this healthy rivalry between his mentees to the point that Jack Conde was referred to as Baba Kikiri.
Correct.
And the Oyo State man, Bola Ige, was referred to as Aruli Awolowo. The two of them were the closest to him.
Yes.
And we can see the legacy of these men that came after Awolowo.
Yes.
But the people they sort of maybe mentored or hand over to, I don't think this current crop of Yoruba politicians will be remembered the same way. What changed? What happened?
Well, a lot of things change. Number one, the search for money. Everybody wants to get rich. Everybody wants to be comfortable. That's what has changed. Inordinate ambition. People want to be who they are not. And our culture encourages it. For example, when you have a party and people go to party and start demonstrating how rich you are by putting dollars. In fact, I can understand it at the time when Naira is like toilet paper. But today, Naira, I mean, before, Naira was good. But today, it's like toilet paper. When you take $1 here, and it will give you 900 to 950. So, but one would have thought that if we are not profligate in our spending habit, one would have thought that if you have a chance to spend a dollar, to spray dollar on people, that you will prefer to spray Naira. But when you go to parties in Nigeria now, I don't know, it's insanity. You see people spraying, some people are spraying $1. Some people are now spraying $20. And when you know how much, so if you work hard for your money, you won't be throwing it out like that. So a lot of people who are spraying like that, and this bad culture that Yoruba people started, it has spread to Igbo and even to Hausa and Fulani now. They are now doing it. And you want to celebrate your birthday, you have to buy a fan. Even some people are now buying television to give to people. This is insanity. Nobody is talking about that. That's not even our clergy, the people, the pastors. So we have a problem. We do have a problem. But awareness is the first thing that we have to do. Because if you have a problem and you don't know you have a problem, that in itself is a problem. So if we create awareness and we try to set good examples for the people we interact with, I think that will be the beginning of solution.
Okay, thank you very. On that note, I'd like to thank you on behalf of Rudolph and his show, Dr. Damage's show. I'd like to thank you for being our guest today. The comment section, I've been in the comment section for about 3 hours. I've seen people, they appreciate, your honesty, your contribution, and the history that you've shared with us today. It'll be lovely to have you back another day, but we think you deserve some rest at 79. You should catch your breath, but we'd love to have you back. So thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, people. To the guys in the backstage, apologies. I see you, but it's just because the agreement, Rudolph had with Baba. That's why I didn't want to add any more people, so we won't be asking questions. But I'll bring you on, and I would share the link because I've seen people ask me for the link. I'm going to share the link now, and people can join. And like I keep saying every time I do this, if you know Forefather's number, maybe it's the one Augustine is calling. Call him, tell him to come by 10 p.m. UK time, which is what, in an hour and a half. By 10 p.m.
Can I ask a question? It seems when you're backstage in the comment section, you assume another character, and when you come on the panel, you assume a different character. Is it deliberate?
Shed light.
Huh?
Shed light on that.
Shed light on that, because I was trying to deliver my point. I know that you're one of those that were like, hurry up, oh no, turn.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'll tell you as a panelist, it's the same. If I feel it's labored, if I feel it's going on and on and on, and I feel like there are a lot of people.
See, I'm not. See, listen, I'm not one. I'm sure you observed yesterday, because yesterday I was here from 2 until the end. Right. I'm one of those. I'm one of those that I'm very calm. I know that I watch everybody. I listen until you ask me to come on. But I don't think it's very fair when other people have been given a fair chance, and then some other people will come on. I've seen it happen many times. It's just my observation. I'm not trying to criticize you or anything. But I think we should just be fair. We should give everybody a fair share of their time to, a lot of us, we can't be the same. Some people could wrap up what they want to say in, say, 5 minutes. Some will take a little bit over 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes. So I just felt that
I hear you.
I need to
I think the
put
issue
that
would
out.
be, yeah, I hear you, but I think the issue with the questions on days like this, especially when we have like a hot guest, when a lot of people want to ask, is if we allow it to go on, how do you draw the line? I think the moment when I remember what I said. I said, Tone, I beg now, like, please now. That's what I said. Now, that was after you had asked your question, and it was answering your question. He had answered it. You guys had sort of drawn a line on it. So it was just speaking on I won't call it interject. It almost like you were buttressing his point, which I felt could have carried on into something else.
Okay.
But I just thought at
I
that point,
see.
you had asked.
Okay, that's clarified now. Yeah,
If you
that's
feel
cool.
like any,
Yeah, thanks.
apologies.
No, thanks, Joe. It's fine. You've clarified it.
I also want to say something.
Yes, go.
It's sometimes because I've been on the background watching the debate going on with Pastor?
I wanted to talk on that before I leave as well.
It's very disrespectful. Okay, when that kind of exchange happens, and me being also as a journalist, I mean, I feel sad that it's allowed to go on. You see, sure, assume you are the guest. I don't know how to accept everything you are saying. Okay, there's so many things the guy said which I don't accept. But that is his opinion. You see, we must understand that when somebody speaks, it's the person's opinion. It is not cast on stone. Okay, and so coming on to argue back and forth, even when you see that the guy is not giving up on his point, I think it doesn't help us. I think also trying to tell somebody that the person doesn't know what he's talking about is insensitive. Because everybody here is an adult, and so a man who has spent so many times, so many years researching a topic or being in a particular field, and you say the person doesn't know what you're talking about, just because the person you are meeting the person for some few hours, and after that is all. Rather to me, it's very disrespectful. So the earlier we know how to look, let me say something. Somebody was asking me, on the comment, on comment section, if I also agree that it was Ojukwu that started the war. I don't agree. In fact, some of the things that Tone said, I don't agree with it. But I will not jump on. That's his opinion. He has the right to have it. Okay, so it's his opinion, and so let's understand that. Let's not make it look as if somebody comes here, you want to put him down. It's not a competition. It's not a beauty contest. Nobody's here to contest anything. Okay, at least I'm not here to contest anything. I can share my opinion. You like it, you don't like it. You don't like it, okay. Okay. I just want to put that in.
Can I say something?
Thank you for that. 1 second. Let me just
please,
highlight
can
this
you put
quickly.
me in the
So
background, please? Yeah?
sorry, 1 second. Let me just highlight this comment. Isaiah, you said show used to be your aburo. Okay, Egmo. I started deleting your comment. No, I don't delete your. See, let me put this out. I think there's something with YouTube where maybe comments are slowed or delayed. I don't know. Maybe if the comment section is really busy, maybe they time you out naturally. Why would I delete your comment? What exactly have you said that will warrant deleting your comment? There are people that I have personally blocked on my YouTube, not on StreamYard. So when I'm just a regular person, not logged in as an administrator, there's someone, I wouldn't mention their name, what they type is never coherent. Like you can't make sense of it. Sometimes it's about Jesus, it's about God, and I'm like, who's this person? And I block that person. So everything they type, I don't see it. I only remember that person when people type the name and say, oh, this person, can you stop disturbing us? Then I'll be like, oh my God, that person, I blocked them. I personally block the people I don't want to see their comments. And I think it's about 1 or 2 on this channel. So Isaiah, I have no reason to censor you or anyone else. Why? Except you're being, rude to people, like blatantly calling people names. There's someone who comes here to call Ngosika all sort of names, unprintable names. I pleaded with the person, please stop harassing her. Even when she's not here, you are calling out sort of names that I can't even repeat. I pleaded and I said, if you carry on, I would block you as an administrator. I made it clear, and they stopped. So why would Isaiah? I have no reason to block you. I'll be sorry, Isaiah. I have no reason to block you or to time you out. So please,
can I say something?
Yes.
Sure. Can you put me in the background?
So what I wanted to say was that whole orchestration with Pensat and and deadpan. Somehow, sometimes we need to learn to be scientific. You don't, I always make this known. You don't use your standard as the universally accepted standard. What you feel is right may not be right. And that is why, even when I'm doing my job, I always try to put that at the back of my mind, because you don't feel that what I believe in is the best. Somebody may come with a superior argument and it's okay. Now, why I said so is because there was a time, for me, I like my father, as Shehu will normally say. There was a time I told my father to his face that if that was during 2010, if Jonathan appoints you the Minister of Justice, I will criticize it, that you will not be the Minister of Justice. He looked at me and said, why? I told him that you are not fair in your judgment. What happened? He has been doing some things over and over. So I told him there was just something happened some minutes ago. That was why I made that statement before that time. Somebody came and said my mommy did something. He just started shouting and backing and talking because it's his wife. I said, calm down. I asked Mama, what happened? He explained. I called the woman, asked. The woman was moving up and down. He did this. I called somebody who was neutral, who sometimes doesn't even like my mom. I asked what happened. Exactly what that person said was what my mommy said. Then I turned and looked at my father. I asked, did you hear it? He's not the first person who run to you to say that this happened, wins the case. No. Listen to the two sides. And that's why I told them, if they want to make you Minister of Justice, I will criticize it. From that day, he started listening to both sides of an argument, not the person who talk first. So what I wanted to make is that Pastor said that because I'm an old man, then it means that anything I say is right. It's wrong. It's not true. If it don't make sense, what you are saying is right. It doesn't make any sense. So we should try as much as possible to add substance to what we say. Not that it must be the way I think, or maybe if somebody doesn't do it to your perspective, then the person is wrong. It's
Thank you, Augustine. It's I think it's one of the tools they've used to keep us quiet for a long time in Nigeria. Maybe Africa at large, once people are older than you, your opinion.
If you don't agree, you are a saboteur, Austin.
Exactly. John Abba, good to see you.
Thank you for that.
Good to see you, John Abba. How was church today?
It was good. Thank you so very much. You are one of the kind.
Yes, thank you.
You are
Dan Rastaman.
Unfortunately, the tribalism and the bias of Rudolph, he do not allow me in. I still love him. I will always love him.
Okay.
Because it's my one. I could have asked Baba, but I want to say that Baba was a very, very liberal man. I wanted to ask him a question, maybe sometime in the future. It's one of those people we ever miss that never lead our country because of his view, generosity. I am not a fan of Peter Obi, but he says that even if we will vote today, we will vote for Peter Obi. It's a very, very.
I know, because he said Peter Obi, you're happy now.
Why is that?
I said I know because he talking about Peter Obi, so you're happy now.
No, I'm not even happy about. I'm not happy about that. I'm not Peter Obi fan, but the fact that he's very open about.
I said that's why you're happy with him.
He's an open, elderly man in the society who say the way he meant what he say. He never go around, beat around the bush, even though you can call him a politician. Since you have been involved in all those things, it's not the man that go around, beat around the bush. But unfortunately, I do not have the opportunity because of the marginalization of this platform. It's okay. I'm the only minority here that artistic. I've been in this way for a long time, and I will continue. It's a grace. You asked me about church. It's a grace of God upon my life to go through all the criticism, call names, and I still keep my.
But John, I'm on your side. Benaba.
Yeah, you can never be on my side, and no, because you live in my state. You eat all the pounded yam. Unfortunately, the bias not allow you to marry one of my sister. So
Okay,
it's all right.
let me welcome the rest of the guys to the show. Paul, good to see you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Now what I'm saying now, I do not interested. I did not even finish.
shows
No.
I think it's not
I'm
important.
welcoming people. I only welcomed you. We'll come back to you and discuss. Now I'm trying to use Dr. Rudolph's style now. So we welcome you, then we'll now come to you, then we have discussions.
Okay, I'll see you in Pakistan.
Yeah, this is just welcome. You know, you're welcome in the name of the Lord. You know that song now? No. So, Paul, good to see you, man. Welcome to the show, Bumi. Good to see you as well.
Yeah,
Chief Tim.
I really felt bad that Tone just left while I come in, because I'll come in later, maybe when the forefather comes, so that we'll do the
usual
night thing. And then, but you don't show you are too gentle for us. We don't want to offend you.
I don't like
you are our own Jehovah
I like a bit
Witness.
of Basbos,
Very
but
calm.
all night long,
You know,
Basbos is too much.
so Tone talk about Tinubu's daughter. Tinubu's daughter had a baby.
But it should be turn by turn. Paul, you just came now. People were here before you came.
I'm saying hello. I think people don't. So what I'm saying is that I'm just welcoming you. Then we'll go around and you can talk about anything you want to talk about.
Go.
Good to have you on the show.
Dan, don't give me Dada. Dan, go ahead.
Brother, make we follow the rules. What you do?
Bumi, you can unmute yourself just to say hello to you.
Thank you very much, and good day, everybody.
Okay, it's good to have you on the show. Chim, good to have you on the show as well.
Yeah, good day, everybody. Nice to be with you.
Olumide Baba Olugun of Canada. We can't see your face, so if I can't see you, I'm kicking you out.
Customer, the answer offensive. You know, get. Look at from the
What
other
are you prescribing? Is it classified substance? Make sure somebody countersigns, or I know deal. Okay, Olumide is not ready. I'll take him out for a second. Prince Akwachi, I see you, but you're driving, as you know. I recorded the Dr. Rudolph's rules and regulations, so I can't put you on, unfortunately. Yeah, but once I say that you're packed, I would bring you on the panel. Apologies. All right, so KJ. So what do we do? Let's start from you. So, continuing from where Doctor stopped. He spoke about, a few things, his association with Tinubu, knowing him briefly in Chicago. He also spoke about, what he thinks of our constitution, which Olumide was very happy. I think that's when I joined in the comment section. Olumide was very happy about the constitution. It feels like it's one of those things that, we've discussed already, but, we can overflow these issues. What do you think?
Yes. If you
based on
ask
everything
me,
you've heard from Doctor?
Yes, I think we have exhausted all that he discussed. The only thing that it looks like to me is that he came to maybe give more credence to what we have already said concerning the Nigerian Constitution, the Tinubu's administration, and all that. And having been somebody who has worked closely with Tinubu, he came from a perspective that many of us may not know. I don't know him, Tinubu, personally, but from all I gleaned from all that are published and all that are out there, those politicians who have met with him, I think we have exhausted that. If you ask me, I would say let's move on to. There are many more things I'll probably be able to discuss.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
fine. So what topic would you, like Rodolfo was saying, is there any topic that we missed? What would you like to discuss?
Sorry, sure. Can I ask a question, please? And then just quick one if you so I wasn't here. I didn't listen to Dr. Wumi Akintide. I hope that's the right pronunciation.
Yes, Akintide, yeah.
Correct.
And I don't know what exactly is it possible? I hope it's not a big ask. If you could just give us a little snippet for some of us who are not here of some of the big things he spoke about.
I wasn't here too.
Okay, so me myself, I have to confess I wasn't here from the beginning, but what I caught from him was people asked him about Tinubu, and he said he was living in the US when Tinubu was a student at Chicago. He said definitely Tinubu attended Chicago. Someone came and pushed back and said the fact that you saw him on the university campus at the time does not mean he was a student. It could have been I think it was Stone. And, and the comment section went crazy. He said, maybe he was just hanging out at the university. You never know. But he said Dr. Akintide wasn't a student.
He talked so many people that happened to be his classmates when he was talking about Tinubu when Dr. Dami
Maybe not
was
classmates, but people that they went to uni together.
Yeah, they schooled together.
He mentioned a lot of names of people who knew him that was,
No, he talked about even though his classmates.
Okay.
Yeah.
People asked about his age. He said, well, that he thinks Tinubu is closer to him in age, and Dr. Akintide is 79. He said, but it is what it is. When he met him at the time, they are not friends. It's like, my friend's friends, that he felt like they would be about the same age. He spoke about the Constitution, people complained about it, and he said he believes that's one of our greatest problems. was written by a group of people who didn't consider Nigerians when they were writing it. So it's for getting rid of it, or at least amending it, changing it. I missed that part, but from what I caught when it was doing like a recap, when Pansat came and summarized everything Baba said and put it back to him to say, do you, like electricity, if I put it to you, do you confirm to me that? So, he said he would have voted for Peter Obi if he was going to vote. If there was an election tomorrow out of the bunch that we had, he would have voted for Peter Obi. But even he believes that with the current constitution, Peter Obi would not have been able to do much. He feels that that's a burden on Nigeria right now. He spoke about, why Awolowo was able to mentor the Bola Igis and the Jakondis and the Ajashins, but those ones, there was a disconnect between that set and the ones ruling right now. He spoke, touched about a few things. Those were the sort of things I caught when I came, because I wasn't here from the beginning. When the guys speaking, anyone on the panel, I think Mr. James, Mr. J probably was here from the beginning. They can touch up on things that I probably missed. But those are the ones I caught myself, but he was a very honest man. He spoke about the Biafra War. He said he wouldn't want to speak on it because he wouldn't want people to quote him to say, is it an Igbo coup, because it was asked. And he said he felt because most of the names of the top guys were Igbo names. In fact, someone had to come on, I think it was Stone as well, who came on and corrected him to say Ifejuna is an Igbo name, because Baba thought some of these names sound Igbo, but they are from the old Bendel, Delta, what you call Delta, and all of that. So I think he was almost leaning to say some of them had Igbo names, but they were not Igbo in the real sense of it. That's what he was saying. But he said, I won't tell you if it's an Igbo coup or not. I don't want to be quoted. And Tone came on to say if Ejuna was actually Igbo. And he, gracefully said, okay, I take that back. I apologize, So they asked him about the Igbo coup. He spoke about it. He spoke about the reason why he felt distraught and, talked about it. Very generous man. He was very honest as far as I'm concerned. He wasn't afraid to say, I got it wrong and retract his statements. And, yeah. So it'll be a great watch. I would watch it back myself. The beats that I missed.
No problem. Thanks. I just wanted to have a snippet, and I think you've brought me up to speed enough. Thanks.
We also confirmed snakes swallowed millions indeed. Oh God.
Yes. In fact, you see, sometimes the term Igbo coup actually came from a BBC reporter. Okay, it was that was what they used in selling the pogrom. Because when that coup happened, the BBC reporter reported it and they named it an Igbo coup, okay? And that term continued to stick till today. But if you count, out of the people that took part, only 3 of them are Igbos. The rest are from, a lot of people, some from the West, there are some from the North. In fact, most times people don't even remember there are Northerners that were part of that coup, okay? And I have happened to listen to the ADC to Aguirre, because people have given all kinds of story of how he was killed, and that guy gave a first class info, just like this doctor we spoke to today, because he was a part of the system and was there when everything played out. He was able to bring his own account. So as a good listener, what I do is I listen, and this is an advice I gave myself many years ago. When I go to my community, the things I'm interested in, I go to elderly men and I sit with them and I record some of the things, the conversations they've had, those ones who are active in the action that I'm interested in. So sometimes when I get to meet these people, I have an uncle who took part, who was a colonel in the Biafran army, who spoke extensively of how the war ended in Uzuakoli and what was the final day. So you see, there are expanse of information that are not printed so far, but are in the hands of people who that may be genuinely true. So when we come to a forum, let's open our mind and listen, and we'll probably be able to glean from what people say and make up our mind, of what side of the divide we stand.
All right. KJ, thank you for that. I'm going to move this on quickly and I will speak less, as most of you probably know. When I moderate, I'm quite happy to keep quiet. But now that you spoke about this, it's an opportunity for me to say this. I think I mentioned it on a Sunday morning, and East Mary was on the panel. He's one of those that forefathers run from Saturday into Sunday morning. It was a very hot Sunday morning. People were annoyed and everybody was angry that morning. So when I tried to float this idea, it wasn't even, East Mary just kicked against it big time. So Rudolph and I spoke about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we thought it might be a good idea, and we'll check with you, of course, because this is for you, it's for us, it's for the panelists and the guys in the comment section. So Rudolph and I thought it would be a good idea to have a Saturday where we would have people who would confirm that they're happy to speak uninterrupted for about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Now, you don't have to exhaust it on the Biafra issue, right? You would confirm your interest. You drop an email to drdamages@gmail.com to say you're interested to speak on it. What we're looking for is your account of the Biafra, the before, the during, the after, but most importantly, the way out. What's the solution? Like, CM was saying, was it CM a while ago? Let's build memorial. Let's build a memorial. Let's build something. Let's remember, so those sort of things. How can we progress? That's something that we're looking to do. And one of the reasons why we're looking to do it is, and I must commend the panelists over the last couple of weeks. Every conversation has not ended up with the Biafra, IPOB, you go, I go, you just, we've sort of, gotten most of it out of our system, but we feel like there are people who have very strong opinions and people who have maybe wealth of knowledge. Like CM is somebody I would love to speak for like half an hour. Some people will probably mute, like Kulata will press mute. You understand? He doesn't want to hear it. But the idea is that someone like CM would speak about it because he said he's read over 40 books on this particular, piece of history. Now, we would like you to give us some of the books you've read or who told you. My grandfather told my mother. That's fine. It's acceptable. It wouldn't be the view of this channel. It won't be the view of Rudolph. It's just your view, what you thought happened. There are a lot of people from the South, which I've, found out since I started joining this panel, that they're quite passionate about the subject as well. So we'll have a few guys, I'm sure they would volunteer from the South, who have very strong opinions, very strong, arguments as to what they think happened. Somebody sang a song, somebody did a decree, they stopped the song, they were dancing. It's good. Let's hear it. And the way we'll do it is, it won't be a panelist of people arguing because we know it will turn into very, volatile. So you'll be there by yourself. You speak for 10 minutes, 20, whatever, how long you need. We'll cap it maybe at 20 minutes. Tell us what you think happened and the solution. The expectation is now that the next time that person come on this platform, this is where Ismail missed it. We are not saying you can never discuss that subject again. No. What we are saying is we won't expect you to now try to lecture us for another 5 minutes out of the 3 minutes Rudolph gave you to discuss political ministerial nominees. You now take us to IPOB. You understand? Because you've had time. If somebody who didn't contribute that day comes on and wants to talk about IPOB issues, Biafra, of course, we'll let them go on.
Sure, please. I will join later. I'm off to do something, please.
All right, then. Thank you. So, so someone like CM, for instance, let's say he speaks for half an hour on that subject. I think it would be unfair on CM to come the following Saturday and we are discussing ministerial nominees or there's no water in Nigeria or something like that. Of course, anything, you can link anything to Biafra issue, and you'll be right to do so. But we wouldn't expect CM to go on a tirade of 30 minutes again because he had an opportunity to tell us what he thinks happened. So that's an idea we're floating. If people want it, we'll do it. If people think it's a bad idea, no, let's leave it alone. We'll leave it alone. It's it's about the people. But that's something I just thought I would
Sure. Can I contribute to that briefly?
Welcome to a good idea.
But just briefly. So briefly that I want to say, I just want to contribute to the idea. If you like to take it, if you don't like it, up to you. You guys are the pilot and the co-pilot. My take is that, remember when we talk about war, if you listen what KJ said, he said, my uncle, which means he's talking from his own side of the war. There are people who also write extensive book from the other side of the war.
That's why we
you understand?
Everybody.
So if he comes and talk his 20 minutes and another person come from the other side and talk his 20 minutes, I hope it still will not be another war again.
No, we're not. Two people won't be on the panel at the same time.
Okay.
You talk your 30 minutes, you're gone. Now, what would happen is, I, as a person, would listen to Abubakar or Muhammad. We would try and get them to come as well, because they'll bring the northern perspective. And I agree with what you said. Everybody has a perspective. There are three sides: your side, my side, and the truth. So we might not find the truth, but I'll get from, okay, so when there's an American election, I listen to CNN and I listen to Fox. I jump between the two because I know it's two extremes. So that's what we're trying to get here. Let people come and say their truth. It's your truth. It doesn't mean it's fact.
So if I could just add a little bit, I think it's a fantastic idea, and yes. Which is a good culture for us to adopt. Because why? If you look at the Americans, how many years since after their civil war, they still talk about it. You find the Southerners giving their perspective about the Civil War and you find the northern part of America, or what you call then Northern Americans, speak. So, and they never put these things under the bridge. There's a dialogue, but the thing is about the openness, the conversation, and in the midst of all those conversations, healings happen. People get to understand things. I wasn't born during the Civil War. I was born shortly after the Civil War. But I've read books. I've read Frederick Forsyth. I've read, all manner of books on trying to understand what led to the Civil War and how it was fought. So I have my perspective. But I think it's a good culture. It's something I think we should adopt with an open mind. We will never always get it right. I used to tell my lecturers and co-classmates back in the undergraduate days that we were studying political science in the Southeast. And I used to wonder what the political science lecturer in ABU or in IFE will be telling the students in his class. Because, my lecturer was Igbo, so he probably will bring some biases, and which I admitted. I found, I understood way enough that people speak from their frame of reference and perspectives. So it's always interesting to listen to the guy who is open-minded from the north part of the country, tell us his perspective about stuff. Then we have somebody from the southwest, and then that way. But in between that, if you are like Kate said, listen very well, you'll be able to see some commonalities amongst them. But I think it's a fantastic idea.
Right. Thank you, Chin. All right. Yes, Pastor, speak to us. Sorry.
I'm about to leave, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's your turn anyway.
I'm sorry if I interject.
No, it's your turn. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I also want to talk about the guest today. He also talked about the war in Niger, and I watched it from the very beginning to the very end before I joined. He drew the contrast between the war of Niger and the coming of Gowon during his own time. Rudolph asked him that questions, and he also talked that there's his own opinion about the negotiation going behind the scene. He gave Tinubu a credit, and he also said that the guy agreed to 3 years, but the negotiation, he thinks it should be 1 year or less of a military regime. He called it also a dictatorship. James, on the other side, also say James is he gives the historical part of it. He says he's not a historian, so I don't want to call him a historian. He also says he talk about what the military has done during their time and what is going on right now within the civilian. The question I missed to ask him in my own, if I could have a chance then, is what the civilian has done and why. He also talked about Basan just said that Nigeria is in a very crossroad of what is going on in Niger could happen in Nigeria. Having said all of that, just to give the young man who talk about to give him what I have said. That's what I said. In my own opinion, as I exit. One thing that I want us to understand as we embark on this big dream of Nigerian, I think whether you live in Nigeria or live outside Nigeria, the passion that we all have is to make sure that Nigeria work for all Nigerians, home and abroad, where we can call it a home, where we all go and be safe, and we can move on the street freely without afraid of being attacked or being robbed or being kidnapped. We also care about the prosperity of the people there. So these are the issues we all have to continue to speak to, and hopefully that those in leadership and those that want to get involved to make a change. You even talk about Sowore, how close he was to Sowore and Sahara Reporters Network and all of that. So let us bear in mind that there is there's no difference from those of us that are here and those of us that are in Nigeria that worry or want Nigerian to work. Thank Having said that, thank you, and maybe I will join you guys later in the evening. But thank you so very much for the.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Mr. James, there are a few people who are itching to hear from you. I'm not sure what exactly they want you to speak on, but this section, I think, is just going to be anything you want to speak about, whatever topic you're interested in. You can have 5 minutes just to talk about it.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. While the gentleman was with us, I raised the issue of this problem in Niger. And I'm a bit surprised that ECOWAS, as a regional body, established to effect the integration of the region, is clamoring for war. Because left to me, the organization should be scrapped. It should scrap ECOWAS completely, and we come up with a new arrangement. Because you want to integrate the people. There is so much insecurity in the region, nothing is being done. You capture terrorists, I'm coming to that later, you release them. You go and negotiate with them, you pay them behind the scene, they come back again, you cooperate to your military, they divulge the secrets of your military to their, it's so clumsy to me. ECOWAS is doing nothing. When you want to travel, let's say from Nigeria to Senegal or anywhere by road, it's a nightmare. The immigration and custom men will never let you know peace. They extort money from you, they don't issue receipts. It's even better to obtain a visa than traveling by road without visa. So I do not see the use for ECOWAS, frankly speaking. Now, this problem in Niger, to my surprise, the ECOWAS people, they are saying that they want to reinstall the former president, which to me is laughable, because in the history of West Africa, I think about 4 or 5 cases like that, no, Africa, 4 or 5 cases like that has happened. The first happened in Liberia in 1823, when Yehudi Hashmond was their president. The government was overthrown by Liberians because of their high-handedness, and the U.S. forces reinstated the man. That is the first case of an attempted coup in West Africa, 1823, before Togo successfully executed us in the 60s. Then the second case of a reinstated person is Leon Umba of Gabon, 1965. They toppled the government, the French forces brought him back. The third was in Sierra Leone, Shaka Stevens was overthrown in 1967. He fled to Guinea-Conakry, I think 68 or thereabout, he returned. Then another again happened also in Sierra Leone when Sani Abacha reinstated Tijan Kabah. Then the last was in the Gambia, Sadauda Jawara, when he went to Prince Charles' wedding with Lady Diana in 1981, July 30th, 1981, Senegalese forces brought him back. These are the only 4 or 5 cases that has happened in the whole of Africa. So,
Mr. James,
yes,
James, year 2000, Principe and Satome.
No, it was not a coup. What I mean, they did
His
not
government
succeed.
was overthrown when he visited
What
Nigeria.
I mean, oh, I see.
Yeah, when he visited Nigeria, his government was overthrown when he visited Obasanjo.
Thank you. Yeah. When Obasanjo dispatched the warship, yes, you are correct. Thank you. So there are very, very few cases out of 100 and something coups that has happened in Africa. Now, this man they want to reinstate, what sort of person is he? In the year 2010, yes, he was a member of parliament. There was a coup in Niger. This man was among people who stormed the streets. They took over the streets, jubilating, welcoming the military in 2010 when he was a member of parliament. The election that brought him eventually to office, I can't remember exactly when, there was an attempted coup to stop his inauguration. During that attempted coup, it was Buhari in Nigeria who foiled it, and eventually was sworn in, and he was in power for 2 years. Now, the problem with him is this. Just like the Nigerian Constitution, which says that you cannot be a president of Nigeria if you are not born in Nigeria, Article 47 of the Nigerian Constitution states that you must be a Nigerian of origin. Of origin means you must be born in Niger. This man was not born in Niger. Now, somehow they smuggled him. He contested the election. The election was badly rigged to the extent that the region he came from, they recorded 900,000 votes in his region alone in Niger. The matter went to ECOWAS Court of Human Rights in Abuja. ECOWAS Court of Human Rights dilly-dallying for 2 solid years, at the end of which it took them 2 years to pass a judgment that it is not within their jurisdiction to examine the case. That was how the man became president. So a lot of funny things have been happening. Villages have been sacked by terrorists. A lot of executions have taken place. There was an instance, the terrorists captured Nigerian soldiers, videoed them while they were facing firing squad. They executed them and nothing happened. And what caused the quarrel between him and Brigade of Guards? I don't know what they call it there. Whenever they catch these terrorists, they will receive orders from above, in most cases from France, that they should release them. So these things was very, very annoying to members of the military. So these were just some of the useless things happening. And there was chronic poverty to the extent that Nigerian women, children, and all what have you, they littered the whole of that part of West Africa as beggars. Meanwhile, this is a country that is producing uranium in such a quantity that they are powering the electricity production in France. They don't have electricity. Nigeria supplies them electricity, and they are even unable to pay Nigeria. They are owing Nigeria billions of naira. Now, the crux of the matter is this. I think it was 1960 or thereabout, they signed an agreement that they will not construct a dam, that in order for Akenji Dam to work, because they are upstream and we are downstream. Now, they will be supplying them electricity, they'll be refusing to pay or unable to pay. Let me say they're unable to pay. But the irony is this. In the year 2017 or 18, these people were constructing a dam on River Niger in Niger. Whenever that dam is completed, that would mark the death of Kenji Dam in Nigeria. So you see the funny situation we find ourselves because of the hopelessness going on in Niger. Whereas in Niger, you have about 1,500 French troops. American troops are there. Their drone stations are there. German troops are there. But they could not foresee this coup that was coming because they deliberately did it for reasons best known to them. Because their drones can even pick a motorcycle on the streets of Niamey. So if such a terrible thing is happening and they are claiming not to be aware, I do not believe them. So if we are to invade Niger, it's not ECOWAS, it is French troops, because they raped that country to such an extent that they raped them beyond pity. They raped Niger beyond pity. All the uranium they sell, it was only 5.5% of the value that is given to Niger as development aid. And another funny thing is that in the year 1957, they started looking for copper. They searched and searched and searched. Eventually, they could not find copper. They found uranium. And it is that uranium they've been mining since 1971 till this very day. So these are the problems the people of Nigeria are going through. So it is criminally reckless of ECOWAS to say that they want to reinstall that same man who wreaked irreparable havoc on Africans. So left to me, I do not support the invasion simply because they are Africans.
Okay.
Most northern Nigerians, from what I'm seeing, they are relying on tribal sentiments. Don't invade Niger, don't invade Niger. If this problem were to be in Dahomey border, they will not be vociferous the way they are now. But I'm against it because these people are Africans like you and me. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. J. And I think the comment section especially appreciate your wealth of knowledge. A bit of breaking news for those of you who probably haven't heard. You might laugh, but there's been a ministerial reshuffle. So there's been a reshuffle in the cabinet or portfolios.
Our noise don't last this way today.
Yeah, so the Ministry for Youth, people complain that is a 60-year-old.
Old man, 60 years.
Yeah, so they've kicked the man out from Ministry of Youth. They're going to give it to someone else who they've not decided. Oyetola, who is alleged to be Tinubu's cousin, the former Osun State governor, is no longer Minister for Transportation. He's now Minister for Marine and Blue Economy. I think that's what it's called. So there are about 6 or 7, reshuffling here and there that's happened. They've not even been. I think the inauguration is tomorrow, but there's already a reshuffle. So fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a fast ride.
Okay.
Pardon?
It's going to be
topsy-turvy. Yes, that's a more appropriate way to put it. NDDC. Let me tell you, in case Nigerian is interested, they don't carry your go where you don't know.
But sure, was there a ministry of NDDC? I thought they scrapped NDDC.
Well, let me tell you, President Bola Tinubu has approved the redeployment of Engineer Abubakar Momo from the Federal Ministry of Youth to the Federal Ministry of Niger Delta Development.
Very good.
And
But they were clamoring for it, yeah.
This is Ajuri Ngelale who dropped this, the spokesman. So it's official. So
that the person is supposed to be there.
Yeah. So the Momo is that the one from Delta State?
Okay, let's not celebrate.
From Edo State.
So no, I'm saying that Momo is from Delta State.
No, from Edo State. Edo State.
Oh, it's from Edo State. Okay, no worries. Let's go to Paul. So we could talk about.
No worry.
Sorry,
no worry. We'll share the oil. We'll share the largesse.
No vex. Oh yeah.
The job will kill her. They don't come out to say if you don't be John, don't win. They will kill her. So we come out there.
Well, I'm not consigned.
No, sorry, it's Nigerian story. Sorry, no vex. After Mr. Jim, sorry, I got no vex more. Nigerian, 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Good day. I asked the doctor, I say, what's the way forward about the Tinubu ministerial list and the policy and everything? Are we moving forward or are we moving backward? He said we have to bear before we get better. But if we are going to get better, there's no template of where we are going. Are we going? So we'll just be bearing, and we don't know where we are going. First and foremost, now look at Lagos, Ondo, Kwara. They are sharing one cup of rice. I don't understand. That is what they are going to do with the 50 million. 5 billion. 5 billion. 50 billion,
5 billion.
5 billion.
Which they have to pay some back as loan.
I want the 52 for grant, 48 to pay back. I want to do some calculation here. For example, let's just say Lagos, the population is 10 million. Let's just leave that 20 million because let's just put it in 10 million. If we divided 5 billion times 10 million, that is giving us 500 naira per each. 500 naira per person. So that one is for how many months? For 1 month, or I don't understand.
Yeah, they won't give people like you now. They didn't factor in. You're not big man, and you get us for Lekki.
No, so because they say Lagos is 20. Okay, for example, now let's say go Edo State. They say Edo State is 5 million. Let's say 5 million. It would be 1,000 naira. Okay, let's say 2.5 million in Edo State. It would be 1,000 naira. If they share maybe only 2.5 million people that get it in Edo State, we have only 5 million population, as they said. Let's say only 5 million that get it, only 1,000 naira. For how many months? I don't understand. Can a loaf of bread is 1,000, which is, if for only me, I have to manage it. Only bread, just cut bread. It never reach the 1,000 too. So I don't understand where we are going.
So
why? For example.
Nigerian, sorry. Okay. So, do you now, based on this breakdown you've done, does it now make sense? And I'm not supporting a place in God's name. I'm not. Does it now make sense that rice that they were handing to one community in Kwara, based on how you've divided it, say now 500 naira go reach one person? Is it sort of making sense? Say your 500.
Calculate it and see the one they are sharing in Lagos.
That's what I'm saying. So that rice is making sense.
That's what making sense. Is it?
I don't think anything makes sense. But I will let Nigerian finish.
Take it out of context. I'm just trying to sort of the way it's broken it down to say each person gets 500 naira. So if you now look at that to say, okay, 500 naira based how much is rice? Okay, so maybe this community, all of you share it. You understand? It doesn't make sense the way they've gone about it. I think it's a reckless waste of money.
Because
but sorry, carry
if
on.
we want at least a government, we should have focus. What should be our focus? All these sharing, these are criminals. All this governor, what governor want to take care of, or want to, they are going to share all this money, share all these things. As a government, if you say, okay, we will bear, we should bear. The wife said everybody should bear, the youth are so lavish, this and that, you should share among yourself. But at least a government, they say Friday will go good, now Wednesday you go see them. A government that have a focus. Why? First and foremost, go to let's pay back the backlog of pensioners. Clear that. Most of all those pensioners, they have family of 5 or 3 or 4. Pay all the backlog with all this money. Then look at inflation rate, how you're going to give security and improving inflation, food inflation, mass transit, urban transit, intercity, get bus and put in those one. Minimum wage, review the minimum wage, nothing. If, okay, for example, we have like maybe 40,000 civil servants now, times 4, we are going to have about maybe each civil servant, maybe we have 3 kids, 4 kids, 5 kids. If we times it like that, that is about almost 100 and something or 120 family that will go. You understand? Increase their minimum wage to a good one with all this money. It's more better. People will see focus. If you collect 6 months, then you just give it to governor, they will do what they like, they will share the money, nothing. Okay, you give somebody 500 or 1,000. How? For what? For even 2,000? For what? For 1 month? Okay, after this one, after that rice, look at what they are sharing. I watched yesterday, I watched Lagos, I watched Ondo, I watched Akure. Look at even Lagos is still like this. Most more pimping like this. It's not up to 1 kilo.
All right.
I don't understand with crowd fighting for it.
Let's move it on to Paul. Tim, you want to interject quickly? I'll come to you, but Paul, so, following on from where Nigerian stopped, what I'm trying to look at is this 5 billion or this palliative. How best do you think it would have served the people rather than this Babia lifestyle that they're doing? How best do you think they could have supported the people? And also another thing that, I would like us to discuss while we wait for forefathers. I'm hoping that he's watching or somebody's texting him to say, please, so come and take over till tomorrow morning. Another thing we'd like us to look at is, Mr. James might be interested in this sort of topic. Based on the bombshell that Femi Falana dropped on channels the other day, that gold alone, just gold alone, worth $9 billion is flown out of Nigeria in private jets yearly. That is unaccounted for. Of course, accounted for, they have some people that will settle off and all of that. Are we even far away from Niger? Is our case that different? Or is it just not talked about enough? Those two things. But Chim, you were going to say something before you forget. And Paul will come back to you. You're muted.
Yeah, so I just wanted to quickly, on this cash payment thing.
Well, that's what we're discussing. So we'll
yeah, so I can wait for Paul to finish and then I'll chip in.
All right, Paul, go on.
Okay, let me go very contrary to. I just want to give my own. My own answer a little bit where maybe most people in Nigeria and other places may not really understand. But so I just want to put a background to it. I'll use the US as a case study. This is where I get issues with my family, my very close friends, till I lost my mom. You see, in the US, during the pandemic, there's this thing they do. The school bus that comes to my house and pick my kids, guess what? During the pandemic, everywhere in my state, because America, 50 states, is as good as 50 countries. The president is what we call the fall man, because the 50 states have that 50 different laws and everything. In my city, I live in the 4th largest city in America, Phoenix. The school bus ride everywhere. The way the school bus come to pick the kids, now the school bus is coming to drop food in your house if you are interested. They already captured the people. You understand? But also, they know the people that they give food and the people they don't give food. I make so much. So my kids don't get free food in school because I make so much. but I pay less than next to nothing. I pay almost $11 every week for my kids' school meal and everything. But as at that time, everybody is qualified. Another strategy, which means they still put the farmers to work. The contractors who supply them all this food while kids eat in school, they are still working. The school bus driver bring this food. They come, we tell them, no, don't bring no food. We got a lot. Thank you. Thank you. They take record. These are all the ways. Another way around, you see the churches in the US, the kind of donation the churches give. You see the charity organization, St. Vincent de Paul, St. Mary Food Bank. You go there 50 times, they'll give you. I'm talking about women go there, go take up to pad. They are sharing bicycles because people during the pandemic, people said, oh, I don't go nowhere. I gain a lot of weight. Bicycles, brand new. But why am I saying this? How is this church making all this money when church don't even tell lies like Nigeria? Do you know how they make all the money? Up to their tax systems. Every one of us understand the US government is super, super wasteful when it comes to how they use taxpayers' money. So if I make $100,000 profit after tax, I don't want to pay $100,000. I don't want to pay tax of my $100,000 profit after tax to the IRS. Do you know what I would do? I might take 40% of it and give to charity and write it off on my tax. This is what we give to churches. We give to these charity organizations so that they give back to the community, because we know when we give it to government, government is very, very wasteful. And in return, the charity organizations, they do good job. They take care of people in the community. That's why you can quick to call the cops to arrest anybody, because the opportunity is there. But how do you want in Nigeria, do I want to write my tax off to go give to Redeem Church when they have 3 private jets? To go give to Suleiman when they have two private jets? These are all the things. This is why you see our churches don't even give back. Our community don't give back. We would have used all these aspects to know how to capture the people. For example, the civil servants, the people who are, say, level 9 below, who earn less than 60,000, place them on the national poverty guidelines and everything. Automatically give those people. All the police, every teachers who work in government, who earn less than 70,000, just give them the money. Automatic, it reflects to them. Because the thing is that government is confused. Anyhow they do it, corruption will still steal this money. It will not trickle down to the right people. Guess what? It can't be for everybody. But you can use a way, you can find a part that you can use to manage it to the barest minimum. You already captured all these people. Everybody who work in government, every kid who go to public school, by default, they are all poor people's kids. In Nigeria today, we all know that part. Anybody who go to public school, by default, they are poor people. Automatically, you've captured that information. Through that child, you know the parent. Give them those things. Those child can get something like a voucher that they can use. Give them a voucher from the school. They go to the bank to go catch them. This day, ShopRite is everywhere. Use your voucher, go to ShopRite, go take your 5,000. Then this rice that they bring, 1 lorry of rice, 1 chief, 1 big allergic, cover everything. They started fighting themselves. This is the height of stupidity. Then tomorrow we want to curse our friends in the West that they are so ignorant when they show us all these things. No, they are not ignorant. This is their own fact. Okay. I'm so tired. I'm so ashamed with what is going on.
I agree. There are better ways of doing this. And hopefully, I've been told since I've become part of the YouTube, if you want to call it YouTube family, I've been told that, sometimes they have government representatives or agents or whatever you want to call them that go on the street of the internet, Twitter, YouTube to listen to things. Not that they would implement it, but apparently they have people who listen. It might not be these shows, they might not be here. So I'm not trying to big up what we're doing or, get, big-headed. But in case they're listening, that's why we discuss these ideas. It's good to moan about the problem. I love to complain. Oh, yes, I love to complain about the problems. But at the same time, I like when we discuss solutions. And when people discuss solutions, something I've sort of realized that people think I'm always against the solution. No, what I try to do is to test that, test it. Let's probe it to see if it would work or not. You don't want to be talking that solution and you think, oh, that's the solution to Nigeria's problem. And the minute you discuss with somebody who doesn't care how you feel, and they tell you the truth, and you're like, oh my God, it's such a bad idea. So when people bring it up, I sort of be the one to say, let's push it. Let's see how good it is. Oh, how about if this happens? Different scenarios. So it's not like I don't want solutions. I don't have a defeatist mindset. I want solutions as well. So, Bumi, let's take it from where Paul ended. You've heard about the palliative that's been given out. I'm not sure if you've seen them on social media, Instagram, Twitter. Rice been given in Kwara, one small bag for one community. If this was in where you live, I think you mentioned, I can't remember. If it was where you live, how would you want the government to support you if you or your parent was struggling because of government decisions they had to make? How would you want them to support you?
Okay, before I answer that question, can I ask, is it 5 million
5
naira?
billion naira per state.
Okay. If they were supposed to do that here in this country, I think it would mostly just go into I think the healthcare, because I feel like we have lots of we don't have enough people working in the healthcare, so it takes a lot of time before you get an appointment. Or they should just put that into taxes, because a lot of people pay a lot of taxes here. But apart from that, I feel like they know how to manage things, so I can't really say much
Okay,
about.
so if we're gonna do it in Nigeria, so let's say Nigeria where things are totally different. What would have been the best way to implement this? How do you think they could have gone about it? Because everyone can see that this Congo golu of rice is not going to solve anyone's problem. It's not going to.
I mean, so I feel like if they thought, okay, the best thing, because they gave food, right? If they thought the best use of the 50 million naira is to kind of give the people food to eat, I would have said they should have invested that into the farmers, give them how much they need so they could produce effectively and maybe for even cheaper, and then people can afford. Obviously it's not going to last long because that's not a lot of money, but for the main period of time they will be able to afford food, or create some kind of food stamp where if you can't cook the food by yourself, let's say you're homeless, they can go to this place and eat food for, if the money will last for a week, but for this whole week I'm going to have food to eat. But that Congo rice, I think I was reading, because I think Dr. Damage showed it yesterday. And I was reading the comments, and some people, the video was like, how should we share this rice? And someone said, just cook a pot of rice and just share it. Let it be party rice. Now they share the rice. And I just think that was just a waste. I feel like they should have just done it. Either give it to the farmers or find someone to make the food for people, and people know, if I go here, I have food to eat. But that was so useless, and it wasn't even effective. But I feel like the real question is, I'm trying to really read this government manifesto to really understand what are the points that they're actually trying to look at. But I feel like right now they're so confusing. It's been 3 months now. I don't know what the direction they're going for. It's just so confusing. So it's very hard to say, okay, we are following this government based on this is what their plan is. So I don't know if they're looking more into insecurity, or if they're looking more into agriculture, or if it's more into us fixing our refineries, or what is the direction? Nigeria has a lot of problems, but you need to kind of pick one so we know, okay, we're going to stick with this government for at least a year, and this is our outcome. But it's so confusing, so it's very hard to back the government up, because I don't even know what they're doing.
So you're struggling to keep up with them.
You have to, but people are going through a lot. It's easier for me to keep up with them because
I said you're struggling to keep up with them.
Oh yeah, true. I'm struggling now. Imagine people in Nigeria that actually go there, they're facing it. Of course they'll be tired, and the next thing you know, anything can happen. So these people really need to tell Nigerians, have a whole broadcast and say, okay, within 6 months, we're looking to security.
Okay.
We're going to make sure that within now till, let's say, December. At least we celebrate December well this year. Just hold on with that. So now people know, okay, we can be patient with this government till December. If nothing happens, then it's like, okay, you guys kind of brought it on yourself. But now you're going to have the people patient for at least the rest of this year. So they'll work with you, or they'll just go and chill for a second. I don't know. But it's like, at least the people know where things are going. Right now, nobody knows. And now you're leaving room for people to do anything. No one knows, okay, should we start protesting or should we not? It's just very confusing, to be honest.
Okay, thank you, Bumi. One second, KJ. I'm just gonna, sort of from what Bumi said. Oh, it's good that there are two pastors now, so that you can know that I'm a church boy. You don't keep saying it on this channel. I'm a proper church boy. What Bumi said, two sort of Bible teachings come to mind. She said, "Give it to the farmers," and Father Augustine and Pastor KJ, you would know that the Bible says you give bread to the eater and seed to the sower, right? So that's exactly what Bumi was saying. And she was also saying, if you can tell the people that we're going to focus on security between now and December, that's what will be our priority. It might sound simplistic, but that's what Bumi is saying. If you tell the people, give them a promise, like a post-dated check that they can cash in December, to say between now and December, that's what we'll focus on. Another scripture that comes to mind is the one where it says, for the price that was set before me, it was able to endure the cross. You can take the burden, you can take the pain, because I know that, okay, we're going somewhere. But this is Nigerian politicians we're talking about. Nobody trusts them for anything. KJ, quick interjection, then we'll go to Chim for his submission.
Okay. Here's what I would say. Some time ago, El-Rufai quoted the Christians as saying, your Bible says that when you slap you with this side, you should turn the other side. Why are they retaliating? Why are they fighting back? Yes, he did. And so now, that is the the premise of which I'm coming. These people think they can say anything or just give us any promise, and then we'll go to the Bible and use it to justify the position. No, I don't think that is right. Because in the first place, we're not dealing with spiritual things now. We're dealing with a government that should have responsibility to its people, who collect tax. Okay, they collect tax from the people, and so they are supposed to be able to give back to that same community. Now, here's what I would say, and I don't even want to agree with what they've taken, because they've stopped payment of subsidy for 3 months now, and that money that was trapped for these 3 months, where is it? If that money was even what was shared, I think states would get more. But that money, nobody's talking about it. So the money that was supposed to have been used to pay for subsidy that has not been paid for, where is the money? And why can't the money be recycled back to the community rather than what they are doing now? I like Bumi's, and I wish we were speaking on religious terms, but we're not. So I don't want to mix the
I was the one who took it there based on what she
said. Thank you.
Just to prove to the two pastors on the show that me too, I go to church and I'm a church boy. But Chim, you have the floor. Please talk to us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sure, somebody is waiting for you. Sorry, Mr. Chim. Sure, somebody is telling to bring him. I think Olumide or something like that. Sorry.
Olumide, have you guys not been watching? I've added him like 20 times. I added him and I'll remove him because he's not there. I've added him about 10 times over the last 10 minutes.
Okay, let me go on while you try to add Olumide. So 5 billion per state. It's quite interesting. This new cash payment system or mindset that the last government and this government has sort of introduced into the Nigerian financial and economic lexicon is quite interesting. But it's an archaic way of doing things. Archaic in the sense that not that they don't give cash, and by the way, not cash as in pay you cash, physical cash. In other societies, there are countries where they give cash incentives, but those societies where those things are done, you only give cash or give people money or pay money into their accounts or send them checks when you have an accurate, authentic, verifiable data of the people you are dealing with. So, for instance, you have data of families with children of a certain age. You have data of people who are unemployed or out of a job. In Canada, people pay what you call employment insurance. That, in other words, after my salary is paid, there's a certain amount that is deducted called EI, employment insurance. So every month it could be $12 depending on your level and what you earn. And then this money is kept aside. And what that money, that pool of fund is used to do is that when you lose your job, for instance, maybe there's a mass sacking like during COVID when people lost their jobs, then the government goes to that pool. You will now go back to the government to say, I've lost my job. They will ask you for evidences to show that. And then they will try to make sure that you didn't lose your job because of fraud, not because you stole or you did anything terrible, but that you lost your job, your normal, employee calls you and say, for financial reasons, we cannot keep X amount of employees, we need to let you go. And then they start paying you from that every month until you get a new job. Now, during COVID, people who left from school and were trying to get a job, but because of COVID, they couldn't get a job. The government opened something to say, please go to the equivalent of, I don't know what Nigeria calls it. In Canada, it's called Canada Revenue Agency, the IRA in US. And you go there, they ask you certain questions. Once they verify that, okay, they already have your information anyways, but they just verify a few things. And then you are told how much you'll be getting, whether it is monthly or whatever the time frame is. So in Nigeria, we are trying to do some of those things that these Western nations and societies that are organized are doing, but we don't have the data. We don't have the data. So how is it possible that the government will sit down and say they want to give every state 5 million? 5 million to do exactly what? 5 million to which category of people exactly? But because you don't have this data, so it should have been something to say, we're giving every state 5 million to give funds to people within a certain threshold of income or who don't have a job or whatever it is the government wants to verify. But the states would always have this data. That way, when you're cascading these funds, it's also traceable, and there is also the room for audit when time for auditing comes. But we don't even have any of those things. And the federal government is throwing 5 million to state governors to go and give. That's room for fraud. That's room for corruption. So you see, we keep creating these opportunities where we cannot account for anything. In my estimation, maybe the government should have put these things into, like Paul rightly identified, say school buses. In this instance now, it could be buses for workers. Throw out a lot of buses for workers so that people have, means of getting to work, and then they won't be spending so much of their income in transportation or whatever else. But at least that transportation would have helped. Now, we don't have things like food bank in Nigeria. These are avenues where, and there's some of these food banks are charity organizations who collect money, who collect food from, say, a Walmart, a superstore or whatever, Costco and all those things. And then they in turn use these things they collect to give to poor people. And that not just everybody will walk in there, they will verify you. You will show your income. They will want to know how many people live in your household. Can we come up with those kinds of things in Nigeria? So I don't know the big companies like a Cadbury, for instance, that does food-related things, or even Dangote's farm, or whoever does flour mills, all these people who do food-related things, they can contribute to a pool from where you used to take care of, the less privileged people. So I think the problem, just to summarize, the problem back home in Nigeria is data. We don't have data. And this data that we have refused to have is coming back to haunt us. Because
don't you think it's intentional?
I agree with you. Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. We have refused. It's coming back to haunt us. Because every time we've tried to get this data, and we have different avenues. We have our passport system. We've done, what is it called? National census.
BVN.
Thank you very much. All those things. These are things that we intentionally take. We can start sieving and then start categorizing to say, okay, based on this is how much Nigeria population is. And within this population, 70% of us are working. Within this 70% is 50% of this population are low income. Would have put a threshold of what amount is defined as low income. That way, when you want to do these intervention programs, the National Bureau of Statistics has data that you'll be working with. The government will know, and then you will know who these funds are going to. But right now, we don't know this. And then you say you want to throw 5 billion. This is 5 billion for corruption. This is, in my own estimation, this is money for the boys that they are throwing out now. And then it's going to end up in the pockets of special assistants and their girlfriends. And some of them will use to go and throw party. So I think Generally, I don't agree with this. The government should go back and sit down and look critically at how to intervene in the lives of workers and not just throw 5 billion at Nigerians. I think it's a bad idea.
All right, thank you. So based on what you've said, it's almost like better edu.
In their show, this we end up in their party member, those that voted for party member, they will share for.
Even if it's going to be shared, there might be.
It won't even end up in their party member. I can bet some of their party members won't even get this money.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Augustine, good afternoon to you.
Thank you,
Welcome
Shehu.
to the show.
Thank you, everyone. So I've been listening, and I've enjoyed the day's deliberation with keen interest. But before I go into the point, I wanted to say something to what Chim said. He talked about buses. To talk about buses in Nigeria is a dream. I won't even subscribe to that. Which road would those buses apply? There are no roads in Nigeria. So if you buy buses, just give it 8 months and they will just get rotten and be thrown away. So it's not it's not even an option. Now, so sure, sorry. I want to call your mind to what you said. You said that son, what's his name? Fulani. You said, Fulani, he said $9 billion worth of gold. No, that's not what he said. He said Oga was a minister for state for solid mineral. So he's quoting an authority.
Oh, yeah,
he quoted an authority. He said Oga said. So this is an authentic information. So like when Fulani says it without quoting an authority, we'll be thinking that he's just blabbing, or as the government accuses that innocent man that he just talking too much. But he quoted an authority. That's what I want us to emphasize, that it is an Oga happens to come from my state. So we can go and look for Oga and tell him to come and say it right. So like when I saw the situation, you see, compromise is the worst thing that can happen to any human being. Once you start the game of compromise, it's going to end in catastrophe. This thing this federal government is doing, I am thinking that they are doing this thing in case of rerun. Because this bed rosary, this sweet honey and sugar relationship the federal is having with state, is not done in governance. You don't treat in governance, so everybody is a suspect. Where I work, in our timesheet, they say is a criminal. They wrote it is a criminal offense to quote a time that you did not spend in the facility. So this idea of thinking that governors, I heard a jury saying it that these people who have voted, they should be trusted. What has Nigeria become? So your accountability doesn't. You must prove what you have been given. So this 5 billion you're giving to these guys, when the election tribunal says that Tinubu is the right president, I hope he will continue in this method he's introducing, because people pay federal tax. When I was working, when I was managing a company in Nigeria, I remember I paid federal tax, I paid state tax, I paid local government tax. My community was taking something from what I was doing. So if people pay federal tax and federal government is giving money to the citizens and they are going through the state and telling the state is both a grant and a loan for the money you're giving to your citizens, where is that? What kind of leadership acumen is producing that? And when you give it to the state, look at how they are celebrated. The governors are jumping up. Are they jumping up for my sake? Of course, no. And this idea of familyhood, at what age do you consider familyhood? So do you know that in this thing, they have eliminated the youth again? Because the youth between the age of 18 and 27, those that have not gotten married, so are they going to share what their parents have gotten? And look at how demeaning, look at how insulting the federal government is holding her citizens. You're distributing rice. You're telling governors to go and buy rice. and distribute to your citizens? And what quantity of rice are they talking about? And what level of, what are they going to partake? What are citizens going to share? You see, I love what you, Shehu and Chim talked about, that the idea of not having a data is a conscientious effort. 2 years ago, we wanted to do something for my community. So over here, my brother brought the idea, how can we do something we don't know the number of community? We called 2 people from my community. We gave them 20,000. Go around and get us the data of our community. I have it in my spreadsheet on my computer. Every year we call them, before we distribute that again, we call them a week to the time, go around and update this data for us. I have my community data, that if I want to share something to my community, I don't need to just throw something. I know if I want to say this number of people I want this number of people to get this, I will just tell the person that will distribute it. This is what I want. Now, last 2 years ago, I was like, we were having a community meeting. I said, this thing we are talking about out of school children, let it not be that we are just looking outside. We might have children in our own local community. So we need to get a data of out of school children. And that was done. So in my community, I know the number of out of school children. So if a single person or 2 people can do this, a local government chairman gets subvention, and I know that there are councillors representing these communities. So the government cannot tell me that under 48 hours that they can't get a comprehensive data. It's just deception. And I feel that they are doing these things to us because they feel they will do nothing. They will feel that and when you talk about it, people will tell you, don't preach violence. But when people keep treating you with insult, there will be a point that they no longer can continue enduring such. So I plead with us to always look at these things the way they happen and see how we are being insulted by a country. Like what Paul said earlier, if somebody gives me money as a clergy here and I accept that money, during tax, the person will give me W-2 and I will file it. And that will be a savings for the person. If I dash somebody money here, I can claim it through tax. Look at all of us outside. They come to make boast how much you repatriate to Nigeria. What do they give you in return? The money we send to Nigeria for charity, for burial, for school fees, what do you get in return? Nothing. And how do they treat you when your case comes up? You are in abroad. They don't even have value for you. Look at what a deputy Senate, House of Rep chair did last year when the idea of people voting from abroad, when a letter from a group from overseas came to the House of Rep, how he treated that case. And that died down. So Nigeria is still a joke. If we have leadership that are ready to work, so many things will change. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Augustine. Ed, I'm not sure what's happening with your light. Because oftentimes they banter us in the UK to say our rooms are always dark, our lights are dark. Me and CM always get, we are at the bottom of the joke, but it seems like the US now, something is going on.
My light is quite on. You can.
I can see your light is on.
You can see it. Yeah, you can see it.
I'm using my phone, so I'm fast.
So maybe if I, oh well, I don't know if you can see me clear. More clearly, it's just what it is.
We'll make an exception. It's just the rule of the show that we have to see your face. In case you're a government agent.
No, I mean I've been here a couple of times.
I know, of course, I know. I know you, but all right. Yeah, you've listened to what we've discussed so far. So
yeah, I think as Chim said, it's a matter of the chicken coming home to roost. Not being a data-driven nation, and it's I don't know if it's like, I mean, I think it's just part of the plan to keep us where we are, so that they can always have excuses to give, right? So did someone say I have an echo? Okay. Can you all hear me clearly? Or
yes, we can hear you. I think what happens is when anybody speaks while your mic is on, there's an echo. But if anyone speaking, it's fine.
Okay, great. So I've really been thinking about how to. Of course, the first thing is that we should be a data-driven society. we should have data for our government should be data driven, right? And the funny thing is that there's been a lot of initiatives, a lot of government based activities that requires that we submit our data. But the problem is how to tie that data to government policy has always been a problem. You know, we have BVN, we have NIN, and all of that stuff. But the NIN of the person does not tell you this person is maybe a socially disadvantaged person, right? So how do you tailor government policy to the people? So based on what I think that's one way, as in we trying to do that is one way to go. Another thing that came to my mind is really we know that these all four subsidy issues, it boils down to the transportation sector, right? It's the multiplier effect comes from the higher cost of transportation. So for the farmers getting their stuff from point A to point B, they have to pay higher, right? So everything starts from there. Of course, we know that there are other sectors, other non-formal sectors, like maybe a barber now has to pay more to get fuel, and that increases the cost of having a haircut. So subsidizing at those points, as opposed to what they're doing now, throwing one Congo of rice at people, I think might be a better option. So, for example, you can pay some sort of rates to these bus drivers so that they can use that as a buffer to curtail the effect of increased fuel cost and keep the price of transportation as it is, right? So instead of just giving $5 billion naira to state governors and they use it indiscriminately without any form of evaluation of the effect of that, you probably should look for a way to, like, okay, subsidize cost of transportation at the point of maybe bus drivers, maybe other people in the non-formal sector that use petroleum, right? So that way they can keep prices at a relatively reasonable cost for the end user. So that way, this whole multiplier effect of the increased fuel price might be dealt with. That's the only thing I can think of. But then again, someone will argue that, well, you give a bus driver some money, and he sees that as free money. So in economics, there's something called fungibility, right? So you can use money for a purpose different from what it was meant for. So that guy might just use that money and start living the life, and the purpose is defeated, right? So, but that's the only thing I can think of, because yes, our local governments, our state governments, they tax these bus drivers. They give them tickets for stuff. So, like in Edo State, for example, there are vouchers that are given to this. There are tickets that are given to these bus drivers. How about using that same means to kind of transfer some, like it's called the conditional cash transfer, right? You transfer some funds to them at that point so that they keep their transport costs at a reasonable price, so that that multiplier effect is sort of it's sort of managed, and people can still do their normal transportation. They can still use those services that are tied to petroleum at a very reasonable rates. That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing I can think of.
All right, thank you. I need to mute you so that we don't get there. You go. All right, you've muted. So something I also saw is that this current government have promised to invest 100 billion naira in purchasing 3,000 buses, 20-seater buses, so 3,000 of them. I've not done the calculation, but 3,000 of them for 100 billion naira. They said, that they're going to make the buses available. They're going to be run on CNG, and these buses will be available between now and March 2024. So it's going to come in batches, will be delivered in batches. But, they're making plans to, I don't know, 3,000 buses, if you divide that by 36 states. I'm not sure how they want to dispose it, but
yeah, but sorry, can I say something about that?
Yeah, go.
That's always been the case. They always talk about these buses, but who accounts for them? Like, how many of these, like during Jonathan's time, they talked about releasing these mass transit buses, but how many of them did you see? You know, it might just be another way to like siphon money. So I'm really like, I mean, based on your calculation now, 3,000, let's say there are 30 states, that's 100 buses. You know, that's that's like 2 buses per local government. Or maybe 3 buses. I don't know how that really works.
All right.
Quick question. Yes. What are the buses going to be used for? Is it transportation?
Transportation, yes, it'll be for transportation. It's just to help people, and it won't run on petrol or diesel, so it's going to be on CNG.
Okay.
So, and how does that affect private bus drivers? You see, it's going to be like a double job.
Well, they won't like it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what's in the press, so that it doesn't feel like, oh, on this show you don't even talk about what the government are planning to do. There are positives, they are trying. So that's why I just thought I'll put that out there, and it's for people to make of it what they would. But the government said they're going to do that. Olumide, it looks like you're busy. Are you available to talk to us? So I'm sure you've listened to everything we've said. I saw you spoke. I actually joined the show when you were asking Dr. Akintide the question. That was when I literally logged into YouTube today. So you're familiar with the topics of the day.
Yeah, sure. I've been following.
Yeah. So apart from the Constitution, which I know is the biggest thing, this one that we're discussing right now, what's your contribution? If you were in charge of this disbursement of this money, how would you help the states, the people?
Like everybody has said, it's the way they're doing it is not kind of encouraging or motivating. We all know, like you said, it's just money for the boys. So it's not a proper way to do it. You don't even need statistics to do this one. Statistics is supposed to help with planning for development. Planning, you get the population, you get the statistics, you get the demographics, so the government can plan for the future of the future of the country. But this one, like Chims rightly said, you have people that are employed in government services. They are regular government employees, different professionals. The politician has an idea and says, oh, we want to give out money to people to help them how do we make this traceable? It was a INEC employees that developed the beavers, from what I understood. And these people can develop a way to trace the money, to trace the funds, so that they are accountable. You don't even need to, you're now disbursing to the state governments. It doesn't help. It's just money for the boys, because the government can even pay directly. You can use the state offices, different state offices, as liaison for the people to register, to get the money paid directly into their accounts, or hand them a check, so that this money is traceable and auditable. It's plain and simple. There's nothing wrong with giving out government assistance. They do it in, like Kim said, in Canada, in the US, in the UK. You understand? They give them government assistance to kind of help them. And there are people who've been living on government assistance for years. If it's a party's program to do that, and they can fund that program and they can sustain it, fine, But Tinubu, my own cross is that, fine, bearing the court's announcements of the actual winner of the election. If Tinubu is going to be president, he needs to, when he brought Buhari in into the government, from my own recollection, there were agreements that there were, how do they put it now? There were manifestos or programs that they had for Buhari to accomplish before they supported him, before they allied the Yorubas or whatever, the elites kind of brought him out to contest against Atiku. This is what you're going to do. You're going to do run a true federal structure. You're going to do national conference. You're going to remove history. You're going to add history back to the curriculum. You're going to recognize MKO. You're going to run this and do this and do that. But when this guy came in, he didn't do most of this program. He had his own ideas, his own idea was just bring the Fulani to overrun the country. You understand? The idea of the sovereign national conference to write the constitution, he threw it out the bucket. He said, no, The one we have here is workable. We will do it. You understand? He kind of abandoned all that. Now he's in there, whether rightfully or wrongly. These were programs that they wrote down for him to accomplish that. Tinubu has, I mean, from what we know him from being governor of Lagos State, he has his own ideology through federal system of governance, and fine, he doesn't want to do with the constitution, but this is what he should not be doing. I mean, this doesn't align with the ideology. This is just money for the boys. You understand what I'm trying to say? That if he truly wants to go by what ideology or what they laid down for Buhari to accomplish that he failed to accomplish, you understand? This is the time to start. This subsidy thing and handing out money is just short-term stuff. They don't solve the problem. They need to start fixing the refineries. They need to start fixing electricity. They need to start fixing the infrastructure, the roads that are not motorable. We're not even talking of building new roads or new bridges, but even the ones that are in existence are not motorable. They need to start fixing all that instead of handing money, and that is what is going to help the country in the long run. So that's just my own chip in there.
You're muted.
Sorry, Bumi. I said you wanted to say something quickly before we go to San Antonio.
Yes, I wanted to address what Mr. Olumide said. So based on the thing you said about Buhari, when he, like him coming into power, there were things that were in place. I don't know if I should use his manifesto, whereby there's certain bullet points that he said he's going to try and fix, right? So right. I wanted to say, sorry?
No, yeah. What I was saying was that when the Tinubu bloc went to bring him to come and be president for Nigeria, there were certain items that they gave him, they wanted him to accomplish, that they sold to Nigerians, that he was going to accomplish. You understand? That he was going to do the job. He was going to fix corruption. He was going to fix this. He was going to do this and that. So obviously, the guy didn't achieve all that. It left the country a mess. So Tinubu can start working on those programs that Buhari failed to accomplish. You understand?
Okay.
You can at least start from there. That's what I'm trying to say.
So in regards to like all those promises that Buhari gave us and he did not accomplish, my question is, as a people, if none of you here know me personally, so if I'm going to sell myself to you, I'm going to sell it. No, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And let's say you vote me into, let's say, power, and I'm supposed to rule for 4 years. If after 4 years, those things that you liked, that you're like, okay, she's going to do this for me, and I don't do it, after 4 years, if I don't achieve any of those things, why will I?
No, sorry, no, use the comment. Sorry,
Bumi, I understand where your question is going. Me, I know Sabi that kind.
It's the comment.
Now, two Nigerians answer that kind. I intake find itself.
No, I'm trying to say.
I know Sabi read the election now.
What sort of harassment is this? Team Ajay, leave two Nigeria alone. Let him even.
I mean, I know Sabi read the election, Bumi. I don't know how. Even this one, see, even this very one, this current one. If the election was free and fair, it belies logic that with what APC has done, that even people in the north, it belies logic that they will still vote APC again. So these Muslims, they are trying to make it look logical. It's not even logical. This Muslim, it would have felt flat on its face, but they didn't allow people to vote free and fairly. You understand? So have we ever had a free and fair election in this country? Even senator, local government chairman, there's no free election. People they will manipulate everything. Next day you see results. So I mean, I think it's one of those fundamental things we need for the country to really change. If they had allowed a free and fair election, this last presidential election, it would have been an opening door for the country to start, finding people to choose their leaders, and maybe gradually they will change the system. And people who are there for 4 years, who rigged and did mago, then the next 4 years they are not going to come back. And then when somebody knows that it's going to be voted out, they will sit up and tight. It's all part of it, but there's no accountability. There's no free and fair. So I don't know what.
Olumide, sorry to interject. Nigeria is not yet there for that one you are saying. All these people, they buy their way in Bumi. They buy their way.
But if they allow the leaders to walk, maybe we can get there. You know.
This new generation, this obedient, this is the one that will bring that kind of law. This one, they are going to die. All these ones, they die.
But Bumi wants to finish our question.
Yes, go on.
My question was like, if I know that our politicians are corrupt, yes, but I'm trying to say, haven't we as a people also felt that if I present something to you and I say I'm going to do this and I get into power and I do the absolute opposite. I have deceived you. I have lied to you. Anything negative, I have done that. So you see the whole Buhari 4 years, it was a whole, he lied to us. So I'm asking that it shouldn't even be possible for him to even finish that 4 years. Talk less of even adding another 4 years to make it 8 years.
I agree with you. Let me come again. Let me come. Just one minute.
Let her finish her question, though. Sorry.
Us as a people, I'm saying, aren't we also allowing this foundation of people literally abusing us constantly? Because, for example, the speaker, Dr. Wumi, he made a good point. He said that Tinubu has been existing in Nigeria for years now. It's not the first time we knew this guy has a case in America or his age was a question, whether he's a man or a woman. He has been in Nigeria.
It's not an unknown quantity.
So it's like, why is it now that we're making it a problem? We should have made it a problem back then. So it's like, aren't we the ones allowing this behavior to keep on continuing?
Bumi,
come back and complain.
I think other panelists want to answer that question too. But
let me come a little
my own straight answer is
that
you see that Tinubu problem. I would say the root of that problem started in 1999 when AD did a primary. It was not the actual winner of that primary. You understand? It was Funshaw Williams or somebody else won that primary, but some interest forced Tinubu on the party. You understand? And when that guy came in, those interests, he brushed them aside. He became a power unto himself, held Lagos bound for 25 years. So they knew when that guy came there, Gani Fawemi is now passed. I mean, may so rest in peace. That guy spoke. He's always speaking the truth. That guy is a true Yoruba elder. So our elders have failed us. Some of our elders failed us. That's just the truth. I want to tell you the truth now. That's why some of us are clamoring for.
Sorry, Ike,
I don't want to upset one Niger.
All right, just hold on. So don't worry, Chim, I'll come to you. Niger, to call this your name.
Let me just
to call you Niger.
Yes.
Yeah, please, I beg. I pray that would be
so,
30 seconds.
Let me just come a little bit. You know, Nigeria, the way our politicians have make it, they have made poverty. That is why they make everybody to be poor. Once you are poor, like now, look at the situation now today. Let it be election tomorrow. People will sell their votes. People will sell their voters card because the poverty is so much. That is why they don't want the country to move forward. That is why you cannot vote them out. They buy votes. You understand? So thank you.
So Nigerian is saying they've weaponized poverty. You've heard that before, that they've weaponized poverty to the point that 1,000 is enough. Chin, answer Bumi quickly, and we'll go to
quickly.
Your own full submission.
Yeah, quickly. I know Santantonio is trying to get in. First of all, Bumi, you aptly identified. You see, confession, I voted for Buhari in 2015. That was the last election I participated before I left the country. I voted for him not because I hated Jonathan, but there were a lot of things happening that time, which I could say, based on the information I had, I felt, okay, let's give this man a chance. But in 2019, I was already outside the country, and I was campaigning against the man. And I kept telling people, see, if I had friends I lost that I shared the same political views with, and I kept telling them, I said, listen, the whole idea behind pushing PDP out should have been to prove to the politicians that we the people, can vote you out if you don't perform. And I felt in 2019, Nigeria should have said to Buhari and APC, okay, we've given you 4 years, you didn't do well, ship out. I'm voting the next person. It doesn't necessarily have to have been PDP. So I think we are culpable as a people. Why? Because predominantly our electoral value and votes is showing that we want to vote our kinsman. And for as long as we keep doing that, we're not going to get the best from these politicians. But once the politicians begin to understand that, listen, if these people vote me and I don't do very well, they're going to vote me out, irrespective of where I come from. You will see we'll start having some semblance of change. That's one. And then secondly, on the I think it was Olumide mentioned Tinubu. I've said it here. You know your classmates, you know your co-workers. I said it here the first day I joined the group that in my company where I worked in before, I know those who break what's it called, procurement guidelines. And then tomorrow, this same person shows up 20 years down the line, 30 years or whatever the line, and wants to run for political office. And I'm in a position to say, no, this is not gonna. We know these people, yet we still vote them out. There's nobody that you know your classmates, you know your former co-workers, you know what their antecedents are. So I think we are culpable as a people. And lastly, I would say that AD thing, I followed it closely. You see, someone said as a joke, if you know you don't like to drink Gary, don't even start. Because the kind of things you start eating today will be defining you. Nigerians have started eating this corrupt food. That's why some people back then could make excuse for Tinubu to say, oh, because he fought in Nadeco days, therefore they rigged out Funshaw Williams, who won the election, just to compensate somebody who they felt was in their camp. Today is haunting them. The same Tinubu has factionalized Afenifere. He has broken a lot of Yoruba groups just to suit himself. So those are the kind of karma that comes back to haunt us as a people when we begin to play some funny politics. That's just what I want to say. And I don't know if I've managed to answer.
And to add to what Chima said, to sustain what the obedient movements have done, to sustain it, for they've tried to make sure that the election is free and fair. That revolution needs to continue. For those who want one Nigeria as it is, so that free and fair election revolution has to be sustained so that when they know they can be voted out. Now they are saying if, for instance, Tinubu stays there for the 4 years, or the court says he stays there, they will start assuming two terms, 8 years. Why would you want to assume 8 years?
Okay.
Why would you? So you're already.
The customer they wait for you. Customer they wait for you. Customer they wait for you.
All right.
One Niger. Now because of you, I know Yoruba nation. Because you pressure to make the admin. So be careful.
It's not one Niger. It's not one Niger. So San Antonio, welcome to the show. Good to have you. So you know what we're discussing.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the job you're doing. I think you did a terrific job after Rufus left. Good job. Hey, one of the things when our people talk, we talk as if Nigeria is an ideal world. Nigeria is not an ideal world. Let's talk about this election that passed. Tinubu did not rig the election. The youths rigged the election. Tinubu was in his house. But what he did was to put things in place to rig the election. But who carried out those things is the youth. Because no old man like me, I'm an old man, don't let the baby face fool you. I go run, carry ballot, put for this thing, come run. I know if it run. I suffer arthritis, don't begin the act. So number one, no old man, no man of 50 years and above went and carried ballot and run. Number two, allow me to finish. Number two, the people that changed the result, there is no old man there. After all those youth did, they give to the old man who be professor to announce, and the professor kindly announced. So we're not in an ideal world when people talk about holding the leaders accountable. Who are you going to hold accountable? We're not in an ideal world. The world where we don't know how much a senator is making. Senate president is driving Maybach 2023. Senate president, Maybach 2023, the minimum you can pay, just basic premium, is 250,000 US. But knowing Nigeria, we don't drive the minimum, we drive the top of the class. So that Maybach will cost Nigeria almost what? And people say Tinubu. When Tinubu was ruling Lagos, he was a young man. That was like 20 years ago. We are a man that was 20 years. 20 years ago, I was in my early 30s. The way where they run or they behave when I was 20 years ago is not the way I'm behaving now. That is law of nature. You cannot cheat nature. So, Tinubu doesn't have any plan for Nigeria. That is number one. Number two, the people that he have surrounded himself, the Senate president, the chairman of APC, all these individuals are not, they are not the individuals that have stole one way or the other. Was in FCC, is it EFCC? But now they come. Do you think they come to change? They come to take the remaining thing. And I'm sorry to tell Olamide, or I'm sorry to tell everybody, not only until the youth are ready. Because the youth are not ready. You think that what happened shows that they were ready? They weren't ready. Because they weren't ready, that is the reason why the election was rigged. Because if they would have beat up the people that was trying to rig that election, mess them up big time, they will not do it. Today, if Nigeria think these 2 months is bad, oh my God. Oh my God, I'm sorry to tell you guys. And if Nigerians think that judiciary will redeem this issue, oh, I feel bad for Nigeria. It's a country that I love. It's a country that is so dear to me. But unfortunately, where we are now, it's not going to change. And the judiciary cannot change that. And suffering of those that are in Nigeria. Nigeria should not be a poor country. Because when we watch what have happened in Singapore, what have happened in Qatar, 20 years ago, these countries were in the same position with Nigeria. 20 years later, look at where we are. And unfortunately, we have people that don't have integrity running Nigeria. Why would somebody like Shehu, somebody like Forefather, somebody like me, somebody like everybody that is here, that is in Western world, when we go to Western world, we blossom, we shine, we are the best. But in our country, we are nothing. Nothing.
Because when they look for ready-made, we are looking for ready-made now. We don't want to fight for our own. And repair it.
Nothing. No. We are not looking for ready-made because there is no. Remember that
before you come.
Did you see the? No, they didn't fight for it. When they were in our age, they were farmers. You call a Yahoo boy now and tell him to go and farm, he will tell you no. One of the richest.
Everybody is trying land, building house. There's no land to farm.
Eh? Who told you?
To farm.
That is not true. Okay, that is not true. Even each that doesn't have land, we have lands that people can farm. We have land people can farm. It's just that we are not ready. And we're thinking that the government will change our narrative. No. Until people start from grassroots, from local, from the towns, and start building. We have to start from the bottom to build up. We cannot go to the top and build down. We have to start from the bottom. Thank you, Shehu.
Thank you. Forefathers, thank you for welcome and thank you for saving the day.
It will be better in our own time.
I told
our youth will get it right. What we cannot do, they will do it. We all run away. This one that are trying We'll support them, they will get it by this judiciary. Surprise will
Amen.
come. Those that want Nigeria to burn should leave Nigeria for us. We want Nigeria, want to repair it. That is our own.
Amen. So, forefathers, welcome to the welcome. Thank you for saving the day as always. I told them, I said 10 o'clock with me, I'm leaving. Of course, I will come in and out, but but thank you for coming. They say you take off your hoodies, like you're coming to bully them. They're not comfortable, with your hoodie. They say you should take your hoodie off. Is he listening?
He's sleeping. Let's sleep. Where is he?
He's
on a frozen mode, though. He's on a frozen mode.
To Niger. Somebody wake him up. Forefathers.
He's there. Forefather, wake up.
He's there, but he's even moving. To Niger, forefather.
He don't begin the move.
Ha.
I don't wake up.
Let me unmute himself. Where is he? Oh, okay, you have to unmute yourself. He's looking at.
Other forefather, you dey sleep? Other forefather, you dey sleep?
No. Sorry, it was muted, so I didn't hear it.
We've been talking to you for the last 5 minutes. I say,
wow.
You on ChatGPT. I mean, you're looking at all the maps we share tonight.
Allow me the patient today. Allow me the patient today.
I was just checking some stuff out.
Did they watch?
Yeah, I was just thanking you for coming to save the day. Because I told the guys, I know you're always looking somewhere. Once I say I'm leaving at 10, or maybe somebody has your number at the big. Come and save us. So this show is leaving.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming. I would be in and out of the show as well. But I just have to attend to a few things. The next topic I was going to discuss, which we already started discussing, was the maybe not a big topic, but the reshuffle. I'm not sure if you've heard. So Tinubu has reshuffled the cabinet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the former minister, who was meant to be minister for youth, the 60-something-year-old man is now the one in charge of NDPC.
Make it reshuffle 100 times. That one open for them.
The funny thing is, they've not even started. They're meant to assume office tomorrow, but now they reshuffled it.
All the ministerialists,
transport,
governor facing EFCC. Corruption, all of them, food the ministerial.
Tola is now marine and blue economy. The Heineken guy is now in charge. Is the state minister for petroleum and all of that. So it's just something that I thought, because this government is
those guys will finish the country before. I'm sure that 4 to 8 years.
Country will not better already.
You can take it from there and discuss whatever you want to discuss. But once again, thank you for coming through.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. This cabinet thing, after 80 days or so, they're about to come. this type of democracy, I don't know what kind of democracy this is, where you have 80 days, no ministers. I don't even know, because I've never been, I've never experienced Nigerian democracy like this, where the effects of ministers, because there's a lot that has already happened before the ministers came in. So I don't know what is going to happen when the ministers come, whether it's going to be any different or it's going to be the same thing. So we don't necessarily know that, at least for me anyway. I guess from the previous discussion that we're talking about, how the Nigerian people have been, poverty has been weaponized in Nigeria and all the rest of the stuff that has been going on. I think from what I've been beginning to kind of surmise now from some of the issues that is facing Nigeria is that the bad things are happening because the good people are not organized. It's not because they are not there. They are there, but they are not organized in a way, because even there's nothing you are going to do that is going to work in Nigeria if the good ones are not organized. Because look at what we saw in the last election. Police people were standing there and they were breaking the law left and right. They were not. In short, the police officers were breaking the law themselves. You see election officials, security officials saying they don't know what a child looks like anymore. I can't recognize. They are all breaking the law. You see how law breaking is all over the place. They want to change the Naira. Nigerians are selling Naira to fellow Nigerians, breaking the law, doing that kind of stuff. It tells you that because the bad ones are the ones controlling the shop right now. The ones that don't want all this nonsense to be happening, they are not organized enough to be able to enforce it. If you have good ones in judiciary, they will make sure rules are followed. If you have good ones in politics, they will make sure the rules are followed. If you have good ones in security, they will make sure the security rules are followed. That kind of organization is what needs to be put in place. They are a little bit too disjointed. That is why it's not working. In Western countries, you just have enough good people in place to prevent law breaking. It's not because they don't break laws, but you have enough good, because even if you have systems in place, who is going to enforce the system if the good ones are not there to enforce it? And it's because those good ones are often banded together and they are willing to take the risk to get the right things done. Look at what Trump did to America. Trump almost literally overthrew the American system. But the good ones were able to organize themselves and say, you know what, we are not going to let you do this, and we are going to use the rules and topple you from this in office. And that's what they did. And I think that is something we have to seriously start thinking about. Because personally, if you have solid, even 100 Nigerians that mean well and say, you know what, no money is going to intimidate me, is going to entice me, no threat is going to intimidate me, no bribe is going to do anything for me. If you have just 100 in all these various sectors and in higher positions, you will see that things will change in Nigeria. Only Diagmo almost changed Nigeria. Only one man almost did that. So it tells you what happens when good people are organized to actually do the right things. Okay, so I will leave it at that anyway. So I wanted to also be going through some of the videos I normally share, so that we can start learning a little bit more about some of the stuff, like the issue, the one regarding the French this in influence over many African countries that Mr. James spoke about. Mr. James is not here now. And the issue with how the Chinese gods developed. And I think we are going to also explore like countries that were like almost the size of Nigeria, how they got out of the mess that they are in and developing relatively well, so that we start observing how other people do it. Because if we don't know how nations are generally changed, the young people are not going to know how to, organize themselves, and they're not going to recognize the signs of when change is about to happen in front of them. Because I always say that the issue with NSAS is that many young people internalize it to be a bad thing, the NSAS protest, while in reality they actually succeeded. That kind of stuff, we need to be able to be interpreting it and recognizing it for what it is. If you go to war today and you win that war, does it mean your soldiers didn't die? Your soldiers died, but you actually won. And you need to be able to recognize that you actually won the war. And that NSAS protest, they won what they wanted. And I wish a lot more Nigerians put it in that context instead of always talking about the people that lost their lives in the protest. All right, so.
Hey, forefather, do you know that, remember, LP put some people in the House and in the Senate? Where are they now? They are part of the people that sharing the money. LP. Have you heard any of the LP members saying, oh, I fight not to get the 2 million naira, I fight not to get this? Do you hear them talking? So
why not? Why not? And then legislative, they are there to make law, nothing else.
No, but they are not saying what is going wrong. That money that they
will take it. It's their money.
No, Nigeria. This in Nigeria, man. That's not how it's supposed to be. And I think Ike is right, because in reality, they're supposed to be sending signals of what they represent.
And going to the media and saying
what legislative, what they represent. You people have to go in familiar with all this constitution, not be blaming people like that. They represent to make law. That is their duty.
But not to take money. What are you talking about?
Which law?
Stop.
The reason why I said what I said is because forefather said if you can get 100 people to start making a change, but the LP sent almost 50 to 60 people in this place, and they are not even saying a word.
No, they have eight in the Senate. Only 8.
No, but how many in the House?
So what we don't want that kind of one Nigeria. I beg.
I don't know what Nigeria. I don't know Nigeria. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know that kind of one
Nigeria. What people want do for 109?
You have to hold them. You have to start
They're
sending signals
supposed to
that
be
you don't stand
speaking.
for.
Do you know what? Do you know why Trump is effective? Do you know why Trump is effective? Do you know why?
One at a time.
Do you know why Trump? Do you know why Trump was effective? He was using the media to pass his message. Why can't the lawmakers that LP? I'm not talking about any other people. I'm talking about the lawmakers LP send. Why can't they come and say what is happening here is not right?
I've said as much. I've actually said as
Nigeria
much.
is in shambles, and you dispose 2 million naira. 2 million naira probably will be the least money because some people might get 10 million, whatever. Why? There is people that work 2-3 years without making that kind of money in Nigeria. Oh, my brother, I'm sorry to tell you.
Bumi, go ahead. Bumi, you wanted to say something?
Let Bumi. Okay.
So based on what one Nigerian man said, so he said there are eight representatives of the Labour Party in, I think, in the Senate or in the House, whatever it's called.
Eight senators.
Eight senators, yeah.
Okay. So the thing is that it's hard for 8 senators to actually do something. For them to be able to be productive and actually be effective, the people themselves need to be effective. You know, it's like we already know that the system is corrupt. Now you're taking one good person and you're just throwing them into the jungle and say, figure it out. Us as people, what have we done to make sure those people are doing the right thing? You know, the way that we put banners saying eyes on the judiciary. Have we ever put any banners on those representatives saying we are looking at you, making sure you're representing us well, even though you might not come out with your own like victorious, but I don't know if you guys know there's a woman in the I think she's Irish. I don't know if she's from Ireland or I think probably from Northern Ireland or probably even Scottish. But I always see her videos of her just like in their parliament, and she's always very vocal about Africa and like Europe, and she's always condemning them. We all know it's going to be hard for those 8 people to like achieve big things because they're literally the minority. But if we put eyes on them, they will be those 8 people that will cause disruption in those places. So let's not just vote for people and say, figure it out. We also need to hold these people accountable. We have not done much as a people. Every single time we vote, and that's the end. It does not end there. You need to follow these people till the end.
I think that is what Ike is saying, and also symbolism and signaling is very important, so that you let people know this is not what you stand for. You don't stand for the corruption that is going on in the House of Assembly. You don't stand for the scratch my back and scratch your back culture that is going on there. You have to let people know, because look at the court case that is coming along at the tribunal. It could be a re-election, and if you don't have any identity and you just end up as a mishmash, why would people vote for you? They might as well vote for Tinubu, because at least he's in office. But the Labour Party that should be sending signals that they don't represent this corrupt culture that has been going on. That's why it's important for them to be sending that signal out now. But they are not doing it. I've seen it happen in political cycles like here in the UK and in America, where maybe it's not period of an election, but the party members of that of a specific party, they are sending the right signals and saying, okay, we don't stand for it, like UKIP in the UK. They are telling people that we don't stand for the European Union. We don't do anything. So when it comes down to an election period, people already know what they stand for. Whenever they get into office, like the guy went to the European Union and this in Brussels. He went there and made a speech against the place where he was like, I'm running to get myself fired from this position because I don't want us to be in the European Union. That is the signal you have to be sending. If it was like Nigerians, he would go there and start schmoozing with European MPs and all the rest, and his vision would die. He succeeded because even when he went there, he stood for what the party believed in, and they stood for their principles, and that's what Labour was supposed to represent. If they go to the National House of Assembly and start behaving like other politicians, why should anybody fight for them? I don't understand. They won't fight for them. So I don't think Ike is correct. For me anyway, that's my position. It's just an opinion. I guess everyone has theirs. Electricity, please go ahead.
Yeah.
I've been having my heart. This is just came now. You
electricity, no, sorry. The reason why electricity is a honorable member and he's a moderator, remember, and he also
no. Okay, listen, Chim. If you want to go ahead, no problem.
No, go ahead. Don't worry. It's okay. No, fine. Now, one love. Go ahead.
I stand to be corrected. I believe the focus on this particular few-minute discussion is focused on the Labour Party in the legislative arm. Is that correct?
Yeah, legislature and the Senate.
Yeah, truth be told, if you go to Dr. Damage's videos 2 weeks ago or last week, there is this issue that came up. All eyes on the judiciary. If you look at the thumbnail, all eyes are on the Labour Party legislators. Is there? We run a show on it. Truth be told again, they are supposed to be the eyes and the ears of the people there. And truth be told again, they are falling short of that expectation. I'm going to cite an example. Nigerian has left. I hope he's listening in the background. When the 2 million was issue came up, Ireti Kingibe quickly came out, a Labour Party rep, to defend or attempted to defend what's his name? Akpabio. Now, none of them has came out in respect to the 2 million that they received. One. Two, one former senator, Eyibo was interviewed by, I think, Arise News, Dr. Abati. He said that 2 million is because they have not been paid for 3 months. How is it possible that you've not paid people for 3 months, but you have 2 million to give to them? And none of the Labour Party legislators has come out to say anything. And I moderated that broadcast, and it was a very nice broadcast that I moderated. So what is good for the goose, they said, is good for the gander. We are having a double standard here. So they are there. They've collected the 2 million. They've also collected the so-called 100 and something million out of the 7 billion palliative. None of them are saying anything. So what is the point? They say they are focusing all eyes on the judiciary, forgetting that when you point one finger at one person, at a person, 4 is pointed back at you. At this point, in my considered opinion, because it's on record, they're just being hypocrite. They are not different from any one of them. That is just the truth, the whole truth. So they should stop this slogan, all eyes on judiciary, and allow the judiciary to what? To do their job. That is what they should do. If they want the truth, they should focus on their legislators that are there. I voted for Peter Obi, so I have the ground to speak anytime, any day on these issues. Because if we cannot call out our own, then it's just a waste of time. Thank you for giving me. I didn't intend to come to the floor, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Are you the floor?
All right. Thank you. I think generally when people say, I'm not sure I have any issue with all eyes on the judiciary, because it's not saying you should have to vote in a specific way. It's just saying we are paying attention to the listing. So
sorry for cutting you short. We have to maintain a standard, not double standard. Okay. If you are focusing your eyes on judiciary, also focus on the other aspects.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Thank you.
I think I agree with that one too. You should focus on all of them, and I think that is very. Chim, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think electricity has said a lot of what I was going to say, but just to add, based off how Wumi introduced the matter, like I always say, I think we can both chew and run at the same time. We can focus all our eyes on the judiciary and also address the matter of the compromise that the Labour Party representatives either in the Senate or House of Reps are starting to show. We can start letting them know that this is not why we voted for them, and that we think they are taking advantage of the fact that the obedience wanted a certain candidate. So I hope it's not that you associated with that candidate to get in, and now you're in there now, you have decided to do the wrong thing. So, Bumi, if those members of the Senate have started playing their role as opposition leaders, reject the money if the money is wrong. I'm not asking if the money is a fair, clean disbursement that was supposed to come to them. Fine, that's it is their benefit. But we know it is not. We know this is just like we'll say money for the boys thing that is going on. Then they should have been able to, within their caucus, come together and say, hey, members, 8 of us, this is not why Nigerians brought us here. Let us show that we're different. And then become the conscience of the House, whether it is the Senate or the House of Reps. You see, once they become the conscience, 8 of them can become a pool that will make the remaining 107, if I'm correct, if my mathematics is correct, or is it 102, become responsible. But they have gone there now, and they are, for me, what they are doing, the message they're passing is, if you can't fight them, join them, and which is wrong. I mean, if they start defending Nigerians, you will see the Nigerians will start backing them. Nigerians will start pushing their pressure, supporting them, and nothing will happen to them. But they have gone there to go and compromise, which I think is wrong. We can focus on the judiciary, like I said. We're focused on the judiciary for electoral, for them to pass their judgment and pass the right judgment. Then we can also focus on this, all eyes on 8 of you, Labour Party reps or whatever. Let's not even not focus on the rest of the Senate and House of Reps, but on the ones we felt are on our side. All eyes on you. And then make them start doing the right things. When they need to say no to the Senate, they say no. And then we know that predominantly the Senate will want to go against them. We know that. But you know what? It will be obvious to everybody that is watching that, okay, these 8 or these 36 in the House of Reps are trying to do the right thing, but the leadership is trying to muscle them. And you will see how Nigerians will back them. In fact, you will be shocked that because of them, the Senate will start doing the right thing. So right now, I think those guys have gone there and they're compromising.
I think, Hima, you hit it in the nail. 8 of them, even if they take the money, but they can come as 8 and come out and put the news out and say, this money that was sent to our account is not money we genuinely deserve. Believe me, the rest of Nigerians doesn't know if they take the money or not. But as far as you put out and say what is happening is not correct. If you watch American way of doing things, I remember in America when they have this group, what were they called? They were calling doing
Discord.
The people that revoked against Obama, they were calling I forgot what they were calling. They were in a lot, but what they did, they started getting momentum and they start growing because
the Tea Party movement.
Tea Party movement. There weren't too many of them, but all of a sudden they started gaining momentum during Obama time, and all of a sudden everybody in the system started saying, I'm a Tea Party member, whatever. The lady started it, and all of a sudden it grew and grew. And they gave Obama so many hard time. Remember, Obama was the president, the Senate was Democrat, and the Republican, the House was Democrat the first time. On the second time, he flipped. Obama was the president, and they flipped. But that time, that is when Obama got opportunity to pass that law, the Healthcare Act, that he passed. And not only that, he crafted it in a way that if any piece of it go wrong, the whole thing collapse. Today, this recipient of the Obama Act, that Healthcare Act, is a lot of white-collar people that own their own business, because now he gave them opportunity to go inside the health insurance place and buy insurance cheaper compared to before then. And that is the reason why Obama Act was never repealed. They did everything to repeal it, but they couldn't repeal it because the beneficiary are the white-collar individuals. So for me, it doesn't matter how small they start. They're supposed to be making impact. But I'm telling you, it looks like they have joined the norm. They have embraced the norm. And now they are not demonstrating that we were elected LP people. Nobody's talking about LP people. We're supposed to talk about hold them accountable. And not only that, in next election, we tell you, oh, sir, you didn't do what we sent you to do. So we cannot elect you anymore. If LP wants to be the party of Nigerians, common Nigerians, not P2B, because P2B have to be in a party, and the party he is on is not doing their work.
Yeah. And I think that there's some truth there, and it's very, very. I think it's beginning to show now that the Labour Party before P2B were slightly different from. They were more of a conventional Nigerian party where they get in there and they all start schmoozing. So, and this is going to be a problem. I think P2B did say that when he was running the state, that the people that when he changed the way the state is working, he didn't need to change the people. He just changed how they worked. So that is very interesting that he said that, because it means that whatever is there in Nigeria now, if someone like him makes it into office, he understands how to change the way the people behave without necessarily changing the people themselves.
And
so
forefather, it was my state. It was my state. And the elders went after him at the early stage, and he did everything to show them. Even Obasanjo that is supporting P2B today, use Anduba to frustrate P2B, but P2B stand his ground. That's one thing I admire about him. He stand his ground. Don't mind about his soft voice. You think you can intimidate him. That soft voice can be deceiving. He stand his ground. Both the church, both the house, both the House of Representatives, the local government. He stand his ground, and he made a significant change. That is the reason why up to today, when he used the word, I don't know 3% that didn't vote for me. It's true, because Anambra State changed, and Anambra State is backwards because we put a non-entity who is a drunkard, drunk himself for 8 years. Then we put a buffoon that thinks that he's better than everybody, that he's highly intelligent. Could you imagine this man that portrayed that he's highly intelligent is saying that if you vote Labour Party during the state election, that those people are coming over there just to collect check, that he will not allow him. It's a learned man. It's a man that calls himself professor. I have asked my people, which school did he teach? He have PhD in economics. We have a lot of Anambra State people that have PhD in physicists. In the hardest course you can have PhD on. But this buffoon that have PhD in economics is holding the state hostage. So P2B is good at what he does. I believe me, that man is good at what. If P2B become president of Nigeria, Nigeria will change Nigeria will change immediately. That word that if the leader is not corrupt, he cut corruption 50%. That is a true statement. Do you know that people used to go to, if they're going to go to US, you carry one plane and carry all these people and go to one US to go one course, and the state pay for it? Peter B said, no, 2 people go, they come back, they teach the rest of the people. That is how he saved all this money that he left for the state. That is how he made that money. He was collecting the same check he was collecting from the top, and that's how he made that money. And everybody that had first class during his regime, he paid them 1 million naira once they finish university.
Bumi did say something though. Sorry, Bumi did say something about it's one thing for us to expect the Labour Party members to come out and do some of the things that they were elected to do. It's another thing for the voters to also hold them accountable, like Retichi is saying, because sooner or later we too have to start challenging them and saying, you are 8.something% of the member of the House of Senators. That's the senators in Nigeria there. If you have 8.something% of, 7.something% of the senators, I mean, that could swing the vote in any direction. 8%. Yeah, it could swing the vote in any direction. And if you look at even in the House of Assembly, to the same thing, because that's how the Tea Party got their power. Because in America, two senators could make a big difference. So when they had a few senators, then they can influence the vote in any direction. And that's what Labour Party should be doing, but they are not doing it. So the voters have to start holding them accountable. And electricity, one of the problems we are going to have big time is how do you translate a National House of Assembly member? Because many people in their local areas, they love their local National Assembly members. They don't have any problem with them. Like they hate the ones in the center, but their local one, is nice. They like him. He's the doctor from the other family that got them a transformer or something like that, according to Show. So how do they translate what they recognize as a corrupt center to their local assembly member that is actually enabling that corrupt system?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, I would like you, because you are the one championing that this thing.
It is the same principle. It is the same principle. The same principle, because the corruption is everywhere. The issue in the country, whether he buys them one transformer or not, is the same thing. If we can remove this idea, this sentiment, is my brother, is my sister, is my church person, is this and that, and focus on competence and look for a competent person. That is what we should be looking at for. How competent is this person? Because most of them have track record. Let's be realistic here. None of them comes just forth from the sky. Their track record could even be in the private sector. Their track record could be their own personal business. They all have track record. Like Jesus Christ says, by their fruits you shall know them. So every one of them have a track record. So if we look at their track record and it's okay, for example, Wike has been governor for 8 years. He's now a minister. He's been this. What's his name? Kiyamo. Every one of them has a track record. Just the same way the Senate, Akpabio, has a track record. Every one of them has a track record, both in the federal and in the state.
Buhari had a track record until he got into office and completely screwed the whole thing up. The first track record of Buhari was good. And sometimes people, when they get into office, I'm just trying to let you understand the challenges you are going to face.
Let me try and bury this.
I would like to contribute after electricity.
Let's try and bury this Buhari issue once and for all. Tinubu has already let us understand. With due respect, is the president, so President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has made us to understand that if not for him, Buhari would not have been president. Now, what the House should do is to drag his ass, even as a president, and to come and explain what he meant by that statement. So we can safely conclude that something went on. Tinubu made Buhari the president, whichever way it is. And I did state in one of my broadcasts 2 weeks ago, last week, that if Tinubu had 1 point, one vote, let's say it's going against either Peter Obi or Atiku Osho or anybody, if he has 1 vote and the other candidate has 199 million votes, Tinubu will still be the president of Nigeria. Because why? He said it is his turn. An understanding, an agreement has been entered. We all see how the announcement was made. Everybody was asleep, blah, 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 blah. And the announcement was made. There is a gentleman's agreement. They call it honor among thieves.
But the point I was making was that Buhari had a track record of when he was military regime, and then when he came into civilian, he did what he did. Oshomole had a good track record. Then when he get into politics, this is Bola Ige Many of them, all these people, they are very, very
You
great
said
people.
Oshomole has a track record as a labor rep, if I'm correct, if that's what you refer. And on that basis, people voted for him, expecting that, okay, this man has a good track record. He came in, he became somebody else. Now he's in the Senate. So you cannot compare that being a governor, you messed up. Why are we going to vote for you to be in the Senate? Everyone has a track record. All the governors
the
are
original
going
question, sorry, I want to direct her to the original question. The original question was that, how do you handle the idea that many people in their own local constituencies, where the senators and National House of Assembly members come from, see their own as okay, while in the center, all of them are corrupt, but the one in their local area seems to be acceptable? How do you convince them that local one, they should hold that local one accountable?
I answered the question. It's down to sentiment. It's the same thing. If we eliminate sentiment, for example, let's say Nigerian is my brother or my close friend or my tribesman, this and that. If I eliminate sentiment away from whatever is between me and himself, then I will tell him to his face that, listen, you are my brother in whatever capacity you are, but you are not performing. You are not performing.
That is a country where there's no corruption.
Performing. He is performing for them in their local area. That is the problem. So how do they disconnect that, what he's doing locally, what's happening nationally? No, I think electricity, the reason why I'm asking electricity, because he's the one championing this. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, okay. Sorry, Chim, apologies. Okay, let me listen. I said the reason the championing is for education and awareness, and people to change their mind. We have to start to highlight you see, when no matter what they say that they are benefiting in his local government or in his small environment, his own people are benefiting. What sort of benefit is it besides money? Does it give them electricity? The answer is no. Does it give them good medical care? The answer is no. Is the education within that small circle, is it good? The answer is no. It's all the money they get in their pocket. They still suffer.
Sometimes
the
it's
same
a transformer here and there, a hospital or the same church member. People are very funny like that.
Listen, forefather, there is no good hospital anywhere. Just take it from me. There is none anywhere. So if you point out that if we can mention names, either the name of the person is where his constituency is, and let's do that research. None is there. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chim, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up from where electricity said, it was as if he was reading my mind. I was jotting down a few things so that I don't forget. How do we change this whole thing? First and foremost, forefather, you can't change it dramatically, but you walk around it. And I'm going to show you why. Like in the US, there are members of the House of Reps in the Congress and senators you don't agree with, but their local constituency members like these people. They vote them in. So at the local constituency level, which is what the man is representing, he may be performing. He may be providing and attracting benefits, which is his job. His job is to go there and attract things to that local constituency. If he is doing that, then whatever else you are seeing at the national level is a different thing altogether. The only way now to deal with him is the other party, and you see that Americans do this very well. They don't wait until election to educate their people. So while life is going on during the normal tenure, you see people advocating, you see people, buying airtime on CNN and co, and coming up with banners, coming up with counter narratives against that person. You see it. And that's what I'm saying. Nigerians, we don't need to say because election has ended, then we go to bed. I want to see civil society people campaigning and then educating people and saying, people of Bende, I come from Bende, local government in Abia State. People of Bende, I know your son is the second in command at the House of Representatives. Benjamin Carlos, my member of Reps, he's the deputy speaker. fine. You people think you are getting something good because your son, in quotes, is the speaker. However, look at the kind of things you could have gotten better, even if he was not the speaker and he was doing this and it becomes a continuous thing. Remember, recurrence, consistently, the way you teach people in nursery school. People in nursery school are taught repetitiveness. You keep repeating it. In fact, can I tell you guys that is how APC came to power? They consistently kept lying and pushing narratives, pushing until people bought those narratives. And when election came, they went and voted PDP out. That is the only way. Those consistently educating people, telling them how it can be better. When somebody makes a mistake, you hold on to it. You go and buy airtime and show them what that mistake is and show them how it can be better. I don't see the oppositions doing this consistently. But that is, in fact, you remember how the Democrats nailed Trump? They constantly hammered the message. I don't necessarily agree with them. I'm not a member of the Democratic Party in the US, but they hammered it until people believed it. And during the elections, they went and voted the way they felt they needed to vote. So that is what civil society in Nigeria needs to do. Well-meaning Nigerians, don't allow this space for people to, after election, everybody goes dead and then we keep quiet. That's one of the only ways you can change it. But if we just feel, okay, election has ended, everybody goes back to their cocoon. Well, those guys will be there, like you rightly said. They will go there and go and share money to their local constituents. And then finally, you see during COVID, you see how each member of the house goes back to his constituency to go and educate them. Town hall meetings. I don't see that happening. How many of the people tell us somebody will come to the House of Reps or something and say, my people? Which people? Did he really go and speak to the people? It doesn't happen. People don't really do it. And then I can tell you, people don't necessarily like this man. Benjamin Kalu is enmeshed in certificate and name change during the tribunal. That's what they brought against him in the tribunal. And I know some people are saying, hey, let's leave him. But I also know people who are saying, no, this guy cannot go and be number 2 man on a fake name, on a fake certificate. So he needs to get out of there. Let somebody who has the correct name, has good certificate to go in there. But we're not consistently educating our people, and that's why they keep voting these people in.
Thank you. One Niger man. I like Niger man. I don't know why you are changing that name, but it's okay. Which one you want us to be calling? One Niger or Niger man?
Anyone where you like, my brother.
Okay. Okay. So go ahead, please.
One thing we have to start looking, because when we are saying something, we have to look it in Nigeria context. If you are using America, UK to compare the way they do it there, it can never work. That is why the problem we are still having in Nigeria. This democracy is not working for us. Nigeria is weaponized by poverty. Whatever you want to tell anybody to preach to people, today now, maybe till tomorrow, the highest bidder is the one that win election. You can see like Tinubu, look at all the old baggage, but Eosan versus Keyamu, FFK, people you see before, they are the one fighting for him. Because go everywhere and lick his caca, everywhere he poo-poo. Because of money, that is the problem in Nigeria. The only way this thing will start getting better, will start getting the way forward, is when the right person come to the head. That executive, who control the executive? Look at the judiciary. If the judiciary don't do what the executive want, they will not give them their allocation. Why is the legislative very powerful? Because they defend their whole budget. The judiciary will just say it's a how do they call it? They're like a free this thing, or how do they call it? They're separate government. But that's on paper or mouth. If they didn't do what the executive want, they don't give them their allocation. They don't. You see, that is why they are advocating. There should be independence fully, and come to the National Assembly, defend their own budget. That is the way. Number 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, and again, if things is going to change in Nigeria, the people mindset is going to change. When the government, the states, all of them start doing something good. If we want to look at America, because here you are not working, government pay your house, you give you some allowance before you get a job. Nigeria, where it's done like that, person will be can sell a voter card for 1,000 naira. 500 naira. During your election, you saw it. You go to you. If 10 of us now go, let's go to our constituency. Let's start telling people no election have to be like this. This is the policy. This, that. This is what you have to vote for. Somebody will come and divide us with money. You will see 10 of us start fighting. Look at Labour Party today. Look at what is happening in Imo yesterday, day before yesterday. Fighting for candidates. You understand? Because why? Somebody else is sponsoring the other faction to fight against the OBO. That's what happened again. 3 days, this when I say in Imo State. So that is the context of Nigeria. Corruption is too much. That is why we are very happy. We that believe the right man who have done it, we have seen. If Obi come to the executive, when he begin to obey rule of law, people see the rule of law. Look at Obaseki. A country like Nigeria, the House of Rep, 7 out of them won election, and they were never sworn in. This is almost 4 years, next year. They were never sworn in. They went to court. Court never give them judgment. The case is just there, died there. But they sent that court of appeal in Abuja. The deputy went to and proclaimed a judgment that they want to impeach him. He got it because he paid for the judgment. That is the problem of Nigeria. How can somebody contest for election, won election, and he will never swear in? And INEC didn't do anything. The judge, he went to court, he never get judgment. The judgment is just there. The case is just there, up to 4 years. Even the tenure is elapsed by next year. The case are still in court. You understand? So when we get somebody like will be there, they will see. Because it's only the executive. Even if court give a judgment, say go and arrest this man, it's the executive that will implement it. Because it's the president that hold all the armed forces in Nigeria answer to. Nobody can give order to police except the president in Nigeria. You understand? So it's only that is only where I see the way, because this obedient who are focusing, they are ready to call everybody. 8 people in the National Assembly, 38. How many people? You want to do anything? They will say, okay, if you shout too much, pass it on vote. If you pass it on vote, you don't have the 2/3 of it. If you bring any policy, you don't have the 2/3 of it. It will just be there. Will not pass fair reading for 20 years.
But look at what is happening now. Peter Obi is in charge of the Labour Party, and his members in the National Assembly.
Is not in charge of Labour Party. You people should not be putting this thing wrong.
Hold on.
He's a presidential candidate.
Let me explain why I'm saying that. Let me explain why I'm saying that. Because if he is not in charge of the Labour Party, his supporters are in charge. They can be, if they are not now, they can't be in charge of Labour Party, because he had how many million votes, and Labour Party before then was nowhere to be seen. So his supporters have the power to reshape the Labour Party as
the leader. He's not the leader of Labour Party. No, don't put it that way.
Why is the flag bearer is the leader? The most senior member is the leader of the party.
Go and read their constitution. No, that's not how it works. In other party, but in Labour Party, go and read their constitution. They will still tell you. Ask Peter Obi.
That's how it works in the Labour Party here. The Labour Party is Labour Party all over the world.
You are saying here. We are saying Nigeria. You are saying here.
That's how it works everywhere. That's how it works everywhere. In short, in almost every party.
No, don't be saying something you don't know. Me that know what I'm saying. You are not tell me that is how it works. If you work in US, you cannot work so in Nigeria. Let me tell you. Let me explain to you. In Labour Party, if you like, put a Rice TV today. Put a Rice TV. Watch Arabambi. He quote the constitution again. You understand? The national chairman is the leader. Even when Peter Obi, when they asked him about what is happening, he said they should go and ask the national chairman. He's just a candidate on Labour Party. The presidential candidate will not just come and become overall, taking no control, saying what will happen. If not so, why did he go to convention in Asaba? He should have just given order from this thing now.
I think you are looking at it the wrong way. From the point of view of a party, the most senior member in terms of the nation is often the leader of that party, especially when it comes to
not like that, my brother. I'm telling you.
But he's not truly the leader until he becomes the president, though.
Just
no, he is the most senior. He's the presidential candidate.
But he's not the president. No, that's why I'm saying he can't be the leader because he's not the president. If you are,
I don't know why we are. I don't know why we are arguing this.
If you are following the presidential system,
even
like
APC
in the US,
you
Trump
become
was
the
the leader
president
of the party.
So when Hillary Clinton was the leader of that's the presidential candidate of Labour, this in Democratic Party in America, she was the leader of the party.
No, she wasn't the leader. It's the chairman.
Who was the leader?
The chairman of the Democratic National Party, the DNP, is the leader.
No, he's the chairman. They call him a chairman for a reason. But the person that has the most power in that party,
the reason why they even call them leader is because the reason why they call them leader is because as president, occupying the president of the office of that country, you are truly the most influential. He's the most.
It's very clear. It's really very clear. That's why nobody sees. I don't think we need to be over laboring it. That's why nobody hears about the party chairman of those parties. They hear about the presidential candidates. They are the ones in charge of that party at the time when they are the presidential candidate. Sorry, Electricity, go ahead.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you,
Akpopa. That's fine. You are free to disagree.
The presidential system in the US is different from the parliamentary system. The parliamentary
Let's
system
allow Electricity to talk now. You've heard your saying.
So
Elizabeth, go ahead.
It just I don't know if it's a form of a question or clarification to Nigerian. I think I've asked this. He's changed it. Okay. Hashtag all eyes on judiciary. I think I have asked you this question before, but there's no harm in asking you again, since and those who are saying all eyes on the judiciary. So let me acknowledge all eyes on the judiciary. What exactly should people do in terms of this all eyes on the judiciary? What is there anything specific that they should do? Could you educate me on that?
You mean people are putting no eyes on judiciary or what? Is that what you
know? They say all eyes on judiciary. Okay.
So the reason of the hashtag all eyes on judiciary, this is what you want to know. What are you trying to say?
No. I know it's hashtag all eyes on the judiciary. Is there anything specific that?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Could you educate me on that, please?
When we say all eyes on judiciary, all eyes on judiciary, we are saying is not declare Obi or declare Atiku or declare Tinubu the winner. All eyes on judiciary, based on the judgment we have seen severally. All eyes on judiciary, based on the judgment that the Supreme Court, the Appeal Court have given, or some frivolous decisions from the court we have seen. That is why we are telling the court, all eyes on judiciary is for everybody. That we are watching, we are with them, we are supporting them, no intimidation. That is it. Not by saying all eyes on judiciary must declare Obi. That is not what we mean. Not for article or committee. Do the right thing. Let's see the right thing. Let every base on merit.
Let me now put this to you now. If the judgment comes and it's in favor of APC and Tinubu, like you rightly said, they are not saying it should favor either the Labour Party or the PDP party, but they should do the right thing. So, if the judgment now comes out and it favors APC and Tinubu, will it be acceptable to this group of people that says all eyes on the judiciary?
No group. We are not group of people. We are well-made Nigeria. We are not.
Okay, I rephrase. Okay, my apologies. I rephrase. I did not intend that to be derogatory or insulting. So, the well-meaning Nigerians with the hashtag all eyes on judiciary, should the judgment come out and it favors
the Tinubu,
it favors the APC and Tinubu, will the all well-meaning Nigerians accept it?
Let me tell you, if the judgment come out, you have to. I cannot give you direct answer.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
If the judgment come out We saw everybody see it. It's clear, like the Spanish say, muy claro como agua, clear like water, that the judgment was based on merit. Nothing is okay. It's over. But if it's not based on merit, on technicality, that is not accepted. You must give us the reason, the basis. You come through everyone, and we see it. Yes, it's okay. And it's clear.
Let me flip it around now. Okay, still on you. I want to flip it around. The recent event, I don't know if you heard me when I've said it earlier, but I think something went wrong with your network, or you went to attend to something, but I wasn't sure.
I went for something.
Okay. The recent issue in the House of Senate, when Akpabio paid 2 million when they were paid 2 million, and including if there is any Labour Party legislator in the upper chamber. Also, King Igwe is there anyway because she defended the gaffe of Akpabio. That 2 million naira, you may not know, but former Senator Enyibe claimed that the senators have not been paid for 3 months. As such, they were given that 2 million. It's on a Rise channel interview by Dr. Abati. In your own opinion, do you think that claim is correct?
Oshomole was in our Chinese television at least 2 weeks before that day you are saying. He said he has not been paid. When they asked him his salary, he said he has not been paid.
He said he has not been paid.
Yes.
And they had has any Labour Party legislator come out to affirm that?
Ireti Ikingibe came out that same day, after the second day or the third day, the second day on Chinese television, and he said he have not received his own money. He have not seen anything.
No. That was when the 2 million was paid in terms of the salary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
That I'm talking about have they been paid or not been paid for 3 months?
Electricity, you're asking me a question. I'm not their SA. I'm not
what you saying in the nutshell is you don't know.
I'll be asking them, have you been paid or not paid? That is not my business.
You see, if like I said earlier, the Labour Party is the eyes and ears of the common man, riding on the horse of integrity of Peter Obi, his transparency and everything. They're riding on that horse. And on that ground, I ask that common sense should dictate to them to say, you know what, we are riding on this horse, on this man's horse. Who, according to the Oba of Benin, when he asked him that he heard that you do not own, when you were in government, you never took any land. And he said, yes, he never did. So I think people now should say, all eyes on the Labour Party legislators to come out and tell us. Why?
Yeah. To hold them accountable.
I don't understand.
My brother, you cannot say you should go and put all high on Labour Party this, you know.
To hold them accountable, you have to.
Their constituency is
How can you not? How can you fix the country if you cannot hold anybody accountable?
No, it's their constituency. My brother, let me tell you, the day the people from the House of Rep.
You see why we want our Yoruba nation?
Excuse me, let me talk now.
Is just too much.
Let me talk one by one. Please. The day the House of Rep went to what do they call it? They went to Aso Rock. What did that guy say? He began to eulogize Tinubu, praise Tinubu. That guy is a former APC. What makes many people to win this election through OB? Because on election day, the novice, like we have been voting, we vote. Some people are voting in APC, some people are voting in PDP. You understand? Because I know I was always vying for Peter Obi. Majority of people are vying for Peter Obi. So because of the novice, they give you 3 ballots. You are just looking for Labour Party, thumbprint for the 3. That's why you see people who never campaign win election. So these people, you cannot go and hold it. These are adults. How can I be go holding them? Tell me your amount. Tell me go and be sharp. They know the right thing to do. They have their law in National Assembly. They have their lot in Senate, the way they do their thing, my brother.
Let me go further. There's what we call freedom of information in Nigeria, which Femi Falana uses very well.
I mean,
So
you say don't collect from 2 million share.
wait, Olumide, Nigeria disregard what Olumide said, please. Ignore him. There, let me use your term again. There are well-meaning Nigerians, and I believe among these well-meaning Nigerians with this all eyes on judiciary, there are lawyers, there are doctors, and I believe there are judges, which they can also go and apply. It's a public information. Their salary is not it should not be an hidden thing. So they can apply under freedom of information, which is in operation in Nigeria to find out this thing. Can't you guys do that?
Their take pay home, or what do you say? It's there in Google now. If you Google it, you will see it. It's there.
Okay, so it's there. It's a Nigerian
president. Everybody
let's be realistic with ourselves.
It will show them.
What is good for the goose, they say, is good for what? For the gander. Transparency is across the board. Accountability is across the board. Equity, fairness is across the board. Governance is all across the board. So the executive, the legislators, they are all should be held accountable. The Labour Party, whether you said, they are former APC or they are former PDP who took advantage of that, they represent Labour Party. So they should be called out. The same way all eyes are it's on the judiciary. Everything must be based on merit, because you use the word merit in respect to the judiciary. So whatever they also gain or obtain or receive in that legislative arm should also be based on merit. So I argue
let me just come the last one here, please, Father. You are vying for how to do a recall. Abi? Legislative. All the legislative, the green and the red chamber, they have their own constituency that vote there. Me, I never vote any Labour Party apart from Peter Obi, because I believe all those people, they never campaign, they never know them. You understand? I only complete one. So it's only Peter Obi I face. Those that know them, I don't have power to check them. It's their constituency. You should help them, channel into their constituency. So let them
it's easier to make excuses for our, like what Father actually said. We make excuses.
But you know when
we make excuses for
our
own.
Might even be watching this program. And you can use the opportunity to let them know that, you know what,
I should be lying what I know I don't have the power to do.
You can just talk to them now.
No constituency, I hold him accountable.
Just speak to them now. You know,
am I the one that voted? So can I go to someone else's constituency and recall him? Can I do that?
No, you can't, but you can campaign against, let's say a candidate is saying, let's legalize corruption. Do you need to be part of the person's candidate? That's against them. You can campaign against them because you know they stand for the wrong things, and maybe his constituency members can vote against him.
If Obi become a president, they see anything corruption, even somebody under him, you will see the way Obedient will come out against them. And Obi. So they are not just maybe because it's there. Somebody I don't know their character. Only Obi I can swear for his character. He talks I know. So how can I be saying somebody I didn't know his character?
Nigerian, you see, the same way you voted for Obi is the same way I voted. So what I expect you to have said, I mean, don't let me use the word.
All eyes on judiciary is for Obi.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
It's not for anybody.
What I thought, don't let me say expect, what I thought you should have done in these circumstances is to say that regardless of whether they are from APC or from PDP or from this and that, everyone should be held at with the same standard. Yes, you are for Obi, whatever it is, they should come out and declare indeed what is going on in their That is what I thought you will say. But
no,
my thought and your thought are not the same thing.
It is not the same. No,
Thank
it's
you.
not my consistency. I don't have power.
Yeah,
it's
go
not my
ahead,
consistency. I don't have power for that.
I have a question for Mr. One Nigeria. So he said that it's not his anyways, the question I want to ask is, so let's say Tinubu, you didn't vote for Tinubu. So let's say Tinubu continues and he rules for 4 years. My question is, if clearly this whole 4 years, it's just like Buhari's time, completely bad, destroy everything. And let's say people are protesting to take him out. Would you also join in protesting him to take him out? Let's say the APC.
If I have the power to go out so I can kill him today, I will go. So not just carry that one.
What's the question? What's the question again?
If he would protest to take him out of government.
Take who out?
Tinubu. Because he didn't vote for him.
Nigerian, I know you. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't know you were speaking.
Based on your reply that you go and take him out, even though you did not vote for him, but because he's representing Nigeria and every decision he makes affects every single person. I think it's the same direction Mr. Electricity is pointing out, that even though you might not have voted for those people representing those local counties or states and all that, he's basically saying that if those people are not doing their job, are you going to also participate in holding them accountable? They don't have to be from your state, but are you going to join the people who might have voted them, whoever they are, holding them accountable? Are you also going to join them in holding them accountable? I think that's what he's kind of asking you that question.
Yeah, I understand it. Like for me, let me just clear you why I'm just like this. For me, I'm following Peter Obi rule. That is why anything is happening. You do see Peter Obi talk. He doesn't give, because why? He cannot come and be coming and be making opposition when he know, and he said it, he win the election, and he's in the court. So how can I be legitimizing a president I know he doesn't win election or anything that happened there? Me, I don't believe anything in that administration. I know APC very well. Maybe for the people who are first-time voters are looking there, I know APC from beginning that nothing good will ever come from them. They are satanic. If you know what the meaning of satanic, that is who they are. They are not coming to even give us a cup of water. So I don't believe anything will come out from that human being or anybody there, that APC. For me,
let me address you as my brother. Let me address you as my brother. This is my view. Okay, when Bumi asks the question,
even if Tinubu is doing everything today, I will still be against him.
Okay.
Tell everybody should take 1 million today, I will still be against it because I know it's fraud.
This is my view. Okay, this is my view on a statement you made, or the way you phrase it. That when Bumi asks if they say go take him out, and you said if you have the will to kill him, you will kill him. Is that correct?
We all heard it. Come on with your submission, please.
Yeah.
I think
we all heard
yes now.
Yeah. If you want to add to it, and anybody can contribute.
Sorry, Gavin. My apology. I'm not the one. I just think that I don't know. I'm echoing.
There's feedback coming from someone.
There's echo.
Jagun.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think that we should mind how
Ed,
we
you may want to turn off if there's any other device around you. You may want to check it.
I will phrase our words, even though we are angry and whatever it is, using certain words. No, I'm just saying. I'm just talking to you as my brother.
Electricity. Sorry to just add that, and I think there are some words that are censored on YouTube, so we should just be very cognizant of that fact.
Don't say if you have your way to go and kill him, you will kill him. You meant nothing. You didn't mean it in that way, but trust me, some people can twist that in.
Not that way.
Some people will twist it and twist it and twist it.
I said, no. That is not what I mean. Please, so don't twist my word. Though. He said if I would join people to go and if they are rioting, they are protesting. I mean to say, if I would join them to protest and I didn't vote him, I was trying to tell him the way and try to let them to live there, not to stay there. That is what I'm trying to put it. So
Okay.
I don't even need to protest. If I even have the way to go and remove it, like the local palace way.
All right, no problem. Just for us to be,
where no road.
Can I try to answer Mr. Electricity's question about the whole idea of the all eyes on judiciary?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I talk about that?
Go ahead. Of course.
So the way my thought about that is, we know that judiciary's responsibility is to interpret the law, right? So I think this is just a way of reminding them that we are not just gonna we're really interested in seeing how you interpret this particular case based on the law, right? So there are some things that to us, based on our study of the Constitution, the whole idea of the obedient movement is that this is a very educated, intellectually emancipated group of young people who would read the Constitution, who would organize themselves, so we're trying to tell them that our eyes are on you now, which we've read the Constitution, right? We know that there are some things that are quite obvious, right? So if you're gonna maybe judge or rule in a particular way, you should be able to interpret that Constitution in a way that makes sense to us based on your judgment, right? We're not saying you must interpret it in a particular person's favor, but if you do this, you should be able to justify it based on Constitution in such a way that everybody understands and it's readily acceptable to everybody that this is what should be. Because what has been, so let me just quickly land, is that there's been judgments where it seems like, oh, these judgments were not fair. For example, like the Imo State judgment, and but then some people have come up, like even among the obedience, I've seen people say, like there was one that we invited like 2 weeks ago, the doctor from the UK, and he interpreted it to mean that what happened here was based on the evidence before the judiciary. It was justifiable that they would give that kind of judgment, right? Because he used the Evidence Act, things like that. Okay, so that's to tell you that as obedience, we are not just like blind people. We are not. We want, as in, yes, we want our candidates to be sworn in as the president or something, but we are also amenable to good reason, good logic that's based on what the Constitution says. So if you're going to judge this in a way that would be maybe antithetical to what we are proposing, then let's see. That's why our eyes are on you. We are concerned now. We're not just aloof. We want to see what your judgment is going to be and your justification for it.
Mr. Jago, do you want to go first before I respond to?
Well, I mean, I'm really just listening. I personally have, different opinions completely on what's been spoken about. So I'm intrigued to hear what people are saying in a way, even though it's a bit pedantic, if I may speak. If it is a bit pedantic and almost boring, to be laboring over certain small minutiae, it doesn't allow the communication to flow, in my humble opinion. We're definitely in for another marathon run. We're 7 hours already. It is interesting, but if I may ask a few questions to the panel and Forefather particularly, can I understand this our communication has been going on for a while. Does it have any specific objective other than us being able to air our views and learn where we can? Are we seeking an objective with this platform as a whole? I don't know if that messes up what we're talking about, but that's my question.
I think.
Okay, Forefather, you want to go first? Go first.
Yeah, I think the main objective is for one, Dr. Nameji is to share information and basically news to the people, enlightening the people regarding the topics of the day. And in the case of my own segment, tends to be regarding other aspects that is generally not discussed, like geopolitics and other areas of the national politics, all listing issues that are not necessarily highlighted, like especially insecurity. And if you look at the how our relationship with foreigners affects this in us, so that is one aspect. In terms of action, that is something that has not come into fruition yet. Like electricity has its own kind of formation now that he's trying to come up with, and I have mine that I'm also looking to come up with. I even spoke about it about 2 weeks ago. So these things are beginning to take shape. As you can see, even the one with the all eyes on judiciary, I'm sure somewhere along the line probably started from somewhere too, and it got to show up in Nigeria. Sooner or later, we are going to be coming up with something that will actually affect change on the ground.
Okay. Let me weigh further into that, or let me say my own mind. I think you asked one of the most important questions, Mr. Jago. Though I cannot speak for Rudolph because it's his channel, he has his vision, which he has shared for me. But if I am going to take your question and flip it around, I will say in the context of discussion re-Nigeria, there should be an objective, a goal. For the fact that we stay here for hours and hours and hours. So there should be an objective. Forefathers highlighted this one objective. I have my own objective, which I have kickstarted. It's taking a while to pick up. I also come here to highlight that objective for people who are interested to join that, which is primarily education and awareness back at home, because we in the diaspora, I argue that we sit in a privileged position at this time to educate or push certain messages back at home so that people can start to have that change of mind before the 2027 election. For me, this 2023 election has come and gone. For me personally, it has come and gone because I participated in it, so I was there. I just felt we should tap into that hunger of people, what I saw, and focus on the legislative. My focus is on the legislative arm, because my argument has been that is the temple of corruption. They perform oversight or checks and balance on the executive, but they romance each other. Therefore, no checks and balance is done. And that can be started from the grassroots, from the constituencies where these people, it's down to us citizens as well, as far as I am concerned. Like I said, your question is one of the most important questions you have. Someone has asked that. There has to be an objective. And the reason why there has to be an objective is we claim, or we are claiming to be concerned for the country, for the betterment of the country. But we cannot claim and fold our hands and do nothing. I don't believe in that either. We can start from somewhere. It's all about education. That is, for me, I think if we push on that, we will go far, but we cannot force it down anybody's throat. We just have to keep preaching the gospel until.
Okay. Look, can I just say, therefore, with the answers that you've given, both of you, I thank you. I'm happy that you're saying that there is an objective, because the power, the energy that has been used for these marathon conversations that we're having, it could probably light up the whole of Nigeria, just the energy alone in transmission. So I don't believe these conversations should just go into the ether and vanish. I also, sometimes I just look at the amount of people listening on the YouTube side. I know that you have other areas that you are forecasting through. But on the YouTube side, I've seen 582 people listening, which is a good number. I've seen a bit more than that. I've seen 700 on YouTube looking at you guys. So it's like, to me, there's a power base here, and that power base can grow and grow and grow. And the information that we put out officially, if you like, through Rudolph, through this platform, will be able to seep through and get back to our people back home, in order for there to be a transition within our populace. I think that's very, very important, because what we're discussing is democracy or leadership or a system, and whatever it is that we want to bring to the table. The narratives obviously have to be clear and have to be spoken about. So we have this almost like a think tank, I will believe. But I'm saying, what are we doing with these thoughts? Are we collating our thoughts? Are we landing and arriving at certain positions that we hold dear? Are we fostering the growth and the compatibility between our different aspects of being Nigerian? Are we coming together to be some kind of delivery?
Jago, can I answer? Can I add to what electricity and the other person has answered? I just want to answer to someone. I want to say, I understand where you're coming from. I want to say that the social media platform exposure is kind of gaining ground back home. I wish all this had started back when in 1999, when that democracy, when we got back the democracy from the military, back to when we returned back to civilian rule. But now, especially with the people's experience under Buhari and the way things, people kind of over relied on the politicians to really be responsible and make change happen for the people. But they kind of saw that that change didn't happen, and the obedience I would dove my heart for them. I'm not an obedient. I never participated. I'm not a politician. I don't belong to any party. But I kind of dove my heart for them because I kind of laughed at them when they were campaigning, when Obi was campaigning. I'm like, geez, we all know this is where this is going to. We know who the winner is. So stop wasting your time. But these guys use the social media platform to kind of make change. And I think the ongoing talk right now is something that is generating, it's generating buzz. It's like I said, people are, even the powers that be back home are watching. They watched some of these programs, they followed them, and that is why. But right now the balance is kind of. But I'm hoping that someday, one Nigeria is to continue. Majority of the people still want
what it is for me, if I may say, and I kind of like what both. Electricity and forefather were saying, which is that there is an objective. We are going to grow to that level. But I think one thing that we should take note of is that Nigerians are fed up of talk. We're fed up to the back teeth of constant talking, all kinds of talk, left, right, talk.
I understand.
Please, there, John, let me finish, Joe, please. What I'm trying to communicate here is that, bruh, we have an opportunity again to get something right, but we may be getting it awfully wrong. We really have to look at the what's on ground. What's on ground is that we're fed up. I'm fed up. I don't know if you guys all day long. Come on, man. We've got to come to a point of construction. So I applaud everybody, because I'm here knowing that people's hearts want change, and I'm there. My heart is there for change.
Okay, so I want to ask you now. What do you think could be done?
I'm saying we have to be collecting data. If we're having all these conversations and there's no data collection, then we're wasting our time.
But what do you do with our time? What do you do with the data?
What do you mean? What do you do with the data? Data is power right now. Are you aware of the day that we're in? This is 2022.
I'm talking about specific objectives.
No, listen, my brother. Data is the most important thing right now in the world. The most important. You understand? The information that you have, and the information you collate, and the information that can be born as being true or relative. These are loaded guns, and I don't want to be fighting a war without a loaded gun. I really don't. If you believe that talk and talk and talk and more talk and then suspicious and talk is going to make any changes. It's not. But we're all intelligent people here, and we know that we have to make discussions that amount to something. We can't just be here talking every day, having marathon runs. We can't. So, me personally, I would love an address from the organizers of this platform that suggests a timeline, that suggests how we are collating data, that suggests what the next move is, that suggests how we really make some effect on the ground in Nigeria. 22 billion. Let me repeat. 22 billion was sent to Nigeria through remittances from Nigerians. That's care. That is care. Care from we that are in the diaspora. We know that it's not easy to be out here. It's tough out here. It's cold out here. There's not enough love for us as individuals out here. You understand? But we have the love that we have as being able to transmit 22 billion back into the Nigerian economy, which is more than the oil revenue that we have. I mean, we really have to be paying attention. We can't just be flim-flamming. Honest to God.
But the reality is that there are people on ground back home who are trying to make change happen. But yeah,
I'm not saying that they're not. I'm not saying that there aren't efforts being made. I'm saying, what is this platform doing? That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Jagun. You sorry for interjecting. You like I said, you asked one of the most important questions. You also have highlighted one other important thing that buttress the point I have made over time, that we in diaspora, we sit in this present time, we sit in a privileged position. In respect to I don't know the figures that you just, I've never taken my time to know, but I know the money we sent home a lot helps to 22 billion. Is it dollars or naira, whatever it is, 22 billion. That's a lot of money. And so for these facts, based on this fact and others, I repeat again, we sit in a privileged position. For us to exploit this privileged position by making impact back at home. Now, my focus has been Section 68, 69, and 110, which is in respect to the legislative and both in the federal capital. However, there are certain challenges back at home in terms of the media and social media, and Nigerians who would love to have been part of such discussion. Nigerians on ground would also be a form of enlightenment. So if we can push whatever message we have, I think, this is my personal opinion, while I recognize the all eyes on the judiciary, I think, again, I repeat, I said my opinion. I hardly make opinion, but I'm going to put this as an opinion so that they don't come and bite me. I think if this all eyes on judiciary is tilted and say all eyes on the legislative arms, I think we will go far in effecting a change in that country, because the legislative arm, if you see what has happened this past few days, they are supposed to be representing the people from their constituency, but they don't give a toss about their own people that they are supposed to be representing. The judiciary, the legislative arm, does checks and balance. If we can, it's like if we get electricity right, 50% of our problem is solved. The reason why Nigerians don't participate in this is just for two things. One, electricity. Two, they cannot afford the data. If not, let me give you an expose. In my channel, I pay people money in Nigeria to come and participate, to buy data. But even with that, it becomes very challenging and difficult because the network will just fluctuate, or they will say they don't have like Ngozika. She always comes here to Dr. Chat. Dr. Damages know her. Sometimes she talks in the dark. Sometimes her battery goes down. These are the issues. So if we can take the message, we can come together, like you rightly said, put resources together, and go on a ground floor or groundwork and push whatever message we're going to push. I give a timeline of 4 years towards the next election. But if we keep talking like this and doing nothing, I have put this argument on the table that Tinubu will become president in 2027, whether we like it or not. I'm not a prophet of doom. If we do nothing, if we don't see change don't occur during election. No, never. It will not occur. This is where the change will now start now. If we don't do something now to effect necessary change, then come 2027, because he has the power invested in him by the Constitution. It could be any other person, with due respect. It could be me. It could be you. If that power is either taken away or correctly put under checks and balance by the legislative arms, we will continue this circle.
Indeed.
But it's not in our hands.
It is very nice you have a good plan, electricity. Maybe if we see the way the judgment swings to, maybe people will listen to you better, and that plan, will come to fruition. And then even if it's OB, if it's something that you want to present to his team, but Nigeria is a behemoth, jargon. So
let me do a rebuttal there. Jargon, 1 second. Go ahead. 1 second. Let me quickly do a rebuttal in respect to what Olumide said. Olumide, if you take a closer look at the U.S., whatever is happening in the U.S., they are preparing for campaign. Okay, irrespective of what is thrown at Donald Trump, he still says he's going to campaign. Nothing is put on hold because of something. So we cannot put anything on hold because all eyes are on judiciary. It doesn't make sense. Why must we put anything on hold because we are waiting for the judgment that is coming? Why must we put?
I don't believe that.
Even we know that the judgment of God is coming, whether you believe it or not. None of us put anything on hold and say, "Oh, the judgment of God is coming. Let's put on things on hold." So why? The question is, why must we put everything on hold? Because this is where I said I disagree. In fact, I've said it, I'll say it again. It's no longer my opinion. I disagree with this all eyes on the judiciary, because why? You are telling us to put everything on hold just because we should focus on a judgment.
I'm not saying put on hold.
I'm not sure that's what that thing implies.
I'm saying maybe they will listen to you better. Right now, people are focused on their mind. Give me my mandate. They're not listening to your message. For me, for someone like me, I would say, okay, I would want to see what your plan is to initiate that change. How many?
I think you've had it. Hold on, Olumide. You've had a plan already regarding what he intends to do, and electricity. I don't understand why you are against somebody saying, "Oh, I have on the judiciary." It doesn't mean every eye is going to be on. It's a figure of speech where somebody says, we are paying attention to what the judiciary is doing. That's the right thing to do. And I agree with you when you said they should also say the same thing for House of Assembly. Everything, every single thing. Democracy is about eternal vigilance, isn't it? You have to remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, whatever you think you have, some other person that is vigilant will take it. And that's exactly what they've been doing. They've owned the streets. These ones that are corrupt and running the country for foreign people, they are the ones controlling the ground. No matter what we say here, they can just go and make their decision and all hell breaks loose. Absolutely. But one other thing people need to pay attention to is the fact that Tinubu wanted to intervene in the Niger. Is he able to now? No, because the country refused. The Senate rejected it. Even the ECOWAS Parliament rejected it. AU rejected it. So it tells you that they are not, these people, these forces, they are not eternally powerful.
They're not. They can't win at every level. Absolutely.
Exactly. They are not
If I may make
powerful.
this,
Go ahead,
if I may
Jack.
make
Sorry
this
for further.
submission, thank you. If I may make this submission, based on our objectives here, I like and enjoy the discussions. Please don't get me wrong, and I think they're very important. I just wonder how we are harnessing our energy in order to promote some effect. Now, for me, for the discussions that we're having, and for things like all eyes on the judiciary, these are timelines. Simple. They're not holdbacks. They're timelines. Between now and the judiciary speaking and announcing what their judgment is on the election, we are supposed to be, and when I say we, I don't just mean us on this platform, and we as Nigerians are supposed to be working up to that point, putting pressure up to that point. Now, whether we win or lose at that point, we still continue to go to the next calendar event that is taking place in Nigeria, whatever it might be, and work again up onto that place. This in itself would create an agenda for us on this platform to understand, look, as a collective and a growing collective, we've got our finger on the pulse of this country, and we can begin to change the narrative and order the narrative as a peoples, as a populace. Now, all democracy really is. If we as a platform have, let's say we have a million subscribers, a million people who are on our side, as it were. And then of that, we've got a council. And this council may be a council of 12 or whatever the number is. And then on that, we have a chairman or a leader a spokesman, more than a leader, a spokesman who is able to deliver to the populace what our narratives are, what our objectives are, what our goal is. These are the ways to deliver genuine power to the people. Otherwise, I just don't want to be wasting my energy.
Just let's form a political party right now.
It's not, well, you could call it a political party if you want, but I don't see it as I just see it as the populace being involved in our democracy. I don't see that our people are involved in every 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is, to come out and vote and then to get some rubbish feedback from our so-called politics. I mean, what's that? We cannot continue this way. I mean,
I think, can I add something to what you said about what we are doing with, some of the stuff we do here, the energy we are spending. I've had this type of discussion before where we talked about that. My own suggestion was that we have to be clever about it and use the least amount of energy for the highest outcome. That's outsized this in outcome. The idea is to target specific areas of power that you can pull a lever and you make a significant change. And this is what they do. Clearly, because look at Tinubu, didn't need a lot of people. In the end, it was Mahmoud that in the morning came out and did, when we have 200 or something million people in Nigeria. So if you go capture the specific areas, you understand what needs to happen. I hate using the term capture and all the rest, but you have to take control of specific levels of power to ensure things move in the right direction. Because you can, like you said, we can have a billion discussions here, then the others will just go and go to the level of power and pull it. And that's the end of it.
The obedience did a very terrific job. I mean, that's why I'm saying that obedient movement, if they really want change, shouldn't die. Regardless of the court judgments, those guys, they were majorly youths. They wanted change for their country. They stood behind the guy, and some of them don't even belong to any political party. Those guys, I'm going to dub my hat for them any day, anytime. They did a very good job. They
sorry for coming in. I have proposed. I mean, like what Father says, we have three arms of government. So there are other section of government. We have the executive, we have the legislative, and we have the judiciary. Okay. So whether in the federal or in the local district, I focused on, or I proposed, or I stand on focusing on the legislative arm of government. for one reason. Based on the Constitution, the people, the citizens, have more power, more say in determining certain things in respect to the legislative arm than the executive, than the judiciary. Because if the legislative arm are performing their role as they should perform their role, checks and balances, oversight, even at times in relation, because they also make laws, the judiciary interprets the law. The legislative arm makes this law.
But you know what?
May I finish?
Let him finish.
Let me finish, please. So the legislative arms also, if the president is going to be impeached today, it's going to come from the legislative arms.
But is it possible to then recall 106
Wait
senators?
now, Olumide.
106 senators.
Olumide.
All at once.
Can you just wait, please? Can you take a cheap pill?
Sure.
Okay, all right, thanks. So they perform that checks and balance on the executive. So if we focus on this right now and say, okay, this is the legislative arm. This is where the temple of corruption is, as far as I am concerned. And we are able to tweak it a bit. Even if we don't get it 80%, we get 60% correct. Tweak it a bit. And they know that the people have woken up. It's not business as usual. In turn, they will not perform their role, their duty, their responsibility on every aspect of what. Remember, they make this law. And once they make it, it's whether we like it or not, it's going to affect us. But we have to be part of it because they represent you and I from the ground level. So if we don't like something, like over here, all these legislators, they have what they call surgery, where the people meet, where the people can go to them and hear their voices and everything. And they come out and tell you, my people, this and that. For example,
so you can further buttress your point of electricity. Did you know that recall is like flip it the other way around? It's like voting in the reverse way. If voting is not free and fair, how do you want recall to be free and fair? It's one of those ways you can hold them to be accountable. But if it reverse,
you see, this is where jargon.
Let's allow Bumi say something. I think
Bumi,
maybe
do you want to say something?
You may have a question to
okay.
Please
go ahead. So let's go ahead. I will.
Okay, so I wanted to add something to what Mr. Jagon said in regards to like us having like a direction that we want to go as a people. And I do think that the direction we should kind of start from is, I think we should just call it reflecting. So in my when I was in high school, every time we'd have an exam, specifically in maths, we always have what we call reflecting. So let's say you pass the exam, because most people just try to pass. Our teacher will come give you the exam papers, and then they'll give you a blank sheet of paper. You pick 5 questions that you failed, and now you're supposed to figure out why did you fail it, the questions. Did you use a different equation to solve it, or it's just going step by step, reason why you did not get that answer, or why you didn't think about why the solution is like this. And what that does, it makes you think more. It's not necessarily you have to get the answer. It's just like you constantly thinking. To be a good mathematician, you always need to be thinking. And I feel like what Nigeria should do as a people is to think, why is it that every single 4 years, we keep on getting the same result every single time? You vote for your tribe, man, you get the same thing. You vote for the person with the same religion, you get the same thing. every single time. So we need to sit there and reflect where we are going wrong. For example, we can start from Buhari's regime. Why is it that this man is able to deceive us so boldly and nothing was done, and he's still a free man today? And it's like, are we also going in the same direction with Tinubu? And I think that's where we can easily start pointing out the stuff Mr. Electricity is saying, whereby is it the fact that we're not holding certain people accountable? And if we're not holding them accountable, how should we hold them accountable whereby it's effective and less people get killed, or we kind of maneuver them? How are they getting us? All those things. But for you to be able to do that, you need to think about how you have failed as a people first. That's just what I want to say. And also, I wanted to talk about what Mr. Electricity said. I feel like you're kind of contradicting yourself. So first, you said that you don't believe the election. You said the election has come and it has gone. So we should get ready for 2027. But then you're also saying that we should start working. It's like, why should we wait for 2027 before we start making key decisions? Like, you always talk about recalling the people that we vote into power. So are you saying we should wait till 2020, like the next election in 4 years?
No. Let me clarify myself. Let me explain what I meant. Okay. What I'm saying is that I said for the February 25th election, to me, it's come and gone. Okay. The matter is in the judiciary. Whether the judiciary, whatever the decision that comes out from the judiciary, it does not affect my goal. Whether it's for Tinubu or it's for P2B, it doesn't affect. We should now start to focus on what? On 2027. Starting from now. I didn't say we should wait till 2027. It would be an error to wait till when 2027 comes before we start to do something. I don't know. Have I clarified myself?
So does that mean that we can still start taking actions, like key actions, like, for example, like, let's say recalling? Are you saying we can
If the recall process has to start now, it's not 2027. No. It has to start now. And the way it's going to start is to start to educate and create that awareness. In fact, it should have started immediately when the result was announced. Now, not everybody, but it's not too late. What I'm saying is that if we wait till 2027, change don't occur during election. If we don't start to create this awareness now, because the recall process does not necessarily have to take place in 2027. It takes place anytime, any day, as long as we follow the procedure. So if we start to create that awareness, that education now, even if the people if we don't do anything now, that awareness and education is there, that even when we get to 2027, we will start to vote right again. We voted right. People voted in terms of P2B, the presidential election. They voted right. Things went wrong. We've admitted that. If we put this energy, like what Jago is saying, into creativity, creating something, then by the time we get to 2027, when the election is going to take place, we would have already seen a tilt in the system. Like what forefathers said, these people are not eternal beings. For that we cannot overcome. What they use to, you see, they speak one language both in the legislative and in the executive. And what is the language? Money. That's one language they speak. They don't speak religion there. They don't speak tribe there. And it is that same language they use to what? To manipulate people to buy votes, to buy their vote and by their conscience, money. Now, I said we in diaspora, we sit in a privileged position. Like what Mr. Jago said, in a year, we send 22 billion naira. That's a lot of money. Now, if genuinely, truly, in all sincerity of heart, every Nigerian, we come together based on what Mr. Jagun said, and we say, okay, in diaspora, we are donating $1 each to what? To push this educative awareness back on the ground. Trust me, believe me, with full confidence, I am telling you, we will tilt, we'll move the needle. The needle will be moved. I can guarantee you of that. If we all say, okay, we're tired, we want to go home, we want to fix, even if we don't go home, we want to know that we have a country that is functional. Dr. Damage is not around now. So wherever he is,
in about 15 minutes.
Wherever he is able to connect and join the broadcast. Why? Because there's a functional electricity where he is, and there's a functional internet. But if he goes to Nigeria now and says he wants to join this broadcast, it's going to struggle functional electricity wise. It's going to function. It's going to struggle data wise. So we need to have at least a working system in place, and this thing is possible. We just see it as, I don't know, we see it as a tax that cannot be achieved. No.
But electricity, what about also, I understand where you're coming from. What about also, especially with what they've done with the Obi movement, using Labour Party as a vehicle, since most people still want one Nigeria. APC is not a viable option. PDP, they've let us down. Now Labour, maybe another option in addition to Labour Party, where people can have credible candidates who really want to do something across all levels. The House of Assembly, the governorship, and maybe the presidential.
That is also an option we can exploit. There's no option that is taken off the table. As long as we get this nation back on track and functioning, no option is off the table. We exploit every option. We calculate which one is that I believe. Right, sorry, go ahead.
No, I beg your pardon. I've understood what's been said, and I would like to hear from Tone actually on this particular narrative that we're speaking, as to the power of the platform.
Well, the reality is the very basic infrastructure for communication is poor in Nigeria. And what am I referring to specifically? I'm referring to the internet. The average person, how many people have access to a smartphone? Not many people. How many people can afford data? Data is very expensive in Nigeria. We all know it. It's quite expensive. So when a man has a little money, he's thinking of how to fill his stomach rather than buy data. Now, if we're saying on the ground, like what we start proposing something. Well, you aren't here yesterday, electricity. I don't know whether you're listening in. I proposed, and then I and the forefathers was proposing something that we need to have boots on the ground, or how we can assess somebody that's a decision maker, that we can collectively write and question them and ask some certain question and query them, and not querying in not being aggressive, but knowing that, listen, we're a body from diaspora, and this is what we're about, and all that. Why is this so? Because what we're talking about refinery yesterday, but why it's not working. So we need to ask the people in the industry, people that are decision makers, why is this thing not working? So when they get that sort of thing, they say, so we have people like that. So a lot of people are watching us and all that. They will come to this platform and see. So we're kind of a pressure group, not just a pushover pressure group, a very active pressure group, okay, that can actually influence the way they do things. But right, going back, what's the solution? There are a lot of Nigerians on Twitter now. Twitter is another place. There's a melting place for people to come and get information, air their information. I think this group, when we need to get make ourselves visible on Twitter, because on Twitter you'll be amazed. That's where the politicians go. They look at Twitter quite well. So we can actually hold some brainstorming section on Twitter and get people as Dr. Damages do and all that. Like we said earlier, we don't know what his vision is. He runs the platform, it belongs to him. But this is, I'm sure he's listening in the background. Maybe something that he needs to think about and see if he can integrate into not just being on YouTube, perhaps on Twitter. You can bring people over on Twitter and interrogate them and brainstorm and offer advices and let them know that there are very strong voices from the US, from the UK, across Europe, across the Americas that are interested, are Nigerians that are interested in effective change, you know. So that's the only way, except we're ready to go back home and be on the ground ourselves.
Okay, go ahead.
Electricity gone.
Yeah. Thank you, Jagun. I mean, Tone, I beg your pardon. You highlighted issue of electricity and the data, which it's a very big problem. I think I mentioned that earlier. But one thing I would say is that one does not disturb or stop the other. Okay. Getting some pressure group, and it does not disturb. For example, the all eyes on the judiciary does not disturb the recall process. Writing to somebody who is there does not disturb the recall process. The angle of the recall process is that the people, these citizens on the ground, from the grassroots, if that awareness can take place, that educational awareness can take place, will carry more weight because they are behind it. Like they will say, like the French Revolution and every other revolution, that the people have been behind it. We can write. I can meet for fathers. Okay, let's pick on who we think is a little bit sane in any industrial. We can write. But
can I ask a question? What's the position with the bill? What's the position with the billboards now? Because we can actually the billboards. You know, I heard that.
I think they've taken it down. That's the last thing.
Apart from the eyes on the judiciary, because that is they say it's being very aggressive. We can actually start by sponsoring some message that will not sound very how will I say it, militant, if you want to put if I can use that word, and to question and sponsored by this group in diaspora, what is going on? We can actually start from there. Like you said, you know, $1 there, £1 there, £5 there, $5 there. It could do it could go a long way in sponsoring.
Because that was what happened during the time of Peter Obi. $1 there, a pence there, $1 there. If you were on the ground, honestly speaking, like I said, you know what really gave me this determination? What gave me the determination, Mr. Jaguar and everyone, is because I saw what happened. I was on the ground. And beside being on the ground, I was an unofficial INEC person there, coordinating issues on there. But what gave me the greatest motivation is when I saw an elderly woman who is she's not less than 80. So let me just put it approximately 80 in the polling section, asking me, my son, show me Papa, Mama, and Peking picture. Then my heart broke that indeed people want a change if the message can be pushed. Yes, over the years we've been bastardized by these people without a shadow of that. And it's not going to be easy to start to re-educate and reorient people's mind. It's like some of us when we left Nigeria, it took us years for us to start to get to understand that, my guy, we are not in the same environment. Things have changed. Where we are is different. Where we are is matter of law and order. You have to do things according to the law. You have to. So it's all down to what? Orientation. The voting went as far as midnight because people were determined that we are not going to leave until we cast our vote. The generator was brought for the INEC official to cast. I went to the INEC office to say, okay, you know what? I mean, I covered it on Dr. Damage's show, so it wasn't something hidden that we can't go back and find. So if we can tap into that enthusiasm, the people, that is where the key, that is where every other thing can go on simultaneously. It doesn't stop, like I said, it doesn't stop every other thing, like I on the judiciary, it doesn't stop any other thing to go on. But I stand on this. You know why I stand on this? I said this 7 years ago. 7 years ago on my channel that nothing will change if we don't do this thing. And we are still in the same position. And I still stand on it again, that nothing will change. Even if P2B becomes, listen, I respect the man. I don't know him. I never knew he was governor of Anambra State until the former chairman, what's his name, that was taken out. I heard him talk about P2B, and I say, you know what? It's worth giving this man a trial. It's worth giving him my vote. But I have my own personal agenda as well too, because he's a reasonable man. He can listen. It may not have the sole power, but it's going to push certain things in a certain direction that we can capitalize. But the truth is, if he had won and sworn, P2B will only just be there for 8 years. There's what we call continuity. We have to prepare and build on continuity. That is why the Americans, the Canadians, the Europeans, or whatever it is, that's how the world government comes and go. But that institution, they try their possible best to protect this institution regardless of who comes there.
Regarding continuity, I think that is something that is important. However, I think Olumide was saying something about forming a party or something. I think it's not about a party really, from my own point of view anyway. It's about an idea or a movement to change it. And I think in the context of Nigeria, you need a nationalist kind of movement to start. Because if you look at most nations that have been founded from a low ebb, it's a nationalist movement that often comes in to resolve some of the issues, most of the issues, because you are not likely to find these gradualist democratic transform a system. It's often nationalist movement that transforms situations, especially given the context Nigeria is in, where we are in a continent and we are a major group in a race that has not empowered itself. So for that kind of change to happen, for people to expect it to happen in a gradualist way in a democratic system process of change is not likely to happen. It has to have a radical shift to becoming a nation that is strong for its people and the entire race itself. Because if you look at the other systems that have done this, from the Asians and the Europeans and even the Indians, you have to have a radical shift. Otherwise, what you're going to have is these gradualists, they think that the other people are not watching them. when they are doing their thing. They are like, they think the other people that want to take advantage of them are not watching. Oh, you are making all those gradualist changes. They will just stop you. They have time. They will stop you to. If you think that you're going to do it while you're being nice to them, it's not going to happen. You have to be selfish, just like they are selfish, which is the right thing to do, because they are supposed to cater for their people. We are supposed to cater for our people. We have to be selfish and think about ourselves. You know, when I read that document about this in the passage about Lincoln, what he did in his country, you saw that the first time he came into office, he appeared to be anti-colonial. Because you have to be that way, because you are going to appear that way because you are being selfish now. You are trying to build your own people back up. And look at what he was able to accomplish. They built more buildings in 3 years than the previous 32 years. Because somebody decided that, you know what, it tells you what we are going through. These people are not governing to rule us. They are not governing. They are governing to keep us poor. If you want to change, you have to have a radical nationalist movement and a transformational one that is going to transform the country. Because these people, at the rate they are going to be protecting 60 years, 70 years for us to get anywhere. And that 70 years, if you factor it into the calendar of the other parts of the world, by that 70 years, we are done for. We are completely done for. That is recipe for our extinction and our doom, our continued servitude. So we can subscribe to that, because what these people are trying to do to us is hoodwink us and keep us asleep like they've done for 70 years. And this is why I feel like most of our people, whenever you tell them to fix their country, the first thing they talk about, oh, let's fix economy, let's do the healthcare. Education is very, very important. It's like, then, you know, when I first started encountering these sort of conversations, they tend to say that a lot. And what I realize is that it's a way of saying, let's not really do anything. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's say we are educating educating the children so that they will do it better tomorrow. In other words, pass the weakness down to the next generation. No nationalist ever does that. No people ever does that. When Stalin came to power, he had a massive challenge in his hand to change his country. Technically, they almost lost the war to Germany. But he knew that given that the West had an empire, they basically had an empire. The Soviet Union didn't have that. They had surrounding nations around them, but the others have global empires. So to compete with them, they have to be very radical. By the time he was done, his nation was a superpower, but they paid a heavy price for what he did. He was very, very radical and very, very fast and quick shift to keep it making his country strong, because he knew, given that their population is relatively small compared to the size of Russia, that they were always going to be vulnerable to others wanting to, seize all those lands and take advantage, defeat them, and all the rest of it. So he had to be radical and transform his country. And the same thing Mao Zedong did too. Mao Zedong didn't go to Soviet Union and say, let's do trade deals. And when we do our trade deals, let's do more trade deals and education and share information and what it was, synergy and all that nonsense. No, he went there, give me your nuclear technology and ballistic missile technology. I'm not playing. And that's what he went there to do. Whenever he went there, he was demanding something heavy from them. And that is how it has to be. Our people, if we follow some of the conditioning we have been trained to follow, where we keep talking about economy and all the rest, we are going to be serving other people. Even when you sometimes, like these Mali people, sorry, I'm going to come. Sometimes this Mali regime and Burkina Faso and all, they will bring Russians in, and they still don't make the kind of move that you see Lincoln and you make. They are not radical enough. These people are not really making any change. They're just replacing one master for another master. Maybe this new master is a little bit more generous, but you are not taking charge. If somebody comes and frees you from a burglar that is coming to burgle your house, you don't say, oh, because you free me, give him the key of the house. You take over your house and say, okay, as soon as possible, leave. That is how it's supposed to be. And these military leaders that are taking over some countries in Africa, we have to be careful, because they have not made the kind of move that you need to be seen. If they did, I think the one in Burkina Mali has been there for 2 years. You should be seeing a rapid transformation of that country very quickly. But it's not happening. How is it that Lincoln, you can do that within how many years? Transform his country within how many years? And African countries that have so much resources cannot do that. No, I don't subscribe to that. I really think that our people need to wake up, and all the stuff, all the movement you are seeing so far is just a tide of a wave that should be coming. And it has to be, it's not just, it shouldn't be a wave, it should be a tsunami. Because what is needed here is massive. It's not something that this thing, it should be gradualist, or we target one seat here, we target one seat there. And this is why, from my point of view, we have to create a kind of vehicle to be able to allow this change to happen. Like all of us in the diaspora now, we want to do stuff in Nigeria, but there is no real way, there's no mechanism that allows us to do that in a coordinated way. And that is something that I'm working on, that, and I think people that are interested in some of ideas need to start thinking about, and if they want to join, they need to come and join, because you have to create a vehicle to allow that to happen, since our governments are not doing it. In the case of China and Taiwan and all the other countries, their governments did it, but our governments are not doing it. We have to start, we in the diaspora have to find a way to put this mechanism together to make the change on the ground in Nigeria, because it is possible. I know it's possible. You can see that already from examples that we, these all eyes on judiciary, you see how they are responding. The moment you start trying to make change, you see how quickly they will start responding, because they know the people are in support of those type of changes. Sorry, Leslie, go ahead. I just got a little bit fed up, and sometimes when we are talking about these things, we don't seem to realize how serious the topic is.
Let me
very serious.
Let me ask you. I think I lost. I can't pick my thought together, but I remember the last time we had this conversation. You said you are putting up something. You don't know the timeline. And now you're saying that if people can come on board on this idea, so are you saying that at this particular time you have you've arrived at that you have a clearer timeline on it, and as such people should come on board? Could you clarify your position?
We talked about it before. We have a timeline. The timeline is not the issue. The actual mechanism, the structure that you need to build, we need the expertise to do that. That is what I'm talking about.
Okay. Can I just quickly jam in? I beg your pardon, panel. I appreciate where the conversation is going. There are 6 of us right now, 4 of us actually right now, who are ready to speak. What I believe Forefather is directed to, and I'm very much for this, is can we, the 4 of us here, who may have varied opinions on various issues, can fundamentally, what do the 4 of us agree on? Because these are platforms. And if we can have a platform where there is at least a solid base of an agreement to say that this is our objective, this is our beliefs, these are our ethics and rules. If we can agree on that, then there's a platform to build on. If we can't, then we're all disparate individuals speaking into the wind.
So let's Jagun. By definition, Jagun means somebody will fight war, if I am correct.
So Yoruba.
Huh?
Are you Yoruba?
I grew up in Lagos, so I understand Yoruba.
Okay. Yeah.
So you've said something.
It actually means those who fight for the true things.
Yeah, Jagun.
There's Jagun, then there's Jaguda.
I know Jaguda is stout.
They've left the platform of Jagun. Jagun is, so the Jagun is a platform where there is justice.
And the Jagudas are the tout, the other aspect. Yes. But the question now is, the $1 million question is, or issue is, what do we agree on?
Absolutely.
So we have to agree on something. If we don't agree, if we can't agree on anything, truly, we're just running in circles.
Absolutely.
So what do we? This is like I keep saying to people. I'm open to anything that will bring about change, except war. I will never subscribe to that. Not in a million years, till death do me part. We can achieve change picking up arms.
Hold on. Sorry. Let me just say it because when you say that, I think you not thought it through. What if they are coming to invade us and
listen,
you're going to be like, let's talk it.
Listen, you know what I'm talking about.
I know that's why you have to be careful when you say certain things because not everybody knows how to separate.
I'm only expressing I said I am not. I didn't say everybody is. So if we have a consensus that it is war we want to go, then I reserve the right to excuse myself from it. I don't have to be part of it.
So if we are being invaded,
we're not talking about invasion for crying out loud.
But that is war now. That's why I say you have to.
No, guys, let's not get pedantic. Let's not get pedantic. Momo, I think what you say is correct, forefather. However, you see, the reality is, whether we like it or not, we're involved in a war. You can say what you want, electricity. You can say whatever you want, but we are involved in a war. It's active happening globally right now. So you excusing yourself is by the by. It doesn't really matter. You get me? We are at war. Spiritually, spiritually, physically, whichever way you want to look at it, we're at war. And the war is for our own salvation. We have to exist on this earth until God himself returns.
Okay, let me clarify myself.
Electricity.
Sorry, Tom. I apologize. Let me clarify myself. Yes, we are at war physically, spiritually. And even in the terms of spiritually, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. It means we are not going to use gun or anything to fight a spiritual warfare. Okay, that is in terms of the spiritual aspect. In terms of the physical aspect I'm talking about, yes, I agree with you that we are at war with each other or with those who are oppressing us back at home. However, this war should not involve, where my position is, don't necessarily have to involve picking up arms or start to shoot gun. That is what I am referring to. And I stand by it again. Now, if our nation is being invaded or Nigeria is invaded, it is common sense that you have to defend yourself. That is, there is no two ways to that. So yes, we are on a daily basis, even in our homes, at our place of job, everywhere we are at war. But in the context of what I am saying is that even though we're at war, I'm at war with the legislative arm, but I am going to pick up arms and say because they are legislative arms, they have arms. No, there is a better way of going about it. I pray it does not result to where the people will rise up and say enough is enough. It's either do or die. Then you cannot blame the people because once you oppress people to a certain extent and they are tired and they feel that's the way they want to go, who is to blame them? Nobody's to blame. I pray it doesn't come to that point. But if it does, we're all gonna suffer it, not just one person. So I yield the floor. We'll go back to the main thing. What do we agree on? Thank you very much.
I think Loco wanted to say something. Did you? Loco, did you want to say something? Welcome, Loco. I think Loco probably thinks we have forgotten him or something.
No.
Okay.
No. Hello guys, how you doing? Hope you have
very well. Thank you.
We are doing good. We are doing good.
Wonderful weekend.
With your DMX background, and this is
back to Ozo again. For the like I said, I think for that you were here now. Was it like a couple of months ago, right? When I just got angry one time on the platform, I just asked everybody to keep quiet. Everybody should keep quiet. We'll be talking and sorry, let's just act. Stop talking. Just anything, no matter how small, just act. Just start something and build upon it. I think I remember vividly one evening, it got to my nerve. Like I will be doing this all the time. We're talking, arguing, preferring solutions, and brilliant ideas. Yeah, but where will it go to? It's like it starts here, ends here. Maybe it might not end there. You never can tell how far people are watching this and have a change of mind, and maybe start seeing things differently from the way they've been seeing things. You understand? So, but yeah, it's good we are still saying this, but we never can tell until we see ourselves being involved. Because I think the only thing the change can only do is when you inconvenience the people who you think are the oppressors. Once they feel any form of inconvenience, you understand, they feel you're threatening their soft well-being or soft space of mind, their space, that soft friendly space where they have authority, their boss, you are threatening. So you can imagine how can a billboard become a threat to you, somebody that is just there on his own. You are seeing a billboard or as a judiciary and you are feeling somehow. You said no, you can't just stand seeing it anymore. Go and take it down. Now imagine not only billboard, being on your face. Now the people, mostly from diaspora, are on your face right now. Like, hey,
That's
man,
right.
this is it. And you knowing that these people are from diaspora, obviously you're not going to say, oh, probably they've been bred by one politician, this and that. That's not going to possible. It's not going to be possible because you are seeing people from 40 and above, 40 to even as old as 90 years, coming out to tell you on your face, like, hey, we want to come home and we're tired of this nonsense. You understand? I think then by the time you're on your face daily, you have no option to like, okay, we should start listening. The comfort zone these people are enjoying right now is they know that Nigerians are not fighters when it gets to Nigerian system, because they know, oh, if I fight now, police come shoot. But before you say you never make too much to go and fight, your mother and father is telling you, please don't go and die for Nigeria, or please don't go, don't go, don't go. So you have forces even discouraging your spirits that are even blood relative, discourage you not to even do anything. You understand? So that's why it will be difficult, trust me, for people in Nigeria to do anything. Trust me, because one, the poverty has been weaponized. Most of the youths right now who are maybe still powerful to some extent as a strength wise, they are the only thing they grew up in when it comes to politics is from 1999 to date. What we have experienced while we are growing up and comparing to what we are seeing right now, we can able to differentiate like, oh, this wasn't how it was when we were growing up. But the youth you have these days, most of them in Nigeria, this is the only life they know. You understand? So trying to even change their mentality, it will be difficult, except the hardship hits them directly. That's the only time they can wake up, because they believe there's money coming from diaspora. There is other things to be done, like people making money from music, TikTok, forming hookup, what's it called, Yahoo Plus, different kind of vices to make money. They can survive. You understand? They can manage. So they've been able to like adapt to that extent. They have this strong shock absorber that no matter how the country turns, they can always survive. So having that in mind will definitely discourage them for even trying to like, hey, fight. So that's why I said it's only we in diaspora that is really going to make this move. Not even Nigeria.
I think so. I think we have a.
For we, there's no problem. For we in the diaspora, what do we do? Yeah, there's this office of this woman that I don't know if it's who gave her the office, if it's an appointment or if she's a contractor at Bika Dabiri. I don't understand. Like she's just been there in and out, not going anywhere, and yet things are not even working for Nigeria and even people in diaspora when it comes to immigration issue in especially Europe, other European countries, not excluding UK and whatever. So whenever she comes on board, I don't see Nigerians even try to even hold her responsible, as in talk to her in the way she needs to be talked to. She needs to be spoken to. Like, hey man, this is serious business. You understand? You don't treat people in diaspora the way your government treats its citizens in Nigeria. You get my point? So by the time we see people like that, and we see maybe places like Dubai Embassy, you understand, employing Indians. So I'm sorry, Nigerian Embassy in Dubai employing 100% Indians to be dishing out Nigerian passport in Dubai. No single Nigerian is working there. Maybe highest, maybe the gate man. So things like that, Nigerians will be like, come on, man, what the hell is this? This is an insult to our face to face. You understand? Even here in the UK, when we see maybe Africans not be treated well, you understand? We can, it's like we like inconvenience the African commissions. Yeah, inconvenience them, because that will send a strong message back home, like, hey, the people, your citizens in the diaspora, they're not really happy. So the only way you can get across to them is by inconveniencing those, or which is their workers or their staff, which is their diplomats here in diaspora. Inconvenience them, because that's the only way they can get the message, like, hey, Nigerians are here, inconvenience our diplomats over then overseas, and that would give them a bad signal to, like, hey, at least you do not make the government of diaspora to, the government where diasporas are residing to call the Nigerian government to order, hey, like, your citizens is causing issue here, although they are causing issue to your diplomats here in our country, you have to do something. So, like I said, that's the only, if you don't inconvenience these people, there's nothing. See, these people, like they've sold their soul, they've sold their hearts. Like they don't think, they don't even look at you to, like. And if you remove them from that comfort zone, maybe in their office, take them to this platform. Trust me, they will give you the best idea that you need to hear. These guys are not illiterate; they are educated. They will give you the best idea that you want to hear. That is, don't take Nigeria forward. But implementing is the issue. So they will want to tell you what you want to hear, and they leave. The journalists that we have in Africa or in Nigeria, that's useless journalism, that they can't even hold our leaders responsible when it comes to interview. You understand? What they do is this: if they call you the first time to come and interview you, if you ask them silly questions, you want to embarrass them, they won't come to your show again. You will not force them to come. You understand? And those shows, they call those positions for ratings. How do you think Shehu Kimbalo is making wave right now? That you think it's because he's asking the right questions? No, he's not asking the right questions. He's playing to the gallery. That's why they're always coming to his platform. That's why he's having ratings.
If I may, my brother, if I may, this is the reason. What you're explaining is valid in that it shows that we're not playing the game correctly.
Exactly.
This is why we're being run roughshod over. You see, two things. The first, is a quick one, which is to say that the example that you gave of the Dubai embassy in Dubai, the Nigerian embassy in Dubai, is being basically run by Indians. I don't know if you're aware. I'm sure you are aware that every other Nigerian embassy in the world is a disgrace upon us. Yeah. You can't even go there and be served. You go there and you're hanging around for ages. Cool. So if Dubai has made wait,
let's inconvenience them for that act, that misbehavior.
Of course, but all I'm saying is that this is how this kind of the way we behave is what brings the situation even worse for us. So it's still our behavior. It's a Nigerian embassy that we're going to. So that's our behavior that has forced a situation in our Dubai embassy that they want everything nice and clean. They don't want Nigerians in the embassy there. Let's put Indians there. They would work and do the thing correctly. This is what's happening. So all of that is down to psyche. Our psyche is wrong. The way we think is wrong. But because that's how we think, to get criticized about it is too much for our spirit and heart. Me, I'm a critic. I'm looking at things very well and being able to see what's wrong with this scenario. What I'm saying to you guys and everybody on this platform about our agreement on this platform, I fall back on. Once we have reached a level of agreement that this platform is worthy of a structure, then we go to work. Me, I'm a media man. I'm an entrepreneur. I've owned a lot of different businesses. I've done a lot of traveling. If we wanted to, in the UK at least, and other parts of it, I can set up camera work, interviewing right across the whole of the UK based on our agenda, based on what our people are feeling, based on how we can make contributions as a collective. I can do that. And I will do it for the platform. I'm not going to do it for nothing. I'm a busy man generally. You understand? And I have my own issues as every other individual here. But if you guys say that, boy, this is the way forward, and we can agree upon it, bruh, I'm on it. I'm working. I'm working for the good cause. So that's me. That's me.
See,
I think wants to say something.
Jago asked this question over an hour ago, and all I've been hearing, we've just been going round and round and round and round. Nobody has come out with even the list. Just be brave. Just come out with the list.
Absolutely, the least.
Okay, let me say this.
Inconvenience diplomats here. Inconvenience them.
Sorry. Go ahead,
inconvenience the diplomats here, because the diplomats here are part of the
matter how.
government.
Yeah. No, but that's just a blanket statement.
No, not fighting them, so to speak. See, bro, look.
How do you inconvenience them? Do you want to go and picket them in Nigeria? Or you want to get people to picket them?
Have you seen? No, hold on. Have you seen people in the Middle East, like maybe Arabs? I don't have seen Indian. There are multiple in the Middle East. Have you seen them if they're demonstrating here in the UK? As something regard their country, not it has nothing to do with UK. If Pakistans or people, especially Pakistans or people from the Middle East, you understand? I don't know. I don't know. Saudi Arabia is not included. Dubai is not included. Maybe Iran or Pakistan or Kuwait or wherever. Oman, have you seen them demonstrating? For a situation that has to do with their country here in the UK. They do listen to them. Because whatever they're demonstrating was
are you saying that we start something here?
Hold on first. Like we have maybe it's a Nigerian course on us. Like once even we here in the UK, that's maybe that 1 hour, that's money per hour that we don't want to lose, that we think we've been making for how many years, and yet the UK is still taking it from us via different means. Like we don't want our money will make. We don't want to inconvenience ourselves. Like, they live here now. You know how much I've been making per hour if I was doing this other thing, or if I was going to work. How will I just leave work and just go there and start this and that, But definitely it's for the greater good and it's for the best. But most of us here in the UK don't want to. Can't even. Maybe they can afford to, but they don't want to sacrifice that time to let's go down and do something.
I beg to disagree. I think that's a blanket statement, because
go to Nigerian embassy 7 p.m. Every Monday.
Like the IPOB people, they
gentlemen, Fafada is not here.
Let him finish now. Let Tom finish now.
Okay, Tom, go ahead. I don't know where Fafada is.
I'm here.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, let us start doing something. Even if we have to take a paid advert, on a double page paid advert, it's not going to be beyond us. We pay for it, and put them under pressure, like you suggested, with some stuff boldly. It might be on a Sunday paper, because I know even the average man reads paper. Those even that can afford to read, to even buy paper, they have free readers association, because I think that is so. It's so small, but you'll be surprised of how far it can reach. At least they know that there's an organized body from the diaspora that are interested in the Nigerian politics. Yeah. Exactly. Not so much about picking against them, about picking interest in Nigeria and want to actively
see a change. Should be done in Nigeria or done in diaspora.
For me, it has to be both. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where. What's important?
Yeah. Both should be better, but especially here, because let me give you one for instance. All eyes diaspora network wanting all eyes in judiciary. What happened? Come on, take it down. Something like that.
That's them using their authority to create more to create more
now
ignorance.
you say you are doing
wait.
paid adverts. You say you are doing paid adverts. The people is also an advert. You are doing paid adverts. Is it media adverts or radio adverts? The tools of controlling media, what's called broadcasting, they have the tools. They can find the media.
Let me Ejo, please. We're getting please just wait a moment. Please.
They can also find the paper.
I'm saying please. Who is that now? Please let me just have this quick word. I will stop. All I'm saying right now, in terms of getting advert and doing this and doing that, there are many ideas that we can come out with that would work. You understand? But we don't get to those points without discussing the platform and what the platform is agreeing upon. We have to have a platform that makes sense to us, not just for talking purposes, but for the purpose of making change. Now, what you're saying as to an advert here or an advert there, we have Dr. Damages there now. If we wanted to get a copy in a newspaper and the diaspora is writing it, almost anonymous, you understand? That one will go out.
I've done enough. Sahara reporters have done enough. Yes,
that's a powerful way to reach the people. You understand? I mean, once I think we've got an agreement on this platform, then we can start setting boots on the ground in Nigeria. And then there's communication between us in the diaspora and boots on the ground in Nigeria. Once we can perform that, then we can perform real magic. Because these people, they won't know where we're coming from. They won't have an understanding.
May I give my submission in respect to Jagun, sir? Because like we're going around in circles. So I'll give my own submission, and I will keep quiet. I won't talk again. First and foremost, Jagun, I sent you my number. Loco said something that, I mean, in respect to the billboard became a threat to them. And whichever way we look at it as freedom of speech, infringing freedom of speech, also attempt to intimidate the judiciary. So it's here and there. But in terms of what I bring on the table, if that is what we're going to agree on at the end of the day, in that the section 68, 69, 110 is backed by the Constitution. So if we have such messages going around in the country, creating that awareness, nobody can bring it down because it's backed by the law, by the Constitution.
Exactly.
That is what I bring on the floor.
Is freedom of speech backed by the law? Freedom of speech is backed by the law.
Listen, like I stated earlier, the issue of the billboard, freedom of speech is backed by the law. It's backed by the law, but they perceive it as also a form of intimidation. Like I said, it's here and there. I'm not saying it is right or wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. So there's a gray area there, because if the judiciary feel intimidated, then it will be perceived as.
I'm not talking about the billboard. I'm even talking about media.
Anyway, I'm not going to flog you. I've done my own submission, so the rest is for everybody. So, Mr. Jago, I left my phone number there on the private chat. I rest my case.
Thank you.
Thank you, electricity.
Having conversation with them to like, hey, asking them the right questions, but saying that you want to like maybe media or stuff like that, something that's backed by law. You understand? These people have several times they have the wherewithal to not obey the law.
But what Father said is they are not eternal. We cannot. Doesn't mean we cannot overcome them.
Exactly. But how do you overcome somebody?
Like I said, I've done my submission. I'm not going to flog it.
Look, you're missing this. You're missing the whole point. And what I'm saying is, excuse me.
Sorry, I think Igbo Basic wanted to say something.
I'm getting on the road. Electricity. You understand? Last time we had a conversation.
Yeah, I understand, sir. Yeah.
It's not everything that we have a conversation here.
Yeah.
I'm going to get on the road and I'll join back when I get there. Let all of us know, please.
Okay.
Look,
thank you.
What I'm on the road, so I know I can't talk while I'm driving, but
Yeah.
I will join back when I get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Logo P, what we need to realize that these people, we know one basic thing. These people have no conscience. They will ignore you. We will expect, obviously, some kind of resistance, and that's why we don't put them under pressure. Because if we say that because they're going to do this, then we're not going to even ever do anything. All we doing, the best we'll be doing is
That's why I said confrontation. That's why I chose confrontation.
Let me ask something about what you said. Tone, let me just ask something about what you said and what this thing Loco is saying. Loco is saying confrontation. You are saying they may ignore you. I hope they ignore us, because the idea is to change the people. Because when you change the people, they can't do anything anymore. Then if they ignore you, then they will be in trouble. You see what I mean? So in terms of confrontation, you don't have to go head on with them because you want to change the people. And when you change the people, they will fall. And nobody will subscribe to the nonsense. Because if you look at this war, if Tinubu had gone into Niger right now, you don't need to convince people. Most of the people in Nigeria will turn on him. You see what I mean? Because the people, their mindsets are already arrived to that position whereby they cannot take a war in Niger. That's the same way you can get them to a point whereby they cannot take corruption, or they cannot take leaders that are compromising our security. Those sort of things. If you get them to that position, the leaders are done.
They're done.
The people, because you can't swim in water that you cannot survive in. The people, if the people change, the leaders have to change. If they don't change, then they will perish.
They're done for. Let me give you a quick example to buttress that point. When there's crisis in Nigeria, what happens to our family here in London or in the States where we are spread is that we just start collecting phone calls from Nigeria for assistance. That which is telling us that the people, well, in my family, I'm sure it happens with every other family, the people cannot stand the pressure that the government are putting them under. So they want relief. They ask for money. They ask for this. They ask for that. That's what takes place every time. However, if it now was turned on its head, where the people actually have the power to make their own changes, direct their own course, make sure that their well-being is always satisfied, this energy will come from them on the ground, for which there has to be a government of some level of acute mind to stay on top of. It will be very, very difficult. The downing of education and the general poverty is what makes Nigeria easy for any rogue politician. I submit.
Okay, can I make a submission?
Yeah. Please go ahead before Chin. Yeah.
I've listened to you guys. Sorry, I had to switch off earlier on because I had a serious headache, so I need to lie down. But
yeah, sorry to hear that. You know,
I'm okay. I'm okay. I just
we don't
want to get you the headache.
You sure it's not the time? Are you sure it's not the time you had on that made you to have headache?
Electricity. I like your idea, and I like the idea you're canvassing. And reading through the comments, I want to pick up a commentary made by Chioma here, and that the support for Obi is one of those that the diaspora have done so far, and there's nothing much more than anybody in diaspora can do. And I want to agree with that. I want to say also that the Obi saga is going to be a test whether what we have been saying since is going to happen. Because the thing is not because diaspora have not introduced ideas. The diaspora has introduced so many ideas, both in Nigeria, in governance, and in their communities. Not all of them have yet the needed fruit. Remember the Igbo guy who built a hospital in somewhere in Newi or so? I mean, developed a whole town by himself and all that. And I guess he wanted to run for governorship or so, and he lost woefully.
Exactly. What he had done.
Yeah, he wasn't supported. So, and then my friend Dr. Chidi, who came from Canada to contest for governorship, with a brilliant idea, a brilliant young man, architect and all that. He didn't go anywhere, not because the people don't know he had the, what it takes, but because
Gani the same thing.
yeah, the system just messes them up. Make sure that we don't get to get to do anything. It's still the same old horses that will pick up the realms of governance and continue to perpetuate evil on the people. So the question is can you free a slave who has refused to let his master go? That is the question, because like I said after the election here, I was so worried, that I said, how could it be that it's the same people we are here every night commenting about that are the same people who went to steal the election ballot boxes, mutilate the results, change the figures, okay, and indeed, beat people and scatter the places where people who are supposed to be positive change had support. This is the Nigeria we're dealing with, in a country where it's the professors that help to cheat in election. Professors, imagine it. Okay, it's not the ordinary man. It's not so even the lower the higher cadre and the lower cadre all have this rods. I remember a professor friend of mine who refused to take any of those election listings because he doesn't want to be part of that nonsense. All right. So this is the people we are dealing with. So if we are making there must be a platform. Every computer has a motherboard upon which your softwares run. In Nigeria right now, our motherboard that's supposed to run the system is such in a mess that you don't even know, even if you put the smallest penchant 1 or penchant 4 they used to call those days, whether it can even run on that. So this is where we need more strategy. And I agree, I like to say that none of us here on this platform want to see anything other than good come to Nigeria because it will free you, free your resources, and even give you more, peace of mind in whichever part of the nation you are. And if you get tired, you can just go to your village. Like me here, I like the breeze in my village and the trees and the coconut and I can sit in my house and have all the fresh fruits from a ground that I know where it's coming from. Not the Walmart kind. You understand what I'm saying? And it just bask in the glory of God. But here we are. So this is something we need to consider. I support the idea. Let's look for an entity or a person or a group that can bear it. But like I said, the litmus test is the Obi saga. Let's see whether the people will follow it to the end, or at the end we'll just throw up our hand, just like some people are throwing right now. I was surprised that deemed patient the good Lord Jonathan was at the villa to praise Mrs. Tinubu and asking Nigerians to support the government. Our country must move forward. This forward have been trying to move since 1960. We have not been able to move it. Okay, after how many, almost 60 something years, we have not been able to move forward. But each government that comes, they tell us, oh, let us support this government and let's move forward. So forward and not moving. We're rather going backwards. So what do we do? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chim. Please go ahead. Thank you for that. This is moving forward in slow motion. Please, Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, I think listen. All right, listening to everybody. Loco said was Loco is a bit skeptical, if I get it, about the impact or effect of the billboard. But to take your word,
no,
I'm not saying that. I'm just commenting. So, but if you look at it, either way you look at it, the billboard is also a confrontation on government. It's a confrontation on the politicians we're trying to fight and get them to. So for the fact that they paid attention to it means that the billboard worked. But again, there are many other means. Like I rightly said before I left the first time, continue to advocate. I'm not sure how strong our civil society organizations are anymore. It used to be that the CLOs of this world, they were doing a fantastic job in the past. I don't know to what extent they are doing those jobs. And then dwelling a little bit more on that billboard, for the fact that they pulled down that billboard is even something to go and litigate. Take it to the courts to say we're entitled to put up a billboard. We didn't mention anybody's name. It's a communication. We paid the right fees. We sought the right approvals. And then we're being told we're doing the wrong thing. I have seen today, it may not be on major social media, but I have seen a Facebook post of market women wearing the t-shirts, all eyes on the judiciary. And not just one person, 2, 3, 4, more than 100 people in different locations. They are giving these t-shirts to women. So, you know, it is those things are working. My concern with us as Nigerians, I was speaking to a family friend the other day, and please, I am guilty of this to an extent because I'm in diaspora. My view is that Nigeria is where it is today because those of us most of us as Nigerians have an option. We have an option, the Japa syndrome. And I'm not saying anybody who has opportunity to Japa should not Japa, no. But the truth has to be told. Because when I get tired of Nigeria, I can easily get a Japa PR or green card and go somewhere. Once I move to the next location, I just throw my hands and focus my life in Canada or US or UK. Life moves on. And I have come to this conclusion. I've taken time. All the nations I know, Nigeria, Lebanon, India before now, Somalia, Sudan, where their citizens have always had this option of going somewhere else, those nations are in shambles. Go and look at it. Go and look at it. But when I mean, I'm not talking about us just generally, but even our political elites, they are very guilty. Tinubu has maybe, I don't know, maybe he has a UK passport. Ekweremadu has one. David Mark has Belize and all those things. So those things are all contributing to what is happening or making Nigeria not to move forward. But the way to sustain this thing, in my own little view, to sustain this battle is those of us who are in diaspora, you know, whatever support we find an arrowhead or anchorhead, there are media-friendly organizations, and those media organizations don't necessarily have to be, you know, consistently friendly all the time. But right now, there's this saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Tinubus of this world and co, the days they were fighting Nadeko, anybody that could support and assist them was their friend. I've said it. If you find one person today that is in support of some of the changes you want to make, even if he was not originally part of your value perspective, as long as right now he can give you support, that person, use him. When we cross that Rubicon, you can come back and say, okay, going forward, we can't push this kind of people forward. But the whole idea of thinking that it's not going to be angels that are going to fall from heaven to solve Nigeria. I've said it. I keep saying it. Sometimes we're looking for extremely...
Angels are gone.
Angels
are gone. Angels are gone.
Extremely clean people. You're not going to find them. What you need is people who will buy into your objectives right now. That say, okay, yes, I agree with you. This journey, we need to go about it this way. All of a sudden, the people people have forgotten that Tinubu was fighting Abacha because he has appointed Abacha apostles into his government. The guy who helped Abacha launder money is the Minister of Defense under the same Tinubu that said Abacha was a bad guy. So you see, these guys, they know how to align and realign. The only problem I have is that those of us who claim to be good people, in quotes, when we're fighting our causes and we see people who seem to be on our side, pull them close, use them to accomplish the goal, and then by the time you've gotten to that Rubicon, I'm an idealist. If the overriding goal, this person does not buy it, then you can push him aside. You accomplish your goal. At that point, you know that it's like Donyo Okukwe today is almost leaning towards Tinubu, but this is the same Donyo Okukwe that was a campaign for Peter Obi. So you know, I think there's no strategy that is wrong. The billboard is working. It's still working. I just noticed. When I left here, I watched TV and I saw that the guys who wanted to demonstrate in Abuja were being stopped. But some people have already started putting up counter narrative. They are showing when Dokubo went to Abuja to rally for Tinubu and the police didn't stop him. They are showing. So what I expect is I'm looking for a lawyer that will pick up this matter, go to the court to say, why are you stopping these young Nigerians from demonstrating when you didn't stop Asari? You didn't stop all the people who were campaigning for Tinubu. Why is it these ones? What have they broken? They haven't done anything. So I think it's all, any instrument you can use to fight a battle is a warfare. Even sometimes guerrilla warfare, it works. Throw in everything until you accomplish your objectives. That's the way I see it.
So, guerrilla warfare. Get them, man, face to face.
Thank you. Alaba Ferreira. I think I've seen your face before. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
And what do you think about the discussion so far?
Well, yeah, you've seen my face before. Me and you have gotten into it on some other medium.
I say that meeting cannot be friendly. Never.
How do you know that?
Never.
Yeah,
must have been.
I actually just came in. I didn't know what topic specifically you are talking about, but I have a few pointer things I wanted to just mention about the Nigerian dilemma. Is that first, we all know the problem, so no point wasting time on that, but a little apportioning of blame here. I cannot believe that the educated people, including all of you here talking on this medium, including myself.
Indeed.
When I mean educated, I call them the elites. If you have a secondary school education, I will put you in that group. I think from 1960 till now, we have failed that nation. And I'll tell you how and why we have failed that nation. I can cite 1,000 examples. I think either we have been miseducated, or we got the wrong form of education, or we just don't have a clear understanding of what we should be doing as individuals that belong to a geographical space called Nigeria. Whatever the case, education in a long way has failed us. The educated people has failed us. The elite has failed us. The political class has failed us in the sense that, let me go quick, one good example. Take law, for example. You know, we have the best lawyers, good lawyers, people good, thank God, people like Dele Faro to me is one of them, who I'm glad I went to school with. And so many good lawyers, but you got to ask yourself, in a country that has brilliant lawyers, how in the world do they have a constitution that says a swearing in can proceed? A court case can proceed after a swearing in. It's like asking a criminal to serve the jail sentence first before the trial. And we have lawyers, and nobody caught this in the Constitution. Nobody objected. Nobody made a move since their so-called 1999 to make an amendment to this. You see how education fails us. I mean, that's law 101. I didn't do law, but these are the first thing they teach you in law. You understand? You don't put the cat before the horse. That's just one example of how fucked up Nigeria is. That's just one. And then you can go to other professions too. Doctors, the things that go on. I don't know much about the medical field. Then the press, my goodness, the press, they are a bunch of jokers. A bunch of jokers. Jesus Christ. The questions they ask, they just echo Vuvuzela. What's that South African trumpet? They just echo what politicians say. They don't counter. They don't even fight for freedom of the press. So I can go on and on. There's so many examples. If you look at these things, this is what got us where we are. And I have a few people I rely on for my political philosophy. One is Fela Kuti. Second is Stephen Biko. When I left high school, Igbobi College, back in the days, there was a book I picked up, The Testimony of Stephen Biko. No, I think I read it. I think I read it after I finished Lasso. Anyway, The Testimony of Stephen Biko. Stephen Biko, yeah. I never went, I don't like reading, I gotta be honest with you. I like watching movies and all that. Yeah, but I read this book to page 7 and I stopped. I couldn't go further. But everything stuck with me till tomorrow about that book. It's the philosophy with which Stephen Biko came to start Black consciousness. It was deep. You can see that this guy has brain. And we have people who match him also in Nigeria. People like Gani Fahimi, people like Fela, who have brain, who are not just thinking of now, they're thinking 50, 100 years now. Stephen Biko was a medical student, final year medical student. When he said, look, I'm leaving medical school. I cannot become a doctor in South Africa and be a second-class citizen. This is deep. So he said it will be useless. That means he could think further down the line. So he started the Black consciousness while the like of Mandela were in prison. You understand? Although eventually they killed him also in prison. But the point of this is that when we were busy praying for Nigeria, I remember that nasty, not, God forgive me, not nasty prayer, good prayer we used to say in Catholic Church back in those days. The prayer for Nigeria in distress. That's about 30 years ago. And the likes of Fahimi started national consciousness. I thought that national consciousness was going to be aligned with the Black consciousness movement, but it never went far because it turned it into a party. But anyway, the point is that we Nigerians, particularly those of us who went to school, we are doing a horrible analysis of our problem and the factors involved in our problem. And that's why we're not greasing the wheel. That's why we're going round in circles. We're not making progress. For example, in the 60s, 70s, if the likes of Fela, Gani, and all the activists of those days had come together or seek the brains among them and put them together, they would have been a formidable force against the so-called 66 sets that I like to call them, because those are the people that really fucked Nigeria up. The 66 sets. I'm talking about from the 66 coup, January.
The coup and all that, yeah.
They're still the ones in power. And then those of us who went to school, they will come to us and tell us, oh, we're moving to democracy. I'm talking 1999. People, if this thing is white, let's call it white. If it is black, let's call it black. That is what I hate about those of us who went to school. That's what Fela talks about. He talk Oyibo passing English, man. The kind of Oyibo they talk, even market woman no go understand. We always think that because we speak good English, that's a mark of understanding our environment. We've got to study our environment. I was surprised, for me, when they did that 1919, my conclusion was that that was not democracy. That's a permanent coup d'etat by the ruling class against the masses. That was my conclusion. I don't know where I got that conclusion from. And time has not proven me wrong. 24 years into it is a shamble. Elections are selected. In fact, my uncle wrote a book. He's so much deep in their politics. He wrote a book, Savagery in Politics. Savagery, whereby when he went into politics, his name is Dr. Ferreira. When he went into politics, he saw that to get any position, you got to bribe people. You got to give money. You got to, that's what he came out with. I never read his book anyway, but I don't read books. But savagery in politics. So now when we talk, I like your electricity. I've been observing you've been hammering on this thing. Recall. Good idea. But that environment, I still have question if anything would work. You understand? We keep suggesting panacea solutions for normal environment, for an environment that is abnormal. We have to understand our environment as abnormal. What solution do I bring to the table? Too much talk. I think I cannot hit a few things where you have an idea where I'm coming from. Solutions will be these. Forums like this to be a recruitment medium for who are the smart minds among you. You want to get their email. You want to get their phone number. You want to coordinate with people with brain who can see beyond today, although it doesn't mean they won't be compromised. But that's not the issue now. People who can actually analyze the real problem. Mediums like this, we need to have thousands of mediums like this. Mediums like Niger Watch, mediums like Mayegun, mediums that are throwing it out there, not the likes of Arise and Abati and that disgusting channel, whatever they have, they call press. We need to work on that. You understand? We need to donate. That is if we hope to save. But on the current state we're in, thank God for Obi. Yeah, electricity, you wanna interject?
Yes, don't let me. No, you go ahead so that I don't lose your train of
I'm
thought.
almost reaching my
Go
point
ahead,
so that
go ahead.
others can talk.
No,
But
I want to say something.
That we've been misdiagnosing the issue. We've been underrating the issue. We've been approaching the issues in the wrong direction. Thank God for technology with this election. If not, none of us would even have mouths because they would have written their numbers and submitted it and everybody would have moved on. That's all I have to say for now. I can't.
Mr. Alaba, I want to push back seriously on the Nigerian press because I was part of that system.
Okay.
And what you just said, so I'm listening to you, make it look as if the Nigerian press have been lying down all the while, letting all these people run all rough shoulders over us. No.
But it's true now.
I'm coming, sir. Majority of what you see today that have played out is as a result of those who gave their blood and their lives in the press, irrespective of not being paid properly, irrespective of the fact that their families are not even feeding properly, irrespective of the fact that some of them have died in the process and nobody ever asked after them. Some of them are still in jail today and nobody's even making, to ask after them. I can call names of journalists who do good stories who have disappeared. The last one that was, of course, all of them, not both the Navy, the politicians and all, they arrest journalists and throw them in jail and even take them to court and insist they remain in prison without court cases. So if you ask me, okay, I will say that the Nigerian press, listen, when we sometimes condemn this guy, we should know that when you're not, majority of the people who work in the media in Nigeria are not paid. They give you the employment, they give you ID card, they say, this is your meal ticket, you go look for your money. Even those ones are condemning in AIT, and I don't know about Arise, but AIT, I know that some of them are not paid. They look for their money. As big as some of them are, I don't want to call their names here, because I work closely with some of them. So they make their money by who they interview.
What do we do with that now? So if they are doing their job now and they don't do their job properly, we should applaud them because they're not being paid.
Listen to me, local. Even in this difficult position, most of what we have seen that have come to the fore are the same people who brought it out. The same people.
Okay, Mr. KJ, can I quickly respond to what you just said?
No, I've not finished.
Oh, you're not finished. Okay.
Now, in this recent time, majority of what we even see as some form of freedom or some form of in-depth, secret coming out, we are being brought out by Nigerian press. The press, it is still the same press. Okay, so if we just come out and say, okay, we have failed. Okay, how have we failed? Some of us are giving our all and we're trying to step back.
The reason why he may be saying that is that, like me, when I observe the Nigerian press from outside, you feel like the discourse tend to be about, mundane things, and not just, okay, let's say some of them are even serious subjects they talk about in terms of revealing some secrets and all that, but there's no follow-up. Like when they say they have list of funders of terrorists, where are they? Who? All the people that are catching for this thing, why are they not making an issue that who is stealing our oil? They caught the sheep, but we don't know who. They don't pursue. They don't pursue that. No, let me just finish the point I'm making. I think there's one other thing I think I want to add to it. Then when it comes to the geopolitical space, they are almost absent in relation to where Nigeria's place is in the world. They are completely almost absent on that. They don't tell Nigerians about the geopolitical space or what is going on within the world and in terms of the Nigeria's relationship with it. And maybe it's not their fault because they too grew up in Nigeria. They educated like most Nigerians. They are also conditioned to see everything in just in the Nigerian space, not thinking about the other aspects of our national identity or entity. So please go ahead. Anyone that wants to.
Listen.
Can I just quickly say this? I beg everybody's pardon. I beg everybody's pardon. If you can just say,
the Nigerian press. Excuse me, it's not an independent press. It's not independent. It is personally owned. It's private limited companies. Okay? And the people who employ you dictate the story that you put forward. I've said this.
Why are you talking about this?
I don't understand. Please, guys, please. Forefather, if I may just speak. I've been listening. Oh, come on. I've been listening. I just want to say something. I just want to say something. Please.
No, you will talk, Mr. Jago. I promise you.
Ejo, I just want to say something small.
No, you will. I promise you. You will.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to start timing it so that we can be more organized about this. Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. This is then 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me say this. What is now the solution now? Because the idea that Jago floated is, what are we agreeing on? Because we seems to still be going in circles. So what exactly, if we cannot reach a consensus, let's say we cannot reach a consensus, there's no shame in it. Our forefathers or whatever must have failed us. Should we fail ourselves and fail the generation to come? So what exactly is the solution? If we cannot agree on one, let's call it a night. I yield the floor. Thank you.
I just want to say, if I may, for my own 2 minutes. And I believe that our discussions have been going well. We haven't even been having to time ourselves. But what is familiar with us, we just want to push back for the sake of our knowledge. Push back sake. What Alaba said was clear. We have failed ourselves. What's the point of pushing back? Push back for what? Are we not a failure? The country's a failure. What are you pushing back for? Just to be pedantic, so we can continue going round and round. We failed, for God's sake. For goodness sake. What's the matter? Why should we be thinking about, this, that? Rubbish! It's just rubbish and wasting of our time. Please. We have failed. Let us accept that as a basis of how we're going to start communicating. Because there's nothing, you can't tell us that the journalistic factor in Nigeria is brilliant, because it's not. We're all here. We have ears, we have eyes, we have been educated to read. It's plain. I don't know why you should push back. That whole thing was just a waste of everyone's time. I must put it to you.
Who wants to respond
okay,
next?
I want to respond quickly. You're right.
I would like to talk after Alaba has said finishes.
I've not spoken.
Okay, is it Tone? Is it Tone that is saying he hasn't spoken?
I've not spoken. When I wanted to
talk
earlier,
hold on, you just came in.
Hold on.
Let me okay, let's let Tone say something. Let's let Tone say something. Tone hasn't said anything.
Before Tone, can Alaba finish? Then Tone can take off from there.
Okay. No, Alaba is the one that will respond. Alaba and this
I think he was going clockwise.
I think
you're giving it to forefather.
Because otherwise, this in Tone hasn't said anything. I think KJ has said something.
Go ahead, Tone.
Dragon and Alexis have said something. Okay, please. Loco, you want to talk? No, sorry, Tone. Loco, you want, because this is a kind of interjection. Loco, you want to say something about this too?
Okay. When you say like 2 minutes, I thought you wanted to be doing as in one after the other, going in circles like that, like either clockwise or clockwise, not speaking randomly.
I think I get what you mean. I think I just wanted the people that wanted to interject because there were quite a few of them, so I would just time them so they don't argue amongst themselves.
Okay, make it like say I'll be bad person. At least
no problem.
I think let Alaba respond.
Okay. Now,
no, I think it's Tone's turn. Alaba, wait.
Let Alaba speak. Let him just speak, and then they will go to Tone.
Tone will say something about Alaba again.
Don't worry.
Tone, Loco, hold on. Tone will say something about Alaba, then Alaba will have to respond. Chim will say something about Alaba will have to respond. Let the 2 minutes go first, then Alaba will respond to all of them. Okay, please, Tone.
Basically, we don't have a free press in Nigeria. You've got the DSS that the government uses. They will pick you up when you say things. Dele Giwa has been killed for how many years now? It's about over 35 years now. He's been murdered.
And
No
the killer is still alive. The killer is still alive.
No journalist has been bold enough to ask IBB right in his face, "Sir, do you know anything about this gentleman's death?" Why? Because they're afraid. Everybody's afraid of their life.
Exactly.
So what are we talking about? That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. See, that didn't even take 30 seconds. Who next?
One of the
KJ, hold on. It's not your turn. Stop jumping queue. I want to that. You know, I wish Idiago was like that. Where's my
KJ, may you wait now.
KJ. See, KJ, I understand where you are coming from. Don't worry. People are going to come and defend you. All these people that are just badmouthing you, they are going to live to see that you have a point on your side. Chief, please go ahead.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay, so I think Ababa does have a point, but at the same time, I know what KJ is saying. I was going to say that while I wasn't in the press media per se, the news media, but I worked for telecom companies, and some of these media houses, we used them when I was back home in Nigeria. The truth is, I can count Arise is owned by Ndoko Obiagbona. He's a politically involved person. AIT is owned by the late Dokwasi. He's a politically involved person. TVC is owned by the president, the current president. He's a politically involved person. And I can go on and on.
Channels is Momodu.
Oh, Channels is owned by John Momo. He's also a politically involved person as much as he wants to pretend about it.
Even Silverbird.
All of them. So now back to what KJ said. These guys, there are a few of their people who may want to do some nice jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
But they are twisted. The young man who was exposing Tinubu, the guy that is in what's his name? David Hundein. David Hundein was an employee of Channels before he left. So, but because he understood that Channels was pegging him, that's why he was able to go out and start fighting solo. And right now, he's making a lot of waves. Now, but the point, we now have to come back to the issue. The issue is anybody you find, like I said earlier, that would help in moving the agenda, you use them. Be pragmatic. First of all, identify what your objectives are, what you want to accomplish. If you find any platform that enables you to accomplish it, you work with it. When it becomes difficult for you to use it, you change your tactics. If it means doing the social media we're using word of mouth, using people on the streets, use them and accomplish your objectives. So, Jack, I agree with you, Nigeria has failed, but we're not going to give up. I love what you said. We admit that we have failed.
It's over. Thank you. All right. Time's up.
Jesus
Time's up.
We can
I was wondering what was going on.
You see, KJ, you see that somebody came to your defense, because I to an extent I understand where KJ was coming from, because it's hard to see people on the ground that are actually doing good work, and then people are saying that they are not performing. So they may not have succeeded, but even during the time when we were getting colonized, some people fought back, but they failed. We have to also acknowledge that they failed, they didn't succeed, but it doesn't mean that they didn't put in some fight. You see what I mean? So I think it's Alaba to respond to everybody then.
Okay, KJ, I think we all doing a disservice by just hanging on the press. When I started, I said the press, the medical team, body, the lawyers. Have we brought a lawyer on this stage to come and explain to us why they worked for 10 years and know that kind of rubbish was in our constitution and nobody saw something wrong with it, of swearing in somebody before the trial, before the case? Anyway, so it's not just the press. Now, I acknowledge efforts of the press under that hard condition. I'm not blind to their reality or non-sympathetic, but I want to see.
What is your boy doing behind you? Is he shadowing you?
I want to say that even during the military era, our press was more much more courageous than what we have now. I remember that's what led to the death of Dele Giwa. Even as bad as NTA was, I still remember Frank Olizie. He will go from town to town in Nigeria, see towns, villages I've never heard of. He will go bring us their cultural heritage, what they are doing, their life. Then you begin to be a part of something of that country. You understand? These are not things that your employer is going to restrict you to do. Bring Nigeria to Nigerians. That's the job of the press. Bring the law to Nigerians. That's the job of lawyers. This constitutional crisis.
Alaba, hold on. I think Olumide and family are distracting from viewers. Olumide and family, can you sort yourselves out? You are distracting viewers from the discussion. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to lose my thoughts. True. Even where was I? Even NTA was doing something back in the days, so they could do more. I acknowledge the secrets they're bringing out, but the best way to solve a problem is to be sure you have a problem. If this thing is white, I repeat, we have to call it white. We can't keep calling it gray. We have to have a scale. This is success, this is failure, this is you've tried, this is average for all profession. Anyway, that being said, Electricity said solutions. We should be, as we talk about problem and issue, we should be more focused on solutions to issues. Even during the military, Gani keep taking the military boys to court because he believes in the court system. He believes in the power of the law. I mean, he gave Babangida and the Mabacha, he gave them hell. How many cases have the press taken up? How many cases have the medical body taken up on behalf of Nigerians? None. Let's acknowledge failure and stop pushing back. We can't move forward if we keep pushing back.
This is it. It's not that we don't understand what's going on.
We don't understand. We know it's hard.
Yes.
It was hard. It was hard for Biko.
But we have to appreciate where we are.
You know what Stephen Biko did? He made a friend with a white moderate, a racist moderate. And that was who brought his story out. Because he said, there's still something this guy can give to us in this struggle. This is what we need to be doing.
That's why I say use what you have. Keep using what you have. Don't say, keep using what you have. I want to see a lawyer take up this matter of the billboard.
That's my 2 minutes now.
And go to the court.
Yeah. That's true, actually. Look has got 2 minutes remaining, Chim.
For the press thing, trust me. At least if just like I said, Nigeria is bad, that doesn't really mean 10% of Nigerians are not good people. You understand? So if you say the press, you understand, there are people out there who go to the feed, you understand, who bring out stories from the streets, right? There are who do interviews, cover stories, and this and that. The press we are talking about is the one that engages with you on the TV, that you listen to on the TV, that talks to the politicians that affect your life directly and don't do the right thing. You understand? Those journalists are the ones we're talking about, not the one on the street going to cover stories or cover accident stories or cover robbery stories. No, not those ones we're talking about. The one on the TV that is twisting the narrative, that is not helping the people to hold their politicians accountable. That is the one we're talking about. You understand? The one that writes headlines and write something that's different in the editorial. You understand? Those are the kind of politicians I'm talking about. The ones that you see, like you see politicians, they go and meet them and get money from them and help them not to, ask them some embarrassing questions, some account holding questions, or rather some uncountable questions. Those are the ones we're talking about. And those are the ones that have far more audience. The ones you see on the TV and the ones you see on the radio. They are the ones who have far audience. Any other journalists, apart from that, they are doing their job. You get my point? So, but the ones that reaches audiences, either on air, TV, or radio, those are the ones that are not doing their job. Because on a very good day, I see no reason why is a case that has not been resolved in Nigeria can, even if Nigerians have forgotten about it, or the judiciary have forgotten about it, I see no reason why a journalist cannot bring it back again to like, hey, so and so time ago, this is 5 years, and we're still waiting for the report. This has not come out, this and that, and make it even as a jingle in their daily TV, whatever. But they won't do that because the government controls the BON, Broadcasting Organization of
Are you
Nigeria.
hearing the sound?
Yeah. Organization of Nigeria. And before you say that, they send the law and they come out and they find you. They find you 5
Time
years.
is up, Loco. Come on.
You understand?
Thank you, Loco. Thank you, Loco.
Is it stopwatch? It's too fast.
Yeah. It's not fast, bro. It's actually slow. Only your family arrangement is distracting. You know, you need to keep control of your background.
Can I quickly weigh in light of KJ?
All right, go ahead.
So KJ, what I was going to say is that Alaba has a point, but and KJ also has a point. But the truth of the matter is that the system is broken. You understand? What KJ is saying is right. You know, there are some of these journalists. It's a reflection of our society as a whole. It's not just journalism. It is not right for somebody to work for a month, 2 months, and not get paid his money. They would do things that they should not do. Today, you are policemen on the checkpoint collecting bribe. They should not be collecting bribe. The system is broken. That is what KJ is trying to say. But it's the system as a whole. It's broken. Here in this society, once you start to owe your workers money and they report to the Ministry of Labor, they will take action against the employer. You know, you can't be doing that and expect workers to how does he want to survive? How does he want to pay his bills? Then it will start to cut corners. And what Alaba is saying too, see, I think the lawyers, they know that that constitution is bad, but they just feel that even the lawyers are kind of indirectly they are accomplices to this bad constitution. If I may put it, if it's permitted for me to say that, they don't care whether the constitution is bad or right, as long as they can always go to court and argue their case and make their money, and they make money whether it is bad or good. But it is the people that is suffering it. You know, the people that is suffering because they will make their money whether it's bad or good. They don't care. I mean, like he was saying during Five Enemies time, you can always go to court and argue, and we all know the kind of role Fahimi played in making sure that they follow the law. But like you said, it was very terrible that we accepted. They kind of would wink everybody. Don't worry, just take this document. When you guys get to the assembly, you can always. They've amended till date. Nothing has happened.
On a funny note, I want to tell you guys this. This is very, very funny. Just 2 minutes. I'll just tell you. When I was in undergraduate school in the university,
1 minute.
1 minute, yes. There was this professor of mine, Professor Nwachukwu. One day he was just teaching us microbiology, and then one day he said NEPA took his light, and he took NEPA to court. Do you know what our reaction in class was? We all burst out laughing. You took NEPA to court. First of all, none of us expected. We thought he was crazy. And we're undergraduate student and Luther student. We thought Dr. Nwachukwu was crazy. He said, you took NEPA to court. Then, I took them to court. Then they came and cut my light again. I took them to court. Then we were all interested. Did you win? Did you win? And he said, no, he never won, but he took them to court. But Dr. Nwachukwu was making a point about how bad the system is. You have to still use it within, which is why I always agree with electricity when he's talking about the issue of recall, but I don't know if it can work. But, I just wanted to throw that in. I still remember that incident in class way back. That was very funny. We all reacted, you must be a fool taking NEPA to court and you think you can win.
But like somebody would say, in that country, they have weaponized poverty.
Okay, let's hold on for a second.
Poverty has been weaponized and it is very real.
Olumide, we know, we've heard that phrase quite a bit. So I think what I wanted to add to it was, you see, this is why I say in our own context, they don't talk too much about what is going on around. This is the South African president talking about what's going on in the BRICS nations. And if you look at some of the things he said here, he says, we have resisted pressure to align ourselves with any one of the global powers or with influential blocs of nations. During the Cold War, the stability and sovereignty of many African countries were undermined because of their alignment with major powers. This experience has convinced us of the need to seek strategic partnerships with other countries rather than be dominated by any one country. So you look at the way he talks. You don't see Nigerian leaders talk like this. The only time Buhari came close to saying something like it was sometime, I think last year, just before around November, December. He said something about some people want to destroy this country. That some people outside the country, foreign interests, they want to destroy the country. And he said it almost in passing, and he never went back to it again. That is our Nigerian context.
Very
That
well
is why, how can the people know? They are not conditioned to understand the world. They are conditioned to be asleep. Let them not know. As a matter of fact, most Nigerians, when they hear of Europeans or Arabic and all those people, they see them as desirable people. The people you want to be like, you want to kind of almost like we are inferior to them. A northerner came here to admit to me that their beauty standard is basically an Arab woman. How can you, as a people, be like that? You are not, because our leaders have already given way to this type of narrative. They are not, and this is why the press, how can the press know how to question things when their whole context seems to be in a bubble where they don't see the need? Maybe they don't even have their eyes to see. I didn't. Let's face it, I have been in the UK for how many decades now, and my eyes opened to some of all this in just about 4 years ago. How can they know?
Exactly. Well said.
It's not easy. We need a way to be able to communicate these things more effectively, so that people actually get to understand what is going on. Because once they start understanding this stuff, you'll be surprised. And I think it's already beginning to happen. The change is going to be happening faster and faster. I looked up on here to find out, how they're like, if you want to do mass media campaigns now. Because they used to do mass media campaigns about family planning and all kinds of those were quite effective. You can also do the opposite of sensitizing people to like some of the ambitions of electricity or some other agenda where you sensitize people, but you will need the resources to do mass campaigning. Because remember, almost 80 or so 70% of Nigerian youths have phones on their hands, smartphones, and they have access to like YouTube and all this stuff. You can advertise to them on those things. You can sensitize them through all those platforms, and the vehicle is already there. Right now, those vehicles are being used to brainwash them to admire everything foreign.
Let's be truthful. Brown, I really appreciate what you just said, and indeed, the what you read from the South African Prime Minister or President. What we find, I don't know how everybody's looking at this. What I find is when I find strong people from outside of Nigeria, I try to see where the counterpart is in Nigeria. And they're very difficult to find. They're very, very difficult to find. What Nigerian polity speaks of is almost erroneous to what's going on. It's like they're talking about something else completely different. And somehow the whole country is following them down this horrible road of non-entity, of nothingness. There is what I've forgotten, Ramaphosa has just broken down. There isn't a Nigerian counterpart for this kind of script. And there are too many of these examples whereby there are strong leaders from outside, and you just try to see who in Nigeria is performing like this. Not even Peter Obi, who we are all vying for to have won the election. But not even him really speaks as a statesman of not just the nation, but of a people, of the integrity of who we are.
Yeah, but Jago, sorry to cut in. Ramaphosa is only just speaking, one, because first of all, he has a platform as president. And then secondly, he's part of BRICS. But Ramaphosa, in actuality, if you go in and look, is one of those who's putting Africa backwards.
I won't argue with that. I won't even argue with that. I'm just speaking as to these examples of where it's at least palatable. It seems as though somebody is speaking for us. Somebody is speaking to the right side of history. Because what we find in Nigeria is that we're just not on the right side of history. If we go back, there are few of us. We have to go back to the founding fathers before we even have a semblance of who's on the right side of history. We make too many errors, and all these errors we applaud them as though they're something. They're not something.
So
recently, no, hold on, Chim, hold on. You said you made a specific statement about Ramaphosa.
Yes.
What did he specifically do? You have 1 minute to highlight this on.
So you see, I'm privileged. I'm privileged to have someone who was a medical doctor, legal residents of South Africa, practicing medicine, who was in South Africa when Mandela was brought out, and understands all that politics. Remember, there was from Mandela they moved to Mbeki.
Yes,
it wasn't originally supposed to be Mbeki that would have taken over from Mandela. It was supposed to be this Ramaphosa that was supposed to take over, but they bypassed him, which was wrong then, and gave it to Mbeki to placate the fact that Mbeki's father was in the middle of the cause for the dismantling of apartheid, but did not live to see that South Africa had dismantled apartheid. So they handed over to Mbeki.
Well, how is it a problem too?
No, but hold on. But Ramaphosa, you see, maybe history has a way of, I don't know, sometimes history has a way of saying maybe this is why this person shouldn't have been there in the first place. So within that period, Ramaphosa was not given presidency. He was placated with economic benefit. That's why Ramaphosa is one of the wealthiest Black South Africans. A lot of wealth, all those Debois Gold and Co. Some of those companies are run by people like Ramaphosa. And that's why people like, the guy who is in the other party, the young man?
This is Malema.
Malema has been on his neck. So you see, there's a lot of things we don't understand.
I know exactly what you're saying.
I need to get the ball. Are you saying that Ramaphosa?
Can I round up here?
Can I ask a specific question so that you can answer it? Are you saying that Ramaphosa is extremely rich? That's what I want to clarify.
He is extremely rich. Ramaphosa, you need to go and read up about him. Extremely rich. But the person who fits what Jago is trying to paint is actually the guy in Rwanda. Is Kagame in Rwanda. That's the guy who's really standing up. He's the one who's not attending those meetings.
You see, my brother, just as you said before, I've heard you say this before, Chim, that nobody who is in power is unscathed or comes up with.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Now, if we're talking about Kagame, Kagame's history is not good. It's quite disgusting, especially when you're talking about Congo today and when you're speaking about Uganda yesterday. So, he's not an example, really. However, if I may, we don't have this climate in Nigeria of politicians who are really speaking hard stuff that we can be attracted to.
Jago, I agree with you.
They're speaking flim flam. There is nobody like Malema in Nigeria. Not one. Yet we're African. No one.
And then it's true. And see, regarding Ramaphosa, I just checked. He is quite rich. However, his action that I've seen in the last 3 years or so after the COVID-19, I don't know whether that for him that is an awakening. He seems to be a little bit more strident against what the Western people are doing to this continent. Regarding vaccination, when they were trying to get the ability to manufacture vaccines, he's one of the people that championed it, that Africa now is able, many African countries are able to manufacture their own vaccines. And secondly, in terms of this neo-colonial control using the dollars, he's one of those people on the continent, him and the Kenyan president. And they are basically the only two, and maybe Eritrean president too, and that of Ethiopia. They are the ones championing shifting from the dollar.
Can I say something about Kagame? See, you see,
Kagame is a weird one. It's not very straight.
Let me just say something. You see, I agree, Jago. I agree with you. You're spot on. I mean, I can't fault anything you said. Remember that Kagame is where his history, where he's coming from. Remember all the battles, the Tutsi, Hutu thing. Yep. And you need to see how he has resolved that within the nation. Now, the only problem I have with him is if this man dies in office, what happens? Are they going to regress? Because you see, it's good for us that when we're leaders and taking up these changes, when the right time is time, know when to leave and groom someone to take over, which is what the Singaporeans have done. And that is why Gaddafi failed with all that he did.
Yeah, he didn't leave.
You understand? He didn't know when to leave. So that's probably the only place you can fault Kagame. But the only person standing boldly to say, when you call for meeting in London, I'm not going to hop into a bus and go there to go and answer to you guys. It's Kagame actually.
Kagame talks almost like that of the president of Ghana. They make all the right noise, but in terms of real movement on the ground, is the South African president that has made some moves. Even the Kenyan president that came on recently, Ruto, is looking to send 1,000 troops to Haiti. We as black people, we've not even helped our diaspora brothers before to try to help them stabilize. Haiti has been decimated. Their president was assassinated in his own home because they have so many non-state actors in their country that even none of his security guards was touched. An American said they were going to investigate it. Nothing came of it. And now the gangs are ruling the country. So there are so many problems that we're having in our community. Hold on, I'm coming. There are so many problems we are having in our community. It's only some of few leaders that are actually making moves. And in the context of Nigeria, that is very, very important to the continent. Many of our leaders are not doing what they are supposed to be doing. If anything, they are putting our people to sleep, telling them, you know what, we are making plans to improve your life, but nothing is really changing.
I was away from the screen for a while. So, like what Chim said, people don't know when to leave. Leaders don't know when to leave or to say goodbye. So, I would like to know if did people reach an agreement on the solution in my absence, or no agreement was reached?
Well, let me say this, if I may, based on that. You see, what I put up was for thought. I wasn't necessarily, if we are ready and we can say what it is foundationally that we agree upon now, it will be great. But I just put it down for thought. You know, if we have a couple of meetings down the road, we come and have a panel that begins to suggest thoughts as to ideals.
Jago, I think I would disagree with you on that because
I haven't landed for you to disagree. I'm saying to you that I brought this thing up today just in listening to the way we were speaking. And we were speaking all these things, taking all these things as important when there may not be. And I'm thinking, you know, what's important is what we are saying to ourselves here and now. Do we appreciate what we're saying to ourselves here and now? Alaba came on again and kind of reiterated kind of what I was saying in a different way, saying that, look, we're in a failed state. Right now, we're a failure. But instead of us accepting that position, we wanted to fight back. This is not a discussion. I don't believe that we're here to discuss how we can flim-flam all day long. We're here to see if there's any progress in our discussion. Now, if we're having the same discussion yesterday as we had the day before, as we have the day before, as we have tomorrow, then I'm afraid we are going to be wasting our time.
Well, Jago, with due respect, you did state, if we roll the tape backwards, you did state that we've been talking a lot on the same issue over time for hours and hours and hours. And you did ask what was the objective. Have we reached a conclusion?
I don't think we have. I don't think we have. But I'm saying,
Jago, 1 second. With due respect, I mean, I'm not here to overflog unnecessary issues. I'm not here to overflog. I won't overflog issues. So I recollect, if we roll the tape back, you did what you said. So, but it's not for me to start an argument on that. No. I love discussing.
Can I add something to this?
I love discussing. I love chatting. Please, come on. Be respectful, for crying out loud.
I don't know, man. I think another pastor is out here right now.
It's. I mean, you said the four of us are here now.
Yes.
So,
Jago, if you don't buy,
please see. Regarding the point you are making, I think we have to go through a specific phases.
No, it's okay. I mean, you can go through whatever phase you want to go through. I yield the floor. I don't have. You can
can
argue
I
as
just
much
finish
as
what I
you
was
want to.
saying?
So,
It's not about argument. The idea is that you have to go through a few phases. You have to formulate what
listen,
you
with
need
due
to be
respect,
done.
forefathers, with due respect, we've gone through a lot of phase in our life in that country. There's nobody who can deny that we've not
You
gone
are
through
not
phase.
letting me finish.
Let me
That's not what I
finish,
was
please.
talking about.
Allow
The
you to
country.
finish. You
You
told me to allow you to
interrupted
finish.
me.
Allow me to finish, please. You told me to
Okay,
allow
go
you to
ahead.
finish. Allow you to finish. So one thing I don't like is when we try to insult each other as intelligent. I'm not going to insult anybody as intelligent, and I'm appreciative also we're doing so. We've gone through a lot of phase in that country, or phases in that country. Failure of forefathers, of ourselves, of for this. So for we to say, oh, we're going through phases and this and that, for crying out loud. We went through phases when some of us left the shore of Nigeria to find a solution to our lives. We didn't say, oh, let's sit down in Nigeria and we're going through phases and this and that. So what other phase or phases do you
You are
want
not
to go?
listening now. If you had listened, then
Because
you would have
I'm listening
understood.
to you, okay? When you're
Okay,
talking, you said that
can
you
I
don't
say something
interject.
now? Can I just say something? See, when I said phases, I'm not talking about something that takes 2, 3, 4 months to do. I'm talking about like when we are having discussions now, we have to have objectives of formulating an idea of the way you need to move
How
forward.
long are we going to formulate?
Can you hold on? Can you hold on?
Let him finish.
You formulate, because like your idea now about this thing, recalling National Assembly members. To do that, you have to have a structure in place. You have to think about, you have to formulate that structure. You have to look at how the challenges you're going to face. If you do that, then you go to the phase of, okay, assembling the people that are going to put the structure together. After you put the structure, because this thing needs vehicles. You can't just say, oh, we want to this is, and they just go and do it. That's not how it works. You have to have the vehicles to enable that to happen. And that is something I'm looking to. I said it before. I'm looking to put that kind of vehicle together to allow that to happen. And it's not only going to be for just your project, it's going to be for different other projects that other people want to do, different other things other people need to do. If you don't have a vehicle for doing it, there is no point even starting, because what you're going to get is anarchy. I've seen it happen in many other communities. You have a situation where people will come together. Can I finish? People will come together and say, okay, we want to do something together. What you're going to have is that before you know, you have arguments come across. I've seen those type of things happen. Some people actually go on to scam people. So what I've discovered is that you have to have a robust vehicle to getting that done. This is why I talked about highly transparent system, highly democratized system that allows that to happen. And if we come together, start discussing this thing, putting it together, you find that when you move, then you are more sure-footed, you are more resilient in time.
Have you
Go ahead.
finished?
Yeah.
I have floated the idea I have to everyone who is interested. Forefather, with due respect again, you can build whatever vehicle you want to build. You can build whatever system you want to build. However, there are systems already in place, and you want to build a system that is impenetrable. Let me tell you what happened in Ireland a few days ago. There was a glitch in the banking system, Bank of Ireland, that people were withdrawing money. The system just failed, and people were withdrawing money that they do not even have from ATM. What am I trying to say? Every organization tried their possible best to put a system in place that is impenetrable. However, whatever system, man-made system, will be penetrated whether you like it or not. So that system you are trying to build, I wish you the best of luck in it. I have started something by the special grace of God. I have few people on board, and I don't know what happened. I guess he ended the... So I'm not here to argue or impose anything. So we can only wish each other the best of luck. It's our country, and whatever befalls it in diaspora, it befalls us, because we are here because we are concerned about the country. If we are not, this is almost 3, almost half 2. I have a flight to catch at 6 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, I'll be heading to the airport. I've not slept.
Okay, no, let me ask him critical questions. Hold on. I think that since you say you have a system in place, so I have the idea that you plan to put in place. So how do you intend to implement it? Now you have the idea. How do you implement it?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think I've said this over. You've asked me this. This is the 10th time you asked me.
Just answer it. We have to concise here. This is no long. No. I want to be asking one at a time. Look, let me ask you. See, I don't see.
My brother, if I may just suggest, yeah. If I may just suggest, please.
So that you answer it together.
Yes,
one at a time.
Please,
if
you
have to go to the next question.
Your question.
Okay.
Let me just quickly say, you know, people have ideas that we don't know anything about. There are many people who would have ideas. There are people who have never entered the platform who have ideas. What it should be, because we're not going to solve this in one day, I'm afraid. What we're talking about is massive issues of a country that we love. Yeah. If there's a time that we can afford in the near future where people actually want to present their ideas, because what it is, a lot of ideas haven't even yet been presented. We don't even know if we have partners within the ideas that we have. I personally have a lot of ideas, but they're not necessarily for this platform. What I'm seeing in this platform is that there is power in this platform. I would like to know that this power is being somehow harnessed. So if anybody has ideas, let them put it to the table at a given precise time, and we'll share and deliberate over these ideas. And then again, at a certain time, we'll now begin to structure them. We can't be having these flim-flam discussions. You know, we really do have to understand that we are educated people for all of our faults. We should be using our education in the best way possible.
Okay, thank you.
So, Elise, the question I wanted to say.
I want to say that whatever.
Hold on.
We need people on ground.
Hold on, Olumide.
I agree on that.
See, Elise, what I wanted to ask you, right? The process you're talking about, does INEC play a major role in that recalling process? That was what I wanted to ask you, that guy.
Yes.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me finish. If you want to do the recall process, if you want to put somebody there, there's a process you do, involve INEC, right? And there's a collation officer in that location, or is that
are you answering the question now or asking?
Senatorial district, you understand? Is that the whatever? So if you want to call a politician back, let's use a senator for instance now, right? He has to be involved the whole people in that senatorial district, which is either the people that voted to put him there, the total number of people that voted to put him there. It has to be that same number to take him out, or if it's the total registered voters, not the people that voted to put him there. Because sometimes you might have the people that voted in this election time might be, say, 10,000, right? But the number of people that registered voters in this constituency might be 20,000, so to speak. So that the number of registered voters in the constituency is more than the people who voted during that election day, something like that. So if INEC is going to be involved and they want to record that process, which results or which population, or rather total numbers, would INEC be using? Is it the total number of voted people in his own election time that they are going to see?
It's the total number of
or the total number of registered voters in this constituency.
Is those who are registered, not necessarily those who vote for him. It's those who are registered in that constituency.
You are causing a lot of problems now.
What problem is it causing for crying out? The man is asking the question.
I asked him a specific question. You wouldn't allow that question to be answered. You just ask him a micro question.
It's the same question.
You need to allow the main question to be answered. Somebody has to moderate it. You can't just interrupt the question with your own question. That is not, if it goes well over the question that I'm asking. I'm asking a straight question and allow him to answer, please.
He said it's just the same thing. He said it's the same thing just now. He told you. Okay, go ahead.
You are really being frustrating right now. The way you are behaving, I don't like it. Because what you are doing is not nice. Because you can be quite disruptive. The question I asked was, because he came, what he said was that when I said we needed processes to come together and put some of the structures in place, and he said, "Oh no, we should just go ahead and get the stuff done." Then I asked him,
no, forefather.
what is the structure we need to put in place? How does he intend to implement it? And he started going into the minutia of the actual process.
No, let him just answer the question.
Listen, I don't mind explaining over and over, because when you are selling an idea, you want to bring people on board. One has to be patient and sell that idea. But what I will not stand from you, forefather in particular, is because we've discussed this issue over time, and you are suggesting as if you are ignorant of what I have said over time. With due respect.
Let's just assume that if you don't know, because I don't know. If you've explained it to me, then either I'm a very terrible student or you didn't explain it very well to me. And now I want the viewers to hear it.
I'll go for the first one, because
maybe I'm a terrible student, but the point is that the viewers don't know. Do anybody know how he intends to implement this? If you know, explain it, please.
You know what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to flesh out
explain it, please.
Thank God that Mazi scribe.
Yeah. I'm here to counter forefather with the greatest of respect.
Thank God that
if you want to play devil's advocate, just say you're playing devil's advocate. But
I'm not playing devil's advocate.
Forefather, wait now. You can't just. You are the moderator. You can't dominate.
Being disruptive now. You're a
moderator. You can't dominate.
Asking a specific question.
Everybody. Okay, let me answer your question. Okay.
And scribe, what you just did just now is not very, very nice.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. But the heat of the I came in. Okay, go ahead.
You are a moderator, forefather. You ask a question.
Come on.
So let me answer your question. In answering my question, I can make references to people. Okay? Scribe is a regular person on this show, and it's a regular person I've heard me over time giving explanation where you are present. Scribe, am I correct in that?
100%.
Okay, then if Scribe knows the answer, let him answer it.
No. I know the answer, but I have a very good idea.
Do you not want him to answer the question or not? What are we here to this time?
Listen, I am going to answer your question, okay? What I am trying to say to you is this, forefather. I am addressing you in particular in attempt to answer the question for the rest of those on the panel. You live in denial that I have not explained this to you. I'm specifically saying to you.
Okay, good. Please explain it to all of us.
When I'm providing my explanation, I know forefather is on this panel, but I am excluding him because he's living in denial. In respect to section 68, 69, and 110, I have said it over time as the Constitution prescribes it. First, it's going to be a case of educational awareness through all necessary social media. Just the way they did the All Eyes on Judiciary, where it was all on social media, on the ground. And I think Tone highlighted the issue of data issue and electricity, this and that, which we also include ground work, on foot work, and going as much as possible. I think I've said this over time that what we can do in diaspora is education, and to carry out an educational awareness through every means, necessary means, social media, churches, mosques, every necessary means that we can put this message out to get people, change people's mind, reorient people's mind. Now, the issue of finance was involved. In my study, it is not something that you will practically hand over money to a particular person whereby we will be defrauded. Remember, it is social media. It is printing newsletters, handing newsletters to people on the ground in every necessary means. So your idea that you want to build a fortified system that even the angels cannot penetrate through it, to me, honestly speaking, it's your idea. I am not going to dismiss it, because by dismissing it, I am disrespecting you. But what I will tell you for the last time on this platform, don't ask me that question again. You in particular, because millions of times you have asked me that question. I have answered that question, and you just want to prove unnecessarily difficult. Loco is asking a very valid question. She's not interrupting. He's not interrupting, nor is it trying to be difficult. He asks a very valid interaction.
Okay, thank
So
you.
please,
Thank
with
you.
due
Thank you for
respect,
your
Now make
answer.
it finish. Now make it finish.
last time. You are the
Okay,
moderator, so the floor
I'm
is
going to
yours.
watch you for what you are doing today. Don't worry. Go ahead. Because what you did today,
No,
you
no,
have been
no.
very disruptive. This is what you did the first time you came on the
I'm
panel.
done.
But that's
I'm done with
okay.
you
Now
for
let me go. Let me ask a follow-up question. What you said, you see, what people don't understand is that you don't know how to ask specifics, and this is the problem. When we keep asking questions, we just listen to answers and we don't necessarily ask for specific. What he just said just now was, we are going to do this, we are going to do that, we are going to do this. There's no specific vehicle, and the person that talked about specifics, he's attacking that person. How do you know? Hold on, please, before we interrupt. Tell us how you actually intend to organize the funds.
You see, this is where I said,
if I may please interject.
Jagunduro now. This is where
Let me
this
hear.
is where I said,
I'm there for something. I don't know.
No,
I didn't hear
this is where I said, you are actually at this point. I take it personal. You are insulting my intelligence.
That's how I feel that things are coming across.
I take it personal. The reason why I said I take it personal is when the issue of fund was mentioned, raising fund was mentioned some few weeks back, you said you want to build a system whereby it is transparent, void of human beings. Am I correct?
Yes, I was there. I remember.
So this is why I said you are insulting my intelligence.
I remember.
I said I wanted to put that, but you disagreed with it. But you even disagreed with it here.
Acknowledging
but when
that,
I asked you how you intend to do it,
so indirectly you just acknowledge that we have discussed this before. You just acknowledge
I never said we never discussed it before.
Look at what he's saying.
Okay, guys. If I may, before anyone else comes in, if I may,
both of you, as my good friends, gentlemen, both of you are my good friends, and I feel very bad listening to this conversation because, and I'm very, very, I feel like we should move on from this conversation. Forefathers, what you're doing is unfair. And that's why I actually came in. I was listening in the background. I think, all of us know electricity's position on this, and I value both of you very much, and so I just feel like maybe there's some other explanation for this. But
tell me what is unfair about asking this.
Yes, it's unfair because this gentleman here has been for months, if not even years, has been on this crusade trying to drive home this point. If you were saying that you were playing devil's advocate, maybe that would be a caveat that would be understandable. But the gentleman here is, he's trying to convince people, and what you're doing, in my humble opinion, is deviating or trying to really demean
before you say that,
and that's all I'm going to say, because both of you are my friends, and we're here.
How does asking somebody how they intend to actually implement something is being facetious? Another reality here. How does asking somebody how they actually intend to implement something being facetious?
Forefather, if I may quickly answer. In order to create some peace. No. In order to create peace in this dialogue, because this can go on for too long. There's more than two people here. There are many of us here on this panel. If there are personal issues, you should take them off the panel. Let me land. All I'm saying is that I don't know what's been said before. I asked a question today to which electricity was intriguing and found that he had a position on this. And I asked it specifically of electricity and forefather at the time. Both of you, I won't say you were vague. All you did was create an understanding that gave me an answer to the question I asked, which was, is there an objective here on this platform. Both of you agree that there is an objective, and this is the objective that A has. This is the objective that B has. Now, what's happened before, I don't know. You know, I'm not. I've been this. I think this is my third time being live on this thing. I find this platform most intriguing for me. I just want to know that what I'm investing my time in is going somewhere. That's all. So what we have to understand is that we're Nigerians, and we love to debate and argue upon any issue, you know. But I want to be serious. I don't want to sword fence. I don't want to flim flam. I want to be serious. So if people are trying to be serious along with us, then let's gather seriousness. But all this flim flamming, that's all it is Nigerianness, the kind of Nigerianness that we're trying to get away from. You know, I don't like it. I don't appreciate it.
Jagun, thank you very much. Let me just explain myself. Jagun, you are a neutral person. Let me put it out. You are a neutral person here. Forefather is a moderator on this platform.
And a good one, I think. A very good one.
And over time, being a moderator, and over time, we've had this discussion.
I want to hear me now. I understand your side.
Let me just finish. He has asked these questions. So if when the question came from you, did I hesitate to answer that question? The answer is no. I answered the question because you want to know. I mean, I've never seen your face before, and that is my job to listen. But you say, I stand in the position to say he knows what he's doing. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say much further than that. And I wish all of us the best.
Electricity. I would just say that even if he asks you a couple of times,
you did not answer my question. No.
Don't interfere, please, I beg you. See it as an opportunity to just not just talk to him, but to other people.
Okay.
Who may buy into it. You understand?
I understand what you are saying. If you ask me that question, Olumide, I will answer you. But take it from me. I am also a moderator here. Take it from me. I'm being specific now in relation to forefathers. I'm not being impatient. I am being specific.
My appeal to you is that electricity. My appeal to you is to maybe just let this just.
No,
slide,
I will let it slide. Like I said, it is our country.
Yeah, please. I don't think. I know forefathers to an extent. I think what he was missing was maybe he wanted to play devil's advocate and push you a little bit to the boundary so that he can understand your position, and you know. I don't think
last time we had this discussion.
I think, Scribe, I'm here to speak for myself. I don't understand.
No, I'm giving my opinion on what I think you were trying to do. So I'm not trying to
Can I be able to speak for myself? You know, everybody
for accommodating me.
For me. It's not even close to being personal. This is a simple question. This is a simple question about whether this thing, how he's going to implement it. The reason why I asked that question specifically, because I was trying to talk about the vehicle that we need to put together to allow us to be able to actually do these things. And he was criticizing, saying, oh, we're wasting time and all that. Even when then I went on to explain the process, and he's still criticizing, which is fine. He has the right to his own opinion. Then I said, okay, if that what I'm talking about is irrelevant, now explain to us how you actually intend to do these things. Then if Tabini explained it to me, like he went on to explain, I went on to say, okay, now you find that you need that vehicle to be able to implement some of all these things. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems like many other communities have done. That is what I was trying to get to, but it turned into something personal.
Yeah.
Okay. Forefather.
No.
Jagun.
We're going to let this discussion. Hey, guys, honestly, we can't be defending ourselves like this. Please. We can't. Because now we're taking this in itself is taking over the whole thing. I would like, maybe forefather should have presented his question differently. Maybe he should have said, in terms of getting down to details, would you like to re-present your position on things on Thursday, whichever date we want to give? And then you can do it, and we can all fill in and put our questions forward. We can do things in decent ways. as opposed to sword fencing.
I agree with you, Jago. I agree with you, Jago.
How does that deal with the disagreement we just had regarding the need for the
Can you please
vehicle?
answer my question, please?
Can we make a commission? Or do we call it good night? Because it seems.
Some people can call it good night, really.
Loco, I am sorry.
Honestly, if you guys are
we're
looking for
definitely
somebody
Nigerians here.
no.
Believe me, I'm not playing that Nigerian game. I'm not interested. I'm interested in the goal. All this stuff is just a bit of what irritated me was the way Loco was just preventing me from talking. And when I'm trying to shed light, hold on now. You see, he started doing it again. Hold on now. I want to let you know what irritates me. See,
he wanted to answer.
He's just doing it again.
I didn't know properly your line. You've completely asked your question, right? He wanted to answer, and I said, Elise, wait, please. Let me add this to it. At least you are here. Did I lie? You finished asking your question. I wanted to add to it. That's why I said, in line with what you ask, let me just add to it so you can answer them together. Now, you said I'm asking something different. He himself got the question I asked, and he said he told you it was the same question in line with what you're asking.
It's the same question.
Now you are telling me that I didn't like to finish.
It's the same. Loco, it's okay. Look,
it's not.
Let's give
He's going to say that electricity has its own way of going about stuff. See, you see now you've done it again. One of the things that frustrates me whenever I'm having conversation. let me say what I need to say. I don't know why it's so hard for people to listen, but it's okay. The only thing that frustrates me when I'm on the panel is when I'm trying to have my own idea come true, or some other person's idea come true, some other person is blocking it and being obstructive. What that does is it stunts conversations, like it has done now for how many minutes. If he had just allowed me to ask the question, what will happen is that electricity will explain it. I would have said, okay, but this mechanism, you need this mechanism, you need this mechanism. If he was being objective, he's going to say, yes, I need this mechanism to do this. Then we'll move forward.
Let me explain.
That is how things work.
I don't think you should. I think we should leave it.
Answer my question.
Okay, let me explain. Okay, for the purpose of my explanation is for the purpose of the betterment of Nigeria and not the betterment of KJ. KJ, please give us a smile. Thank you. Listen, in every in our last show on this issue, this same question was asked, and I will repeat the answer again. Section 60. Okay, I will include local. Section 68, Section 110 is about the people recalling their elected officers if he or she fall below performance based on what is highlighted in the Constitution. And I also said that the temple of corruption is what? Is the legislative arm. If we can get to that place, right, because they perform an oversight role for the executive, then we will be able to make our way forward. Now, it requires educating the people on the ground, education awareness. This also involves even money. And I raised in the last discussion, there are several vehicles to which you can raise funds. Now, this also puts into focus the integrity of the individual or the individuals that are involved in it, transparency and accountability. Now, Forefather came up that, he wants to develop a vehicle. And I recollect the tapes are there. We can roll the tapes back. And I asked Forefather, this vehicle that you are talking about, is it something like in the form of PayPal or bank transfer or everything? You said yes, but you want to build a system void of that human involvement, or it will be less human involvement. And I said, well, if you will recollect very well that such system already exists. However, there is no perfect system in this world. Even the bank, even FBI or whatever it is, sometimes they still hack into their system. So we need human beings, Nigerians, who we can trust with integrity, that they can say, yeah, indeed we have the good of the country and the country at heart, that will carry out this. Now, without a shadow of doubt, we met on the platform. So we don't know each other in and out. However, benefit of doubt must be applied, one. And two, what do they call it? If it involved doing a background check, if it comes to that point, listen to me, I said if I use a conditional clause. If it comes to that point, so be it. But however, what I am saying is this: if we keep dragging this issue back and forth over and over, where it plays out in front of us, during the Peter Obi campaign, several people raised money, including fraudulent people, raise money on behalf of Peter Obi. They take the money and they die the money. However, even in this midst of fraudulent people, we cannot deny the fact that there were also honest people who raised money on behalf of the Labour Party and gave it to the Labour Party. That was why the movement as it is today.
I have a question.
Can you get to the answer to Loco's question so that KJ can speak?
Yeah, I have answered your question in the sense that the vehicle, Loco, in terms of the recall system, it is the registered voters in the constituency. Loco, are you there? I think it's frozen.
So, electricity, I have a question. Even when you recall that House of Assembly member, whether senator or House of Rep, I'm talking about a vehicle where we can get to put credible elected representative, because you still have to elect somebody to fill that void.
Exactly. There's somebody who will fill the void. But for the fact that you, I, and KJ came together and say, listen, forefather is not representing us very well. We removed forefather. If I is now voted into that place, for example, I will have it at the back of my mind that forefather was removed for lack of performance. So if I don't perform, I stand the chance to be removed. That is how it works. In the United Kingdom, 3 weeks ago, a legislator was removed on COVID-related issues.
But somebody who is recalled and successfully recalled, can they recontest when that
they can recontest? The law does not forbid them from recontesting. They can recontest, but for somebody to remove, for you to be removed and you recontest, that means you stand a very slim chance. The lady says she's not going to recontest. She pulled out completely. So if I can explain again, if KJ is our elected representative, falls below performance, me, you, forefathers will remove KJ. If we now put Olumide there, Olumide, tell me the truth. You participated in removing KJ from there. Genuinely, hypothetically, participated in removing KJ. If you are elected in there, how will you behave? Be honest for the first time in your life. Thank you.
Well, as a rational person, I will behave well, but you never know what. But you can never speak for the other person, though.
Exactly. You see how it plays out now. If we do it, okay, everybody, that is what the country needs, because we don't see people punished for what they do. I'm frozen, so I don't know if you are here. Okay. Because we don't get people punished. People do things and get away with it. You will hear people steal billions of naira. Nothing is done to them at the end of the day, and that is why things keep repeating itself. But where we see evil punished, or people pay for their crime and not get away with it, then we will see a change in the system. Hope with
thank
this.
Let's let KJ contribute.
KJ,
he's been exceedingly patient for quite a while. Yeah, go ahead, KJ.
Thank you, but I don't know what to speak about because I want to move away from what you guys been discussing. So
Yeah, you can move away as long as we don't end up in the southeast. That should be fine.
no, I'm not going to end up in the southeast. And I just want to say a little bit. I wish the other guy was there. You see, the Nigerian media is a very unique place. When Sarah reporters, braced the scene, we're all excited because the stories that some couldn't publish in their normal listings were secretly posted to Sahara reporters to publish. And that's how some of the secrets that came out in the open were exposed. Now, it is easy to say, well, and I've said that many times, and I've said that because sometimes there's low hanging fruit. For instance, if you invite someone into a studio and it's a live session, you can actually throw certain words, certain questions are low hanging fruit that you could have simply asked and let them be the ones to lie about it or expose themselves, which is not done. But of course, you cannot totally blame them because, like I said earlier, some of those people are working without salaries, and it's only by being nice that they can be able to go home from the studio or from the place where they've gone to do those stories. And somebody earlier on talked about getting what to call water cooler stories. Water cooler stories are everywhere, but you need somebody to finance it. I cannot use my money to go to, for instance, do story on the Kwe people in Kaduna State. And why you don't see most of the I don't want to use the word buying of people around Nigeria, is because those funds to travel to those places have been denied those journalists. So some of them are able to find their way around. Some of them are able to do what we did, which was train people in localities and say, look, when such things come, this is how to use your your camera video to either record it. If you don't have network, just record it, and whenever you have network, you can post it. There are many challenges that journalists work around in that environment. And you see, the last part I want to make in it is that no media house is actually free, and that does not right to suit the owner. And that's why sometimes, when people come here and they say stories on CNN, I laugh because CNN suppressed a lot of stories that are real. Okay. And even the Fox News also does the same thing to their own distance. So they are always that, dancing around. So, and that's why last month I say, if you want to get a real story, sometimes you need to scout through media houses to get exactly the story you're looking for, and then you'll be able to weigh which is right. However, be it as it's made, that has passed. All I want to say that this platform is a discussion platform. It's not a rocket science making platform. It is not NASA discussion forum. So when we say certain things like we come here and then still going to discuss next Saturday. We're still going to be here on Sunday next week. It's a discussion forum. It's a place where you come, you present your idea. We either accept it or refuse it. And if it's good enough, we go ahead. It does not mean that we are wasting time and we're going around the corner. I don't think so. It's a discussion platform. And topic will always come in every week and we discuss it. You may not like the end of it, but we discuss it. You can give your idea. It doesn't mean that you are the expert in it. I don't come here with an expert, that once I speak, that's the end of it. And so every other person should also do the same, so that you don't come and just say, once you say it, everybody must accept what you have said. People busy in different, and I think people should be given that opportunity to also express themselves, whether you like what they're saying or whether you don't like it. You should hear them out. Thank you.
Exactly. See, this is a kind of it. Olumide, I will let you go. So don't worry, you will be able to express everything you need to express. I think this is the teachable moment. I've been on panels that Nigerians, I don't know what happens to us. There's something about us. I think somebody said something about egotistical and stuff that we do. And we are actually quite, how do I put it? Some of us, I don't know how to describe it. I've seen in some platform where some people actually lack integrity. What you tend to see is that they will say one thing. Like I was on a platform where somebody says, okay, we are free to say whatever you like, but suddenly on one day, you are not allowed to say the name of Bill Gates anymore. And because he says he's afraid. Then because of that, people attacked me because I mentioned Bill Gates. Then I went off the stage, and none of the panelists that claim to be fighting for free speech in Nigeria and all the rest went on to say, that doesn't sound right. what he just did. They didn't correct him. Later on, the owner, the person that said that stuff, retracted what he said. Now you're allowed to say this in Bill Gates. They are also okay. They never had any principle position about it. There is something about our people that do this. They, like what happened just now. What I see there is that somebody is making stuff personal, and nobody called the person out for doing that. Everybody just allowed the person to carry on, and some people even joined to make it personal. If I was here, somebody was doing that to say KJ on it, I would tell the person, no, you are making this too personal. The person asks you a straight question, answer it, because in the end, it's about the goal, where we are getting. Are we trying to get something that is actually going to enable us to do something on the ground, or are we trying to agree with each other here and not do anything? Because that is, in the end, the purpose. And if people had called him out, I would have said, okay, somebody, when they were attacking you earlier on, KJ, for talking about journalism, I knew somebody was going to come to your defense. But if they didn't, I would have, because I knew where you were coming from. So I felt, okay, leave it. You don't have to respond yourself. Then Chim came to your defense in the end, because you were coming from the point of view that you knew reporters, you knew journalists that have done the right thing on the ground, at least to the scope that they understood. But not everybody sees it from your own point of view, and sometimes people need to be able to understand that from. But in my own case, when somebody was making it personal repeatedly, even if on the chat were speaking up on it, not one person on the panel, even Scribe, came on and talked as if it was a level playing field. It wasn't. I wasn't having a go at electricity. I don't have. As a matter of fact, I'm one of those people that champions electricity's ideas when he's not here, because it's not personal. I champion his ideas because I know at least he's leaning forward, looking to do something. But anytime I try to talk to him about it, he comes at me as if I'm his enemy.
Yeah. You see, that's one thing we should learn in a discussion panel. We should agree to always disagree. It's not a personal thing. Forefather does not own Nigeria, neither does electricity own Nigeria. So we are all trying to see how well we can be able to help out in a bad situation. The situation, it didn't start from today. Nigeria didn't go bad at my age, my infancy. No, it went bad many years before that time. So it's not that we created it. We didn't create it. And it is out of frustration that some of us say, look, we have had enough because we are losing people every day and the situation is not getting better. And so let's look for another solution. Because they won't even sit down on a table to discuss the issues. Okay? And nobody does that.
KJ, please, hold on. Jagun, sit upright. Please, we don't allow lying down on the stage, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we don't allow lying down.
So
we are discussing serious business. So
we have been glossing through it. You see, we have been glossing through things, and nobody is saying anything. You see, I don't know a nation that just keeps quiet when its citizens are every day being sent to their early graves. I don't know. I don't know that person, that leader that will sit down 10, 20, 30, 40, gone just like that. And all the crime is that they went to sleep in their homes. And nobody says anything. The law don't say anything. The soldiers don't say anything. The police don't say anything. And life just goes on. Those people conduct their, they mourn their dead, and that is it. Okay, the next week another game, and so how long then? How do you now want to extract, patriotism from such a citizen? How do you want to? Those children who are 6 years old, 1 year old, 2 years old, who survived it, and they are without homes. How do you want to placate them? How? Anyway, that's might be. I think they. If you ask me, I would say those people who want to do some work. You see, and somebody that Chim and has outlined it so well. The Nigerian media itself gets its funding from government, because the government big jobs that give them when they do coverages and other live coverages and stuff like that. So if you allow your station, look, my Oga Benga Yoruba, who works for AIT, he got into a lot of trouble. I don't want to say it openly, but I'm calling his name as one of those who used to present a hot contested program. on AIT.
Focus Nigeria.
Yes, and it was so hot. Okay, everybody was dreading to come there. All right, but when eventually the powers that be decided to go against him, did anybody come to his rescue? Did anybody? So this is the thing. So these are no. It's not as if they don't know what they are doing, but you're only constrained to sometimes think about whether you want to go, leave the world at this point, or you want to see your children grow up. You have that option, and so when you think you want to see your children grow up, you soft a little bit and play their game until you're able to get your feet again. Anyway, that's my small listen.
Journalists
I think
are not politicians, right?
Nigerians may gain from your journalistic this thing. The way you defended Nigerian journalists today, I think they deserve to give you an award.
Journalists are not politicians, KJ, right? What you are trying to say here is this, right? See, look, because it's just like judiciary right now. Judiciary are not corrupt. So that does not mean because they went to law school and they are got to bar and they are going to court and they are evil son, that doesn't mean when they go wrong, we will not call them out. You get my point? So what I saying journalism, right? It might not be the individual, it's the profession that we're talking about. Somebody made mention here, like during the time of the military, like journalists were even sticking out their head at risk of danger. Even if they want to die, then they don't know that their life can be lost as easily and nothing will happen. You understand? It's because of this, when their life is lost, nothing happened, and the matter just go like carpet. That's why you have more of them now, not being able to do what a regional is supposed to do. That's why most of them now are compromised. You understand? When you say somebody like Benga Aruleba, right? Yeah, I watched his program. I think he was the first person that I started listening to that has his own talk show or airtime on any media. You understand? That I started listening to. The rest I just listening, just take one or two and just leave. Benga Aruleba was the first person I started listening to from beginning to the end. Before it started, I think he was going some other place, and one other guy with gray took over, and the guy was not as vibrant and vocal or as articulate as Benga, so I stopped watching it. Then I turned to channels. Channels, there was a guy head to head. That was the guy that was having good ratings in channels, but I believe they removed the guy and brought in Shehu Okimbaloye, who wanted to copy the guy, but at the long run, I think he fell out of the way and started asking them questions that we know that he can ask better questions, but he's not willing to ask questions. So, like I said, why people are blaming journalism right now is because the people that have viewership, like Igbenga Aruleba you're talking about, like maybe the Rufai Husseini, the Ruben Abati, the this guy from Shehu Kubaloye, this guy Jide Otitiolu from TVC. Those people, those shows, journalists hang out. They have viewer audience. You get my point? So it's not those individual one that is trying that are even the problem. It's the one that have viewer audience that are the problem. And those one that have viewer audience those are the people that they would think the journalists that are doing the journalism work, because they're the one who are coming to you, bringing the news to you, asking, holding what's it called, politicians accountable in your presence. So by the time none of them is doing what they're supposed to do, what do you want the viewers to think? Like, this is what they are doing. Nobody will want to like, oh, that journalist that went to the feed to bring news with his camera and come and bring to the station. You understand? Those ones, they are doing their job. But those ones, they might not even be paid or whatever. You understand? They do their job, but those ones are not having effects on the people because you're just bringing news. You are bringing information to us to hear. Okay, thank you very much. But the ones that were like, no, we want to ask this politician this question. Why are you not doing that one? Those are the ones that have your audience, and those are the ones that they're the face. How do I put that? They're the face of journalism. Those people that have your audience, they have their TV talk show on TV. They are the ones who are like they're the face of the media. If they do the wrong thing, everybody will attack them, and so to speak, attack the whole journalism, because those are the ones we are expecting us to do what we want to do. You understand? So if you say journalism, yeah, not everybody, because if you put it the whole stratosphere, no, of course we'll be wrong. we are wrong. But those ones, like I said, that have viewer audience that touches people to giving them information or expecting them to ask this politician, this is the question, why are we not having refinery? You're not asking him that question. Why are we not having 247 electricity? You are not asking them that question. You are dodging the question. Of course, we will tell them that these journalists, they are corrupt. You understand? So that is why they say journalists are corrupt, because of those people who happens to represent journalism, which are having talk shows or interviewing politicians on air. They're not doing the right thing. That is the message they're sending. That's why everybody is saying journalism is not doing the right job. Yeah, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
My own contribution, I just want to, in light of finding solutions now, with what Jaguar has kind of wanted everybody to prefer. So I just want to say Nigeria is a big elephant, and as I want to borrow what someone would say, Nigeria is a big elephant, and we want to find every legitimate way to kind of bring it down. Hit it from every corner, every legitimate way, and bring it down so that the people can live the kind of life they want to live and be happy with their country. We need a vehicle to achieve those means. What electricity has suggested is one of those legitimate ways we can use to bring accountability to the polity, the country's polity. And I want to make another suggestion. I don't know if the House will agree, or people listening, or people on the panel will, in the comments will agree to that. It's difficult to find people who are honest in that country. Virtually almost everything is corrupt. We are not saying they're not honest people, but even when they want to do an honest job, the system won't allow it. Showore is somebody who has built the credibility. This is somebody who has a vehicle, but his vehicle has not been able to get anywhere. Maybe if he gets the kind of support Obi got with the Labour Party movement, using social media, the youth standing beside him, and using this kind of forum as a megaphone to people listening to give him the backing. I think not necessarily for him to be maybe president, but to use that vehicle, that political vehicle that he has, to make sure that the right people get into those positions that, even if it's governor of a state, the governors of these states, they also control a large amount of revenue, a large amount of money that they get from the government, but a large majority of it does not do what it's supposed to do for the people. You understand? So even if it's the House of Reps, the Senate, that kind of, he has, whether we like it or not, Showore has achieved something down there too. And this is the kind of person that people can coalesce around. To keep Nigeria united and for progress to be made. You understand? True change to come.
But Olumide,
whether we like it or not, the elite are scheming now.
Can I do back and forth a bit with you on Showore? Because
sure.
When I heard about Showore when I was overseas, I thought, okay, this guy seems like somebody that is fighting for Nigerians, and which he is fighting for Nigeria. At least he's brave. He's shown that he's brave. He's paid a heavy price for what he has done. But is that a substitute for actually having a cohesive vision that people can buy into? Sometimes I feel like we blame people for not buying into our ideas when we should be asking ourselves whether we are getting to the people where we need to get to them.
See, I understand. The situation now with Showore is trying to brand him. He's in quote. I hope he still is, and I hope that when he eventually gets to that kind of leadership position that people expect him to get to, whether as governor, president, or whatever endeavor he decides to pursue in future, he will still remain incorruptible. He's somebody who is incorruptible. He has always spoken for the downtrodden. This is somebody who had a comfortable life in the US. You understand? He would have, I would say in quote, is a media mogul in his own mold, using his platform to bring news to to the Nigerian people all over the world, and I'm sure would have made something out of it for himself. You understand? He's a business owner.
But he's recommending. See, one of my biggest problems, like from somebody like, I think Jago comes across, he says something about being a Pan-African, from having discussions from people all over the world. And when I come to Nigeria and watch Showore, I hear Showore saying that, you know, he's for the youth, he's fighting for the youth of Nigeria. And his first, one of his, for me, his most important policy, which is security policy, was to look at hiring mercenaries. I find that really peculiar. To hire mercenaries
with mercenaries for
security, to deal with security.
Yeah, maybe for
issues.
specific issues, like maybe the terrorism issue and I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You understand?
There is a lot wrong with it.
You can train your soldier. The Nigerian military as it is right now can't do any professional job. I'm sorry to say, they can't defeat those Boko Haram people. You need a professional
They can do it. They don't have the numbers. That's the problem.
No,
they can't secure the whole country.
What about the training?
Forefathers, they are saying
they can get trained now.
Not telling forefathers. They are saying people
they can get trained.
Well, that's a matter of. That's a matter of.
I don't understand how many people do fight Boko Haram.
While you are fighting Boko Haram, no, Boko Haram is not in only one location. You have to travel in so many different locations.
How many are they? You see, they are not much. How many are they in numbers?
Spread out. Spread out. So you need to be everywhere to wherever they are not. You have to occupy space. Let's put it that way.
Numbers. Listen, the soldiers have come out several times. They're not talking about numbers. They're talking about ammunition and weapons.
Of course, they will tell you that.
Listen to me. I'm telling you about the boys on the field, not the Nigerian army. The boys on the field.
Of course, they will say that.
No, it's not. The boys on the field are saying they can deal with Boko Haram. The problem is they are not well equipped. They don't say they don't have the manpower. They know that they can do it.
Some of them actually say they don't have the manpower. All the presidential candidates say they know they don't have the manpower. There's a reason why they are saying that.
No. Yes, look, see, leave what presidential candidate is telling you. You have to take the word of somebody who is on the field. Not what somebody is going to tell you. See, look, it's easy. Look, I'm a very practical person. You understand? But I can't say no because we need more soldiers. First of all, before you open your mouth,
Loco might not be wrong.
Why can't you tell us? Hold on. Why can't you tell us how many?
Those guys too.
No, hold on. Why can't you tell us how many we have vis-a-vis how many terrorist group we have in Nigeria and in the plus or minus numbers? You can't tell us how many terrorist group we have. You can't tell me their numbers. You are telling me we need more soldiers. How do you know we need more soldiers if you can't tell me how many numbers there of terrorist group they are fighting? You understand? So I'm telling you that the boys severally, the boys have been saying it severally. The boys on the feed, they have been doing videos and saying severally. Look at the type of food that are giving them. They're not well catered for. Look at the accommodation, not well catered for. No good welfare. The food on the feed. Sometimes they have their truck having without no spare tire. One tire will die. We punctured on the field of war. And they'll be jacking it by themselves to remove the tire, no jack to take it. You understand? These are what they are complaining about.
Okay. Can I add something to it, local? Olumide, you go in. See, Olumide, there's noise in your background. The idea behind this is that sometimes somebody describing stuff at a micro level without understanding what is going on in macro level, you can't only take the micro level. In other words, anecdotal cases as the be and end all. You have to understand the macro level, and the macro level often is more consequential than whatever somebody is giving you on an anecdotal level. So let me explain what I'm describing here. Look at this, what this stuff said. This site, they collate data on military stuff and finding information about the size of military of different countries. And if you look at, you notice how Africa is very, very lightly colored compared to other regions. Now look at what his own analysis. He says the quality.
You have shown this in several times.
Yeah,
this is ratio. Listen. Get this right. This is ratio to the people. This is ratio. You understand? To the people, number of population of the country. I'm telling you about the people, the terrorist group, the Boko Harams, numbers of them, vis-a-vis the number of Nigerian army, not to be showing me number of security strength in the country vis-a-vis the population of the country. I don't understand. How are they the same?
Okay.
How are they
Now,
the same? I'm
can
telling
you
you,
can
the
you
number of
just
terrorist
read?
group we have.
Can you just read it because so that it doesn't look like I'm the one
Forefathers,
telling
I
you?
just want to let me just
We have
round
seen
up.
this before. We have shared this before several times.
Round
This
up.
is the first time.
So when
But
I'm
it
saying
is addressing the point you are making directly, and you are
forefathers, when
refusing
I'm
to
saying let
confront
us
it.
coalesce around Showore, I'm not necessarily saying that we should coalesce around him to be president. Showore has leadership. He is he has the leadership for the kind of change that we desire. Look at the way APC started. They started with 1 state, 2 states, 3 states, 4 states. Now they are at the national level. They have a president there. They've been president for 8 years, going to 12 now. So we can let's not. I'm not saying Showore should be president. This guy has integrity. He has the following among the youths, not necessarily among the Nigerian elite. If we force a free and fair election, like we forced under the obedient movement, that gradual change, it might be more than half of the National Assembly, it might be a couple of states, it might be, and then you have candidates who truly want to bring change under the right ideology, party ideology, national ethos, to bring change. You understand? APC started gradually, they warmed their way into the hearts of the people, but now we found them to be very disappointing. But if we want to continue the spirit of one Nigeria, we have to coalesce around somebody. And
Yeah, that is true.
He seems to be the only person in that mold. I'm sorry to say. Apart from
just fine.
the obedience labor movement, there should be an alternative to the obedient labor movement in the mode of someone like Showore. We don't APC and PDP cannot be a viable alternative. They've been a disappointment. They've run the country dry, and that's what I'm just saying.
Thank you. So now let me read this. The quality of training each soldier receives is vital. Their commander's ability to consistently divide effective tactical strategies can be pivotal. But one of the most fundamental measures of a country's military strength is the number of soldiers it can deploy. I don't know how many times we need to tell our people this. I don't know how many times.
Number of soldiers you can deploy to where?
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Number of soldiers you can deploy to where? To where?
In heaven or into space. If that helps you. Can I finish what I'm saying, please? Can I finish what I'm saying? This is not me. You can make it about me.
You are not understanding what they are telling you.
Okay, what are they telling us?
You don't understand what this is saying.
Okay, can you tell me what he's telling me, please, so that I can understand how you understand it?
That's why I ask you a simple question. Number of soldiers you can deploy to where? To where? To where? Not
anywhere. Anywhere the country needs it.
Good. Now. Nobody has told you that the number of soldiers that they've deployed to fight Boko Haram is not enough. Nobody has said it.
Because they are not telling you the truth.
Listen, hold on now. Hold on. So is presidential candidates that want to come and contest that will tell you he's want to play more soldiers that is telling you the truth?
Yes, because they understand it to an extent.
Can you listen to yourself? A presidential candidate. Listen to me. A presidential candidate that is not even there yet, that has not even had security meetings with the Nigerian Security Council. He hasn't received a whole head meeting with them. He's just a presidential candidate that has not even gotten there yet. He is the one that will not tell you we need more army. Where do you get information from?
Let me try to come at it from your point of view.
You are saying you are believing him. The people, soldiers who are on ground, both the chief of armies and the current NSA, the chief of army staff or army general, chief of whatever army staff, whatever, and even the soldiers on the field, none of them has come to say, okay, this is security briefing, or the current president, we need more armies. None of them have come to say it. Is the presidential candidate that has not even gotten there yet, that is telling you and you are believing.
Okay. So
from my own amateur military.
Sorry, let me just respond to him, Olumide. See, from my point of view, let me try to go at this from the way you look at it, from the point of view of the soldiers on the ground. When the soldiers on the ground are confronting Boko Haram and they encounter problems with equipment or this thing. They have a right to air it. They will tell you that is the physical problem that they have, because the Nigerian military, that they are encountering Boko Haram. But in terms of defeating Boko Haram itself and defeating banditry, defeating the issues in the southeast and in the south, you have to look at the bigger picture, the span of the problem we have as a nation, not to mention national security and other aspects of our security. So that is where this one is coming from. That is where this analysis is coming
from.
From
my own amateur military knowledge, modern warfare, they don't even use numbers. It's not about numbers.
Exactly. I don't know if
it's about special forces. Special forces. You send your special, well-trained special unit.
I'm telling you, he's trained.
You send them, you get the job done. That's it.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that. But in reality, see, local, calm down, local. Let's go at this logically. If we have an open mind, we are going to get somewhere with this. Maybe you shed light on something that I didn't know of before, and we are all going to learn from some of all this. So, from what I can see, when you look at the ratios, I've done the calculations, and you find that the African countries on average are one soldier to around 1,000 citizens. Yes. While even in America, the most powerful country in terms of technology for warfare and security, and CIA and all of them, has a ratio of 1 soldier to 150 citizens. So that is at the best of the best in the world. No. So when you have the best military in the world, the best technologically advanced military in the world, having a ratio between them and their citizens to be 1 to 150, why is it that the ones that don't have that much technology will ascribe to have 1 to 1,000?
Forefathers, did America, what was the last war America fought? Was in Afghanistan, right? Did they defeat Afghanistan with their overpowerful soldiers, plenty, even air soldiers? Did they defeat Afghanistan?
No.
Why?
Because the Afghanis, if you want me to show you the size of the Afghani military compared to that of Nigeria, you'll find out.
No. Not even the size of the army right now. From what you are saying, they have the best and they have the large number of soldiers to deploy. Yes. Did they defeat just Afghanistan? Did they defeat them?
No, they didn't.
Why did they defeat them with all the might and everything they have? Why didn't they defeat them?
Hold on, because they got what they wanted. You think what happened like with the Vietnam is like a total loss in terms of, it might be a loss of a battle, but in terms of the war, they've gotten their objective. What they went there for, they got what they went there for and left. They had 20 years in Afghanistan, remember. So that is, you have to understand the way these people think. It's not necessarily about what we ascribe as victory. That's how they look at it. They look at it as something else. Let me see.
Okay. This chart you are showing, I've told you times that number. Look, this chart is showing, this is the number of army. It's a ratio vis-a-vis the population of a nation. Not because of the terrorist group or that you have in there. Like I said, if you say you believe in statistics, I just ask you a simple question. Do Nigeria have statistics of the terrorist group in Nigeria? Do they have? If they have, none of them have come to tell you that we need more manpower. Because if they do, they would have simply put the recruitment out there for people to come and be recruited. They would have done it.
They don't want to.
Listen to me now. Hold on now. You are believing. Okay, wait. Tinubu told you he will deploy 5 million this thing, right? Where is the advert from Nigerian media, the Defense Academy? Where's the advert? How many times have Tinubu come out again to tell you about Agbado that is going to use to feed 5 million this thing? Is the one that is telling you that don't even know anything about security that you are believing. Then the one that is there that did not say anything, say because they don't want to, you don't believe them. Okay. The one that is about to go there,
I
that
believe
doesn't
them.
know anything about security, and you are believing that person.
I just told you that I believe them, but their opinions is anecdotal. I'm talking about something, okay, like our politicians come and tell us that our problem is poverty, corruption, education, when in reality there are other things that are also involved. So they are not going to tell you what you need to hear as a people.
Did you believe them?
No, I didn't believe them. But it doesn't mean that everything that they say is a lie, though.
Oh, okay. Only army own that you like, that you believe. You do. So
I like it for a good reason. If somebody tells you that the sky is green, is blue, you look at the sky and find out why it's blue. It's not because I'm just jumping on because I like military.
Okay, what's the statistics of Nigerian army to boundary in Nigeria? All the boundaries in Nigeria. Oh, sorry, no, all the terrorist group in Nigeria. Because the word banditry.
What is their size?
No. Give me the statistics ratio, right, of Nigerian army vis-a-vis terrorist group in Nigeria. Whether you want to add IPOP to it or add militants to it or you want to add Boko Haram to it. Give me statistics.
You want to give you statistics of your military?
No. The one we have in Nigeria to the number of terrorist group we have in Nigeria.
Okay, so you want me to give
members?
I want to understand your question so that I know what I don't know it.
See, I will speak broken for you. Tell me the number of Nigerian army ratio or the percentage we get or the ratio we get with the number of terrorist group we will get for Nigeria or terrorist men and women who will get for Nigeria. Give me the ratio.
Of course, I don't have the number. I don't have the number. If I have the number, I will share it with you.
If I punch you, if you talk what you don't understand. You know the
see this guy. You see what this guy said. If I don't know the number, see,
you're driving the narrative.
Oh my God! But my narrative is not based only on terrorism. It's the entire security posture.
Good. Right, then leave it with the population of the country. Don't tell me it's because of the number of the power. That's why they cannot defeat Boko Haram.
Because I'm saying that because the general security posture of the country is not normal. I can give you good reasons for it. Because look at the North African countries
of the country. That does not mean it's not normal with the population of terrorist group. It's everybody in Nigeria.
I never said anything about terrorist group as an evaluation. You are the one changing the goalposts. I never said anything like that.
You said it's the numbers of army that we don't have. That's why we can't defeat Boko Haram. That was what you said.
Yes.
And that was the bone of this argument.
Yes.
You understand what you said. So the numbers you are looking for, the one you are saying here, is the ratio to the population of each country, not the population of terrorist group. So the numbers we have, the current number of Nigerian army we have is over manpowered compared to the number of terrorist group we have in Nigeria. You understand?
Hold on.
What they just need is equipment and
local. Let's do to and fro. No, it's not only one way. Let's do to and fro. So what I was talking about was the number of military or security forces to defend the nation, not only from terrorist group. You narrowed it down to terrorist group and start saying we should compare the number.
Don't lie. It was you. You said don't lie. You said we don't have much numbers. That was why we can't defeat Boko Haram.
That's why I say we should go to and fro. Hold on. What I said was the number of military to defend the country's security.
Yes.
Part of defend that country's security includes terrorist group, of course. But we are not using the terrorist group to determine it because there is no correlation. There's no data available between number of size of military to terrorist group. What we know of that the data is available is number of the size of the military and the population of the country, and you can evaluate from various nations what they've done for their security. Like if you look at Algeria now, Algeria altogether from what you are looking at here, Algeria is about 30-something million in population. And this number is quite a wrong number when you look at Algeria here. It is showing 150,000 reserve and 180,000 paramilitary. Altogether, where is the total even? They didn't even put the total. So 130,000 active, paramilitary 180. That is well bigger than that of Nigeria. They are 33 million in population. And they had a terrorist problem too that they have now resolved. That is one. Egypt had similar
terrorist problem that the government was not involved in.
The government solved it. The government of those countries solved it in the end.
Yes, because they were not involved in it.
Okay. So let's say when they had terrorists in those countries, the government was involved in it. Then when they solved it, the government was no longer involved. Is that what we are saying?
No. Listen, was it Abacha that said this? He said any terrorist organization that the government cannot solve in how many days or weeks that the government is involved in it. I
don't know. So Abacha's statement now, one statement that we are taking out of context is
do you know why?
Do you know of terrorism now?
Okay, hold on.
Security posture.
Do you know why? Because he is also a military personnel. He's inside it, so he knows all the tricks there. So because he's now the head of state and he wants to let Nigeria know, look, don't try this thing against me because I'm the head of state now. You understand? So if I can't solve it, I'm involved. Or anybody from henceforth, maybe it was just an information that he was giving ahead of his time. You understand?
He may be right what he said. I don't know why he said what he said, but you can look at it from the point of view of that there are always fifth columns in every security apparatus.
But if you look at it today,
let me explain a bit. He said
go
what
ahead.
he said because as the Nigerian president, on your table every morning you have over 28 different
security
reports from different security apparatus in Nigeria. So anything that's going on, except the one you don't want to comment on, you already have that report. So, and in the case of the insurgents going on in Nigeria, those people know what they are doing. You know, remember that Saudi Arabia gave Nigerian government the list of people who are sponsoring Boko Haram. Okay, it was given to them, but nothing came, to light from that. Buhari had that report. All the people, and in fact, just like we're talking, some journalists were able to get that report and published it, but nothing was ever done about it. So those people,
Are we saying our government are complicit in this? Maybe they are. Am I sitting here telling you that my prescription is based on what government thinks? My prescription is based on what I see going on all over the world, that we need to wake up to this truth of the reality of other people that we are not living up to. And why this is even an argument, I don't even understand, because the data is all there. If you want to check it yourself, you check it yourself. If you see other people buying iron gates and burglary proof windows and securing their buildings and they are prospering, and your own, you put a wooden this thing and a wooden attached window, and then you are not prospering, maybe you should think about what other people are doing and copy them, so that people are not going to come and keep stealing your stuff. It's a relatively simple concept. How this is even an argument, I don't even know. And this is one of the reasons why sometimes when we have a discussion, we have to be open-minded. If I wanted to learn something from this discussion,
we're
I'm not being
making
given something to learn.
We're not making a discussion out of it. You see,
How do you
we
mean?
we are under secured by the statistics of the World Bank. The UN.
Data.
Yes, we are under. We know that, and Nigeria know that, and the military know that it's deliberate. Remember, the resizing of Nigeria army started with Obasanjo, and between Obasanjo and Buhari, they have retired many. In fact, the last one was the retirement that Tinubu just did some days ago, over 100 and something, senior army officers. So you are retiring them, but they're not taking as much as you are retiring, and it takes so much to train somebody to become a colonel, even not talk about a brigadier or a general. So when you keep pushing those ones you think are going to move against you out each time you take, each time there's a change of government, you lose people, and they're not taking as many as you are losing. So it's obvious, and then you even underreport those who are being lost in the north. Okay, and and then the reason why why you keep sending the Nigerian army into civilian affairs to go mount roadblock, to go try to arrest people, it beats my imagination. The last one being the one in Abuja, where the Nigerian army had to go and secure and guard the house of Fashola. For what reason?
The court ever say that Nigerian army not plenty rich. They say not plenty rich.
So you use the Nigerian army for civil cases that don't have nothing to do with the army. Okay, and so that's the the crux of the matter. The little we have, we are posting them to places that shouldn't be.
Yeah. Look, are you seeing that of this in South Korea right now? Look at a tiny country like South Korea. Look at what they are doing. North Korea, similar. This is like they are a tiny dot on the map. Look at what they are able to pull off. And if you have a security challenge in your country where you have IDP camps, people are getting, and we all are in overseas right now. We know many of us would be in Nigeria if Nigeria was more secure. And our people can't do it. And when somebody tells them, hey, You know you have this problem. Can you sort it? Can we sort it out? And it becomes like a struggle. And this is what I mean by the conditioning our people have received. We be conditioned to think of other things as higher priority. When the truth is even in our own lives, we don't do that. I keep saying it. If you don't like, if you think what I'm saying is so controversial, try it now. Don't secure your own property and see how well you prosper in life. You find out that all your work is for the ones that have security, and even your own body, because the nation to me is an entity. Your own body has security system. Your skin is your first line of security. Then your white blood cells act as a security to keep you alive. Take those two things off, you are gone. And that is how all systems everything we do in life is almost like a fractal. We replicate what is generally in our reality. And when we see that when I look at Nigeria, you see that the aspect of the Nigerian society is missing a very vital aspect, which is the security. It should be obvious that anybody that looks at this on a macro level, you are looking at the map of the world. You are seeing all these nations that have done it. They are prospering like crazy, including Israel. They are all prospering. And we don't have it, and we are not prospering. That should tell you that maybe this is one of the key areas. It's not because our leaders don't intend to, like, in terms of economic development, all those things. We are trying to do those things. If our leaders don't want to do economic development in any way, let's say they are playing with the Europeans. They don't want to really develop the country, but they are making moves. They are buying transformers. They are buying all those things. All those things are getting destroyed. They claim they are fixing the refinery. All of them are getting destroyed. We know nations around the world try to sabotage nations by destroying their infrastructures, by making sure everything grounds to a halt as efficiently as possible. How is it that our people don't understand it? When not our people, I wouldn't put it general. A lot of people do understand. Even KJ, you did say that we are under secure, but how this is Loco also agrees with me. I don't know why he's being all like this today. He agrees with this point I'm making. You are just being a troublemaker today. We are. He's been a troublemaker. Loco came home to roost on my desk today. He wants to give me trouble today. The truth is that he knows we are under defended. We've had this conversation before, he just
for a country. I may agree for your country, right? I may agree for your country. You understand? But like you said, right? See, even Nigerian police, right? Let me not say poor, because I don't know how many the ratio between one police to how many Nigerians, right? But like I said, see, if you want to do your work, it's tactics. That's why you go to training, right? They train you how to disarm 3 or 4 persons, just one person. You understand? You are given that training. Me that wants to be a criminal tomorrow, I did not go to training to become a criminal, a smart or intelligent, overpowering criminal. My own is just to wake up, think of become the criminal, get my weapon, without even learning how to shoot, how to shoot a gun. My own is just get a gun, put the bullet, and pull the trigger. Whether I'm aiming properly or not, I don't know. I just shoot, it meets anybody, or I defend myself, or I kill anybody and I run. You understand? But the policeman, he's trained to shoot. He doesn't shoot discriminately. You understand? Not like the useless ones we have in Nigeria anyway. He doesn't shoot discriminately. He's trained to shoot. He only press the trigger when he's in the rules of engagement. You understand? He's trained to do that, and he pulls the trigger once he feels that there's any danger, and he doesn't waste his ammunition. You get me? He doesn't waste his ammunition. So that's why whenever I go to that training, he's been trained to counter any where he finds himself that there's danger. So he can defeat even 5 persons. One policeman or one soldier can defeat 5 persons with his training. So that's why we don't need much numbers when it comes to even attacking terrorist group. But in the light with which you are arguing from now, like I said, if it's a ratio to the country, yes, you can win because other countries is doing it. Let's assume it's a formula, no problem. But a terrorist group, my brother, there's no way you want to tell me, because like I said, if they want to do their job, they can do their job. Katie just said just now, what is a army man doing in civil cases? We're not supposed to be seeing our military men in towns, in markets, but you are seeing them doing houseboy, doing PA, doing oddly, following a wife of even a civil servant or a honorary commissioner. You understand? You are seeing them doing why the police are just there on the checkpoint collecting bribe. You understand? So if those ones are there, how can you tell me that we are still not having enough army to do the normal job? For that, trust me, those army you are seeing on the street, if they decide to do the right thing, trust me, you will not feel this insecurity you are feeling right now. You won't feel. It's
Let me
because you're
share.
not doing the right thing, that's why you are feeling it.
Let me share some of the data that you may be missing here. Look at this data of.
Sorry. Look, I'm signing off, and I'm signing off for the night. Remember to pick up those who are working, who are watching. Is Rudolph one of his books? This is a redacted copy, and you enjoy reading it. Thank you.
This American this thing. What's the
It's
title?
American Life Self, which is a very interesting to read. Thank you
KJ,
so much.
if you can hold on for a second while I present this information, so you'll be aware, so that next time you when we are discussing this thing, so you understand where I'm coming from. Look at North African distinct countries. There are about 5 of them. They have over 2 million distinct soldiers, and the entire West African countries, which make up about 15 countries, if I'm not mistaken, 300 and something thousand, and these are black countries. About 4 North African nations. That's not including Libya, because Libya don't have official numbers right now. The 4 North African nations have over 2 million, outnumbering just 4 of them, outnumbering 15 nations in West Africa alone. That is the scope of the scale of our problem. And West African population is almost, if I'm not mistaken, almost double that of North Africa too. And yet, look at those numbers. That tells you that something is wrong within our own structure. And this is what I've been trying to highlight. If you even go through these numbers and you check the ratios, you find out that black countries generally, not only in Africa, if you even go outside Africa, you start seeing the countries that are least secure. They tend to be black countries like Jamaica, Haiti, all of them, even outside Africa. So it tells you that there is a pattern of conditioning that a specific set of people have received that is not enabling them to defend themselves.
Are those countries poor countries?
Look, let me just make a comment and I will go. Now, I said first and foremost that we are under secure. That is true. But sometimes not really the number. How many are the British soldiers? That's one. Secondly, the Saddam Hussein had a huge soldier. He had a huge number. In fact, the presidential guards alone were about 1 million. Okay, but it took America 10 days to get into Baghdad, and to get to the listing. All of them surrendered at the first listing. So it's not really.
Thank you. With how many soldiers?
Before this time, we were told of how you cannot get to the desert. He even boasted that the desert will be turned to blood, and we never saw any of those blood. And America just took over the place within 3 days. They're already running and surrendering and all that. So much as I agree that we are under secured, we need more people in the army and the police and the navy and all that. But again, we are not in a very hostile environment. The place of our security, we are secured. I mean, where we are located, our location, is not a very hostile environment. Okay, majority of the people who are surrounding us are not very hostile neighbors.
So having IDP camps is not hostile.
Sorry?
Having IDP camps and terrorists coming from North Africa is not hostile. Being enslaved is not hostile. Colonization is not hostile.
No, those are factors that can only be achieved by your people allowing that to be achieved. But you know that Nigeria itself, the reason why insurgents or the terrorists are existing, because the Nigerian government is complicit in it. If not because of that, even the citizens of those states can fight them off. Remember, they first disarmed the people before they allowed the terrorists to come in. They received their den guns and cutlass and all that. They went around Nigeria doing that. If you go back to in what Buhari did, they disarmed the people. That's why the people are not able to defend themselves, and that's why they are running up and down. If they had allowed them with their den guns, you think this will be happening? It won't happen, because our people, whether they are the north or south, they are all brave people. Remember that the Bachama people were never conquered by not Islam. Okay, they remained who they are even till tomorrow, and they were not a place. Despite the fact there were a small number in Adamawa State. the Islam couldn't take over that piece of land till today. So why I say that, because they stood their ground, and they are not even very many, but the history has it that they couldn't overpower those people. And there are many tribes like that in Nigeria that can fight their own war. They're not waiting for the government, but the government disarmed them. That's this thing. Disarmed everybody and allow these people to work.
They disarm people because nations have to disarm their citizens. Basically, you don't arm your citizens to do the battle.
No, so you
like,
go to a village
as in the
and
UK.
collect hunters, you collect their guns, you collect cutlasses.
I think they have a system of getting guns in Nigeria. When you apply for license and you get your gun, but like the UK now, you can do the
Even
same.
those people who have license, I'm telling you now, those people who have license were told to turn in their distance and everything, and that
Okay, except maybe in exceptional cases. I think it's not everywhere they are doing it. It's in exceptional cases where there are issues in the area. They ask people to surrender their guns for security reasons and stuff. I think it's possible that they will do that. But the UK now have even more active DC personnel than Nigeria, and they are about 3 times less population than us, and they have a nuclear. They have several nuclear submarines. They have a very, very high-tech DC military, and yet they have more active. They are not even being attacked by Boko Haram. They don't have IDP camps in their country. If they did, this number would be 5 times more. So what I mean by our issue is that something is suppressing our need to defend ourselves like other people do. If other people were experiencing what we are experiencing in Nigeria today, the way they will respond will be very, very different. And something is seriously wrong with the discourse. But thank you for being here. I know you are tired, and you had a headache before you even joined us in the first place. So I appreciate your time here. We've already done almost 12 hours. So that is all good. And personally, I would like to have my own talk to people anyway, so that they can hear me out and everything else. But that said, thank you for coming in, KJ. As always, the press and the journalists, they will appreciate your contribution today. Right. All right. So yes, today is something that is very, very interesting. Loco, if you want to add anything anytime, feel free to interject. And but I feel like I need to say some things, get some things off my chest. So I think us as a people, if we are truly looking to make change, if you even want to even start venturing into it, we have to take our own personal feelings, as painful as it is. Sometimes it's painful to me too. Try to suppress your own personal feelings and egos in these things, because you will fail for sure if you allow it to win. The goal is far more consequential to ourselves and our children and our own people. So to make it about ourselves, you've defeated yourself from the very get-go. And I really hope that the viewers that are listening to this really learn. Part of it is to learn to discipline yourself and focus on the goal. I think I searched online about what it takes to be able to be somebody that is pursuing a goal, and somebody that wants to change things. And one of the some of the features that they describe of people that can do that, qualities, you have to be focused on the goal. You have to be dedicated. You have to you have to be hardworking, and you always have to be open to suggestions and engage openly. And that's something I worry that some of our people are not still ready to do. I'm also guilty of that sometimes, but even when I catch myself doing that, I pull back, because I know my ego sometimes can try to get in the way. I pull back from it because I know that I'm not going to get anywhere with that. It's not going to do me any good. I'm not going to learn anything from it. And I've been in many conversations where sometimes I catch myself doing that, I pull back, and then when we go on to exchange, I learn something new. And the person I'm having this discussion with learns something new, and the something new, the conclusion we reach is better than the original position both of us had. And that is the point of having these conversations. Truly, that is the point. You want to better your people's awareness, because quality information lead to quality decision making. There are consequences to these things. It's not just a kind of talk shop where people just talk at each other and expect that, okay, we'll go home and that's socialization. If you want to do that, there is a church to attend. There is comedy clubs that you can attend. There are so many places you can get all this type of entertainment. But when we are discussing national issues, yes, you can get fun sometimes. You don't want to get too serious sometimes. But we always have to try to be open-minded about things. Sometimes people disagree with me vehemently, but the only area I really tend to get very frustrated is when I'm trying to learn something and somebody's blocking it. And that's what I call stunting the conversation. In other words, you're not allowing the conversation to move forward, and I'm being starved of learning. And sometimes when I'm asking, I'm learning those things because I might be able to pass that information on to some other person that will use it. That's how life works. We pass information to each other, and maybe the person that will deliver on all this conversation we're having is not even here yet. Maybe the person has been here and left. That is how life works. You think Bill Gates overnight invented Microsoft? Some other person educated him to the point where he was able to invent Microsoft. It's not, no knowledge comes from, nobody is a kind of foundation of knowledge. They feed off some of that information other people have given them. And if the information other people are giving them is garbage, good luck getting there. You see what I mean? You have to have quality information all the time, and I wish our people to have those type of quality information. Hence, I learn. Even when I'm on this panel, I'm checking information, trying to learn and advance the discussion as much as possible.
Regardless of the side where if you're having discussions, you quickly jump online and get any other source of your information to what we're talking about. Yeah, it's I commend you for that. That's really excellent, because it's you will be unknowingly to you, many people who just see it and view it for like 5 seconds, you never can tell how much knowledge you've gained from that glance of that information that you just dropped. You understand? Especially if the person is intelligent, he just glance through it, get the information, and it's stored in the memory, so he can use that to back up his points anytime in the future. Yeah, excellent job, well done for that. But the other side of yours is this: sometimes maybe, because like I said, this is also a discussion platform, right? You might ask a question, and somebody else that is also listening to your question. Maybe you're asking a question to doctor right now, maybe what's called Rudolph, and I'm listening to your question, and that's your question. Something may just, it may prompt me to say, yeah. With what you're just saying, let me just quickly add this to it, so that you will just, because it's in line. Probably maybe the person, I may feel that your question is incomplete. To you, you finish asking your question. I may feel that, no, I think you should have added this to it. Okay, let me just chip in that to that question, so that when Rudolph is answering that question, he will be able to, fully cover in a large spectrum of what that situation the question is all about. So sometimes it might not be somebody is trying to block your answer. It's like, let me use like this case of electricity. When you ask the question, I didn't want to ask him that question. When you just ask, okay, to give you the how the process is done, I just say, yeah, please. I never heard you say it like INEC. That's why it's okay. I now added INEC's issue to it and the voting numbers or whatever strength. So that if he's explaining, he can also explain your question and my question in the same regard. That's why he even agreed that the question is the same, because he wants to explain everything together. Because I felt your question that you asked give me the reason to ask that my question, because I want to get more understanding about the question you asked. Do you understand? So that's why I said it was there. So, but maybe I understood your question. He understood your question and my question together. But maybe you just felt, no. My question will truncate him, stop him from not answering the question correctly. Meanwhile, it was supposed to be a whole encompassing question that will answer both of us at the same time. That was what I was trying to do. So, an argument sometimes, maybe if you moderate, your microphone is also another issue. Yeah. Your microphone is louder than every other person's mic.
I see.
It's the loudest.
Oh, my microphone is an issue. Let me see.
The tone of your voice, once you speak, that's how you speak normally. But once you speak, it's as if you are shouting to try to shut the other person down because of not your fault, but the mic. You understand? And that's why when you are speaking, everybody knows you are speaking. Everybody knows you are speaking. Once you add to your conversation, they know you are speaking there because your voice is singled out because it's the loudest and it's unique, so to speak. So that's why sometimes if they don't agree with you or they don't allow you to speak, they feel you are shouting at them louder than them to suppress them. Why? Because it's a discussion panel and it's have your say. They too, it's human anyway. They too may want to like also raise their voice higher than your own so that you can allow them to talk. By so doing, you will not be having this shouts like that. But meanwhile, it's not supposed to be anything like that. So they're just normal. No, this is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you see, I think there's an interesting conversation going on in the chat right now. I think
this one,
it's very interesting. Ishola, I think it's a good time to actually engage in some of the chat people. This Ishola has been trolling me all day. Saying
did you hear one rumor? Did you hear the rumor? They say Choma is a boy.
No, Choma is not a boy. Choma was on the panel and she just stepped out.
They say
He's not a boy.
They say Choma is a boy.
I assure you, she's not.
Was what I read yesterday. I said,
yeah,
okay,
some people are awful, that boy thing is malicious. malicious rumor that can just start on people. Yeah, she's not. So like, see, Ishola was like berating me for. I think Ishola, you have an understanding of moderation in a specific way. Like I said in my answer, the way moderation works is that it can be different. I've seen some panels where the guy that is moderating basically talks almost throughout the entire show. People there barely have anything to say. Some of them they take phone calls. Phone calls come in then before they allow the panelists to speak. They have different styles of moderation. My own form of moderation tend to be trying to feel. I think that's where a lot of people have problem with me sometimes because they feel like I should be like Dr. Damages. You see what I mean? But mine, I think I tend to focus on trying to get like a kind of factual and quality data out there.
Sorry. The last is say Choma is Kulata's wife.
No. Oh my God, man. Those two are like polar opposites in a way. On
and
this
the black experience is just as if he was saying it with his full chest, for God's sake.
Black experience.
So
they are troublemakers, man. I think Oshala has been on my case. Like, I do host programs on my channel too. Like the first topic was why our people were the least defended. As a matter of fact, this was the issue. One of the main issue was the reason why I even opened a channel because nobody's talking about it. Nobody really. If you go to any channel, leave them for 100 days. None of them will talk about our security situation. None. They will hack on about corruption. They will hack on about the economy. They will hack on about everything else.
No, you know why?
That's why I feel so strongly about this. Why?
Yes.
Because I'm a minority, and this is very critical.
I think it's this now. Listen, like it's like this, right? Okay, you have a crime committed in a street, right? And you go to the police station. And you meet them, you see police there, somebody in the joint drinking palmy and whatever, right? And you go to meet them, there's a crime committed here. It's just two boys who brought weapons to rob in an area, just two boys. You are going to a station that you believe are supposed to be full of people there. Then you go to that place, you see some security men with guns, weapons, and all that stuff, right? They might be 5 or 6 or 7. They will still tell you, okay, go and bring money for mobilization and for vehicle that they don't have fuel, something like that. So in your mind, you are reporting the situation to like 5 or 6 police. So when it comes to manpower, they are very okay. Weapons, they have weapons in the and ammunition in the station there, but they will still send you away to go and bring money for mobilization or for this and that. So it now sends a message to Nigerians that, if you don't have money, police will not do anything for you. You understand? So nobody is seeing it as if it's only one person that is there. That's why he cannot follow me. Even if it's one person, he's still over-equipped and overtrained to disarm 2 armed robbers. But yet you have 6 or 7 policemen. They can't even engage 2 armed robbers. They can't, because they lack the training and they don't have facility, not even the manpower. So that is what Nigerians know. That's why nobody is talking about it. We are talking about Boko Haram, but we have soldiers in the south.
Is it not that all they know about security is that Nigerians are flogging them, police soldiers are flogging them with koboko, are being brutal, and that is part of the problem, because the military is not disciplined. They are not functional as they are
You are
supposed to be.
flogging me here. You are asking me to do frog jump. Meanwhile, there's somebody sitting down in Zambiza forest. He's sitting there. He's not even moving. He's not running. He's sitting down in Zambiza forest. You know that is where he's based. And he's committing crime. But nobody wants to go there and fight them. Then you not tell me security in Nigeria is underwhelmed instead of is overwhelmed. No.
But isn't that going to be a problem if we? I guess to an extent you can argue that, I said it earlier on, it's one thing to start blaming the people for not understanding security or not understanding a specific issue, but maybe I too should get to them where they are. And often what I think I ask myself is, okay, let me try to reason with people where they actually are. You can't tell them, oh, strategically other countries are different from us. They have made so and so size military. But when I talk to them, I often tell them, you're already spending the money. When I tell them, okay, you need to build more military, one of the first things they tell you is that if they become open to it, they say, how are we going to fund it? But you're already spending the money right now on burglary proofing, body security guard everywhere, estates everywhere. We are already wasting a lot of resources. And if we choose to channel those funds to secure the nation, what you're going to have is you are going to have nations like every other nation where you don't have all these extreme burglary proof all over the place and extreme level of security awareness and fear of crime everywhere. So it's a win-win. For me, it's an economic argument even. It's gotten to a point where in many countries around the world, security is no longer an economic argument because they've already reached the threshold. They've reached a point of saturation where they are now secure enough to still be economically viable. So it's no longer an economic argument. But in the context of African countries, it's a massive economic argument because our countries are so unstable. And often I can't even believe, I just checked Liberia security size right now. It turns out Liberia just had 2,000. 2,000.
Okay. Now you have 2,000, but the 2,000 that they have in their security manpower, the kind of you said is very, very low. Yes, very, very low, right? But the kind of security, the kind of insecurity or the level of insecurity that they have there is far, 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 far better than the ones we have in Nigeria.
The level of insecurity. Oh yes.
No, you said they have 2,000, yes. Right? Just 2,000 security strength, right? Good. But the level of insecurity in that country is far, far, far lower than we have in Nigeria. Despite their low amount of army strength.
Yes.
So that's why I said it's not by numbers. Not by numbers.
But you are looking at it. Hold on. You are looking at it as a. Okay, hear me out on this, because when you said it's not by number, I'm trying to let you understand that you are looking at it from the point of view of one static time. If you look at it over time, they've already had a civil war. Their country is one of the poorest in the world.
You gave me a country, right? You gave me a country, Liberia. They have 2,000. Good. As it is right now, they have their security problem in Nigeria is better than Nigeria. You understand?
They don't have IDP camps, but they are extremely poor.
No, you are saying poor. You understand? Poor and insecurity are two different things. You understand? The people might be poor, but they decide not to steal.
Poor people are generally insecure. That's my point. That's why I say it's an economic argument.
No, when you say they're insecure, they have the tendency to commit crime. Poor people, because of lack. You understand? They have tendency to commit crime. But if
the reason why they are poor in the first place could be because they are not secure.
No, not security. You can say security for welfare security. If you want to go in that direction, say, okay, yes, welfare security. They may be poor in that, but security when it comes to bodily harm, like when it comes to crime, you have insecurity towards crime. No, they may decide not to do that. Okay, now I wanted to say something like Dasuki. At least you know how much was given to Dasuki when it was the I think NSA that time to during Jonathan's regime. You know how much that was voted for insecurity to for not to recruit. Those were for military gadgets and accessories weapons to aid the military to fight terrorism. What did Dasuki do? They blew off the money. That money, they don't pay money to recruits. I've never seen where they vote millions to recruit army. It's not done because the military have the budget for that. When they see that there is need for recruitment, they already have the budget and they can go for recruiting. So Nigerian government do not give money for recruiting in the military. They only give money to support military gadgets and and upgrade their gadgets and stuff like that to empower them. So what did they do with the money? They blew it off. And since then, I think that was where the business of there's money in insecurity started. At least that was where they commercialized insecurity in Nigeria. That there's money in insecurity. You understand? So now that there's money in security, what the politicians are now cashing out. Military, so even majors and major generals are now cashing out. Young recruit soldiers, they are cashing out. Politicians are cashing out. You understand? Even government agencies, they are cashing out. So it has never been a number problem. Because if it was a number, we would have had the issue of taking army from Nigeria to go and fight Eco-Mongo in Liberia, or to go and be doing peacekeeping in other countries. If we are lacking numbers, strength in numbers, if we are lacking, we would have afforded to do that. Because if we are lacking and we still send them, there will be insecurity, implosion of insecurity. So because we have excess in terms of manpower, there was no problem. The problem is the things that they needed, they're not giving them, both vehicle, military hardware and gadgets. They don't have it. Even the latest weapon, they still give them AK-47 to go and fight Boko Haram.
Let me just share some information with you.
A country where the Air Force and the Army do not work hand in hand. Is that number? Is manpower the cause of that one? Where the airstrike, Air Force and the Army, they don't work hand in hand. They don't give information to each other.
They are not say, okay, let me explain this in a more simple way. Like if you have a body now, a body without skin and without immune system, chances are that you will have a situation whereby your immune system will react in a very erratic manner. You are probably going to have they call it. There is a term they call it. Something shock or something like that. I've forgotten what they call it. Where your immune system will react and cause problems amongst itself. It might even attack you. So because it's so distressed that it does that. So it tells you that what these things are operating on a macro level, because the immune system, you can look at the white blood cell as one individual human beings, and this is why when you look at things, you want to look at them on a macro level, because you tend to understand how 200 Nigerians will interact with each other if they are not secure. And if you look at it from the point of view of just the human body alone that is suffering from serious, grievous injury and the skin is burnt, I think that's why people suffer shock. Because the distress is so much that boom, you are knocked out. You suffer shock. So that is what is happening when you see a system that is distressed, and you see the military, they are not communicating with themselves and they are disorganized because it's not properly put together. If you put a house together and you don't put it together properly, chances are that you're going to have this in pillar not supporting the ground. One of them will fail, and then they will blame the building. One way or the other, it could be the pillar that caused it. It could be the floor. The ribs that they put in the floor that is not suitable. Either way, they are not going to function well together when they are supposed to. So what you are describing
is it possible to have too overwhelming security manpower right, and still not be effective? Is it possible?
I think it is possible because nothing can be ruled out, but it's highly unlikely.
Okay. Now they have manpower, right? They are all using AK-47, right?
Yeah.
That the travel distance of the ammunition is nothing compared to the latest 2020 weapon and ammunition that these terrorists are having. You understand? One where you can shoot one and it can travel as far as kilometers, but your AK-47 cannot even travel up to half kilometer. It can't even do. It can't even do 300. What's it called? 200 meters. AK-47
Yeah.
can't even do 200 meters. But
Yeah.
you have a weapon where a sniper, 2 or 3 sniper, can be in miles and fire their gun, their weapon, and it will be killing, buying the Nigerian army one by one. Do you think the Nigerian army will have the same mindset, even if they are much in number, to approach such terrorist group? No, because they can't. They can't. Nobody wants to open themselves to use their body to block bullet now.
But they are not going to do that though. That's the thing, because that's not how you fight it. The more number you see if a terrorist group
Why
is
do you
coming
think?
at
Why?
you,
Hold on. Why do you
made
think
your
they have
point
sniper?
now.
Why do you think? Why do you think they
You
have
can't make your
sniper?
point and block me from making mine on top of the point, because you are completing too many points together. If you make that point about sniper firing from a long distance, what I would say to you is that if you have, let's say, 10 snipers firing from a long distance, I have 20 or 100 soldiers on the other
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
What you have more manpower, but your
Mhm.
gun range, the other one can do, let's say, 10 miles. Your gun
Mhm.
range can do 1 mile. What you want to do as 100 soldiers, you want to engage them where you have 1 mile distance, and once you do that, now you have the advantage. That
Where will you? How will you get to that distance, that close range to them when they
but
are
you are not
firing
going.
from afar?
See, military tactics is not necessarily about weapons alone. You can't just go and say, okay, you fight them where they are strongest. The art of war says you fight them where they are weakest. That you can't go and just start engage them where they are strongest.
Wait, hold on first
You
now.
cut the
That means
distance down.
you are bringing tactics to it now, right? Tactics.
Of course, tactics comes in, but
Good. So
without the number, tactics is
use
meaningless.
number? Exactly. So
Because without the number, tactics is meaningless.
Okay. Why?
Because if you have the numbers, that 100 soldiers you have now, because now their advantage in technology, you can reduce the effectiveness of their advantage in technology. You can now cut their advantage and defeat them. That's how it works. It's a tactics.
Why are mercenaries so powerful? Mercenaries, why are they so powerful?
Mercenaries are designed for specific task, and they are not so powerful. I don't understand why you say they are so powerful.
You see what
They are not so powerful. The world is not. It doesn't turn around mercenary actions. Actually,
no. See, when they say okay, now it's like why in America that you use as the almighty example all the time, right? Why is it that they first of all bring the whole police with their numbers, but they can't do anything? When they see that this issue is more than them with their number of whatever, they're like, oh no, come, let's call ATF. ATF will now come, just come only one van.
You mean
with
the
their
police?
numbers, few men. Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. Just not police now. The police cars are there, all surrounded the place, doing nothing, not engaging. But they will now call for ATF. ATF will now be the one to come with just only one van, and with just like maybe 6 or 7 personnel come. They are trained and designed to go and disarm any hard situation, regardless of anything. So what I'm saying, like power, number doesn't mean anything. It's the tactics. That's why I said a trained army man can disarm 5 civilian with weapon, because
How about 100?
Sorry?
How about 100? Can he disarm 100? Can he disarm 20?
One?
Yeah, one. Can he disarm 20 men?
Now, when you say disarm, right? Okay. If it's combat, now, let's say a combat like maybe like knife combat. Now, maybe knife combat, not gun now, because if it's
Gun. Let's
gun,
assume gun. Generally, all of them have guns.
okay, fine. If you say gun, right, he might not be able to take out 20, but he can tell you before he goes down, he can take almost half.
So now, you see, so
one third.
Okay, loco. You see what
But
you just.
but at least it's not 1-on-1.
Yes. I see. That's exactly the point I am making. That is where number comes in. And when I tell people, if you don't believe in numbers, have you tried going outside and take on 5 people at a time? Fight them and see how well you do with that
I just
fight.
ask you a simple question. What is the amount of terrorist group we have in Nigeria? You can't even give me the numbers. So how do you not know the number of army to recruit more? How do you not know?
No, because we know you need to secure 200 million people. That's how I know.
Fine. So now, if I can't secure 200 million people, doesn't it mean I can't secure 5 million people with what I have? Does it mean
you can secure 5 million people, and that's what we are doing right now?
Good. So the terrorist group, are they up to 5 million?
They are not up to 5 million, but the country is 200 million.
You're just a pain in the ass. Too good.
No, because if I'm the terrorist now, and you want to fight against me, and I have 200 million targets, and you are not going to look at it based on my number. You're going to look at it that you have to secure the 200 million people, and I can get one of them anywhere I like.
Terrorist group do not have any targets when it comes to population. The target is just to become criminals and benefit in whatever they are doing for a short term. They know one day the law is going to catch up with them. They know this terrorist. They know one day, but they can only run but for a short time. You get me? So whatever they think they are doing, right? They can only last long now because they know the only thing they need to do is to infiltrate the government. When they succeed in doing that, they are good to go. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. Now, like Mexico, for instance, now, right? Why do you think they can't? The police there, as brutal as the police are, why do you think they cannot defeat the cartels there? Because government agencies are even funding the cartels. Or the cartels are funding politicians' election and campaign.
Yes.
You understand? That's why, no matter the numbers they have, they can't do anything. So that's why I said it's not numbers.
No. I think what you are missing is that Mexico is not, but Mexico is very different from Canada, and Mexico is doing better than Nigeria.
Mexico.
No, and that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say now. I'm trying to shed light on the context you are referring to. Mexico is actually doing way better than Nigeria. And when we describe Mexico, we forget that Mexico is actually quite far more developed than Nigeria. And we make it seem like it's just a backwater. But they have their problem with the drug problem that they're having. It's not something that only originates from Mexico. It's all the way down to Central to South America because of the drug market. And the drug market is worth billions upon billions of dollars. That's what is generating that crime.
The same thing in Nigeria. The same thing. It's just different commodity that they are selling. This one is into drugs. This one is into insecurity. It's the same thing.
Okay, let's look at crime index. You see, that's interesting. When we look at crime index of the world, this one is Mexico here, isn't it? 38, ranked 38. Nigeria is still ranked 15th. So Nigeria is even ridden with crime more than the drug capital, as we discuss around the world. So it's even more riddled with crime. And if we go into their military posture and their GDP per capita and everything, they outstrip Nigerians like nothing. And so they outstrip almost all black nations like nothing. They leave us in the dust.
Yeah.
So this is how you recognize the problem we are facing. Look at even Cameroon, that is relatively safe. Look at their crime rate, how high it is. It's relatively very, very high. Afghanistan is another country. You see the other areas, they are painted in green because their crime rate is relatively better than ours. Afghanistan is fought. They just fought a bitter war and everything. That's why theirs is very low. Another one, Libya. You see how bad it is? Very, very bad. Nigeria is even worse than Libya. Nigeria is even worse than Libya. Look at this one that is this one is relatively good. Ghana is relatively okay. These other ones, they don't even have the numbers because they are not even bothering to measure them in Africa. Brazil doing better than Nigeria. Brazil on almost every other front, they are doing better than us. These are relatively violent countries that are really bad. They by media standard, they are actually really bad.
No, they're not violent, right? They're not
Look
violent.
at South Africa.
No, the thing is, those called Brazil, they're not violent. When you say violent, like they just like is drug they're dealing with, and drug is big business in the world. You understand? So, because they know that most of them have government backing, and you come to truncate that kind of business, it's a cartel. The government is part of it, and they can do and undo. You understand? But like in Nigeria's situation, our own is not they can do and undo. You understand? Our terrorist group is not as brutal as cartel in Mexico, but they are just standing on the power that yes, it's our okay. Now just imagine Fulani headers going to your farm after their cows have destroyed your crop. For you to shout, they will bring dagger and come and start chasing you, fighting you. Because why? They believe the government is on their back. That is just the simple truth. So if they know that there's consequence for their action, they will try it. See, every human being, no matter how dull you are, you get sense. You understand? So they've said several times, they've shown them, they called their name. After they calling their name, the police declare them wanted. The next election season, they vote, you see them running for election. Severally. We've seen it.
Well, look at the ranking of Mexico. Mexico is still ranked in terms of corruption. If you look at transparency, all the other tables, and we are not on the same league. If it was a league or in terms of boxing, we will not even be in the same arena. I'd say some of many black countries will be in their own arena. Like I don't know. Can you give me one area where in any major this league in terms of any area? I guess I could pick a few, but go ahead. Do you know any area that you say black countries are doing relatively well?
No, the thing is, I've always said, you say black countries doing well, right? South Africa is doing better than Nigeria by far. But you say because it's a black country, but because white is there doesn't make it egoist. You understand? Say we're white South Africans. There's nothing like white South Africans. You understand? People just came. I see there's nothing like white South African. People came from somewhere and migrated and started living in your place. You understand? Then that doesn't make them South African. You understand? There's no white South African. They've always been black. You just like you have maybe like maybe let's say Lekki for instance. Now everybody's Lekki is white. You understand? You now say because they are all white in Lekki, so they are white Nigerians. No, it's not. Demographically, no. This is not possible. So
People of South Africa would disagree with you. They'll be like, how dare you say that they are not South African? Some of them anyway.
See, no,
but
the truth is
look, what do you think about the crime rate though? South Africa is one of the highest in the world. Unbelievable. Personally, I find that figure a little bit unbelievable because come on, how can it be the worst in the world, one of the worst in the world?
No,
even worse than Nigeria.
No, now, like I said, right? Maybe they're trying to extract crime itself from crime that the government is involved in, something like that. Like South Africa now, the kind of crime they commit there, no matter how bad the crime is, their government officials is not involved. They are only corrupt in eating money, and that's it. They are not backing any criminal gang or squad. You understand? But in Nigeria, even militants, Sunday Igboho people, Duduwa squad, Unamikano, Biafra people, then the northern criminal gang in North. Check all of them. Which of them is not backed by government? That any politician is not involved in. All of them, all the different crimes, the bigger crimes in Nigeria, government is involved with all of them. The only one that the government is not involved in is the one that is caused by is robbery, ritual killings, in the name of poverty, maybe thefts, burglary, stuff like that. You understand? That is what the government is not involved in. But the real one that Nigeria is known for, check the four all the region. Is it the southeast? Biafra, government is involved. Militants in the south, government is involved. Oduduwa, OPC, government is involved. Arewa youth and
See, but I think let's say I agree
involved.
with you that government is. I agree with you that government is involved. I've always said that both sides are playing us. The Pada, the Boko Haram, and the government, they are playing us. And if you want to challenge these things, we have to have a way of doing it. And this brings me back to the earlier discussion when I was saying that first you have to come up with a strategy of how you are going to do this, of all these things. Then you actually come up with you come together and define what you want out of the process that you want to use. After you do that, then it goes to the phase of implementing this process. When you implement it, then when you commission it, then people can actually start using this method. It could be the strategy could come up. We say we use crowdfunding method. We could use the social and so method. Whatever method you want to use, you have to know how to approach this, and that's why I feel like we need to go step by step so that we don't just do what other people do and then you just end up in arguments and people disagree with each other.
No, one thing is this, right? The people, the easiest one that is natural is the people. They've always said government is for the people. Government is by the people. Government is of the people. So everything boils down to the people. So when the people are not ready, my brother, there's nothing you can do. You might only try. The people will not back you. The people will not support you. And by then, what will the government do? The government will say, since the larger people that the government is for is off and is by, it's not backing this few group like shouting, let's deal with them. You can tag them, whatever. But if the people come together to say, no, enough is enough, there's nothing the government can do. The government cannot even open its mouth to say, let's go call army to go and shoot them. Nah, it's not possible. You understand? Yeah. If we have Lekki incidents, the number of people we have in Lekki, in Lagos, we have it all around Nigeria. Same group, same number, same ideology, same motive. We have them in the same group in Nigeria. The country will shut down. How many people show Yawanki? First thing first. Like I said, there was a girl that the police in Iran killed for not wearing hijab. Look at what the Iran national citizens or Iranian residents in the UK. Look at what they turned UK to. UK that is not even involved in it. Look at what they turned UK to. They went to Iran embassy in UK. Look at what they did there. UK government was involved to like, hey, my friend, you can't be doing this in your country and be allowing your citizens to be disturbing us here. UK was involved by all means. So that's what I was saying. Like when they say they should do something in Nigeria, look, Nigeria, the average youth in Nigeria right now don't even know how to live. The only thing they know is because democracy is 24 years old. Now think of what is in the mindset of a 24 years old Nigerian. You just think nothing. There's not the corruption we see in Nigeria. Assuming it starts in 1999. This democracy now, because democracy has never done anything good for us. Now take democracy 24 years old. Now a 24 years old child, what do you think is in his brain? He doesn't know anything better. All he knows is this national Nigeria be government come, government go, government come, everybody chop, turn by turn. Tomorrow you go there, you go there, you go chop your own. If I go there, chop my own. Everybody go there, chop your own. That's the thing. The only thing he knows. Because that's what he was born to see. And to change that kind of mindset is difficult.
Something is really bothering me from what I'm looking at here. Like, I don't understand it. Namibia ranking is also showing to be a very high crime rate. I didn't know Namibia had so much crime. I didn't know that at all. Angola 12. Angola is more crime ridden than Nigeria. That is astounding. I didn't know that.
I mean, how many world news do you follow? You only follow prominent world news now. The world news that give media house ratings. That's the only one they will announce. The one that doesn't give them ratings. I mean, there's no news outlet in Africa that will be announcing the whole crime rate in all the African states. It's not possible. It's only
You see why I like to check this data, because it tells you something that the media often will not tell you. You start observing things for truth, what they truly are. Look at Zimbabwe now have a better crime rate than that of Nigeria, which is a country that is under sanction. Now, it'd be interesting. I want to see what North Korea looks like in terms of crime rate. I think that's India there. Which one is this one? Myanmar. Okay, that's this area. Where is North Korea? Where should that one be? I think North Korea should be somewhere here. Yeah, that's North Korea. Oh, they don't have data.
No,
but South Korea is very secure. South Korea is very, very secure. In terms of crime rate, look at that, very, very high in the world data. Very, very good though. South Korea. Which one? Japan too is going to be wow. Japan is going to be good.
No,
yeah,
Japan
127. Japan is 127. Very, very good. Even Russia is not doing so badly in the 87. You would think Russia is controlled by the mobs in the 90s, and then look at where they are now. These other countries are less secure. 39, Kazakhstan, Mongolia. I didn't even know that Mongolia still existed as a country. Nobody talks about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody
there's no news. There's no ratings from them. They don't have anything.
And Saudi Arabia, let's see. Saudi Arabia is very high too. 119. Egypt 50. Egypt is more like a third lower, ranking countries. Nigeria is at the bottom quarter of nations, that's for sure. I think Egypt is in the second quarter. If there are quarters based, Egypt will be in the second quarter of the countries this in terms of index. This one is really bad. Libya, because of the war, and yet it's better than Nigeria. Oh my, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, like I said, look, see, the thing is like right. Yeah, they have crime there, but their security is still intact. They have good security, at least, because if the security there that they are using, at least if they have good security, definitely it make impact on the crime. But in Nigeria, we have bad security. In fact, the security is not even turning to criminals.
Yeah.
You understand? So security are never turning to criminals. Army, what's it called, policemen, they're all criminals right now. So what do you expect?
Yeah, that's true.
Has never been the issue. No way. Number has never been the issue.
Why do you keep saying number has not been the issue? So all this data didn't show you anything.
No,
I don't know.
Look, see, no. See, okay, I think, okay. Now I think I understand you. Maybe we think we are talking the same thing, but we're actually talking different things. Now I'll explain. Okay, you have 500 bags of cement. That would be enough to erect, let's say, for instance, a one-bedroom flat. Okay, no. You have 600 bags of cement, right? That would be enough to erect, stand a three-bedroom flat. But due to, that is a standard practiced by every person according to the statistics that the world is using. If you have this population, which is the number of flats, three-bedroom flats, you are required to have so and so number of armies, which is equivalent to 600 bags of cement. Oh, okay. So because you are not serious, something your government is bad, this and that, you now have, say, 200 bags. That is the strength of your army. Okay. But you're supposed to have 600 because you want to build three-bedroom flat. But your crime rate is the size of one-bedroom flat. That is the strength of you agree here. Your crime rate is the size of one-bedroom flat. But you already have 200 bags anyway that's supposed to be for three-bedroom flat. So will you say because you don't have 600 bags to build three-bedroom flat, you will not deploy your 200 bags to go and build one room first? at least one room first. You understand? So that's technology. That's what I'm saying. Like, insecurity is different from population of the country. You understand? Okay, that population of the country, let's say, for instance, Nigeria is under attack. We need maybe this X amount of soldiers to protect 200 million Nigerians. That is the data that you are showing me right now. So the number of the amount of numbers that armies or soldiers that we need right now, insecurity strength security that we need right now to curtail a small number of people who are committing crime will now, arithmetically, it will still reduce, because obviously you will not send if, say, for instance, now we need like 2 million, 200 million Nigerians, and we need like maybe 50 million army. You will not say because we have 1 million criminal, you will not send the same 50 million army to go and fight those guys. No, that's not possible. It's a fraction you see sent to. You understand?
Yeah, but okay, look at it from this point of view. You have to secure the national assets. You are not going to leave Port Harcourt, River, Lagos, all those places secure because you are chasing Boko Haram in the northeast. And if you do that, you're going to find Northwest is going to implode. And
That's
like
why
we actually found.
Yes, that's why I called Biafra, I called militant, I called Odudu, OPC, I called, assuming all of them are terrorist group, which is, they are all the different regions of the country. So if you're talking about refineries, that means you have militants there to take care of. If you talk about refineries.
Yes. And the theft of the refinery tools, everything needs to be secured. And at first, what needs to happen if you want to do this type of things, you actually over secure the country, then you ramp it down later on. Because when you over secure the country, it gives the chance for the country to get used to the culture of a secure nation. Then when it's fully starts secure, then the culture builds, then you can afford to ramp it down. And most of what you see around the world is a ramped down security force. At first, they actually had higher numbers so that the country gets used to being secure. Once they get used to being secure, they can afford to start retreating. You know that in the UK, they are even talking about cutting back the military in the UK all the time. They talk about it all the time. So because they don't need them. And even that number is still higher than that of Nigeria's. That is how bad it is. So it tells you that at first we need to over-secure ourselves, then start ramping it down. But even the gradual ones our leaders talk about doing, they are not even doing it. And I think part of the reason why they are not doing it is because the people themselves don't understand it. They don't even care for it because they don't think it's relevant. Of course, for me, it's critical. These people love their security so much, they export it to our continent. They have it in Niger. They have it in Benin Republic. They have it in Cameroon. They love their security so much, they export it to our continent. But only our own people will tell you that, oh, no. You